I think it's important for everybody to remember that the joy is in the journey. You know, we were talking about it. You mentioned this to me, and it's so true. You know, you think about 2023, D'Amico starts out 0-2 with this team in this era, losing to the Ravens and then the Colts. But you beat the Jags on the road in Week 3, and they were coming off their divisional title, and it just felt great. Like that win just isolates certain wins and how good that feels to get that particular win on that particular week. You got to appreciate those things. And if you can't be happy about that, you just can't be happy, period. But you got to appreciate those moments. Just like Astros fans. I mean, we're all Astros fans, right? But, you know, getting Correa, just, hey, that's an awesome moment in the season as you make an acquisition at the trade deadline, and who knows where it's going to go, but the joy's in the moment. You got to enjoy the moments as they come and then hope that you win a championship because not everybody gets to do it. So I'm eager to see just like this.
And for us, it's, you know, it's a little different because we get the opportunity to be there with the team. I even more than you in a sense because I get to get into that locker room. And I was talking about that Week 3 game because we'd had such a tough 2022. We start off 0-2, just get thumped in Baltimore, and then just play horribly, really, against the Colts. And I remember we were having dinner the night before with some of my former players from Jacksonville, and we're like, look, man, y'all can't run it up on us. This is a Jacksonville team that was coming off that 2022 run. And then we just went to work. And we win that game in such a unique way. Andrew Beck has the kick return. You know, Tank has a really big ball game. But I remember going into that locker room. It was D'Amico's first win. It was obviously CJ's as a rookie, his first win. And everybody really contributed that day. And that locker room was something special, man. It was just really cool. And, I mean, when we get on the bus – and we're going to the bus after a big win on the road, and you get to celebrate that. And it got me thinking about Scotty Scheffler, what he had to say about the British Open. It was like he was having kind of a golf existentialistic moment. It's like, why do we do all this? Why do they do all this? Because those moments of joy that you have in a locker room or on the bus as you're driving to the airport to fly home after a big win like that, like there's nothing, you know, that from a work standpoint or a football standpoint, obviously family, faith, all that kind of stuff that, you know, takes precedence over everything. But from a football standpoint, the joy you have and that you threw this. And you know what? The ups and downs. I remember 2023, we were playing Jacksonville. We haven't looked good all day, but we're down 3, and we got a chance to tie this thing, man, 58 yards away. And I'm standing under the upright, and I'm watching this ball, and Amendola hits, and I'm like, in my mind, and usually I tell you good or, you know, good, wide right, wide left, and I didn't say anything because I'm watching that ball the whole way, and I'm like, I think he made this. I think he made it, and it hits the upright. It's like
the crossbar, right?
The crossbar. Hits the crossbar and doinks forward, and it's like that exhilaration that you had is just gone in 2 seconds. But you feel all of that.
Yeah, that's
you
football.
know, and
that's football right there.
That's football, and that's what you feel.
I mean, you get that in basketball too, but, you know, NBA 82 games, college, obviously shorter season. There's just something about the week to week, the event status of every game that we love so much, college, pro, high school, whatever level you're at, it's once a week, and it's colossal. Right. It's gigantic. It's wonderful. And the Texans will have a chance to start it off preseason style a week from tomorrow, 3 o'clock in Minnesota. In Minneapolis, we'll be live on the air at noon with Texans Countdown presented by Modelo Especial. We cannot wait. That's a week from tomorrow. Today, it's practice day 8 in training camp at the Houston Methodist Training Center. They'll go today and tomorrow before hitting the road for the Greenbrier next week. And we'll be live Monday morning. Sean and Seth will be out there, and then we'll be out there on the field telling you what's going on at practice. And I don't know the schedule yet for next week, but I would imagine it would be around the same. In fact, when they start getting going, Johnny.
Yeah,
because if they go with the 9 o'clock Central
and practice starts at 10 o'clock Eastern. Yes, it's the same schedule. So it's just we're on Eastern time.
Oh, did you see the practice schedule yet?
I haven't seen the practice schedule, but I know when they're starting because when Omar and the PR group put out the original schedule, it is 10 o'clock.
Oh, it has it. Okay.
So it's the same time.
Okay,
it's just
same time.
Obviously an hour ahead.
So body clock the same time, 10 o'clock Eastern.
Right, body clock same.
That ain't bad, though, for the guys, you know?
No, it's not bad for the guys. It's not bad for us either. It's extra hours of sleep. I don't have to drive an hour and a half to practice.
It is and it isn't an extra hour of sleep. If you adjust to East Coast time, it's an extra hour of sleep. But whatever.
Well, it's easier to adjust to East Coast time than it is going west. I can promise you that. That's weird. That's an odd feeling. Like 1 hour is fine. You go to Mountain Time, you go to Eastern Time, that's fine.
No, you go 2 hours west, it's like you wake up at 4 in the morning.
It's a 2 hour. It's a 2 hour jump, and you're just. But
it's crazy.
It throws you off. You got to. I've been doing it for a few years, and it's
what
still
are we
throws me
expecting
off.
today after a day off, and then you have another day, then another day off because you're traveling on Saturday afternoon, evening. Sunday's a mandatory day off because you can't travel during a day off. That's a league rule.
Right.
So how are they going to handle today and tomorrow?
Well, Junior Tafuna, the rookie from out of Utah, he just walked by, and he has pads.
He's got pads. We're going pads today.
That's a good. It's sad, though, to watch Junior Tafuna walk across the field, though, because his buddy Keontae Hamilton's been with him each day. It's been the two of them across
now
the
he's
field.
Alone.
But Keontae got hurt the other day, and so.
They signed a pathway player, whose name I will not attempt to pronounce just yet.
Until I get a true definition of that.
Yeah, we'll get.
We're just going to call him roster. Big Guy. He's
so
a
big guy is ready to go.
Big,
and
big.
Yeah, you saw him, right?
I saw him in the cafeteria. I was like, whoa. I didn't, look at him and go, whoa.
So he does not count on the roster because he's international.
IPP. That's correct.
Okay.
He does not count until he is activated to the 53-man roster.
Oh, so when he's activated, if he's activated
to the 53-man roster,
does count.
then it does count. So
you want to make this really enticing? Make that not count.
Oh, yeah.
Give him a 54th. Yeah. That way you really develop the international guys. I thought that was the case. No, it's not the case. You don't get a 54th.
Idea guy this morning.
I'm an idea guy.
I think that should be the case, but either way, that
way you could have it. Jakob's not an international pathway guy because he came to the States to play a little college ball, right?
He was, I think, initially an IPP guy. I think initially, but
somehow you lose that status.
Somehow you lose status. Things. I think.
Yeah.
When you have years of service, I think. But from that standpoint, it's brilliant in a sense because you bring in a big defensive tackle, even if, and I don't think Nick would ever bring anybody here that they're like, well, this guy we know definitely can't make the team. Anybody they bring here, they think has got an opportunity to make the team, but they're putting defensive ends down defensive tackle.
Yeah.
They're doing it a number of times.
He's got to take up space.
He takes up space, but he doesn't take up a roster spot.
Yeah.
So you bring him in, he eats up a bunch of reps playing defensive tackle, and I don't know what the final deal is with Keontae. My guess is he's the roster spot. So maybe you bring in another defensive tackle. So basically you get 2 for 1 when you bring in an IPP player. So until we get the full pronunciation of his name,
we're not going to mess with it.
Just big guy.
We're not going to mess with it
big
right
guy.
now. Big guy's coming in,
yeah.
And we'll let you know when he gets in here. But Tafuna's been walking out here every day barefoot.
Yeah.
Walks over the bridge barefoot, walks on the concrete barefoot, the field. He grounds himself. You know, this is big in a lot of walks of life like yoga.
Right.
You ground yourself barefoot.
Dude,
get on the ground in the dirt and the grass, feel the earth.
Ben Jones
did that. I don't think he did it for that reason, but I think that was a benefit of doing that.
I think Ben did it once and then probably had a good game and then was superstitious and kept doing it.
And did it in cold weather and everything. So
yeah, he'd go out in his camo.
One of those things.
Remember his camo suit he used to wear on the plane?
Oh, my gosh. So funny.
He was a character and a really good football player.
Yeah, he was.
Really good.
I wish we had him for a little longer.
That's right. That's one that got away.
Yeah.
I'd like to have had him back.
Yeah, because everyone gave grief to Rick Smith about 3rd and 4th round draft choices, but Brandon Brooks and Ben Jones, they were 3rd and 4th round draft choices who were really good and played in this league for a long time. So there. Okay, coming up, the General, John McClain, field side here. We are live. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Groom.
Sam, 30 seconds on the clock. The Ford Summer Sales Event.
Great time.
We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Day 8 of Texans training camp. This thing began Wednesday, July 23rd, so a week ago Wednesday. We are deep into it right now. The team with 2 practices today, tomorrow, and then at the Greenbrier next week. Then Minnesota for preseason game 1 a week from tomorrow, 3 o'clock start time for that. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you with the General. John McClain joining us, the Hall of Famer, and I don't know how much you watched last night, General. I imagine you watched some.
None whatsoever.
Come on. You're literally wearing a hat that says Pro Football Hall of Fame.
That's because I'm in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I know, but don't you want to watch some of it?
Absolutely not.
That might have been the biggest I'm him moment ever. I'm in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I know, but
that's why I wear hats.
But, you want to welcome your fellow inductees, General.
I'm not involved in any of those inductees like last year. And I watch the speeches, always like the speeches. But as far as the game itself, oh, my goodness. It was all. Yesterday on my San Antonio station, they asked me, and I told them the truth, was I going to watch the game? I said no, and truthfully, I don't even know who's playing. And so they told me. I'm not big on preseason games except the Texans, just to watch the new guys and the young guys. And all I know is, like, after last night, the Lions are in trouble. They may go from first to worst.
Yep.
And Trey Lance may be going to the Pro Bowl.
Or the Hall of Fame.
He
could join you in the Hall of Fame.
I want to just clean this up, though. I mentioned it because, the interviews with some of the inductees, Brent was funny. He was good. Moments had with him.
And I saw that online last night.
Yeah, it's true. You did. Okay, good.
Yeah, it was good. General, yesterday we had our TV production meeting for week 1, and we essentially had to come up with, our open with me and Andy and Kevin Kugler, kind of the storyline for each, the offense and the defense. What do you think should be the storyline? What do you think we should do as the storyline for the offense, and what do you think the storyline against the Vikings for week 1 should be for the defense?
For the defense, all backups. Who's going to provide the depth? Who's going to play in the defensive line, the toughest cut on the team? And watching all those guys, the backups, they don't need to see Will Anderson Jr. or Danielle Hunter. And that's the story to me, is depth on the defense, because the defense is going to be great. Super Bowl. So Nick Caserio, I think, will be getting quite a few low picks instead of trading, because anybody he cuts, they can end up in Nashville because the Titans have the first claim on everybody. Yep. So trade somebody for a 6 or 7, whatever you can get. Don't just cut him, and he'll be trying to do that. Offensively, we know who the starting quarterback and the backup quarterbacks are, and there's so many new linemen. I don't think Cam Robinson or Titus, some of those guys will play, but the new linemen have to play. It's all about the offensive line and the receivers. And I'm really excited to see British Brooks. I heard you guys talking about him the other day when he walked out here, and I thought about taking my shirt off and walking out with him, but I didn't want to embarrass him.
Yeah.
So
best not to do that.
He's up to 243. He looks like a Rock of Gibraltar, and I can't wait to see him get the ball. And so watching those backup running backs, I don't need to see Nick Chubb, but we've seen him enough against the Texans. But the backups, that's important. I want to see Woody Marks. I want to see him throw the ball to Woody Marks. I'd like to see Woody Marks get a few carries in. I don't need to see Dari Gumbawale. I know what he brings to the table. So wide receiver, running backs, and offensive line are the most important when it comes to the young guys, because some of them are going to play key roles. And then, of course, the backups on defense.
Starts and plays a little bit or not. That's a week from tomorrow. We'll talk about that next week.
I can't imagine that he's going to.
But if Mills is in there, when Mills is in there, because he'll play, I wonder if they would want Dari in there for a little bit anyway, because he's so good at pass protection and that kind of thing. You want to see the offense run well. I don't know if they trust the rookie back there to do that stuff.
Well, maybe Gumbawale will start.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
He started the Hall of Fame game.
He did.
Last year.
Dari did.
Did.
And he knows he has to do that kind of stuff.
I'm interested in seeing Graham Mertz, too. I went back over his history and the big expectations he had when he transferred to Florida and then blew out his knee. He's made some big plays out here.
Yes.
And so I'm guessing he's destined for the practice squad, but he'll get to play significantly, and that's good for him because it's been a long time since he's played. And so I'm eager to see him along with a lot of those young receivers. Now, do you guys think they're going to play Higgins and Knoll because they're rookies? They need playing time, but they're being counted on for big roles.
Yeah, I think they'll play.
Yeah, they've got to play those guys. They need to taste some NFL action.
With limits. With limits.
Okay.
But they'll play.
Yeah.
Especially week 1, I would think. Now, if they go to week 1 and it looks really good, if you remember back to, no, it's 2022 in a different regime, but remember Damian looked really good in that first preseason game in 2022. He didn't even play in the second preseason game. I think we played San Francisco. He didn't even play in that game. He didn't even get on the field.
Because they liked the way he looked.
Right. And so I was like, this is interesting. Now, if I remember, he played a little bit in week 2, and I thought, well, this is interesting. Like him that much that he's not playing. Is he banged up? We didn't know. But we found out that, they liked him a lot, and they didn't want to expose him. I remember we went 2017. We went to play the Saints. Alvin Kamara was a rookie. We didn't see him one rep in the joint practice.
In the joint practice?
Not one.
Yeah.
He didn't take a rep in joint practice against us.
He
did some individual work, but they were like, they knew. Sean Payton knew what he had.
It's interesting, General. They're hiding players during joint practices. I guess it happens. The Texans will have one with Carolina in a couple of weeks out here, and then Detroit a week after that as they round out the preseason. 3 weeks from tomorrow, the preseason is over after the final gun
the Lions
in the Motor City.
Remind us of the worst loss of last season. The best victory, Buffalo. The worst loss, Detroit.
Because
should
it was
have beaten the Lions.
Yeah, woulda, coulda, shoulda.
That
game.
was a tough one, and I'll guarantee you, after what Dan Campbell saw last night, he's not happy.
No.
He didn't care if they won, but just getting obliterated like that, he will be kicking some serious butt in practice this week. By the way, I looked at the temperatures, highs and lows in White Sulphur Springs. It's just not fair for y'all to be up there. You can sit in the stands in the end zone and watch practice. You can sit in the sideline stands and watch practice, and the low will be in the high will be in the low 70s and the lows in the 50s. And I told the first timers over here, don't make the mistake I made. I didn't take anything, so I had to bring my big bath towel from the hotel and put it around my legs. And you know how they had those rain bursts? It would rain and then it would stop, and I'd take that towel and put it over my head, but I was not prepared.
So, General, you brought up the Lions, and I'm going to juxtapose some things here because as this thing progresses with the Houston Texans, and look, they're on their second offensive coordinator in the D'Amico era, not because Slowick got promoted, but because they made a change. But it's worth mentioning how the Lions, they lose both coordinators to head coaching jobs, and it remains to be seen how well that's going to go. Campbell is a great delegator that we saw in his first few years, but we're not that deep into this thing. He's had 3 good years, a 9-8, then 2 deep playoff runs, and now you got to do it without your coordinators. Eventually, D'Amico's going to lose more coaches with more success, and he's going to have to navigate through that. Some teams do it better than others. Obviously, the Chiefs do it well. They have Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. Obviously, Sean McDermott in Buffalo has done it very well because he's flipped that thing over roster-wise and coaching-wise a few times. Your thoughts on that kind of subject?
What about John Harbaugh and Kyle Shanahan? You want it to be like that because it means you're consistently winning. And Bobby Slowick is a cautionary tale. You don't want him to have one good year. You don't want the Texans to have one good season and everybody rush out to try to hire Nick Caley. You want to see a second season. And teams have Caley on their list. You know, he's been a year. The thing about Philadelphia, replacing Gannon and Steichen, they fired the replacements after one season, and then they changed them, and then they win the Super Bowl. Kellen Moore's gone. Who was their defensive coordinator?
Vic Fangio.
Oh, Vic. And so Vic's never going to get a head coaching job. So he's a good guy to have around as a defensive coordinator. You need an offensive coordinator like that, too. And so they made a quick change because they recognize those guys were not the guys. Will that happen to the Lions? Will Dan Campbell's guys be one and done as coordinators?
General Stephen Holder wrote this morning about how sensational Anthony Richardson was at Colts practice yesterday. Are you buying or selling? I asked that to Jonathan Alexander yesterday. Are you buying or selling that quote-unquote sensational practice is meaning something for him going forward?
I remember when he had those sensational runs against the Texans and won. That sensational deep touchdown pass he made that might have been the best pass of the season, and he hadn't done squat because he's been hurt. I think it's so unfair to judge quarterbacks and what happens in practice, especially when you're not hitting somebody and he can't be hit. But they need that up there. They're desperate. You know, right now, I thought Daniel Jones would kind of seize the position because of his starting experience, but he hadn't done it. And Anthony Richardson, boy, he's going to get Chris Ballard, the general manager, fired. Maybe Shane Steichen, the head coach, fired. If he doesn't show interview with Ballard, boy, he went overboard on the praise. He didn't come out and say, well, it's an important season for him. He just went on and said all the things that they saw in Anthony Richardson when he came out of Florida after only 13 starts. He's still capable of doing that. But it starts, he's got to stay on the field, and he hadn't been able to stay on the field. But there's not a quarterback, I don't think, holding careers in his hands like Anthony Richardson is this season, especially with Carly Ursay, whatever her name is.
Right, Jackson.
CIG.
And with her running the show, CIG. And I was told that she's already made a couple of big changes in that organization, and she's very familiar with it. And she's not like Mark Davis, just gets everything put in his lap. She's been there on the headphones during games, and you know she's not going to keep the status quo. So if I'm Ballard and I'm Steichen, I'm looking over my shoulder with one eye and the other eye's on Anthony Richardson.
Where's Jeff Saturday now?
Yeah,
is he back on ESPN?
I don't know. Yeah, I think he is.
Okay.
I saw him last season, so I would assume maybe he's back. But it is a fascinating story. Jonathan Taylor was on SiriusXM NFL Radio and said, Danny Dimes doing well. He's much more of an athlete than anyone thinks. And I'm thinking, if I'm Steichen, it's best chance to win, baby. I mean, Richardson, we don't want to develop somebody. We want to win games because otherwise I'm out of a job. But that might be dictated to him. I don't know. And Ballard has said, too, the word pressured to start Richardson early 2 years ago. I'm thinking, well, who pressured him?
Jim Irsay.
Yes, it has to be. So there you have it. Right. There you have it. There's no question about it. I have not asked you this. More wins, Jaguars, Colts, more wins.
I'm going to say Jaguars because I think Liam Cohen is going to be good for Trevor Lawrence. Cohen's been a good quarterback coach. When he was at Kentucky, Will Levis looked like he's going to be high first-round pick. Then Cohen left, and he's never been the same quarterback since. So I think he's going to do a good job there. You know, Shad Khan spends a lot of money. He spent hundreds and hundreds of millions trying to get the right team. He gives them anything they want, and they've got to have some continuity. So I think we will see more consistency with Lawrence, and you don't know. It's almost like a grab bag in Indy with the quarterbacks. What they do know, as long as Jonathan Taylor is healthy, their offense will be good because of the running game. But I'm going with the Jaguars second.
Out in L.A., Matt Stafford's back has been an issue. When does it become a serious problem for them, John?
Stafford's always been tough, and he's been durable. So I know they talked about that, and people are saying, wait till the second game. You don't need him back. You got to be cautious. But I'll be shocked if he's not playing against the Texans.
Okay.
So too.
I'll be surprised, too.
I would be, too.
And Jimmy G, I'd love to see him.
Dang a jig if Jimmy Garoppolo.
Not that it's like facing like Kyle Allen last night or something like that, but rather see him than Matthew Stafford.
Yes.
No question about that.
Yes, absolutely.
General, give me a couple.
Hang on one second. So when they traded for Stafford, one of the reasons was Sean McVay put so much on the plate of his quarterback. And, he went to the Super Bowl with Jared Goff, but they didn't win. And he didn't think Goff was capable of handling what he wanted done. I think that would have been Goff's third year. So when Caley was hired here, I had a longtime quarterback coach who is a big Rams fan say, well, that's going to be big change for C.J. Stroud because he's going to have a whole lot more responsibility on his plate. And he'll like it, I'm sure, because all quarterbacks want it. That's going to be something when the season starts we have to watch closely. And the fact that Stafford handles all that so well is one of the reasons they're a Super Bowl contender again. And I can't wait to see how Stroud handles what Nick Caley wants him to handle in the huddle, going to the line of scrimmage and at the line of scrimmage.
Okay, so this is a talk to me like I'm five question for both of you on the McVay-Caley offense, if you will, because I know there are some Patriot elements here as far as autonomy at the line of scrimmage, but if McVay's offense has all that on the quarterback's shoulders, I know that the West Coast with Shanahan and Kubiak and all that is very core. So they all seem to thrive in this system where not as much is required. Well, look, the quarterback's got to play well. I get it. Got to make good throws. But autonomy at the line isn't there as much as some other systems.
Right.
So is McVay's system West Coast with quarterback autonomy or more of it anyway? How does that work?
More of it, more pressure on the quarterback, more that he has to handle. Okay. And Stroud has not had all that responsibility on his shoulders. And we've heard him talk about it going back to the OTAs about how much he likes what Nick Caley wants him to do. Caley's showing a lot of confidence in him. We're not going to see any of it, of course, till they get to the Rams. And this is a great test, the Rams, for the Texans' new offensive line. Last two defensive rookies of the year are pass rushers for the Rams. They're really good up front, so it'll be a good test, and it'll be a good test for Stroud to see if he's going to have to run around to avoid the pass rush, what he handles mentally. I think it's interesting, and we'll never know for sure. Caley spent, 10 years with the Patriots? Something like that. So he's got a lot of Josh McDaniels in him as well, but it seems to be it was McVay who he learned. Not that he learned the most from McVay, but what he does will be tailored more to what the Rams do.
I think what he got from McVay, because I think when you talk about being at the line of scrimmage, getting into the right play, doing all that's very Earhart Perkins. That's very Patriot-like. He brought the last few years that we saw, there's a lot of different unique motions and alignments, a lot of condensed formations that you can get to different plays in different areas on the field. So it feels like, to me, the general structure is going to come from the Patriots, but it's going to be flavored a little differently from the McVay situation that he was out in L.A. and what he learned there. McVay brought him out there, apparently, to kind of help with the run game and give some of the elements of the Patriot run game to add with what McVay did. So I think what we're going to see is the chicken is kind of the basis, and that's coming from the Patriots language and Patriots thing. Because when you talk to guys that have been with the Patriots or in that universe, they're all like, yeah, this is very similar to things I've heard before, all that. But I think you're going to see it seasoned differently with motions, with alignments, with personnel groupings. I think that's one of the things that you can take a lot from Sean McVay without giving up what you learned with the Patriots, just emphasizing what you learned with the Patriots with those things. That's going to give you a little different chicken flavor than just, grilled chicken breast. Now you're flavoring it differently.
Why are we going chicken? Why don't we have a steak here?
I don't know. It was the first thing I thought of.
Chicken.
It's interesting that D'Amico, as the first-time head coach, has had two first-time play callers.
Yes.
Because sometimes those first-time head coaches, especially with the defensive background, they want an experienced play caller running the offense.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Now,
so we'll see how it goes.
To that point, where got frustrated with Bobby was more of an inability to adapt to what was happening. And I think that's what Nick Caley's going to have to do. Like, this is where I want to go with this. This is what I want to do. But you know what? We don't have what we need to get there, or I can't call or get him to do it
Right.
So we're going to take a different path to get there. And I think that Bobby was more, no, this works. We're sticking with it. We do this. As opposed to, and I think this is what he's looking for, Nick, like this is what I want to do. And that's one of the biggest lessons to take from McVay. McVay had a path of what he was going to do. He's coming from Washington. He was going to do it this way. He got out to L.A. and he's like, holy crap, I need to go this way. And he changed and he adapted. It became the offense they run in L.A. now.
Slowick didn't adjust to the adjustments opponents made with the whole offseason to watch Stroud and watch what they did, which stuns me because he'd watched Shanahan do it all the time. But and you hope that Caley, that it will come out and hit the ground running. Everybody's so fired up about Nick, his personality, his experience. I mean, the way he talks just kind of is captivating, mesmerizing.
And it sounds a lot like Sean McVay, too.
And he's got, exactly. He really sounds like McVay.
Doesn't
now
sound like
can
Belichick.
He coach like McVay?
Doesn't sound like Belichick. Thank God.
Thank God he doesn't sound like Belichick.
Yes. General, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you guys very much.
John McClain joining us here, field side, field 1, Houston Methodist Training Center, Texans Training Camp, day 8. Graham Mertz is going to join us on the show, ND Kalu. We got a big one coming up here as the team is making its way onto the field for activation.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Amity Bank and the Trevino Group have worked together.
It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
All right, we're here fieldside. Andy Kalou's going to join us in the next segment. So you want to hear from the 12-year NFL veteran and a guy who's going to be in the broadcast booth with John Harris when we do the TV broadcast for preseason football starting a week from tomorrow. Do not put on a headset yet, Andy. Don't do it. Don't do it. We're going to do the long segment, the really long segment with Andy Kalou.
Yeah.
Whose son is here. And by the way, they're getting your son in the media area soon or something. I don't know. They're going to bring him over. So I'll tell you what. We have definitely locked down the Houston Methodist Training Center over the years. This is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Because the middle of the field one area, that little walkway, I mean, there used to be like people walking around there, you know. It was just, it was kind of not a free-for-all. I'm talking about 10, 15 years ago. Even during the O'Brien era, people would walk around there and just check out practice. Now, VIP-type people, but when I say VIP, it's just somebody who knew somebody.
That ended 2 or 3 years.
It ended, and I think COVID really shut the whole thing down.
Oh, yeah, COVID shut everything down.
Because once we reopened, we really controlled that area. It should be, because it's all a work area, you know. And I talked about it yesterday, how I'm blown away the work these guys need to do with everybody watching.
I'm telling you, you get hit by one of those guys. I got hit by Johnson Batamosi one year where I was where I needed to be.
Yeah.
But we had some interception or fumble and everybody's going out and celebrate. And he didn't go on the field. He came down the sideline and he clipped me with his shoulder pad like right in my face. Got just a piece. Mark, I was like, whoa. And it's Johnson Batamosi. Can you imagine if a play ended up going to the sidelines and you get hit flush, full by O-line, D-line?
Yeah, that's tough.
You'll die.
That's tough.
You hit your head on the track, you'll be done.
Yeah, you got to be very careful with these guys because it's not like they stop at the sideline.
No.
Momentum carries you a great deal. In fact, we're in the corner here about what would you say, 20 feet, 25 feet from the pylon in the corner of the end zone.
Yeah, 10 to 12 yards.
And even that security was a little bit worried about how that might affect things if a player is catching a corner pattern and if his momentum would carry us into the radio area. Mm-hmm. And they're worried about the player's safety, not ours, of course. Okay, all you do is talk. No, I'm just joking around here. But they got to protect the players. I mean, my gosh, you'd hate to lose a player with something like that. And you want to keep a wide area around the field, so they do. Anyway, natural surface, of course. We got some overcast skies, a beautiful day for practice, and the Texans in full pads today, so there will be plenty to go over. In fact, after practice today, you are catching up with Jake Hansen.
I am. I always love catching up with Jake. He's so fun to talk to. He's great on the mic. So I'm excited. He's at a pretty good camp to start.
And he's named after Jake Ryan in the movie 16 Candles. I mean,
we found that out.
You can't do better than that.
We found that out.
I mean, we've got great
Even though we have
trivia.
a Jake Ryan here.
We have a Jake Ryan? Oh, yeah, that is Jake Ryan.
Yeah, we have Jake Ryan here.
Oh, my gosh.
But I don't think he was named after Jake. Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
No.
But Zach Thomas was named after Zach Thomas.
Right.
And Dalton Schultz is named after Dalton in Roadhouse. Mm-hmm. So that's good trivial information about your Texans. And I'm catching up with Frank Ross. You may have heard of him, special teams coach, after practice. So I can't wait for that conversation because Frank is busy always, high energy always, and the special teamers are doing a lot of different stuff out here to make the team. When you're on the fringes of the roster, you better do well for Frank Ross because he will back you up. And when those tough decisions are made, you might be on the 53. You might be on the inside or at least on the practice squad with a chance to get elevated, whatever the case may be. Okay, Andy Kalou is going to join us. Coming up, 12-year NFL veteran, Texans legend, former Philadelphia Eagle, played with Washington, played for Rice. My gosh, his kid is here. And let's get Andy on the air to get his take on everything Texans and beyond next here on Texans Training Camp Live.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610. KILT. Feet away from your Texans.
Nice! Let it run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
Hola! We are here at the Houston Methodist Training Center. I just ran in to go to the restroom into the bubble building, and we're on the other end of the field. So I'm running back, and I see you talking to ND, no headset.
Yeah.
Aaron Ray, for sure we're back on the air by now, and I thought you were going to bring us back. And Ben's probably in the headset screaming, like, where's everybody? But Aaron, of course, has it covered because he's got a little speaker here. We're still in the break. Everything's fine.
I go with
and then he
Aaron
accuses
says.
me of, Aaron Rabel, our engineer, accuses me of underestimating him. And I guess I kind of did a little bit. Sorry, Aaron.
There will be no underestimation of what that man does.
No, he's awesome. Listen, you came
He
into
saved
my
our
life.
bacon the last few days. That's for damn sure.
Few days,
Yeah,
few
well,
years. He
in
came
particular.
into my life when I desperately needed him.
Well,
I mean, I could write songs about Aaron Rabel engineering and say, remember the 2021 season?
Don't even start with me.
And the 2020 season?
Don't go there.
Oh gosh,
don't go there. Make me happy and introduce our guest. Please.
Okay, well,
our friend,
I am so happy
our family member
to introduce a 12-year NFL veteran, played for the Texans, Washington, Philly, played for Rice. Upset the Longhorns in 1994. I brought it up in the introduction, and he's doing color commentary again. Preseason Texans football starting next week, a week from tomorrow at Minnesota, 3 o'clock start time. His third year in the booth. My goodness. ND Kalu, what's up, ND?
What's going on? How are y'all doing?
Doing great. Your third year in the booth. How does that feel?
You know, it makes me feel old because I've been retired for a while and retired from radio, and then you got me back into, calling the games during the preseason, which I appreciate. And, yeah, it's been 3 years. This is number 3. But it's fun. This is the most fun I've had since I retired.
Oh, really?
Oh, when we're in the booth and with John in the booth now, and Kevin and everybody's great, but to have somebody that I can nerd, become a geek when it comes to technique and talking football, it's been a joy.
So let me give you a peek behind the scenes, if you will. So we're playing New York last year, playing the Giants.
Yeah, I know where you're
and we got a drive going, and we're going into the south end, and all of a sudden, we watched the play. I can't remember what it was. And now, ND could still go play a series for sure.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I just feel this on my arm. I'm like, damn, ow.
Yeah, he just slaps you.
We go to it. He's like, did you see Burns? And Brian Burns threw this spin move on Blake Fisher, and it was unbelievable, but I didn't see it because I was watching this side, and so, but ND saw it. He's like, man, we got to see that. Can we get a replay? We're just both, once we saw it, we were both like, oh my God, that was incredible. We were completely like nerding out because of a spin move by Brian Burns and the Giants. And I mean, that was the fun part of it. But, doing the games last year with ND, it was so much fun because we kind of got our little system down, what we were going to talk, who's going to talk, how we did it. And it was such a fun time. And obviously Kevin Kugler does a great job. But it was great. It was like, man, we're talking about, guys that can make the roster. Remember we were talking about British Brooks.
Yes.
We talked about British Brooks last year, and we're like, maybe they're going to find a spot for him, at fullback.
He's put on weight, ND, like good weight,
I saw, like Derrick Henry Jr. over here. Like, he just rocked up.
You've seen guys like this in the locker room, the guy that's got the V in the back. It's like they've got like a 26-inch waist, and their shoulders are out to here. You've seen plenty of those guys. Andy, what are you most excited to see during training camp game?
I'm all about the competitions and the D-line competition after the first four. After the starting four, I think it's going to be tough to make the team. So I love to see how those guys are going to compete. And the tight ends. When you look at the tight ends, when you look at Dalton Schultz, when you look at Stover, when you look at the guys that are coming back, I just really want to see who's going to emerge, who's going to, like coaches always tell us, separate yourself during training camp. But those are the two position groups that I'm really excited to see which guy's going to separate himself.
And from a macro level, here we are. It's day 8 of camp. They started a week ago Wednesday. So how are the vets feeling right now? The vets, the guys who have been in the league for a long time, I'm going to be on this team, barring a disaster. How is that into the second week of camp before the first preseason game? How's your body feeling? What are you thinking?
Numb. You're just numb. The first couple of days, there's that anxiety. You're like, oh, man, no matter how hard you worked out during the off season, it's still going to be hard, but your body's going to be prepared for the toughness of 2-a-days in training camp. And you're sore. After the second day, you're just really sore. You wake up in the morning, and I remember this, even going into my 12th year, after like the second, third day of training camp, waking up in the morning saying, I can barely get out of bed. How am I going to make it through a 2-hour practice out there on the field? But your body just does it. When you get to like day 8, 9, 10, it's the Groundhog Day. You're just numb, and you just kind of not go through the motions, but you know what to expect. You suck it up. And the veterans, those are the guys who aren't trying to make the team. They're the ones who come out here like a Danielle Hunter and say, you know what, I want to work my inside step. And that's all to the detriment of a play, but he wants to work on that specific movement for him. But then you have a guy like his backup or even third string where he's like, man, I just have to show out. So I have to do everything right. So there's a different mentality with the younger guys and the established veterans.
Andy, did any of your teams ever go away for training camp? And what was that experience like, and what is accomplished when the team gets away from its normal setting, whether it's for a week, 2 weeks, whatever it might be? What do you kind of gain from getting away, if you will?
When I was in Philly, we went to Lehigh University for 6 weeks. And what it does, it eliminates all distraction. You don't like it. You come from, this nice house or apartment, and you go live in a dorm room in Lehigh freaking University, as the team would say, and they didn't say freaking university when we would go there. You're sleeping in a cot. In a dorm, and for whatever reason, that campus is so hilly. You're always walking up. It's like, hold on, I walked up to get here, and I feel like I'm walking up to get back to my destination. But it brings the team together, and it really makes you appreciate your facilities because the regular season, it makes you appreciate the regular season schedule. Now, I don't want to be back in my day when practices were really hard, but back in my day when 2-a-days were really hard, you would be miserable. Then you're going through that, what do they say, misery loves company, so you're going through it with a bunch of guys. By the time those 6 weeks were over, you loved that dude next to you. The guys that finally made the 53-man roster, and then some guys you get so close with, you dang near shed a tear for them. But to answer your question, I'm sorry it's very long-winded. I'm excited being out here. I really believe it eliminates the distractions and it brings you together and it makes you appreciate where you're gonna be, your digs during the regular season.
Yeah, you know this radio thing, man. You know this radio thing. We got a lot of innings to eat up, Andy. No, that was the perfect answer because I think it's not 6 weeks, but for a week you're going up to the Greenbrier. Now it's a little different than the dorms at Lehigh. Especially down at the casino, but we don't talk about that. But there is that camaraderie feeling. Yes. There is that feeling of, hey, we're in this together. Wives and significant others and kids are, I don't want to say they're an afterthought, but for that particular period, they're an afterthought. Yep. It is all ball. And, we kind of noticed that last year when we went to Ohio. And, we met the team in Pittsburgh when they got there, and it was like they had been together for 8-9 days and had a really good period of 8-9 days, and you could tell that camaraderie kind of carried over into the season. 6 weeks in a dorm, though.
I was going to say, so imagine
you can miss
6
me
weeks.
with that.
Imagine 6.
And true 2-a-days too.
Yeah, true 2-a-days. And for those listening, when we say true 2-a-days, in the morning around this time, you have what we call a live practice. And when you say live, that means everyone is eligible to be tackled, to be hit, except for the quarterback. And then after practice, you get like an hour nap, go through meetings, get another 30 minutes or so. Then you're back on the field for the exact same type of practice. So you do that for 6 weeks. I'll never forget. And in Philly with Coach Andy Reid, he was known for having very tough training. And practices were padded. They were padded, so the first 5 days, straight pads. And then we would take the pads off. But every blue moon, it's almost like he could feel it. And Coach Kubiak was the same way. When he knew that our bodies were like, man, we'll try, but we might not make it, he'll gather us all up like we're about to practice, and he'll say, all right, y'all go to the movies. And when you just imagine about 80 grown-ass men about to cry because some other man said you could go to the movies instead of practice. And that's part of what brought us together. I mean, then you see about, 60 guys in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania in the movies, and the people, the locals will be going crazy. But those are still some of my fondest memories.
How many guys passed out in the theater?
God, everybody.
Cool theater.
A lot of guys were just knocked out. But and a lot of guys, you're so excited, your adrenaline's going like, you don't have to practice, and we get to sit in here and watch a movie. Those were good times. It just makes you appreciate things more.
Lehigh University. So they changed their name from the Engineers to the Mountain Hawks. I guess because engineers were offended or something by the nickname. I don't know.
I wasn't offended. I'm an engineer, but I wasn't offended.
I don't know. The Engineers didn't like it.
It's a weird world we live in,
Mountain. Now Mountain Hawks are offended, so I'm not sure.
Maybe they offer more majors now. maybe back then they were just an engineering school.
But it's tradition, like the Penn Quakers. How many Quakers go to Penn, right?
I don't think many.
No, probably not. Actual Quakers? Are you kidding?
Good point.
No way. Andy Kalu joining us. So here's C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr. going into year 3. You tell me, as far as growing as a leader, because you come in here as a rookie individuals. We could throw Stingley in there as well. He's from the year before, obviously. He's going into year 4. But as far as Will and C.J. go, they were drafted back-to-back. They're rookies of the year. Last year they do what they do, win another playoff game. How does that evolve? What's that process like as they become the guys who really kind of take over the team gradually, but it's got to happen?
I couldn't speak on it because both of those guys you mentioned are such outliers. Year 3 for me is when I felt like the game slowed down. It was like, you know what? Oh, I can do this. Like, I'm comfortable. Okay. Will Anderson, from day one, when I saw him just during warm-ups, I'm like, man, this guy's like a vet. He has one speed, one motor, and he never relents. And I talked about sometimes during training camp where as much as you love football, you just kind of want to get through it, get through that practice. Every time I watch him at training camp, it looks like he has a smile on his face, and he's going, 100 miles an hour and appreciating it. So I would like to say that the game's going to slow down for him in year 3. If it does, I mean, we're talking about some monster numbers, and I don't ever want to predict that. But those two guys mentally, when it comes to their leadership, we've all talked to C.J. Stroud. I remember the first time I interviewed him during a production meeting, his rookie year. I was like, this isn't a rookie. Like, this guy, he must have hung around a bunch of uncles and older men because he was so wise beyond his years. So you just have two true veterans and guys who are only going into their 3rd year. That's only going to help the whole organization.
I know 2 former NFL defensive line, and I have a feeling that when I bring this up, there's going to be this kind of bad look I'm going to get, but I got to ask it because it's a big story out here.
What's that?
Your thoughts about resetting the offensive line. You have to talk about the Texans' offensive line and use good terms. You can't just, their offensive linemen, I hate everybody, kind of like I feel about kickers and punters. What about this offensive line, Andy? Seriously, what are your thoughts about resetting it all, trading away Laramie, waiving or releasing Shaq, trading Kenyon Green, kind of resetting it all in year 3 of the D'Amico Ryans era? What are your thoughts about what you want to see from this group that'll make you feel better about what this offense can do this year?
I want to see guys that will grind, blue collar, maybe not the most talented, where you had one guy in Laramie Tunsil that you could argue he's a top 10 tackle in the entire NFL. You might not have that at any one position with this offensive line. But what I'm hoping for, and from what I'm hearing, is that they really just take pride in grinding together. And they're going to be that tough, gritty group like the Denver Broncos of the late 90s, early 2000s, where you're not going to have any one of those guys be multiple-year All-Pro, but together as a unit, they were tough. And that's what I feel like. It's not like Nick Cassero talks to me about his decision-making. I feel like that was the thought process when they were releasing some guys and bringing in others, that it's like, you know what? None of these guys are going to the Pro Bowl, are going to the Hall of Fame. I hope somebody goes to the Pro Bowl or is going to the Hall of Fame. But together, they're going to be a unit that takes pride in protecting C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
Andy Kalu is here. He's year 3 as a head coach, and look, you were around Andy Reid for a long time. You were around Kubiak. What about the evolution as a head coach and growth as he's delegating more out here? It'll be interesting to see how he really evolves year after year. The first 2 years went really well for him, and we wanted even better. So what are you thinking about D'Amico?
You know, similar to what we said or what I said about C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, you know, just a guy that's ahead of his years, his actual years. And he's been like that from his rookie year. You know, I've told the story multiple times, just what type of leader he was as a player, even as a rookie. And I'm not surprised I'm seeing it as a coach. One thing that I really like and appreciate and respect about D'Amico, from his playing days to coaching days, he never gets too high, he never gets too low. And he doesn't overstress himself because he knows if there's a mistake, if something goes wrong, he's going to fix it. Even now, you know, when I was walking over here to talk to y'all, I really, when I played, you know, you go through a certain mentality when you get ready for practice. So he saw me, we showed each other love, and I kept like, all right, I'm going to let you go. I know you want to get in your mind. And he's like, no, like, how's the kids doing? Like, how? And he's real calm, cool, collective. He doesn't overthink things, and he doesn't get too high, too low. I mean, this is a guy that he's going to be coaching. He's going to be a successful coach for years to come, and I just hope that he's one of the few that has his best years, multiple years with one organization being the Houston Texans.
Amen.
You mentioned your kids. How are they doing? Fall season's coming up.
Yeah, Jonah's right here.
How excited is the Kalu family do this year?
We're excited for football. So got one over at Baylor, made it through his spring and competing for a lot of playing time. So nice. God willing, just stay healthy and keep grinding. And the one behind me just turned 17 today, so it's his
happy birthday!
So happy birthday to Jonah Kalu. He's going into Fort Bend Christian his senior year, and he was just named to the preseason all private school team. So, you know, instead of calming down, our workouts are getting a little more intense.
There you go.
And I can see him cursing me out when I work him out, but I just let him know we have to live up to the so-called hype.
Yeah.
Wow. So you're doing this, huh? You're the personal trainer.
Oh yeah, I was all years before I was paying somebody to do it. I'm like, why the hell am I paying somebody to teach you
to
what
tell
the
them to do push-ups and sit-ups?
Yeah.
Pops is going to make sure that youngins don't believe the hype.
Exactly. Oh yeah.
Pops has been there. He's been around. It's, you know, we see Derek Stingley Jr.'s father. That man's around for everything. He and his wife, Derek's parents, they're around for everything, and he teaches Derek. And you're right. It's better than go through a trainer, especially if you've been through the wars that you've been through on a football field for sure.
And, you know, it's a little selfish on my part. It's my last year. He's my last son. So it's it's probably more for me than it is for him.
All right, a couple of other things as the team makes its way out of the practice bubble here and onto the field in full pads for day 8 of Texans training camp. They'll do some warm-up. Ball warm-up. It's a different kind of warm-up. It's a lot of warm-up here. They got to warm up.
Yeah, they do a little agility drills, and they have the ball incorporated. You learned in D's hometown. I was in San Antonio. I was there calling a playoff game between Katy and Cibolo Steel. And the Cibolo Steel team came on the field. Every single kid, at that point it was like 140 of them, and they just threw the ball around the field to each other for like 15 minutes. So everybody got a chance to touch the ball. And I was like, that's pretty interesting. I would do that. And then I saw us doing this the last couple of years where everybody touches the ball no matter what. Because at some point, somebody might have to recover a fumble or catch a ball out of the air to keep it from the other side, or the defense making a play going the other way. So, get used to catching the football.
Okay, and the question for you, you used to host a talk show every day, a couple of hours. How much do you miss doing that? Tell me. I'm just curious, because that's a way of life. And even though it was 2 hours, which is, you know, it's not the 4-hour shift, but you have to prepare the same way for 2 hours as you were preparing for 4 hours. I'm sorry. It's the same kind of prep. You're on the air for even an hour. You got to prepare the same way. And it's getting there, it's preparing, it's doing the show, it's leaving, and running a business at the same time. But how much do you miss that? What is your life like since then?
That's the part I don't miss, juggling that and running the mortgage fund that we created. But I miss the interaction with the other football fans that call into the show. You know, I miss being able to step away from reality, not talking about politics, not talking about high crime, just talking about football. You know, having disagreements about things that are so trivial but at the same time fun. So I miss the interaction, but I don't miss watching a game And the Texans, I don't mind. I enjoy it.
Right.
But, watching like the Hall of Fame game yesterday, I actually forgot about it. But if I was still on air, I would have watched it. I would have talked about the top rookies that played in that game. It would have felt more like a job. I don't miss that, but I do miss the interaction with the Houston fans.
How's business?
It's good. It's good. I don't want to sit here and boast, but look, you'll know business is bad when you hear me back on radio every day.
Every day. You know what? That radio thing wasn't so bad. All right, but give me this, non-sports. Houston economy, how are we doing overall? Houston economy in general, what do you think?
I will say I can't speak on the economy overall, but as far as the housing market, I'm not seeing the dip we were afraid of with the tariffs and the cost of material with buildings. We really thought it was going to affect the investor side on the real estate side, and the numbers have stayed pretty, they stay the same.
That's
which
good
is a good,
to know.
which is a great thing.
Welcome to Squawk Box 610. All right.
Where's Nick Casario?
When we first heard about the tariffs, I was like, hey, this radio thing is I might have to get back in it just to carry myself through the next few years.
Oh, that's funny. Okay. Andy, thanks so much for being with us, and we look forward to a week from tomorrow in Minnesota in the broadcast booth. You, Johnny Kugler, Shelby Coppage on the sideline, ABC 13. Let's rock.
Let's do it. I'm looking forward to it, brothers.
Outstanding. Andy Kalu joining us field side here. It is Field 1. Team done with their ball warm-up. Now they're in a special teams drill. Frank Ross is going to join us after the show, so we'll hear, I guess, for Monday morning when we're back on the air 8 to 10 from the Greenbrier. Coming up, among other things, Graham Mertz, rookie quarterback. You've heard about him. He's having a good camp. Johnny catches up with him, and we'll get to the rest of it here on Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
When you partner with CDW, you get more from your devices with solutions purpose-built for your toughest tasks. CDW experts are creating seamless workplaces using HP's suite of PCs, printers, and peripherals, so remote teams can work flexibly and designers can display their brilliance, all while keeping your customer data safe. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/HP.
How can we help the body heal itself? At Houston Methodist, we're transplanting a partial liver from a living donor, regenerating 2 healthy livers, and saving a life sooner.
We're also developing a regenerative mesh to heal the most complex bone fractures and ensure lasting strength.
That's the difference.
We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Tank Dell walked by a few moments ago with a fruit snack, I think. It was actual fruit, okay? And I thought of that because I see kids eating potato chips over here, but Tank's not eating potato chips. He's eating healthy food.
No, he's eating healthy.
As he's on the mend trying to get back, and we don't know. They haven't said anything. Boy, D'Amico's really good. You know what D'Amico's mastered, Johnny? Being up at the podium and answering questions without saying a thing.
Yeah.
But with a smile, and he gives you a sound bite. Oh, nothing.
Hey, coaches do that. They master that.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, speaking of food, you know what's one of the favorite things? I saw there's an article by The Athletic last year about this. Uncrustables. You know what Uncrustables are, right?
Yeah.
Well, they are all over the place in NFL rooms. So the Eagles took Jordan Mailata and Cam Jurgens, the center, and they had an eat-off of Uncrustables with a competitive eater, and Jason Kelsey was kind of moderating the whole thing.
And they did this in camp?
They did this. Yeah, I don't know when they did it. It was hilarious. The competitive eater is just throwing them down. And
is he dipping them in water?
I don't think so.
Because that's what they do with the hot dogs.
The video was edited, obviously, so I don't know.
All
but
right.
he's throwing them down. Mailata took like 3 of them, and then it started to have a reversal of fortune.
Mm-hmm.
And Jurgens ate maybe like 2, maybe 3.
Yeah.
And this guy's they got stacks of them, stacks of the Uncrustables.
Yeah.
I'm a big Uncrustable fan. I could probably eat 4 of them a day. I could probably eat peanut butter and jelly every single day and be happy, which at my age is probably not the right thing to do. But, yeah, Uncrustables, but I guarantee you Tank wasn't eating Uncrustable on the way over here.
Competitive eating is the stupidest thing. How's that for taking a stand on something? Vandermeer takes a stand against competitive eating.
What is that? Is that really a sport? Don't
no,
tell
it's
Sean that.
Well, he thinks it's not a sport.
Sean's ranked 10th as a clutch eater. He's 10th all time.
What?
Clutch eating. Yeah. You don't know this?
I was
2007 at Minute Maid Park.
I was today years old when I learned that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sean was one of the 9 competitors against Joey Chestnut eating kolaches,
and
sausage and egg.
Really?
Sausage and cheese. And
are you
Sean,
dipping those in water?
Well, Chestnut was. Sean wasn't. Sean ate 7. Chestnut ate 56.
Yeah, because he dips them in water and just slides them down.
The best part of it was a little bit later, they all went out to eat. They hit a local pub.
They all went out to eat after that?
Well, not eat, but they went out to a local pub. They were throwing down beers. On the way home, they got hungry. Joey Chestnut, Patrick Bertoletti, another guy. There was like 3 of them.
Oh, he definitely
we got one-on-ones, bro.
He purges.
I got to go.
All right, go. And you know what we're going to do right now? We're going to hear from a quarterback. There are 4 of them here. Obviously, you know about CJ and Davis Mills. Keaton Slovis joined the team during last year. And this offseason, Graham Mertz was drafted out of the University of Florida. And Mertz has shown up in camp to do some good things. Oh, Johnny's back, so we're not going to go to Mertz. Johnny,
the scoreboard duped me.
What did it say?
It flashed up one-on-ones.
And then it said ROA Indy.
Yeah, now it's Routes on Air Indy.
Yeah. Well, I like Routes on Air.
I'm not happy. I got to talk to my guys over there. I'm like, look, man,
the scoreboard's
got to be accurate.
I love the video of Travis Hunter making a one-handed grab on air, and then it turns into this viral sensation. How he's going to be the greatest cornerback that ever lived.
Anything that he does, Mark, this year is going to be. He might catch one pass for 20 yards against us.
It's going to be a sensational
and it'll just go
thing.
crazy because he makes a catch on the sideline, whatever.
Right. Any preseason highlight. Now, do you play Travis Hunter in the preseason?
You play him a little bit. Maybe a
you
series.
have to, don't you?
Yeah. Maybe a series. Maybe one game you play him a series offense. That's it. Maybe the next you play him a series defense, and then maybe one game you play them both for a series or so.
Mm-hmm.
But you better find out whether he can do that or not, because you got a lot invested in him as a two-way player. But they're convinced he can do it. They're convinced, and like, okay, cool. Like I said before, as a football fan, I think it's really cool and unique, and it's kind of awesome.
All right, let me run some things by you here, because we're over a week into this thing. Started a week ago Wednesday. It's day 8 of camp. We've had 2 days off, 8 practices. This is the 8th one in progress right now. Still doing some individual work, no team yet. On the PUP to start camp, Tank Dell, we talked about him, don't know. Jimmy Ward, don't know. Damian Pierce, don't know. And guys that you really need to see back, I'm going to put Pierce on this list because with Joe Mixon on the NFI still, we need one preferably Mixon coming back. But if Mixon cannot make it back for the starting line, I got to have Pierce on opening day. I just do. I know Chubb, but Pierce healthy, I think with this Nick Caley offense, we'll be able to do something. He even did some things last year that were impressive. So I want to see Pierce out here. Obviously, we want to see everybody out here. Trent Brown, thoughts of when we might see him? There's no way of telling.
It's a great point. And I'm glad you brought him up, because after you said it, I was like, wait, I haven't seen Trent. Even just out here, I haven't seen Trent the last few days. So who knows? Maybe he's getting ramped up, but I haven't seen Trent out here. You know, the one that's not on PUP that we haven't seen is Christian Harris.
Right.
And that's a guy it's almost like the script is being written again. Hey, you guys go away, then play a preseason game, come home for a practice, and then we're going to see him. Oh, I hope. But I don't know. I have no idea. Let's say you don't have Dameon Pierce back.
Yeah.
And Joe's not ready to go week 1. You're going in there with Nick Chubb coming off a foot injury. Looks good and physical, and like we would expect and hope that Nick Chubb would look. But then you have two guys that have never played and never been active for an NFL game.
Let's go there.
Jawar Jordan and Woody Marks.
Let's go there. Now, this is interesting. If neither Pierce nor Mixon are available opening day, first couple of weeks, let's just say, hypothetically.
Yeah.
I don't want to see it happen, but let's say it happens.
Yeah.
The next 3 weeks are going to tell us an awful lot. They're not going to know what really is there with Chubb until they see him against live competition.
That's right.
Now, I don't see Chubb getting more than a couple of carries in any of these preseason games, but that might be all you need to see.
That's right. That's right.
Right? But after that, you still see Dare, and we talked about this before camp started, before we saw who was on PUP, because for all we knew, Mixon and Pierce were going to be out here. We interviewed Pierce during minicamp, and he didn't participate in minicamp, but they gave him to us to interview, which said to me that they expect him to be okay, but that might be reading way too much into it. Who knows?
Right.
So, Dare's going to play. Dare's going to play. Now, if Jawar Jordan just shows out during the preseason games, right? They know they can rely on Dare for they get X, they get this out of Dare Ogunbowale, and they feel very good about it.
Right.
But you might have a higher ceiling with Jawar, you might not, but you might. And then who else? J.J. Taylor, reliable, but this is really interesting. If those two guys can't go, there are a lot of variables here. I can't tell you how it's going to play out. And that's what these next 3 games and the joint practices with Carolina and the Lions are going to tell us.
That's exactly right. And I think look, we don't know what the book of Joe Mixon says.
Right.
We just don't know. So, now it's one-on-ones.
Now it's one-on-one.
Now it's one-on-ones.
Well,
I think it's legit because I saw the receivers come over. All right, I'm
Let's see it, Johnny. All right, I was talking about Mertz. I was setting this up. He was drafted out of the University of Florida. Mertz is having a nice camp, and John Harris had a chance to visit with the QB.
All right, training camp 2025. First chance to talk to my guest, Graham Mertz. Graham, welcome to Houston, man. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing great, man. This weather is it's beautiful. Great people down here, so it's a blessing to be here.
Okay, you're from Kansas City. Overland Park, to be exact, is that right?
Oh, yeah.
My best friend is from Overland Park, went to Bishop Miege.
That was where I started. I went there my freshman year, and then I transferred to Blue Valley North.
Okay, all right.
I know all about Miege.
Okay, so Kansas City gets a little bit hotter in the summer than people want to admit, so this is still a different level, but how you handling the heat thus far?
Oh, it's great. I mean, for me, just being able to stay here over the summer and finish my my rehab up down here, get cleared. I kind of got a preview for it in our workouts every day, so we're prepared for it. It feels. When I started at Wisconsin, then went to Florida. I like the heat a little bit more than the cold.
Well, we'll get to a little bit of that, but I want to go back to draft night. Actually, day 3 of draft.
Oh, yeah.
I think everybody's a little bit surprised in Houston that they selected a quarterback. When they selected you, I was like, wait a second, he hasn't played in a while. Were you a little bit surprised that the Texans drafted you, or was that a team you kind of honed in on that they could be interested in you on draft night?
That was the team I was hoping.
Yeah, good.
I mean, I took some visits, some 30 visits during the pre-draft period, and I came down here and just hearing the way that everybody talked in this facility, I mean, it was something that I wanted to be a part of. And just the way everybody thinks from the top down, it's truly a unique culture. It's something that as a player you want that, and so I was hoping it was Houston.
Yeah. Putting the pads back on. I know you got hurt, about October last year, and you're out the rest of this season. Don't get a chance to do All-Star games. you go through the draft prep, you really can't work out for anybody. What was it like putting the pads back on? Was there any kind of trepidation? Was it excitement? No. What was it like?
No, I mean, I think that it was funny. The night before the first day of camp, I mean, you get cleared, and then it's like, all right, you're rolling into team now.
Yeah.
So for me, the night before, I was kind of sitting there thinking, like talking to my dad a little bit, and like, I wonder how I'm going to feel when I wake up in the morning. Like, is it going to be an anxious or a nervous? And the morning I woke up of day one of camp, it was just so much gratitude for being able to get to where I'm at, be cleared, and go play the game I love. So not really like any anxious nerves or anything. It was just more excitement just to get out here. And it's been a long time since I've played, so the pads I went back on and just go play. I mean, it's a game, so having fun with it now.
When we watch rookies, and we've seen every rookie that's come through here, Mark and I, we've talked about this all the time. We just want to see them get better from day to day.
Oh, yeah.
Because some step in and they're starters right away, some have to work their way up. But every single day it feels like, A, you sling it, B, it feels like you're getting more comfortable every day. How are you seeing the first start of training camp here?
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. Like every day, our job, especially during training camp, and every day of your life, regardless of what you do. You wake up every day to get a little bit better every single day. So for me, I mean, I'm trying to really focus in on just the details. I mean, that's the thing that wins games in this league. I mean, shoot, I'm playing a game, and I'm playing a game in, 8 days? Yeah. So I'm mentally and physically need to get ready to go play a game and compete. So for me, it's just trying to focus on the details, get a little bit better every day, whether that's my reads, my footwork, ball location, accuracy, all that stuff. So you're exactly right. I mean, that's the chase of why you play this sport.
Quarterback room. It's a room that's been together for a little bit, but you break in there as a rookie. What's that quarterback room like?
Oh, my gosh,
hazing.
Man.
I shouldn't use the word hazing, but have you had to come up with the snacks for the room? What do you have to do as a rookie? What's that quarterback room like?
No, I've definitely loaded up on the snacks. I kind of did the initial, all right, guys, what do we want?
Yeah.
And then Davis was a Micah Knight guy. CJ likes seeds, garlic Parmesan seeds. That's his thing. So I got those, and then I was like, you know what? If I were hungry, what would I want to get? Yeah. So I was just rolling through Target, loading that thing up. But no, we got a nice little snack corner.
Yeah.
And I think just, obviously I'm new to the room, but they all had been there. Keaton had been there for a year or two last year. So I think for me, just getting in there, learning kind of how they process and really we're all in there to kind of support each other and tell each other what we see on certain routes. We're all learning a new offense.
Yep.
Obviously there's some carryover stuff from last year, but I mean, we're all in that learning period and kind of bouncing ideas off what you see here. So I love the room, man. I mean, I think our coaches are elite. The way that they explain everything, show us the clips, talk through all the little minute details, that's what helps our room a ton. So it's been a blessing.
It's been a blessing to watch. 18, write it down, people. 18, rookie quarterback Graham Mertz. You're going to see him against Minnesota if you haven't been out of practice. It's been fun to watch you. It's been fun to watch you grow, my man. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, Graham Mertz with John Harris. Brooke Kirchhoffer joins us field side. We're getting a show here, Brooke. One-on-ones, receivers, DBs. Nice.
Yeah, I like what I see so far. We've seen Nico Collins and Derek Stingley go head-to-head twice. It's 1-1 right now. We see Petrie. Oh, and Petrie just got beat. But Petrie had the interception before, if you want to count it.
Yeah,
so.
Well, I do count it, but you're seeing things. These are one-on-ones. It's terribly.
And it's short field, right? It's not like they're at the 50-yard line. They're at the 10-yard line.
It's goal to go from the 5, and they're just throwing it to the end zone, obviously. One move, and you're trying to get through it. And you made an observation about Derek's dad.
Yeah, I don't think people realize that he is actually an extension of the coaching staff. That is how I refer to him, so we don't get confused. We've got Stingley Jr. and Big Sting, his father, who I had a chance to speak with last week out at practice. And one of the things that they do that I think is so interesting is his dad, if you watch practice, he films every single one-on-one, 7-on-7, or team drill, and they go back and train during the week, and he comes up with a way to say, how do I fix this, what he calls a flaw. And that goes back to when he was 6 years old, starting to train him. Then he said, training my son is like breathing for me. They're a football family. And Mark, you saw too, their Cover 1 offseason training program was essentially Texans OTAs 2.0 because they were able to get Kamari Lassiter there, Jalen Petrie, Kalen Bullock, Azeez Al-Shire, Christian Harris, and Stingley Jr., of course, was there out in Puerto Rico training. And I think that just sets up what we have seen here now in training camp, the fruits of that labor, the chemistry is built with this defense. We've seen them really progress here now. What is it, day 8 out of practice?
Yep. I feel like that Stingley touchdown surrender to Nico Collins was more like Stingley sort of saying, okay, go ahead, big guy, you take this. Because in a real game situation, it might be a little bit different. Plus, the throws can be perfect. There's no pressure, so the quarterback could just zone in on one guy.
Yeah, and I was trying to figure out, too, from his dad, what are maybe one or two things you guys went into the offseason that Stingley Jr. wanted to focus on? And he said, well, we're actually still working on it, so I'm not going to tip his hand at all, he said. But they went back and looked at the film on maybe some things that compromised him. We're still working on it. I'm not going to explain it, but the fact that the detail, not just in practice, but what you're getting at home, I mean, it's why he's one of the best rated cornerbacks in the NFL. And funny enough, his dad was telling me the guy that he looks to, can you guess what cornerback he tries to emulate his game after?
I think I heard this. Is it an old-timer?
It is.
Like Champ Bailey?
There it is.
Like
Champ Bailey, yes. That's who he looks to.
I mean, I could have gone way older than that, but I went Champ Bailey, who's not that old to me, but he's old enough. So there.
Yes, old enough. But what he does in the offseason with this Cover One offseason training program that I thought was interesting. So it's sponsored. So all he says is I'm taking 16 defensive backs. The guys from the year before get first dibs. But dinner is paid for. You just need to book a flight and get there. And they like to go somewhere exotic to try to make it a vacation before, but to work on fundamentals. And I said, how come I only really see you guys on the sand or the beach once out of the entire, because that's the trendy thing is to train on the sand and things like that. And he said, well, what do they play on?
Yeah.
And I said, good point. And he said, I don't try to make it complicated. He said, we finish on the beach, and that'll be the one sand drill we do because I don't want to mess with the fundamentals. But he did say he's looking into training in the water next year. So one of the days be at least up to their knees in the water and figure out some sort of training to hone in on different fundamentals. He said, I haven't quite figured it out yet what specifically we would work on, but I think that's interesting, too, to actually be in the beach
so
training.
That resistance with the water.
Right?
Wow. Well, be careful on the beach itself. Google Robert Edwards and get back to me with your thoughts. So, anyway, that's Big Sting you're talking about.
Yes.
Derek's father. Interesting. All right. Great stuff, Brooke. And practice still going, of course. We haven't gotten to any team stuff, but Johnny just got back from watching offense, defensive linemen, one-on-ones. His thoughts on some of the things he saw. Juicy stuff on the way out here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
We believe in champions at Texas Children's Orthopedics.
Texans training camp live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
Back to the field here. Houston Methodist Training Center. Special teams in progress, but John Harris is back from observing offensive linemen, defensive linemen, one-on-ones. Johnny, how was it?
Between the O-line, D-line. Now, I got over there a few reps in.
Okay.
I did not see 51, 55 do anything.
Okay.
So they're probably purposeful.
That's fine.
Probably.
Yeah.
I have seen the offensive line get murdered in that drill before.
Okay.
Murdered. Today was not one of those days.
Ooh. Okay.
I thought the offensive linemen held up extremely well. And it wasn't perfect.
Right.
But I felt like they held up really, really well.
And this is good because, as you said, no Will, no Daniil. Barnett's on PUP. So we don't have the top 3 pass rushers.
That's right.
Taylor, is he out there?
Taylor was out there.
Okay.
And Taylor went against Austin Deculus a couple of times. And, the first rep was kind of janky because Taylor jumped off, then they reset it, and then both of them kind of moved and they let it go, so neither one of them was kind of ready. But the second one, Taylor tried to kind of step through, chop. Austin stayed right with him and then rode him past the quarterback. I've said this about Austin Deculus. I think he has improved from the time he got here. I think he improved from the time he left last year till when he got back. I feel like he's really improved. I thought the interior guys did a nice job. Titus at guard winning his Sheldon Rankins. And Rank tried to go through him. Titus locked him up. Rank then worked back the other way. Titus slid right over and stayed in front of him. It's one of the best reps I've seen Titus have. So that was the only rep I got to see Titus. But, man, it was just the way that he had his power and his agility. I've been saying this about Titus as a guard. He's tailor-made for that right now.
Okay.
And especially the power and strength of his to hold up against Sheldon's initial power and burst, but then the agility to slide over and stay in front, man. It was you don't want defensive linemen getting on the edge of your body, basically. That's what defensive linemen want to do. They want to get on the edge, and then they can work that outside arm and go by you. Titus kept him square, stayed square. It was a great rep. Now, defensive line of course, the offensive line was going to get got at some point. Mario Edwards went against Lakin Tomlinson. Lakin, a guy that's been around a little bit, but a guard a lot of times, depending on who they're facing, they want a quick set. So they want to get that initial punch. So the rusher's thinking, okay, I got 3 steps before that guy's going to connect with me. But if you quick set him on the first step, like bang, it slows him down, and then you can get set.
Yeah.
So Lakin did that, but Mario just threw hands, hit that inside arm, boom, ripped underneath, got right to the quarterback. Mario looked in mid-season form. He looked really, really good. But overall, Ursery. How did I get? I saw one of Ursery. He went up against Dylan Horton, and Dylan tried to power him. You're not going to power him. You're just not.
Okay.
Now, Ursery, let him get into his person a little bit, into his body, but you're just not going to body Ursery. You're just not.
Okay.
And if he gets to a point where he can get his arms outstretched a little bit, he's basically bench pressing you. He can bench press almost 500 pounds. So you got to get out. You got to get on his edge. Dylan didn't. Dylan kind of ran right into him, and Ursery took care of business. The interior guys, Jarrett Patterson holding up against power, which is really, really good to see. Blake Fisher had a great rep out on the edge against Casey Two-Hill. When Two-Hill went inside, he ended up throwing an inside rip move and went right by guard.
Okay.
Right by him. I'm like, wait a second. That looked kind of good. He's a defensive end rushing inside. That looked kind of good. Third down pass rush.
Sure.
Throw him in there.
The more you can do.
You're one-on-one. Why not let it happen?
Mm-hmm.
I think overall the offensive line was much, much improved than I can remember one-on-ones. Still work in progress. And, yes, Will and Daniil didn't maybe a rep. I missed the first 3 or 4 reps. But just what I saw, I felt like I was saying to myself as I was writing this down, this offensive line looks better than I can remember this true ever happening.
Awesome. Very good stuff, Johnny. We'll have more at 6. And In the Loop is coming up. Who's your guest today in the Loop?
We got Caley and Hannah McNair.
Oh, right.
And we have Nick Caley.
Okay, the McNair is on In
That's
the Loop.
all.
And Nick Caley. Jeez, you guys are living large. All right, looking forward to that. Thank you, Ben, for producing. Thank you, Aaron, for engineering. Thank you all for listening. We're back at 6 In the Loop next. Have a great day. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Here's another Whataburger DM. Miranda said,
Let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Clogging the toilet like at somebody else's house and you can't find them.
Dumb and Dumber? Awkward at all. When you Dumb and Dumber it? Not awkward at all.
Yes, it is too.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Right here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula here alongside the OG John Lopez. Figgy Fig back in the studio. You know what time it is. Houston Methodist Training Center, Houston Texans Training Camp 2025. I feel like you should get used to this, man. It's August. We are in the month where football really gets going. Make sure you pay your rent and your mortgage. How you feel?
Oh, that's right. August 1st.
How you living?
I am living great. A little overcast, a little breeze, not as hot as usual. So, hey, here we go. And it's pretty lively practice here already.
Lively practice. It'll be a lively day here on In the Loop. A little programming note. Second segment, we will talk to the team owners of your Houston Texans, Cal and Hannah McNair. So get ready for that. And I don't think that they can be outdone. The person that I imagine a lot of people want to hear from is the offensive coordinator of Houston Texans, Nick Caley. So we'll talk to him as well.
Is that all? Is that all we got? Just the owners and the offensive coordinator?
Deadline day was yesterday, so we got to talk about that as well. A lot of things to get to, but of course we've started days out here on the practice field with a little bit of passing thoughts. So I think we should do that.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
I will tell you a story. All right, Reggie, first passing thought. I never like to bury the lead. Let's go with the big sweeping takeaway here. I'm this close. I'm this close. This close. And in 2 of the last 3 plays, it's reinforced my thinking of being this close, of calling this an elite defense that might end up being one of the top 1, 2, 3 in the league. They are just amazing. Like the way they get the ball, the way they wreck the offensive line of scrimmage. It's not just, the offense is behind and all this other stuff that we've talked about and speculated on, because even in 7-on-7s, which is going on right in front of us right now, it's just let's see what happens, when we get into these preseason games, and obviously early on, this defense could be really, really, really special.
I mean, it should be really somebody who puts undue pressure on this defense, but I don't know that I'm putting anything more than they have put upon themselves.
Yeah.
And I mean, this should be. Mm-hmm. You look at all the pieces that they have. We talk about it. I mean, there's a lot of places where if we look to find a weakness, maybe we find one, but you compare that weakness to other defensive weaknesses on other teams, and it doesn't compare. Like, this should be a very good defense, and especially on 7-on-7. Like, this is where I will do the thing where I try and pour a little bit cold water on what you're doing here. 7-on-7, this defense is built for this. Because if I'm not having to worry about what you're doing in the run game and I can just cover, this is a coverage team and this is a takeaway defense. So, of course, I would expect such things.
But even in the 11-on-11s in full pads, I was reminded of something that I forget which coach. Some coach told me when Von Miller was at A&M.
Some coach.
I forget who it was. It might have been Sherman, was telling me, we can't even – he ruins practice. Like Von Miller just ruins practice.
How many of those guys do the Texans have right now?
That can ruin practice?
Yeah.
6, 7? That's what it reminds me of. So, yeah, I think they could be really, really special. I'm really looking forward to seeing them in games. All right, another couple passing thoughts here. Mr. Mollett in a white jersey today. How about that?
Clap it up.
Arthur Mollett in the white jersey.
So 22 in white now, no longer in red.
No longer in red.
I'm going to try and keep an eye on him, especially once we get to full team, because, again, physicality that is necessary for that spot that he's going. I imagine that he is sitting behind Jalen Petrie. That's going to be very important. In fact, I got my eyes on 22 in white right this morning.
Yeah, he's running in the slot. And this is something, we have casually mentioned here and there. Jacob Johnson.
Yes, sir.
So I was watching. I said, I'm going to watch the tight ends some more. And I watched him in the individual, in the run on air, all that stuff. Jakob Johnson was running with the tight ends in all the individual drills, not the fullbacks who were on the other side of the field or up the field.
Were there fullbacks separate?
The fullbacks were no. It was he and 4 tight ends, 4 or 5, whatever it was. He was with the tight ends today. So, maybe getting some reps at that position.
Oh, with the running backs, you mean?
Yeah,
I was about to say, it was like
the fullbacks were with the running backs, and Jakob Johnson was with the tight ends.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's we've maybe beaten this one down a little bit. They're going to utilize him, it seems like, as a tight end, but a guy who I imagine has the opportunity to do fullback-like things.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited to see how they continue to utilize him. But yeah, no, I like the way that what I've seen from him. He moves pretty fluid. I have not seen enough of him with the hands to be able to make any level of judgment.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, I think that at the very least, that's going to make opposing defenses have to consider yet another thing if you come out in a personnel that in theory is 2 running backs and all of a sudden that dude is lined up wide.
And just an update, they are now going full bore, 11 on 11.
Let's go.
Looks like red zone. We'll keep you up to date on that. Next passing thought, about 15, 20 minutes ago, they were going 7-on-7 passing drills on this side of the field, and then you were on the other side of the field.
Was that 7-on-7 over here? I thought it was 1-on-1s.
Well, they were mission, but 1-on-1s. 7-on-7 they just did, just trying to go, 1-on-1 versus the secondary, but they were using all 7 positions. They were just rotating, is what I should have said. Nico Collins versus Derek Stingley. They each won a magnificent rep against each other. It was like Nico Collins, you can say what you will about it. They can ruin practice and all that, but he still got it. But the best, I guess, battle by far was Jalen Petrie and Christian Kirk. And I actually came away from it very encouraged with Jalen Petrie. Christian Kirk, got him twice on some really, well fought out balls, that Petrie had a shot at, but Kirk made the catch. But Petrie also had an interception and broke up another pass. So Jalen Petrie, those pass covering skills were put to the test with Christian Kirk.
It's good. I mean, look, I think that's something that people have concerns about with Petrie, or maybe concern isn't the right word, but have that coverage be there, and that is where the iron sharpens iron of this all comes in. It's good to know that he had some good reps defensively.
Yeah, and Jalen Noel was another that stood out. I'm interested to see what you saw on the other side of the field.
Yeah, on the other side of the field, you had some running backs, you had some fullbacks, which made it really fun against maybe linebackers and safeties. Number 22 in your program in blue, who is that?
That
Jawar
would be
Jordan.
Jawar Jordan, yeah.
Jawar Jordan and E.J. Speed had a little bit of a – they seemed to match up against each other, and – hey, there was one of those reps where Jawar Jordan gave E.J. Speed. He left him in his dust. He just absolutely left him. Easy pass in the corner. There was another one that I had down as I was taking note. I look up and I see that the play was broken up. I didn't see exactly what had happened, but I imagine that is a detriment, or rather a testament, to E.J. Speed in that case. So that might have been one that went back and forth. Another one is I will continue to wax poetic about Woody Marks in his pass-catching era. We knew that he was capable of doing that. It showed out. There was one of these plays, and, of course, it isn't completed, so I want to put that out there. But he lays out like a wide receiver going to get the football. And I know that could maybe be viewed as a small thing. When a running back has
that skill,
that kind of skill, that is going to bode well for your usage. I mentioned tight ends. It felt like Cade Stover got the Kalen Bullock matchup a few times, and man, Kalen is very, very good. This is no knock on Cade. He got out there and he was running a route. He had a good amount of wiggle. Pivot. Kalen is with them like white on rice, and then ultimately breaks up the ball, but not in a way where he gets out of position. Right hand kind of around Cade in case that ball gets through to still be able to make the tackle. Perfect breakup. That was fantastic. That was a large amount of what was happening over there was those things, and I think that one of the things that I complained about with Dalton Schultz popped up again. He ends up with like a little bit of a hitch route. Ultimately, he can't get that ball in with the guy on his back, and I'm like, I need you to be able to protect that on a simple route like that. You get to your spot, you present yourself to your quarterback. You're between that ball and the defender. Keep yourself between that ball and the defender. Now, of course, the defenders on this Texas team are good.
Right.
But I need.
That's a good. Another couple here for you before we are joined by Cal and Hannah McNair in just a matter of moments. And that is, look, it's worst case scenario. You don't want to see it happen. Knock on wood. Get all your good luck charms out, et cetera, et cetera. But I had a thought as I was watching Davis Mills, who we haven't talked about a lot, but has had a very good camp.
Yes.
Davis Mills has had a very good camp. And my thought was this, the defense being this good, and again, heaven forbid anything happens to C.J. Stroud, I don't think the drop-off is – there's going to be a drop-off, but I don't think the drop-off and the opportunity to win is going to be that drastically affected with if Davis Mills has to go out there. If he just does what this offense wants to do, run the ball, be safe, nothing too crazy, and the defense gets you short fields, I think, the backup plan here is significant.
No, I think he can throw the football pretty damn well. He's been the one who's made – the more kind of flashy passes out here at training camp. The only question that I have, we've talked a lot about CJ internalizing all of the responsibilities of quarterback in the system. I have no idea what that is for Dalton Schultz.
Right.
Or not Dalton Schultz, goodness gracious, Davis Mills.
But he has some experience with this type of offense.
He does.
Yeah.
And so I'd be very interested to see how much he's able to do that portion of it. But when it comes to the things that, that we can actively see in this moment, yeah, he's absolutely capable of stepping in and I think doing everything that you need to admirably.
Little side note, as I'm standing on the other side and some coaches are coming out on the field, I heard some Astros talk from a couple of coaches. I was like, yeah, it's resonating. We're going to get to that here. So, but I'm like, oh boy, that's how you know you got a big deal. They're out walking on the practice. Hey man, see, they got Correa, or whatever.
Man, the city is buzzing. I've seen it a number of times here on the text line, and of course you can always text to get in on the program 713-572-4610. Number of folks like, hey, what a great time to be a Houston sports fan. And we've said it a number of times this year, but it only keeps getting better and better. Like just yesterday, in addition to keeping up with the trade deadline, I'm watching Jabari Smith Jr. on the Young Man in the Three podcast talking about, the places that they are. I'm watching ESPN's NBA coverage talk about the Rockets being the second highest, or ranked number 2 in the power rankings for them for the offseason this point, or headed into the season. That's before we talk about the ways in which the Astros have, equipped themselves to go and make a run. Now, what a great time to be a Houston sports fan.
One more for you here, and I say for you, it might be specifically for Ron, the show, Hughley. I really believe that the right tackle position is now Ariante Ursari's to lose. He's getting the vast majority of reps. We see Davis Mills and the presumed second group right now. Blake Fisher is with them at right tackle. I really believe Ursary is doing, and obviously long way to go, haven't even played a preseason game yet, but I think he's doing all the things to sort of wrest that position in his grasp.
Yeah, I have nothing to counteract that. It does feel like all of the signs that would point to somebody holding that position point to big number 79, Ariante Ursary, who I hope that we get a chance to talk to or hear from here soon in the Assemble Media, because he's starting to get that vibe, he's starting to get that love, and I think Figgy, I would grant you a point on that one. Does that feel like that's right?
Yeah, I think so.
Before we go here, because we got to take a break, get ourselves ready to talk to the owners of this Texas team, Cal and Hannah McNair, here in a second. I got one more passing thought that I held off for you out there on one-on-ones on that end zone, the north end zone of things. You want to know who this Texans team could go to as quarterback if if maybe Davis Mills or C.J. Stroud,
the old emergency.
Here's an emergency quarterback that's out there. How about Nick Caserio? Caserio was throwing some footballs over there in one-on-one drills.
I thought he was a receiver. Was he a receiver or quarterback?
I thought he was a receiver. But, hey, when you're a receiver, you got to
do it all. I could really get into a lot of hypotheticals, a lot of speculation.
Hey, we're hypotheticing.
Now, don't get me to rating his throwing, because there were some of those passes that were sailed on him.
Yeah.
However, it was fun to see Nick throwing the football to the fellas.
How about that?
Everything to help develop guys out here at training camp. Day 8, correct?
Yes.
Man, a lot of these in, man. We're starting to see a football team come together as some pretty solid run reps happening out here at the fields at the Houston Methodist Training Center for Houston, Texas Training Camp 2025. All right, team period number 1 still going on out here. We're keeping an eye on all of it as we continue going. But coming up next, we should be sitting down with the owners of your Houston Texans, a very beloved group of folks around these parts. It's Cal and Hannah McNair. We will talk to them next.
What excites Coach D'Amico the most about Nick Caley's new look offense? Sports Radio 610. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Still obviously out here at practice on this Friday. Happy Friday to you. Hope it's going very well. We should be joined in a matter of minutes by the owners of the Houston Texans, Cal and Hannah McNair. Always good to get a chance to chat with them, particularly as, we currently are at the precipice of what should be a really, really fun season.
Yeah, and they're going out pretty good today. Of course, they practice tomorrow and then head off to West Virginia, so they'll be pretty dang excited to get into that cool weather. A couple of other passing thoughts here as we're about to be joined by Cal and Hannah McNair in a few minutes. We were talking about the offensive line and, Ursery, sort of wresting the job away, control of the job, I should say. The center position still seems to be maybe the only position that's completely up in the air. Jarrett Patterson was with the second group in the last 11 on 11, and Jake Andrews was with the first. So maybe we need to really focus on, to figure it out.
Yeah, if we're talking offensive line, because, again, I think that you are right in saying if there's somebody that has a grasp on the left tackle position, it does feel like right tackle, rather. Yeah. It does feel like it is Ariante Ursery, but that center position, we have seen Jake Andrews and Jarrett Patterson switch a lot more than anyone else between running with what we would call the first line of offensive line and then the second line. There has been a flipping back and forth. How have you felt to this point? Of course, we only have one team drill and then, some independent work or whatever. But how have you felt about the offensive line today as opposed to, in the last few days?
There were, we were talking about how good this defense is going to be, and they were sort of wrecking some plays, as they always do, as they often do. But I think overall, probably better. I think at right tackle, they certainly were able to, with Ursery, with Will Anderson. Will Anderson wrecked a couple of plays. Let's not sugarcoat that. He's just been awesome. But I think they've held up pretty good, to be honest.
Jalen Knoll.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up.
That was still shining out here. He had a touchdown pass where he got a good amount of separation from the safety on a ball from Dalton Schultz, kind of really right in front of us in the left corner of the end zone from where they were going to. I've constantly kind of, in my mind, kept it as, all right, Jalen Knoll, it's nice. He's probably going to be more of a punt returner. I don't know how much of a wide receiver he's going to actively be for your Texas team early. He's making the case for being very involved in what your offense looks like.
I'm so glad you mentioned that. That was another one that I had from today earlier. It is in the mix. Let's put it that way. When because as these practices break down, you know who the first group is. You know who the guys that are going to be sort of involved the most with the first group. He's the first one up. He and Higgins has been with the first group, but he's the first one up in that so-called second group or whatever. So he's been getting it done, and Higgins has looked pretty good as well. So both rookies looking the part.
All right. Shout out to, we love when you guys get involved. Again, appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live stream, both on the YouTube page and the Twitch, Sports Radio 610 on YouTube and 610 Houston on Twitch. But is this? Are we doing a lot? Are we just caught up in the emotions of football coming back? Our guy Cornbread on here saying Knoll is going to be Offensive Rookie of the Year for us. Watch.
That we are maybe getting caught up. But you know what? If you want to go there, I'm not going to blame you. I don't agree, but I'm not going to blame you because he has, as I mentioned, every time you look up, we've done it not just today. Every time you look, hey, there's Jalen Knoll. Hey, there's Jalen Knoll. Making some kind of play or in the mix somehow.
How much of that do you feel like? Because I'm trying to make sure I interpret this properly. Probably not Offensive Rookie of the Year for the entirety of the league, for the team itself, for the Texans. And yes, that's what the clarification is.
Right.
Even then, I don't know that I'd lean that way because I think that there's going to need to be more opportunities. But is he the rookie best situated to have a good year this year, offensively, or just in general?
Well, what if you get an everyday right tackle that ends up being a better player? I know there's not a lot of stats and such, and J-Rock and sort of formulating a place on this roster, and let's not forget Higgins.
I was actually going to ask y'all, who y'all think gonna have the bigger rookie season between Knoll and Higgins?
I still would say Higgins, what I think is very, very clear here is Jalen Noel is going to be in the mix. He's got a lot of the skills. He's been making a lot of plays here and there. But I wouldn't fight you too hard. What do you think?
Higgins does feel like the opportunity. That's fair to bring up Ariante Ursery. I do think that his challenge is stronger than the ones that the wide receivers would face.
Yeah.
Jumping into a space where we all have questions about the offensive line, I imagine it's going to be a place that's really tried in a big way. And offensive line is not the place where we see comparatively to running back or wide receiver a rookie jump in. And it's rare. Mm-hmm. And you have to be at the very highest upper echelons of player to be able to jump in at line and manage that learning curve.
Yeah.
It's not the easiest thing. Not saying that Tay can't be a guy that does that, but I do think that it is worth noting that the job and the ask is a little bit bigger there for Tay. But I do think Higgins probably has – we've talked about it. He is the one slotted in as going to be opposite Nico Collins. So I do think that he will have significantly more opportunities to be that. But I was just admitting, right, in a mini confession myself, that I do think Noel will be more involved than I was previously anticipating. So I might need to rehabilitate those thoughts, especially as we get into preseason games and maybe see some of the ways that they might utilize him.
So look, I think there's a lot of candidates. I think some of the defensive players are going to be in the mix as well. But that's another one. And I had another passing thought here as we're waiting for Cal and Hannah to join us. We've been talking a lot about C.J. Stroud, the way he's thinking. We're going to talk to Nick Caley, by the way, and obviously we'll bring that up, sort of where C.J. is in his progress. I thought this was his maybe, at least from what we saw in 11-on-11, what we saw in the individuals in 7-on-7, maybe his most accurate passing day. Like, he's had some where the ball didn't hit the ground, but maybe the receiver had to make a catch. I'm talking somewhere like back shoulder, low and away, and it had to be just right there. I thought C.J. Stroud, which has always been his biggest strength, I thought C.J. Stroud had his most accurate day today.
More than Tuesday?
Yeah, I think so.
Because I didn't get a chance, as you mentioned. We split up. We split up duties when it came to one-on-ones. Yes, I know I said duty. I was on the side where I'm looking at running backs and tight ends and such.
Mm-hmm.
You were over here, and I think C.J. was.
He was putting
over
it
here
exactly where he needed to be. It needed to be. And then some nice balls here. Now, there was an interception in there as well, but that was also a very good play by this defense we've been talking about.
Okay, so I'll lean on your thought process there. But, yeah, I think that's got to be a good thing inherently, is if you're seeing him kind of find more of that camaraderie with the entirety of the guys that are tasked with catching the football from him. That if he's finding a little bit more of that, that timing and, the placement that we know him to be very good at, we like seeing that.
We absolutely like the way it appears there was a player that was helped off the field. We'll get you details on that as they're reported. But it didn't seem to be too serious during special teams play here. Again, when you talk special teams, you also talk who's returning the kicks. And it seems to be the same usual suspects, which is probably indicative. They were doing some punts earlier, but on the kickoffs, Barrios, and there he is, Jalen Noel again.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I'm starting to feel very comfortable, especially in some of the returns with Jalen Noel. Like, his reaction, like his vision that he seems to show is very good. I think we knew that he had the twitch and he had the speed to be able to handle it. I'm believing very strongly in his ability to be able to add in to what happens here. I still feel like Barrios is better, but that's just...
No, I agree.
He's been in the league. Yeah. He has all of the experience. Considering that as a mitigating factor, Jalen Noel has been very, very good. Does he feel like he's been one of the big winners of camp to this point? Because, this is the last time we're on air talking about camp from this vantage point.
I think, well, let's talk about that. I think Jalen Noel is absolutely at the list, maybe the top of the list. I think that's one for sure. There have been some guys. That oh, and that's another one that I noticed today. Not going to be necessarily he's in the rotation or whatever, but I think he's definitely earning some stripes here again today. Lachey had another one. I'm not saying he's the best in camp. I would say Jalen Noel, Jalen Reed, Jalen Smith. There's a lot of Jalen's out there.
So many.
Those three would be probably at the top of my list.
Okay. All right,
and Ursham.
That's fair.
Yeah.
You mentioned, this is the thing. I don't know how much to take my affinity for seeing Luke Lachey do some things, and how far to take it. Because
right.
I saw him in they're working on blocking on during their special teams, like not just like regular, but blocking as a return guy.
Yeah.
And so like seeing some of that, and he looks fine. But then I look over and I see Brevin Jordan, like he's got this down. Obviously, this is something that he's done a good amount. And he does a really good job of getting a hand on that on whoever that would be going down trying to tackle the return man. And I see that from a tight end that I know can be tight end 3 on this roster.
Yeah.
And I know that would be part of his role is playing special teams. And it looks like Brevin's got it down pat. Where Luke Lachey, I still see him needing to figure something out.
No, there's no question.
So ultimately my point is I like seeing Luke Lachey. I like seeing some of what he does. I don't know that he is in a place where I put him on 53. You know what I mean?
And I think the tight end position you mentioned obviously Brevin Jordan. That's going to be huge. That's going to be huge for this team. There's no question about it because they have all 4 of those guys coming in.
All right. It looks like we are being joined now right here on Sports Radio 610 in the Loop with myself, Reginald Atula, and John Lopez, by the owners of this Houston Texans team in a lovely H-Town blue. Love the shirts. It is Cal and Hannah McNair. How y'all doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm not sure what you're talking about, though. What's going on over here?
What do you mean? What do you mean, Cal?
Who do you have over here?
Okay. All right. I see what's happening now. All right. So for you listeners.
Reggie, is that Hannah?
So for you listeners, especially if you've been listening to us all week long, all the way through camp, there was a day where Cal was walking by the tent, and as he's stopping by, Joanna, his assistant, points to one of the headsets, and I mistakenly assumed that was Hannah McNair.
Hey, Hannah, how are you?
And now I am being punked because sitting in that chair previously was Joanna McNair. Now we are joined.
Joanna McNair, Joanna
Oh,
Hartland.
Joanna Hart. Sorry, apologies.
Joanna Hartland, please.
See, I have been thrown off. I've been tilted. I've been thrown off my game. And you know what? That's on me.
All right.
Now we are joined by Cal and Hannah McNair.
Right. So let's reset this and let me fall on the sword for just a second. So
whose idea was that?
Mine. It was my idea.
It's because
your
I'm not
own teammate. Your own teammate.
You know he was your friend.
It's my first time out camp. He said that I need to carry his bag, and I've refused. And this is my comeuppance, I think.
I've been to 30-something.
You didn't carry his bag.
I didn't.
That's just a rookie's rite of passage.
Thank you.
I've been told by a number of players and coaches that I don't need to do that. It's
okay,
fine.
Players have also said he needs to. I've been to 30-something NFL camps, back to the Oilers days. And I said, just carry my bag one day. Just one day.
Yep.
So he refused to do it. So I went up to Cal and Hannah 2 days ago, and I said, I got an idea.
He goes, would you do it? Would you do it? Of course. Joanna and I haven't played that trick in years.
So I was going to ask about that. But first and foremost, first time happened, I have been taking note of the fact that you guys have been wearing different skirts, and I have been using that to be able to tell the difference. Today, you guys are wearing the same skirt. Was that intentional?
Yes, it was. I actually FaceTimed her, and I said, show me your outfit.
Damn. Well,
and that's why they call me the OG.
I see it.
OG strikes again.
And shout out to Joanna for playing the part.
I was carrying her markers and stuff just to trick you.
Y'all have done a great job. Clearly, y'all have done this before.
It's been a while. We kind of I thought we'd be off our game, but we were on it.
Very much on it. Is there a fun story that you guys have about a time in which you were able to trick someone, or maybe that you guys would switch places?
So there was a guy that asked me out. I wasn't very interested in him, but she was, and so she went on a date with him. He never knew. And she came back. She goes, I see why.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So you made the right call there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, some people just takes a minute.
It takes a minute. So, Cal, you were in on this too, and I'm impressed how excited you all were when I brought up the idea about doing this. Have you ever tried to maybe body switch, like Hannah had to go do something, and you're like, maybe Joanna will go do that?
No.
I
don't think
was
so.
her passport photo one time.
Oh, really?
That passport has since expired.
Good thing.
She couldn't go, and we were on a time crunch.
Yeah.
She needed her passport done, and so.
They asked, is this? Yes.
It is a likeness of me. You're not lying.
She goes, Hannah, I can't lie if they ask me.
Yeah.
And so the question was, is this a likeness of you? And she said,
Well,
Yes.
Thank you guys for doing that.
That was
Reggie
funny.
and I are now even. You don't have to carry my bag anymore.
Okay, I'll take it.
Really? It only took that?
Well, it was worth it. Trust me, because it's on. We will replay this at some point. Trust me on that.
Yeah, yeah. This one's gonna sit with me. But obviously, it's always fun to get a chance to talk with you guys, and just like we had fun there, you guys are so concerned with the experience of your fans when it comes to this team. I didn't want to start with just talking about like the brand identity for the Texans. There's like a level of like brand that you're building, but there's also like an identity that I think fans have with it. How intentional are you guys on making sure that like it's not just a Texans brand, but it's an identity that sits with your fandom?
Fan experience is very important. If they don't have a good time, they're not going to come.
Mm-hmm.
And you need your fans. And, we all thrive off fans, and the players do, the coaches do, the atmosphere in that stadium. I mean, it matters sometimes between a win or a loss.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, we study everything related to the fans and get fan feedback in a number of different ways. But it starts in the parking lot and seeing if we can be more efficient getting people in there. And we now know which lot they're going to, and we'll send them directions to their phone to get them the best way in and the best way out to try to get folks.
Because that's something that people, I'm sure some of the feedback you've gotten has been, hey, I need a little help here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so we try to do that.
You also.
and we don't control the construction that goes. Our fans with that as well.
Noted.
Right, there's a lot of it.
You also mentioned earlier, or maybe it was last week, they're all running together, when you had availability with the media at large, some of the things that are happening in there, from the roof being redone to the new scoreboard to the Italian job speakers, to
Movie reference, love it.
Yeah, the movie reference. What did he say? I want speakers loud enough.
I want speakers so loud, and we won't repeat the rest
to
of
rip
it.
the clothes off of her or something like that. Anyway, but some of the other things that are going on, the updates that fans can expect.
Yeah, the new roof, the last one was damaged in the hurricane, and then the scoreboards were just kind of out, they stopped making parts for them, so it was something we had to do. They were piecing them together last year. We kind of had our fingers crossed.
There was a game that was broken.
It was close. It was close, but we managed our way through it. And then, of course, the sound system is going to be big. People really notice a difference on those.
You've gotten a chance to test them out. What do we flip on there in order to give them a test?
There we go.
They did cut on a song. I forget the name of it, but it was loud.
Yeah,
it was loud. It was good.
All
that top 40. It's a top 40.
Okay,
excellent. Yeah. I'm excited to hear that. But I mean, obviously, stadium, getting this thing renovated, getting this thing to where it's maximum enjoyable for the fans is a big deal. But I think you also care about this football team, I imagine. And it seems like there's reports about it. You guys have talked about the opportunity to have a headquarters built. Can you run us through what are some of the pros and cons? What is the benefits of having a headquarters that's opposite, rather outside, all come know and love?
Yeah, great question. So we're one of the few that are inside the stadium. And, of course, as we've talked a lot, it's not our stadium, it's a county stadium. So they run a lot of events through there. They run graduations, which we're glad to see, but they're in the corridor with the players.
Concerts.
They're running concerts,
circus.
and they're doing sound checks during our draft.
Yeah.
It's the Rolling Stones are tuning up while we're trying to figure out who we're getting in the second round. So it's those type of things. It's the rodeo who's a great partner, but they really take it over for a month and a half.
Sure.
And they do a great job. Maybe it's a little bit longer, but it's all those things that makes it hard for us to maybe bring in free agents when the clowns are kind of stretching and warming up right in front of them. And so
you want to be able to respect each other's space and share the space, but it gets hard for all parties involved to really run efficiently when you're trying to trip and over each other. So to have everyone together to be working efficiently and to not have to worry about some of those things, I think is a real benefit.
So we've added and upgraded a lot of things for the players, including the cafe, and we have chefs in there. And we added a fairly large recovery area with red lights and massage chairs.
Sauna.
Nice.
And we added a sauna back in the players' locker area. So we've been doing what we can with what we got.
Sure.
And we get a lot of feedback from the players that what is there is really, really good.
Yeah.
And league-wide. We great. Really, Nick was not having the sauna.
Yeah.
So we
And you
had
took
it
care
back
of that.
this year,
Took care of that.
But it's a
We used to
constant
have
thing.
it. It just COVID, you had to get rid of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so with that, I mean, obviously it sounds like that'd be great for the team, like, and also the players. Is there anything that you're thinking about in the possibility of a headquarters that would also allow fans to have a little bit more interaction?
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. You're always thinking about different things, and, that'll be a part of the process, but nothing we can really go through right now.
Right, but it'll be football first.
Yeah.
Take care of the players first, and then if we can feed the fans a little bit more, we'll be happy to do that.
Make it more enjoyable for everyone.
Yeah.
One thing that I've said it on this show, just based on reporting, and I don't want you guys to spill the beans about we're here or whatever on the new facility or whatever you're looking at. But either or both of you, the pace at which this is moving along seems pretty quick. Like you're getting research, at least from the reporting. Again, this is me talking. You're getting, names of potential places thrown out. Just talk about the pace at which this is going and how you'd like and when you'd like to get this resolved. One way or the other, where it's renovation, new place, whatever. Just how your timeline, so to speak, of you want to make a decision.
Sometimes, as you know, there's a whole lot of background work that has been going on actually for years, and then an opportunity presents itself, and it all seems like it's overnight, but actually there's a whole lot of groundwork back behind it.
Some of it is out of necessity at the pace we're at.
But I think we're moving along pretty good.
But you're doing a lot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And we're in the middle of a lease negotiation, so that plays into it as well. So there's a lot of moving parts.
You got to be excited no matter how it plays out.
Yes.
Right? What's your in your mind's eye your vision of what, whether it's here or somewhere else? Again, I don't want you to spill beans, but like your vision of what you want.
Well, we want state of the art. We want to take care of the players as best we can. We want more interaction with the fans. We're big into the youth sports, so we'd like to fold in youth sports, and flag football is a big part of our vision going forward. Our boys play a lot of baseball, so we'd like baseball to be around. And so at any rate, sort of tying all those things together and being a real positive for community is just kind of all the things we're looking at.
That's incredible. You mentioned flag football. How cool is it to have the girls' flag football team, the Texas Fury Texans, win the flag championship this year and be able to come out and, as a champions, be a part of training camp?
That was so much fun. And today we have the 12U standing on business that represented us as well in Canton. So we've been able to celebrate all these girls and all their efforts to moving this game forward. And we just appreciate them so much and all the hard work that they put into it, and their coaches and their parents, because we can't do this without the parent support.
Yeah.
And the growth has just been fantastic. Just fantastic.
I got a couple more for you. Y'all have been officially controlling interest for how long? A little over 2 years, a year and a half, something like that? Well, however long, it's officially been
2024.
2024. So we always ask players, what was your welcome to the NFL moment? What was y'all's welcome to the NFL moment when you're like, oh, wow, we've got to make this call right now?
Oh, gosh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Was there one?
Was there?
Because I've been there, for 20 years. Or
yeah,
whatever,
I know. You've always been involved.
Yeah.
Yeah. So not really one where you're like, oh, okay.
I don't think so. Maybe when they call roll at the beginning of every meeting, and maybe the big March meeting where I was a principal owner, and I got the vote.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was a moment.
That was a moment.
That was it?
Got the vote. Yeah.
Seeing who supports you and who doesn't.
They all did. It was awesome. It was awesome.
Unanimous.
I was looking around the room.
Yeah,
who's going to vote no?
Whose hand is going up here?
Yeah.
No, they were awesome. The ownership, we fight on the field, right?
Yeah.
And maybe about some other stuff, but when the business comes together, we really try to work collaboratively.
And this one is just something that I noticed out here. And this may have been a part of the stadium and what you guys do for decades, and I just never noticed it. I just never noticed this in the past, but I was walking around out here and I noticed, I think it said something to the effect of, it was like a video release. Like you're going to be here, you might be on video, we might show you on the screen or whatever. And I'm just like, maybe it's been there for 20 years and I never noticed it.
Are you just noticing it because of Coldplay?
That's what I was asking. Was that a Coldplay effect?
If you read the fine print in your tickets as well,
right. Well, we've always said that.
It's in everything. Yeah, you have to.
And I'm like, I wonder if that's a Coldplay effect.
No, people are just noticing it now.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Not allowed at any Coldplay concert.
Real quick before we go, I did want to give you an opportunity here because I know Miss Janice going into the Ring of Honor. I just wanted to give you an opportunity. How cool is that for you to be able to facilitate that and see that happen? Because obviously she matters a great deal in the history of this franchise.
Yeah, she deserves it. We're so excited to put her up there with the other, be the fourth member. And she's excited to join Dad up there as being honored. And she was with him by his side, and she's been our role model for so many years. And
definitely mine.
Yeah, and exactly. Sorry.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
But the way they work together in partnership, has really been inspirational, and hopefully for a lot of people. So.
Yeah. And people forget, for a long time, one of very few women who was the principal owner.
Yeah.
That's right. She was principal owner for a number of years.
I think that's also representative of how we are as an organization. Nothing is one person. It's a team. And that started with Bob and Janice doing this together. So having them both up there together just kind of solidifies the teamwork that they both did to build this here in this community.
Well, you guys are the best.
Absolutely love that. Everything is indeed a team effort. And by the way, not for any particular reason. Love the colors on the shirts, on the quarterback jerseys.
Do you like this? Tile? These shirts are so cool.
You got the
I love
tiles.
It's beautiful. It's one of the things.
This may be my favorite one so far in camp.
Yeah, it's the tiles.
Say thank you to Joanna for joining us.
Thank you, Joanna.
Thank you, Joanna.
Joanna Marks, Hannah McNair.
She's not like she's talking to Sarah.
Lopez, I will get back at you.
No, we're even. We're even. Right?
That's what you. Hannah, we'll
Reggie,
talk.
do you have a feisty side, or are you just all business all the time?
I like to think that I'm a lover, not a fighter. However, if I need to, we can go to those places.
People don't expect it. They never see you coming.
That's exactly how it works, I think.
All right.
Although I have just stated my intentions, I might have undercut myself. But
you stay in the stat sheet real hard, I see.
I try.
Yes,
two
he does.
laptops and everything. But you guys, obviously, it's a great pleasure to be able to sit down with you and to be able to chat with you out here. And I imagine that we're all on the same page on wanting to see a really, really good football team this year.
Great.
We're looking forward to it. We can't wait. We're really excited.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Cal and Hannah McNair.
Thank you all for having us.
Not Joanna Marks, but Cal and Hannah McNair sitting down here.
Are you sure?
I'm not, actually not. Not at all. Everything has been shaking my worldview. And with that, we'll take you to break here. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we will take a quick break, talk a little bit more about what's happening out here at training camp.
The captain is coming home right before the trade deadline.
281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222 or online at MoKaramInjuryLawyers.com.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Again, appreciation to Cal and Hannah McNair and Joanna Marks, all of y'all. No appreciation to the OG John Lopez. I'm not mad at you, but I'm not happy with you, if that makes any sense. I feel like it's the perpetual state that your wife's in. And so
pretty
with
much.
that being the case,
Pretty much, yeah.
I guess I will take this opportunity to question of the day it up. What's the worst prank that you've had pulled on you? 713-572-4610. I can easily say that's not the worst.
That's not the worst?
No, not at all. That was mild-mannered. I think it was in good
front
fun.
of God and everybody?
I mean, look, don't remind me of that. Don't remind me of that. However, that definitely was. Yeah, I don't think that's. You know what? As you say it, I don't think I've ever been pranked by someone of a higher standing than the owners of an NFL team. So thanks for reminding me of that. But yeah, let us know because y'all got me. I legitimately, because I take these things seriously.
Yeah.
When I mess up, I try and make myself better. And so, obviously, making that mess up earlier in the week, I was like, okay, so what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and find the telltale signs of who is Joanna and who is Hannah. If you're not familiar, Joanna and Hannah, identical twins.
Yes.
And so I've been doing such a good job. I was like, okay, they tend to wear different skirts.
Yeah.
So I could pick that up. And, Joanna typically side by side with Cal because obviously she's his assistant. And I was starting to pick it up. And today I come to camp. I get out. They wear a name skirt.
Yep.
And I'm like, I think that they're kind of switching back and forth on who's with them. So I'm like, I can't tell. And lo and behold, there was a reason why. It's because you set me up.
I will say, shout out to all three of them, but especially Hannah and Joanna. I went to them a couple of days ago, as I mentioned, but I had no idea they were going to take it so seriously and so perfectly to the point they were FaceTiming each other to make sure they wore the exact same thing. And after they threw some T-shirts into the stands about 50 yards away from us, they stopped, handed each other, like Joanna was holding what Hannah usually does and vice versa, and walked over here. And Hannah laid back. She laid back about 10 or 15 yards. And I laughed and I laughed.
I bet you did. All right, so what was the time that you didn't laugh? Do you have a prank here, big fella?
Worst I've ever been pranked. I'm trying to think of a good one. Now, I know I have been pranked by a basketball team.
That you were coaching?
No, that I was covering. But it was more or less because it was kind of like an accident, but then they all owned it. I was supposed to go to a shoot-around, and they moved the shoot-around an hour earlier, and they just decided not to
let you know?
Not to let me know. So I showed up late and didn't see what they were doing. But that's not too much. I'm sure there have been worse ones, but I can't think of any right now. Figgy, you ever been pranked?
Yeah, I've been pranked before by my sister, my oldest sister, Trina. So a little quick backstory. Startling people. And I scared her one day when she was getting out the car, and she was so scared, and she kept saying, I'm going to get you back, I'm going to get you back. So one day I went to go to my car in the parking garage, and my car was gone. And so I'm thinking like, man, either they stole my car or my car got repoed. And I was trying to go to work, and I was freaking out. And then she came out of nowhere like, pay back a bitch. And so she pretty much took my keys and moved my car to make it seem like I got repoed or car got stolen.
Yeesh. I know you were stressed.
Oh, yeah. That was a hard time for me, too, man. I was barely making no car payments.
Yeah. So you thought,
I thought they got me, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no. But no. And then on some of the other things that they said, you could tell – like they really, some of the more serious things we talked about, they're trying to make the fan experience as good as possible, simultaneously really trying to get this new facility going quickly, sooner rather than later. You could just kind of sense that. And
you can tell they have big hopes for it.
Big plans.
Because, none of that sounded like somebody that hadn't thought deeply about it and had meetings about it and conversations about it when it comes to headquarters. And honestly, look, we don't have to get to that space, but even stadium, like they're very,
sure. Absolutely.
It's not our stadium, it's the county stadium.
Yeah.
Obviously the rodeo are good tenants, but I think those are things that very much show up in the ways that we are going to have to continue to watch RG Stadium as well.
I mean, I've said it multiple times. I think there's a formula, and they're running the formula to precisely down to the last detail. I think they're trying to get something done here. After that, they're trying to do their due diligence of finding a facility and an event center. And I don't know if you picked up on this, but the event center, I think, is going to be big time. And then maybe a stadium would be involved as well.
We'll see ultimately with that. Again, appreciation to Cal and Hannah. See, I'm all messed up. I'm so mad at you right here joining us in the loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's jump into Around the NFL, where we got a little football. Let's talk about what we saw last night and more from around the NFL. We'll do that next.
Nick Caserio gave Payne and Pendergast some
sportsradio.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I would love to go around the NFL, but bump that right now. When you get the opportunity to talk to the offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans, you take that opportunity, and that's exactly what we're about to do. Nick Caley sitting down with us here at Houston, Texas Training Camp. Nick, how's it going, man?
It's going good, man. How about you guys?
Terrific. Absolutely terrific. Go ahead.
I mean, we've heard a ton about the energy and excitement that you bring out here, man. Like, how have you enjoyed the ways that at least your team has responded to the camp and been able to kind of get work done?
Can't play anything else, but we have great energy. The guys are coming to work every day. That's all you can ask for. Try to have fun. Try to keep pushing each other. The guys, got a great group of people, and it's people that makes the play. So players, coaches, long way to go, but making progress.
And obviously, offensive coordinator. We've all talked about your experience and where you've been. My question was this: like, anytime you get to that seat, you're not, you're the guy making the calls. As much as you're influenced here and you're influenced there, you kind of like to put your own stamp on things too. How has that been going for you in terms of, again, you don't have to necessarily, we're going to do this, but in terms of putting your own stamp and some of the things you like to do on this offense?
Yeah, I think, first and foremost, I think it's a philosophy. I think everything that we try to do, we want to do to put our players in the best position possible. Not every one player is the same, but I would say the overriding philosophy, starting with, is being, a fundamentally sound physical outfit that'll play, good situational football and be mentally tough. So everything we're doing, really starts with that.
All right, so I want to talk a little bit about myself, which I might do too much, but this is my first time being able to cover camp, and one of the things I've been asking a lot of the players is, like, what's kind of the advice, what's some of the things that they've had early on in in camp that they've appreciated for camp? Like, is there a piece of advice that you've given, or a piece of advice that you've gotten about operating in training camp, and especially maybe even for you as a first-time play caller out here?
Yeah, I think just being totally present day by day, not looking beyond the day that you're at, trying to improve your fundamentals and just stack positive days, refine fundamentals, whether that's releases, whether that's hand placement in the run game. Doing things like that and schematically, like trying to obviously have compliments to the things that we're doing, and that starts with just establishing a foundation, which we did in spring.
Yeah.
We reestablished that here at the start of training camp, and now we're trying to improve the things that might show up and refine some of the details here to carry us forward.
How do you keep yourself from getting sped up? Obviously, you are a guy who cares a lot about fundamentals. I've heard you mention that a lot of times, but also it can be very easy to get to a space where I want to get to the place where we're doing the things that we ultimately want to get to. How do you keep yourself from getting sped up?
Yeah, just remind ourselves that, look, every good play begins and ends with good fundamentals. So if you're going to put in 1,000 things, but you can't get past, the 100 level of, hitting blocks the proper way, identifying the mic point, aligning properly when you break the huddle, then you're just there's going to be a bucket that just continues to overflow. So there's a progression to it all, like anything else. And, I believe that starts, the early part of training camp, the early part of an off-season program, and then you stack it from there. And you assess it every day. You can hit pause. You don't have to just continue to plow through an installation. If you feel like you need to take a break, then you have a review day, and you stack days and you tweak things as you go.
Have you had to do those?
Well, no. We manage. After about 3 or 4 days, you're always juggling things around, moving things up, maybe pushing things back a little bit. So that's normal.
One of the things that I always find interesting by a leader, and obviously you're leading the offense, is I don't have all the answers. I'm collaborating.
Sure.
So I wanted to kind of get your thoughts on because we all know your background. Tight ends, offensive line, passing coordinator, etc.
Yep.
But Cole Popovich, Gerard Johnson bring different backgrounds.
Sure.
What has that collaboration been like?
Been great. It's about people, and we have a great staff of guys, and I truly believe that we're trying to collectively do this, with every one of our guys at the forefront of every single decision we make. So we talk through things, we poke holes in things. Obviously, we have a philosophy that we established when I came here, things that I want to do, but there's also things that these guys have done really well too. That you don't just throw them away. They're good at certain things, and they've had success at certain things. And there's also guys that have experiences, in other systems and bring some unique perspective to the table. And I think that's the beauty of a staff. It's not about me. It's not about any one person. It's about honestly collectively doing what's right for the team and trying to get better every day.
Now, we talk about relationships as we're sitting here talking to Nick Caley, offensive coordinator of your Texans. And, I mean, the man who previously held your position was one of D'Amico's friends, and now I don't know how much of a relationship you've had prior, but how has that working relationship started to kind of coalesce with D'Amico?
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, he's consistent and fair every single day. He's a great person, a great leader. He's been in the same position that I've been in, at one point as a first-time coordinator. So it's been good getting to discuss certain things, certain situations as we go. Growing every day, he pours into everybody. It's been an awesome experience getting to work with him.
One thing D'Amico has said is, everybody's talking about the offensive line for obvious reasons. It's, some new faces and such. And he said there's going to come a point, I'm paraphrasing, but he said there's going to come a point where we're going to have our group and we're going to want them to get reps together. I'm sure you're in that same boat, but where does that light bulb happen, and how do you judge, like, okay, I think this is the group?
I think it naturally progresses everywhere I've been. I mean, I feel like, at some point in the first couple weeks, there's a little of consistency. Some guys will be a little bit more consistent, in their their role, their respective role. So you assess that, you look at it, and you find the most consistent players that you know what you're getting out of every single day, and that starts to manifest itself right around the second week sometimes, and sometimes it's later. There's position battles that always happen, but.
It's going to happen. You're feeling 100%. Good about it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Nick, do you ever go over to Matt and give him a little, elbow and like, hey, 51 and 55. Can you tell him to chill out a little bit so the guys can get a little bit of
No. He turns it loose every single day. He's a great coordinator. We got a great defense. It makes us better. They give us great challenging looks from day to day, but it's great. It's going to make us better.
Now, this is, we haven't talked about C.J. Stroud at all, and it's new. Yep. He wanted control, more control, I should say. He's getting more control. He's making calls. What has that progression been like? Because it seems like even from where we're sitting, we're starting to see some things.
Yeah, no, he's been great. He's attacked it. He's had a great attitude. He loves football. And, he comes to work every day. He asks great questions. He has a great mind for the game. So he's been all in, and I've been very pleased with everything that he's brought to the table. I really have. I enjoy working with him.
Something I know that you probably think a lot, especially when we ask you questions, is how much less we know about football than you guys. And so if you could help me out, like, we've all been very interested in getting in the mind of CJ, especially as he's getting ready to, have these plays out here. And it's obviously there's more of it. Sure. Can you take us inside, can you give us some insight into what's the workload with CJ in the huddle, pre-snap, and maybe even in when that play gets going?
Oh, I mean, I think there's a lot to it. I think it starts obviously in the classroom. I mean, you start learning the plays. You learn the mechanics, and you're sitting there, you're getting the grouping in. He's receiving the play. He's calling the play. We're obviously setting the table, whether it's adjusting anything based on the mic points, coordination with the line, motions, movements, anything like that. He's obviously, it starts with him, and then getting to go when the ball's snapped. I mean, he's a great processor, and we're trying to, again, that goes down to putting our guys in position to make plays, and he does a good job of getting everybody involved.
Another thing with this offense, again, from the 8 days that we've been out here, I'm really fascinated with the tight ends. I think there's a lot of options there. I think and this is me talking, so I think this is something that traditionally, a Patriot-style offense, for lack of a better way, has used a lot of tight ends. Do you, in your mind's eye, how do you visualize the tight end position working out?
Yeah, I mean, I've been very pleased with him. I think Jake Moreland's done an exceptional job. I think he's an outstanding tight end coach and a coach just a coach in general. But he's done a great job with that group. They've all improved. I think we have a very good room, a deep room, all a little different, which is good. And I think you can utilize different strengths, accordingly. And I'm excited. I think, no question. I feel like, again, I've said this before, maybe a little biased, but, when you have tough tight ends, when you have versatile tight ends, that's the straw that stirs the drink. That's a position group that can truly enhance toughness. It can, add, different elements in the C and D gap area, run pass conflict, etc. And I think, we have a good room of really good players that are really good team guys, and I've been very pleased with them.
As we're working on themselves a place where they can execute the things. I know you like running the football. I know you like 12 personnel sets. I know that there's going to be, big strength on that offensive line. What are the improvement points that we're looking at right now for this line?
I mean, everything just starts fundamentally, and this isn't cliche. I mean, it does. Like, every day we sit there and look at it, it's like, okay, are we hitting double teams the right way? Are we getting split on them? Well, there's less of that. We're staying connected on double teams. We're fitting combination blocks better. We're coordinating and communicating cleaner, more consistently. across the front to set the table for certain things, whether that's protection, whether that's run game, targeting, and all those things. So it's a work in progress. We're making progress. They're working their tails off, and I've been pleased with the growth. Got a ways to go, but we're working hard every day to get there.
I'm sensing that you're very comfortable in this job, and I'm curious. What I wanted to ask you about is the actual play calling. You've called plays in the NFL before. I'm guessing they've never handed you like a preseason game or something.
No,
because a lot of coaches do that.
Some do. Yeah. No, it has not happened. I've in practice opportunities and stuff like that, we've obviously had opportunities to call it.
So that's what you're excited about.
Yeah, I am. But it starts with having good people too. I'm going to learn some things on the way. I'm going to there's going to be some bad calls along the way too, and I'm going to learn from them and grow from them. And that's the whole idea, is just to continue to get better myself. Same thing we ask the players, I got to ask them myself.
Yeah. So you're looking forward to Minnesota?
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. I'm looking forward to just tomorrow starting there, and then before we move on from there. But yeah,
it's been a pretty good split all the way across your quarterback room. And I know for us, we were looking at it, and I mean, from our uninformed information, we're like, hey man, I would love to see CJ get a lot of reps to get a feel for this. Is it really on balance? Is there maybe like some mental reps things happening where he's sitting off, or?
No, I think it's a progression that is a part of the rep distribution that we have to the start of the camp, and that's just the sequencing of that. The start of camp, building the reps, and then I think you'll start to see an influx of that. Those guys getting reps as camp progresses.
I got one more for you, and that is just in general the offense. I said this to a buddy of mine. I said, because everybody's asking about the Texans in this city. I said, I could see where this is an offense that maybe isn't as spectacular but more efficient than I've seen lately. Is efficiency kind of a catchword for you in terms of just getting it done?
Yeah, I mean, I think you want to go forward. You want to get, you want to stay out of second and long situations, third and long situations, and that starts on first and second down. So, completion, completing balls, catch and run opportunities, whatever that might be, just positive plays. Efficient runs in the run game. Just staying on task and staying on track is the biggest thing.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of work stuff that we've talked about, a lot of football stuff. Have you given yourself any time to explore the city, play some golf, things like that, or is it just like it's such an intense?
We got done with OTAs. My wife and kids moved out here, from LA out here middle of June, and I got 4 little girls under the age of 8. They keep me on my toes every single day. So 4. I got 4. Yeah, I'm going to be. 4 girls, yeah. So it's a lot sometimes, but my wife's she's a warrior, and she holds it down.
That's 4 dance lessons. That's 4 whatever projects.
Exactly right. But no, they're sweet. So we spend time when I get an opportunity to catch our breath. And
then one more thing, because I know for me, for a football player, I've realized that there's certain things, like certain characteristics that I gravitate towards. Like you give me a fast guy, and I'm in love, right? What is the characteristics that endear a player to Nick Caley?
Yeah, dependable, consistent, tough. You know what you're getting out of them every day. The moment's not too big, and they're unselfish.
Yeah,
very much. I get it, and I love it. Nick, it's been a great pleasure to get to meet you. Hopefully
Likewise.
We get to talk again.
Likewise.
And best of luck with those 4 girls.
Hey, thank you very much.
That's what's resonating with me.
That's right. I'm like, how many hands do you have that they can paint? I feel like you only got...
Not enough.
They will, by the way. They will.
Yeah.
That's Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator of your Houston Texans.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
In Loop on Sports Radio 610. Lopez, man, that guy's all business.
All business. And you could kind of tell from my questions where I was going, trying to get a good feel for things. I could see where I don't think this team wants to make as many mistakes as last year, like negative plays. And D'Amico has said it, so it's not like it's a unique thought to me, but I could see where they're going to use a lot of tight ends. That's what I was really – because we've talked about it, and I'm like, I could see them using a lot of tight ends. They've talked about running the ball a lot. Less can be more. Especially when you have a defense this good. I think I was talking to you about this off the air a little bit, and certainly during passing thoughts. Like, with this defense, you don't have to be, hey, CJ, it's 3rd and 27. Go make some magic. You don't ever want to get into 3rd and 27. Every play needs to be a little positive.
No, I mean, and that's one of the things that's going to be incredibly necessary for this team is to find yourself not that they have really fast guys. CJ's a great thrower of the football, but I mean, you need to keep yourself out of those adversarial situations. Especially, I don't know. He didn't seem to bite back at the idea of like maybe not being as spectacular of an offense. But I imagine that you don't want to have to test that nearly.
I think that's where I was going. That's what I was kind of digging in, and I think that's what they're going to be. And I like it. I mean, how many times were we just slapping our forehead? They have a negative play on first down of 6 or 7 yards.
You got to get there, though.
Yeah.
And, I mean, look.
Offensive line, man.
I've got to be honest. Tell me if you think I'm wrong here. There's a level of frustration. That's a man coming right off the practice field. And I felt like there was a level of frustration. This was not a day that the offense won.
No.
I'll say that.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of meat at the quarterback when it came to the offensive line, but secondary was blowing them up. It seems like CJ didn't have, like, the best of days. I know you were talking about, like, in 7-on-7s, he's being accurate. It seemed like that did not necessarily translate in the same
hits,
way.
etc.
So we were getting a man who I imagine was a little frustrated coming off the field, but he still seems to have a level of belief in what they're doing. Fundamentals will still be harped on. I wonder how far he continues to harp on fundamentals, because obviously it matters here, and if you're feeling like you're not executing your way, I imagine that is also the coaching point. I do wonder if it's like week 14, it's like, hey guys, don't forget we're making sure to hit fundamentals here, or if that's something that's indicative of where they are as a team right now.
I think they're trying to realize what they can do best, but when your offensive line is sort of in flux, and that's another thing we talked with him about, at what point are you going to say, all right, this is our 5, and then you maybe get a little better because they're getting reps together so that they're starting 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's a man with a lot on his shoulders, a lot to think about, Nick Caley. And today's going to be a day where I imagine that meeting is going to be pretty robust in talking about what this offense needs to continue to do to make themselves a good and serviceable one headed into the 2025 football season. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I am kind of sad that we are only just now getting to talk to it. Trade deadline has come and passed for the Houston Texans. 3 acquisitions, all of them bats, no arms. Did you like what the Astros rather did at the trade deadline? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Coach D'Amico likes the back and forth he's seen in the trenches through the first 610. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Again, appreciation to Nick Caley, offensive coordinator at Houston, with us after practice here, day 8 at the Houston Methodist Training Center. And look, I will give him some grace. That man was coming right off the field of a not great day, so I appreciate him giving us the answers that we were ultimately able to get in that conversation.
Yeah, he wanted to get back into that building, but he was good enough. We had some interesting things to call from that I'm sure we're going to be talking about here as we move forward. But yeah, you know, when you and it wasn't as bad as yesterday, as day before yesterday, but it wasn't great.
No.
It was in the neighborhood. So there's frustration. I think they're confident. You could sense that, in what they're doing, what they're trying to establish, some of the personnel that they're starting to get together and believe in. But they're still facing just a monster of a defense that is making life hard on them.
Yeah, speaking of confidence, Dana Brown, in talking to the media, he spent 20 minutes after the trade deadline was completed and the Astros acquired 3 bats. We talked about Ramon Urias, and then they did indeed bring back Carlos Correa, and then they add Jesus, and of course I forget his name as soon as Sanchez. There we go. I was about to call him Jesus Salazar, and I was like, that's not his name. Jesus Sanchez, an outfielder. Those are the 3 new Houston Astros at the deadline. No arms, notably, but Dana Brown was he felt very confident in his comments to the assembled media. But the question that I have, are you happy with how the trade deadline played out for your Houston Astros? 713-572-4610.
I'm curious on your thought. I'm not going to say thrilled. I'm very little bitty sort of fly in the ointment that needs to be ironed out. But let's talk about the really good stuff that happened. I mean, it's impossible not to love the day that the Astros had. I mean, they solidified third base, which we found out the last couple of days that Isaac Paredes is pretty much done for the year, 6 to 7 months.
And from the horse's mouth, Dana Brown, when asked about if Isaac Paredes would play again this year, said, we could tell you that the injury was more significant than we anticipated. Obviously, Paredes is still looking for a second opinion. And basically, Dana Brown was like, once that second opinion comes in, we'll be able to tell you more, which is basically, hey, we're not going to officially say, but once we can get through a second medical situation, then we'll be able to tell you that, we're not expecting to see this man for a good amount or basically for the remainder of the season.
So let's talk about all the good things that's happened. It was like just about perfect. You got that. You got the third baseman with Correa. Not only that, but he's a true clubhouse leader that has been there and done that, and certainly will immediately influence an already well-established clubhouse. You also got the left-handed bat that we all talked about, et cetera. You also got Urias, who can just give you depth. And also, I feel this is important, give Joe Espada some flexibility across the lineup and in late innings. You've heard me in the last few days, last week or so, and those late innings, that bottom of the lineup, it made me nervous, made me a little uncomfortable. I think it affected this team. Well, you got that now. Like you've got that covered. Everything that you could have hoped for, and I know the cost is really high, but not as high as it could have been because they were looking for $50 million.
Correa?
Yeah. The Astros were looking for them to take $50 million. They only took 33.
Correct.
But nevertheless, you got just about everything except, and this is the fly in the ointment, the pitcher. But do you have those pitchers on the way? You got 5 guys that are out there right now. Spencer Arrighetti, Luis Garcia, Christian Javier, J.P. France, Sean Dubin is a reliever, that are all slated to begin early August. What month is it again today? August.
It is early August 1st. Again, make sure you pay your rent.
So do they have those guys, do they feel good about those guys stepping in and getting it done?
Well, of course, according to Dana Brown, and when it comes to return to baseball, you take whatever you will with a grain of salt. But he did say that, and he was putting this seems like a fairly hard date from Dana Brown. Arrighetti next week, Javier behind him, Garcia behind him, was just a quick paraphrase of what he said to the media yesterday. Arrighetti next week feels like a very hard, situation there. Like you are going to get Arrighetti in the next calendar week. Yeah. And so with that being the case, like that is a third pitcher that you feel strongly about. Yeah. Although I don't know how long you can expect him to throw. Like, are you expecting him to throw 5 or 6?
If they can get 5 or 6, I'd be thrilled. So yeah, I would think they're going to try to shoot for that. And here's another thing.
And I kind of read, after that, the idea of, this one I have to behind them. I almost read that on almost like weeks, like, hey, another week and another week.
Yeah.
But that's not inherent. That's just kind of the way that I heard it.
Yeah, and keep this in mind. The Astros were looking at Dylan Cease, so maybe they, that was just covering themselves, getting another big-time pitcher in. But the Padres wanted Arrighetti, and they said no. They wanted, so maybe there's
and 3 prospects on top of Arrighetti.
So maybe it was a case of, look, we feel good about Arrighetti or Luis Garcia or a combination of those, and JP France, but we don't want Dylan Cease enough to get rid of those guys.
Yeah, ultimately Dana was saying that what it came down to was the bats were a priority. They wanted to address pitching, but the arms were too expensive.
Yeah,
and that's something that we kind of talked about to some degree. Is just if you were going to get a starting pitcher that's too expensive. The secondary question I have to that though is, so did they forego the notion of pen guys?
Well, I think that what they're looking at and counting on is at least if they could just just bat 300 on these pitchers coming back. If you get 1, 2 maybe pitchers that can be contributors, and I know that's more than 30%, but you can get 1 or 2 pitchers that maybe contribute, then your bullpen becomes automatically better with some of the guys that you have already.
It's going to need to because Ryan Gusto goes out in that trade that brings in Sanchez to the outfield. I'm still trying to figure out how much I like this. I do like this from the perspective of the bats needed to be better. Mm-hmm. You needed to be able to bring in
and a left-hander.
You needed to bring in constructive at-bats, especially without Paredes doing, and a level of flexibility, as you mentioned, with the left-hander. Sanchez is going to be able to play when you need a left-handed bat. It seems like that's the plan of what they're going to do.
Yeah.
They're going to have him play left field when you need him in the lineup. And Altuve will play a lot more second base down the stretch. And he'll also, as Dana mentioned, Sanchez will play a little right field to give Cam Smith some rest, which I think is much needed. This is the longest season of baseball that he's played.
Yeah.
I think him and Correa are going to be the guys that factor in the lineup, and I think those guys matter in addition to a Jeremy Pena that I would anticipate plays probably tonight, this weekend in Boston. I think that will – I love that in order to get – some offense to help these pitchers, especially because that's also part of helping your pen, is making sure that you have some runs so that they're not in high leverage situations every time they take them.
No, I like it a lot, but it does lead to another question, because I think the reason that the trade deadline was so active, this was a very active trade deadline across the league. I think everybody thinks they have a shot. I think there's no team that has completely separated itself from everyone else. So everyone's trying to get that final piece, those final pieces to kind of go over the top. So let me ask you this. Did the Astros do enough to maybe be the boogeyman again? Because they have Correa back, they have some players back, they got a left-handed bat, maybe they'll get some pitchers back. Or because everybody else was making moves, is it still wide open?
No, I don't think that they're boogeyman status yet. And of course, I say that with the understanding that they have been the zombie Astros, but I don't think I looked at what they added and I was like, okay, now they are the ones that everybody needs to become. They need to become the hunted. I don't know that I viewed it that way. Carlos Correa coming back is solid. The defense is still something that I'm looking to see how valuable that is.
Yeah.
And I guess maybe the question with Correa is more into the future, right? Like next year, where do you play him?
Yeah.
And that is a valid question that's worth asking. I don't know, unless maybe you want to trade on Isaac Paredes after trade high, sell high there. I've seen someone even mention that trading Pena would not necessarily be entirely out of the question in some people's perspectives. I don't even know how much I want to engage with that at this moment. There are some things that you could possibly do, but I understood the need to make it happen right now. I still wonder if that cost isn't a lot, but I get what you're getting back when it comes to a leader, a guy who helps the clubhouse, and also a guy that jazzes up and juices up the city. As you mentioned, there's people out here on the field to start practice today talking about Correa being back in town.
And I went to that nerdy Reggie Atatula, what'd you pay for the trade, who won the trade, so to speak, in terms of cost. The Astros, at least according to one website, said slightly high they paid on Correa, is what they called it.
Barely like the very, very low prospect, but because they're taking on so much of the money, they're going to be in that luxury tax situation, which is interesting also, because Jim Crane seems to only want to go to that space if he feels very confident about the player
That's
or
why I was
the
asking about
circumstance.
the boogeyman.
Yeah.
You know, does he feel like he's got it? And then slightly low on some. We'll see. But let me ask you this, because I think if you look at the lineup, and this I put together a little lineup, just my thoughts.
Okay.
Let's say you get Jeremy Pena. Okay?
Yes.
He's leading off. Jose Altuve.
Okay.
Carlos Correa. Jesus Sanchez. Cam Smith. Christian Walker. Victor Caratini DH. Yonder Diaz. Taylor Trammell. I don't mind that. And that doesn't even count Jordan, who's not back yet.
Can you give it to me one more time?
It doesn't count Ramon Urias. It doesn't count Mauricio Dubon or Jake Myers, who hasn't come back. So what I'm saying is your depth is better, but here's the lineup again. How does this grab you? Jeremy Pena, Jose Altuve, Carlos Correa, Jesus Sanchez, Cam Smith, Christian Walker, Victor Caratini, Yonder Diaz, and then Taylor Trammell. I don't mind that.
No, I mean,
I don't mind that.
I think you feel a little bit better about like having more portions of your lineup that are dangerous.
Yeah,
absolutely. I do think that is a lot better of what you're looking at, and I think that matters a lot, a good amount. So look, I'd be lying to get out here and tell you that the Astros did not make a significant move in order to give themselves a better opportunity to compete. I just don't think that they're far and ahead better, especially when far and away better than the rest of the AL, especially the ways that though everybody was in a arms race. The AL looks like a murderer's row of teams.
Yeah,
now.
and a lot of them tried to get better and did get better.
100%. From the 8-3-2, y'all crazy. The infield will be nice. Paredes at second, Pena at shortstop, Correa at third. I mean, maybe you want to move Pena to Paredes at second. I'm still not sure if that's necessarily the move that they want to make, but look, we'll see what happens when they get there. For the remainder of the season, this is what they rock with. And I think the pitching still remains a little bit of a question, but hey, they seem to feel confident that what they're getting back is something that they can rock with. And
that's what this whole deal hinges on, right? What those guys coming back are going to
100%.
Like, no matter Correa, that's a big help. No matter anything else, that makes this team better. If they don't get one or two of those guys, that's all we're asking. To perform at a high level, it's going to be a tough road.
I mean, Correa coming back, and they're really also depending on Correa coming back and getting back to his old ways in friendly confines, because he's had an up and down season this year with the Twins. It's one of the reasons why the Twins are willing to try and get off of the money that they've given him for the next 3 years. But they're hoping that you get that back. If you do get that back, hey, maybe you can score in a different way. That'd be great. But what kind of offense do you anticipate? Like, you read off the lineup, and I do think that's a level of danger.
No Jordan, no Dubon.
How much better are you? Is the question. Are you a top 10 offense in baseball? Are you a top 12 offense in baseball? And what does that do difference versus being a team that was just beating teams with defensive pitching?
Right. No, I think that's more than fair. It's getting real interesting though, and I'm really just making the moves, and as I mentioned, everybody thinks they have a chance. The Astros are right there. I think, it clearly makes them better. Again, what are those pitchers going to
remain question, and hopefully we'll see. Again, Dana Brown gives you some feeling that that's going to happen sooner rather than later, of seeing at the very least Arrighetti, then after that Javier, and after that Garcia. And I would love to hold him to it, because we've been waiting all season long to see some of that come back. But there you go. That's it seems like a lot of people, somebody said it's about power needed in the bat, and yes, Correa absolutely does bring some of that. Steve on the YouTube says Astros will need to get at least 88 to 91 wins and at least get to the ALCS. I imagine they're saying, like, to validate what's happening here. And from the 7-1-3, Astros have the best defense. They have the best pitching rotation. They also have the best bullpen. I think the evil empire is back.
I don't know about the pitching. We have to find out. They're at the top end. They're dang good.
Yeah.
We'll
see. We'll see what we ultimately have with this Astros team, especially once you get some of these new assets in and play a little baseball. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Friday here in the loop. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping.
All right, Bronze Roofing right now.
biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's talk about what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Obviously, finally got a chance to talk a little bit about the trade deadline moves for your Astros. I think generally the sentiment for us on the show is like it. I don't know that I want to jump to love it, but I think that much needed bats.
Yeah.
We'll see if they're ultimately able to do the things that's necessary, especially. And does this mean that the thing that you did? We made a lot of noise about moving him to left field in order to kind of help you be better on the infield. Are you taking a knock there? Does Correa's move to third base, which it seems like he's been trying to do, does that help the defense show up better and make it look a little bit more like when he was a Gold Glover? Or do you now have two guys on the infield where defense can be a little sketchy? Those are things also that hamper your pitching and your ability to stop runs.
No, I think you and I are kind of on the same page, emotionally, in terms of nostalgia and other things. It's exciting. It's great to have Carlos Correa back. But once you get into the nitty-gritty, and I'm looking more on the pitching side, you're looking more on the infield side, but we both recognize.
I think we meet in the middle there.
Both sides. But you're right. We may end up saying, hey, was the Altuve to left field decision a good one?
That is something that there's been people that have asked the question.
Was it right? Because they've been trying to avoid getting him out there a lot more lately, and he's going to be playing a lot more second base. And they tried to get him out of second base, so that's part of it.
Can I say, though, I actually very much prefer them doing this than going and doing the starting pitching with no bats.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
I think that what they did here is, much more tenable. It just, again, hinges on, as you said, Arrighetti, Javier, Garcia.
That's it, man.
Come through, fellas.
Yeah, that's it.
Come through, fellas.
Yeah.
And then also, you're gonna need Yordan. Hey, buddy. We're still waiting on you.
Yordan every everything changes.
CBS Sports considers the Astros a winner.
Yeah.
I think that is a fair way to look at it for the trade deadline. Were there other winners or losers for you on the trade deadline? Because, I mean, there's a lot of them felt like they existed in the AL.
Yes, and again, it kind of points back to, they did well, but everybody was making moves, man. Everybody was trying. Everybody in the American League thinks they have a legit chance to win.
Well, not everybody.
Well,
looking at you, Angels.
Everybody at the top. And the Twins, boy. The Twins just about.
Yeah, the Twins deplete. I saw some season ticket holders cancel their season tickets off of the trade deadline that the Twins had.
Yeah.
Selling everything that wasn't bolted down to the stadium.
Yeah, no, they absolutely should have. I think obviously the Yankees, Tigers would be at the top of the list with what they did in terms of baseball at large. National League, the Padres are not messing around. The Padres are definitely making some moves, and they managed to keep Cease, even though they were trying to find something else. But I think it starts there. The American League is going to be wide open, and a lot of people. Oh, Mariners. What am I thinking? Mariners as well made a big move.
Dare I say? Mm-hmm. Rangers did a little bit of something. Now they overpaid pretty heavily for Merrill Kelly.
They had to.
But I'll just put it like this: and they are currently like no games back in the wild card, so that's something that they're contending for. Their starting rotation of the pitchers that they could throw out there in any particular series in the postseason is scary. Between like DeGrom and Merrill Kelly.
No, Mariners and Rangers. Because to me, it's the Mariners. Getting that extra bat was huge for them, and they already have pretty good pitching.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I was going to say, like, the history with the Rangers kind of could be something that you look at, but I think you might be right in that regard. But there you go. That's what's happening there with some of the trade deadline stuff. Astros back in action tonight, facing off against Alex Bregman and the Red Sox.
Yeah, that's going to be so cool with Correa back and that whole reunion of sorts that they're having. I think, look, what we're looking at right now is just a fight down to the wire. The best thing the Astros have going for them right now is they've managed to keep this 5-game lead despite some struggles, despite slumping, losing 5 in a row at one point, 6 in a row. And still being able to have that 5-game lead, I think that's going to be huge as you go down the stretch.
Yeah. Some other things that are popping. I'm going to mention this around the NFL, but we got a chance to sit down with Nick Caley instead. We got a little bit of a football last night. How much did you take in of the NFL Hall of Fame game?
About what I said, about a quarter. But then, hey, man, virtual measurement, I'm in. 100%.
That's what I was going to get to.
100%. It was awesome. It was easy. It was efficient. The graphics were good. I don't think, and I know one of your sort of questions, if not concerns, was, all right, there's a lot of bodies in that point.
It was a kind of an open field tackle, and it was clearly a first down, but I imagine they ran it out there to, give it a little bit of you just put it out there, put it on the TV broadcast, let everybody see it. I'm still intrigued as to like how it's actually working and how actually accurate
it is. When there is a pile, you mean?
Yeah.
When it is like bodies piled up on the goal line or something?
I still want to know exactly how accurate it is or how much they are working off of just the spot that they are ultimately given by the NFL. However, it did look clean.
It was clean.
And I'm
fast.
I was like, how fast did it feel like to you? Because it did seem like it took a little bit longer than like what I imagined it to. And maybe I'm just leaning off of the tennis where it's pretty instantaneous.
Yeah.
But it didn't take forever. Like I imagine I was trying to in my head kind of count off. Well, how long would it have taken for them to take the old dudes and get the chains and the sticks and run them out to the middle of the field for the measurement?
It was faster than that.
And it felt like it was faster.
It was absolutely faster than that. It did kind of make me feel bad for the guys that are standing on the sideline. They're like, yeah, we're here if they need us. but they're what are they, dinosaurs, I guess.
Coming to a football field near you. Automated. I feel like the more and more that we automate things, the more enticing it seems. That we're getting, that we're getting more automation in sports. I think more people are in on it. How about you?
No, you know me. I loved it. I loved it immediately. All that stuff. I think it should all be. I think it should be used in college, for goodness sakes. And I don't see where it would be that difficult to implement.
Okay. All right. Some other things that are popping. Another day of practice, training camp, and all right. So, how would you characterize the way that camp went today?
I think it was you know why it didn't look as bad as Wednesday? They weren't throwing the ball as long. Like because they had what, 6 or 8 deep balls in a row. It was almost like it was scripted. Well, it was scripted, but it was almost like they were determined to try to take some shots in Wednesday's practice. So it was like the ball's up. You see the DB, wide receiver open, the DB closing and pick, or the ball's up and they're taking a deeper drop, and all of a sudden sack, or what would have been a sack. Whereas today it was more short routes. It was more, red zone and all that. The defense still dominated. The defense still absolutely dominated. And what stood out to me as much as anything is, we know what Will Anderson and Daniel Hunter, how good they are. Will Anderson had his battles with Ursery at right tackle when he was facing him, but against the run, he was handling Ursery pretty easily, and that's just part of the development. Like when they were running the run plays here, and I was watching it, we were in the middle, I think, of an interview, and I was kind of keeping an eye on it. I was like, oh, boy, they can't get a yard. If that was a real take them to the ground play, it would have been right at the line of scrimmage or maybe a 1-yard gain.
Yeah, we talked to Nick Caley. Yeah. I imagine we might hear a little bit more from Nick Caley on the podium, and he can't have been happy with this offensive line. I know he's harping on fundamentals, but I think the results of what you're seeing early are still something where I go, even as it feels like we're starting to find an offensive line, whoever, no matter if you mix it up, got to be able to beat them, and it still feels like the defense is meeting at the quarterback. In addition to now, also on a day where the secondary, I think, was beating up your pass catches as well.
Yeah, they were breaking on the ball, breaking up passes. A couple of 2 or 3 interceptions mixed in there. I'll say it again. I mean, it's way early. They haven't even played a preseason game, but I think I've almost seen enough to think they have, obviously the win healthy. They have every piece on this defense. They have everything they need.
They do.
They have everything they need.
I realized the thing I wanted to talk about, and we went into the automatic replay at the Hall of Fame game. How about Trey Lance? In the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah.
He looked really good. It was a very big, dominant game.
Like 149 yards passing?
He had a good amount of yards, and he looked good. And they mentioned it on the broadcast, Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth. They mentioned it that that's a man that has not played a lot of football, but he's talented. And he was showing that I imagine there's someone somewhere still falling for it, right? Like, well, if you just give Trey Lance an opportunity. But he did the things that you have to do in that type of game. A 34-7 victory by the Chargers over the Lions.
Whether he's sincere or not, or really believes it or not, he just does everything he can to just put confidence in these guys. Like he was slapping him on the shoulder pads like he was Justin Herbert and all this other stuff, and you the man, and pointing at him and everything else. By the way, I just got an update here from Will Kunkel was reporting this. He was actually counting at today's practice, which just makes me feel even worse. As I said, it was bad but not as bad. Apparently, perspective, C.J. Stroud would have been sacked nearly 10 times today.
Yep.
It's not all on the offensive line, he said. The coverage was excellent, too. That's why you come off the field and you're an offensive coach. You're like, I'm not in a great mood right now. I'm not in a great mood right now.
Salute to Nick Caley for giving us what he did, because he had good reason.
He pulled it out.
to not be all too happy. I mentioned the Hall of Fame game, Hall of Fame enshrinement coming up tomorrow. Mm-hmm. That's 11 a.m. Central Time on NFL Network, Fox, and ESPN. Is there anyone in this class that you are most excited to see, especially giving their enshrinement speech? I know that we've got a pretty cool class of 4: Eric Allen, Jared Allen, no relation, Antonio Gates, and Sterling Sharp. You needed me to say that, no relation. I know that you thought for a second that they might be brothers.
I was thinking it. I'm not really like Sterling Sharp, obviously, because we talked yesterday with all the news breaking and all that. If Shannon's there, maybe it's a distraction. I still think Sterling Sharp's going to be interesting because he was not Shannon Sharp as a player.
No.
He was very close-vested, didn't talk a lot. It's going to be interesting to see how he reacts. And Jared Allen was the exact opposite. I mean, I know he was talking a little bit yesterday. Jared Allen's going to be fun. I was also looking at next year's class, that are going to be eligible.
Yeah.
Larry Fitzgerald will be eligible next year. That's got to be, first ballot, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's got to be first ballot.
We were talking about this in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Larry Fitzgerald's my third best wide receiver that's ever played the game.
And I didn't argue too much. I think there can be an argument, but I agree by and large.
Yeah, so him and Drew Brees are going to be guys that are first-year eligible. It feels like they have the highest percentage chance of getting in, and they probably should.
Mm-hmm.
This is one where I'd like to get your thought process on it, because next on the list of guys who are first-year, Jason Witten, tight end for the Cowboys. Does he strike you, I mean, not even first ballot,
as a Hall of Famer?
Because that's one of my hot takes is I feel like he is a lot more borderline than I think people talk about him as.
Well, I won't call it a hot take because I'm right there with you. I think he's in the Hall of really, really good, but is he in the Hall of Fame? What? Just out of curiosity, what's the percentage they have on him?
They have him as a 40% chance for the Hall of Fame. I don't know if that's for a Hall of Fame in his first year or if that's just in general. But these are first-year guys, and that's the percentage that was put on him, 40%.
Yeah. When you look at the tight ends and what they've been able to do, how does he compare? Because I don't think it's in the same class. It's really, really good, but I don't think it's the same class.
This does give me an opportunity as some other first-year Hall of Fame eligible players now. Once we get past this 2025 enshrinement, one of the Pouncey boys, Marquise Pouncey, LaShawn McCoy, Phillip Rivers, Geno Atkins, Greg Olson, who a fantastic broadcaster, Julian Edelman, Des Bryant. How do you feel about Frank Gore? Like, I feel like that's one of those, you can learn a lot about somebody and how they feel about football by just hearing how they feel about Frank Gore.
Longevity, man. I mean, how much value do you put on longevity?
That is exactly what I'm trying to get to.
And I'm not trying to dodge the question because I go back and forth on this. I think he should be a Hall of Famer, and I know you don't. Or at least I think you don't.
I love Frank Gore.
But do you think he should be in the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought you were going to end up on the other side of that.
No, I love Frank Gore.
I think the longevity, lots and lots of yards, is going to be in his favor. And you should get credit for that. Because a lot of people say, well, this guy would have been a Hall of Famer had he played 2 more years. Well, Frank Gore played, 15?
And the tough part about him is that he's just not he's not a guy who you look at and you go, was he the absolute best in the league for a long period of time?
And that's the argument against him.
But just continue to be one of the better ones for a very, very long time. And I see you, Cornbread. No, it's not called the Hall of Longevity, but that's all a part of it. Especially when you get to a place where you're allowing guys who have had short tenures but also very good. I think that then you kind of stretch and pull a little bit. We'll see ultimately. That's for them to decide in the years to come. And real quick before we go, I have not given the Dynamo a lot of love. Last month has been rough for them. I think it's 3 losses and a draw, both in league play and also in Leagues Cup play. They have a Leagues Cup match tonight at Shell Energy Stadium versus Mazatlan. So best of luck to the Dynamo.
They played America, was that right?
They did play Club America, and as you might imagine, did not go well for them. Unfortunately. Thoughts with our guy Ben Olsen and the squad as well as they continue to try and get back to winning ways. All right, you're in the loop here on Sport Next. I think we should hear from Nick Caley. We talked to him, but I think also him on the podium adding more information, especially on a day where the offense did not have their best one. Let's hear what he had to say next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, happy Friday to you. Hope that you're having a good one. Not a hot day, but a humid day out here. A little bit different, which I wonder how that played for the fellas. I do wonder if everybody's just out here counting down the days to get to West Virginia.
Oh, I don't wonder at all.
Because you know for certain, huh?
That includes staff. That includes ownership, front office. They want that good weather.
I imagine that there's some folks that really would appreciate that refresh as well, because I think the offensive line and the offense in general, because I don't want to let the rest of the offense off the hook.
Yeah.
They do need to have a better day. Again, 735-724-610 is the place to get involved. Somebody said the reports out of training camp that I'm hearing sound exactly like it did last year. How do you feel that comparison?
No. Last year we were just kind of wondering, all right, next step.
When it comes to the offense?
Yeah, next step. Let's see what how it plays out. No, not at all. This year we came in wondering what the heck it's going to look like. We're sitting here with a little better knowledge, a little better insight. Still wondering, though. Still wondering.
I was like, when do we turn the corner on it's early? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's a conversation we have as well.
Yeah.
But just to give us better insight into what happened on the day where, again, I don't think you can say, or you can absolutely say the defense won. Offense coordinator Nick Caley, we got a chance to talk to him, but this is him talking to the assembled media after practice right here on Sports Radio 610.
Where do you feel like you guys are with the offensive line and how that's progressed on the put pads on, get out there?
I've been pleased. There's been improvement. There's been steady improvement every single day. So it's just a matter of continuing to refine it. I mean, we get as good a work as we're going to get out here against our defense. It truly is iron sharpening iron. So, we're getting good looks. We're getting to correct some things. We're getting to clean up some things. But there's been steady progress. So I've been happy with it.
Nick, how have you seen Bijani develop over time? Where are you right now?
Yeah, I mean, he's done a really nice job dating back to spring. He works at it. He comes in, he spends a lot of extra time on his own. Fundamentally, technique, pad level, all those things are improving. So still got a ways to go, but I've been pleased with it. And he's a very conscientious guy, and he's wired the right way.
There were a lot of bodies.
I think it's everything. I think it's timing. I think it's being a little anchoring a little bit more at times in the protection piece of it. Being able to play more on time. Got to do a better job myself. Maybe getting some more quick options there early on too. I think it's collectively. It's everything. It's not just one person. It's never just one person or one facet. Just think we got to continue to all evolve and get better. Collectively.
It's a pretty talkative secondary. What kind of edge are they bringing to practice?
Oh, it's fun. I mean, it's competitiveness. I mean, that's what you love. I mean, we got a great spirit about the guys on this team, and our offensive guys, they enjoy it, and it's as good a competition as you're going to see day after day after day, and it's going to make us better.
Coach, you guys have mentioned competition a lot.
Yeah.
What are you seeing from Jalen Thomas at the left guard spot, and how is that left side trying to come together right now?
Yeah, he's improved quite a bit. I like his demeanor. I like his approach every single day. And, again, we got good competition across the board at all spots, so been happy with that. No different, like I talked about, whether it's the right side, whether it's Ariante. I mean, all these guys are out here competing, and they're all coachable. And that's, if you care, you work hard, you can take coaching, and you're going to have a chance to get better. And that's what I see those guys doing.
Given your experience with the tight end position,
yeah.
Where do you think Dalton, Brevin, and Cade are?
Yeah, they're in a good spot. I'm pleased with all of them. I think we have a really deep room. I think Jake Moreland's an outstanding coach. And has those guys playing well. They're all different, and they all have value, and they work well together, and they're going to help us.
Jake, again, he says a rookie. What do you see from him, how quickly he's taken to the NFL, and what are some things that jump out?
Mature. He's mature beyond his right demeanor. He's in here all the time. I said that. I was asked that a couple weeks ago or whatever. Like those young guys, you got to kick them out of the building and dating back to OTAs. So Ben does a great job with those guys, and they work hard. But I've been very pleased with those guys.
Go back question for you.
How difficult is it to install a defense install offense against a defense like that?
Well, I mean, they're competitive every single day, the unit we go. So we got to get our stuff in, and we got to make sure that we're trying to, clean up the things that we can control to give ourselves an opportunity to compete against them. But it makes us better. It's what you expect out of this unit, and it's what we expect from ourselves is to go out there and compete too and battle. And, it's as hard of a look as we're going to see down after down, and that's a good thing, You
coached James Devlin and have that background with fullbacks.
Sure.
What does Jakob Johnson mean to the offense? How do you envision the role of a fullback in offense?
Yeah, it allows you to activate a different personnel grouping, obviously. You can do some different things. He has versatility to not just play in the backfield, but play in the D-gap area and YY wing sets as well. But, you can activate some different schemes. I think that fullback position in general, and I would say it's an extension to the tight ends, that brings a toughness to a football team. It enhances the toughness. You talk about situational football. You talk about 4 minutes, short yardage, goal line, early downs. Like that's a toughness position, and it makes everybody around him tougher. And I've got experience with Yak. He's all in. He pours everything he has into it. So. In the group general.
Going back to what Sarge said, is there any emphasis for you guys where you can evaluate plays from multiple areas? Because the play doesn't seem busted when there is a sack. It seems like the rep is still going and being completed with the receiver.
Sure.
Is that something that you emphasize?
Yeah, I think just in general. You want to be able to continue on through the play and get the work at it. So, D'Amico will control the whistle when he feels it needs to be blown dead, and he's the boss. So we just listen for the whistle when he blows it or he doesn't.
Y'all trying to work on that before you go ahead and
just continuing to play cleaner, to be more refined fundamentally, and then just really to build, on the latter stages of the installation process as we get going here. So we're about the tail end of the core install, and then we'll start to chip away at some different things here moving forward.
I know that D'Amico said that this offense isn't a copy and paste because of the previous teams that you've been with. But how much of Julian element do you see in Noah?
Well, short area quickness, height, weight, speed, those things. Every player is different. There's no one player that's really the same. But, he's obviously got inside to outside flex. There's comparisons. If you look at it from the lens that you're asking for, they both were prolific punt returners too. Short area quickness, highly competitive, highly smart football players. So, we got a good group of guys, not just him. The whole room is full of good guys. And again, Ben does a great job with those guys too. And we're really lucky to have good players and a great coaching staff.
What's the install process right now? Been more about getting those mental reps in, come there.
Yeah, I think both. To answer your question, I think there's an element of mental reps that starts in the walkthrough phases and, morning, night walkthroughs, et cetera, and then the physical reps. And then for the guys that aren't in on the physical reps, there's a mental above the neck component to that too. So you're always trying to get mental reps if you're not in. And then we got to take advantage of the physical reps, and that's where you see the fundamentals come to life.
Is there any challenge there with Joe and Jamie not being able to be on the field as far as those mental reps? Do you feel like they're taking in what you're
Sure. They're doing everything they can. So, control what you can control, and I've been pleased with that.
How important has working with Matt Burke, getting to understand what that defensive process and that defensive scheme is doing?
Yeah, it's been great. He first of all, he's an awesome guy. He's a great football coach. I share a wall right next to him, so I feel like I get a lot of positive energy and good stuff coming from his office. But he's awesome. I enjoy him. He's highly competitive. He's a great coach. He gets those guys going, so it's been fun. It's been fun working with him.
This is your first year with them. They were obviously here last year a little bit. What do you kind of see from them in their second year here?
Yeah, they come to work every day. They've both gotten better. They're different style of players, but respective to where they started in spring to where they're at now, I've been pleased with both of them, and we just got to keep it going in that direction.
What are some of the challenges when installing a new offense that
Well, I think it's teaching the fundamentals and the intent of what we're doing. So that started in spring. It's continued now. Intent what we're trying to get done. And you're trying to put guys in position to utilize their strengths, which you're trying to do. You're not trying to ask somebody to do something that they can't. Then you got to start building it towards, trying to refine what we're going to be as we start to evolve in this, beginning to middle part of camp. And we're in that process right now, finding out what we can do, and also trying to bank some reps. We don't get, we don't get the rep every single run that we have in, 3 times a day. So some of that's carried over to other days, so we can continue to look and evaluate those things. And it's an ever-evolving process.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you all. Have a good day.
Offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans, Nick Caley there. Man, look, if you play for Nick Caley, you're not going to be able to mistake what the key points are.
Yeah.
He hammers the hell out of the things that he wants you to know.
The fundamentals, the technique. I mean, I'm listening to that, and we had seen him earlier. You could just feel. He said, "Hey, iron sharpens iron. That's good for us. All that." This was not a good day. Yeah, they need some sharpening. They need more sharpening on their end, and they need that offensive line to just hold up better. It's very, very clear. I'm sure in his mind and his heart, he feels like this is going to make us better. But it sucks right now. I mean, the frustration is very tangible.
Yeah, I'm trying to, and maybe this is the question that we ultimately need to, kind of work through here. 713-572-4610. Always appreciate you getting involved in the conversation, too. At what point does it stop being early?
Yeah.
For what we're doing here? Because he's not wrong. Like, they're still installed and activating various, what I imagine their offense will ultimately look like. You've had a couple of weeks of practice here. Obviously, you have OTAs, minicamp, all those things as well. But, I mean, they're starting to find where the offensive line is. CJ is still, grabbing more of a responsibility. Nick Caley is still finding what this offense is going to be. But a day like today, where how many would-be sacks did Will count?
Nearly 10.
At what point is it just like you can't have any more of those?
Well, and at what point can you not have any more of those for the players' sake? Because, players are going to be, as much as, here's Nick Caley saying, it's going to make us better. That's a great defense. It's the best we're going to see. Every rep is a challenge. The players are out here busting their butts, and at some point they're going to have to see some success, or they might be looking around the room going, man, what's going on? Especially at the quarterback position, at the wide receiver position, the tackle position. They need some success, whether it's, whether it's just a little bit, just one practice, just to kind of get that validation,
And I really and truly, I understand, because I saw earlier Toby on the YouTube saying, y'all are bumming me out with this O-line talk. I tried to, real quick during one of our breaks, double-check with a number of people that have kind of had an opportunity to, solely focus on what practice looked like today, as, of course, at some points we have to then, do a show.
Yeah.
And it is in one voice, like, hey, that was not a good, not even close to a good day for the offense. And I just keep coming back to, man, these things happen. When do we need to get to a place where, and I understand you're coming from a place where you're trying to build up, but that was one of the problems. That was one of the things that we could foresee as a potential issue is if you have these lofty goals, and I understand you got to keep on your fundamentals, at what point does it become this is a problem? You know?
Yeah, and I think you and I are kind of both looking at that point, in different ways. Like,
is that next week? Is that first preseason game?
I think Vikings has to be a validation game. I think, and especially in today's NFL, where you don't necessarily third preseason game nobody plays.
Yeah,
it used to be everybody played for 3 quarters, but that's not the case anymore. I think the Vikings, you'll probably see pushing a quarter maybe of the quote unquote first team offense. They have to have some success then, because right now they must feel like, man, we're getting our butts whipped consistently. Is this offense going to work for us? And that's a fair question. The coaches might see it. They might look at the film and say, hey, look, it's going to work. This is what we need to do. This is our approach. This is going to be our, these are the things we need to work on. But that doesn't help the guys that are on the field that are getting whooped. They need some validation.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it does feel like, and tell me if I'm wrong here, because the 346 sends in a text, and I think it feels just a little early for this question just yet. But is it the players they got, or is it time to start questioning if Caley is competent? I don't know if I'm at that place yet.
No.
But that is an undercurrent of all of this, I think.
Yeah.
And with ever you see the offense seemingly not taking leaps forward, Caley seems to insist that there's steps being taken forward. And I guess at this point I have no choice but to kind of trust his perspective on it, because what I'm seeing feels a little bit less optimistic just in the moment. Right? Again, these are practices. There's only so much you can make of it.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I'm under questioning the entirety of it. But I get where skepticism will start to pop up for certain people.
And that's why they need that validation, because it's going to start growing. And I'm not there yet. I don't think anyone should be there yet. about Nick Caley. If you're looking at anybody right now, I mean, hey, Nick Caserio, you bought the groceries here, man.
Yeah.
You bought the groceries here, and maybe this offensive line, the projections that you had, and again, I feel bad even going there because it's
Correct.
so early, and we still need to see them against other teams, and maybe get that validation, and maybe this offense ends up being, really, really good, and they win 13 games and all that. I'm just saying, if you're looking at Nick Caley, he didn't buy the groceries, and there's still a long way to go.
And that's why I said, look, when is the time? Because I don't think right now is the time, even though, again, I'm a little disheartened.
Yeah.
And those questions that we had early on that I was like, all right, let's put these away and try and see what the idea is that the Texas team is trying to put together.
Yeah.
Those questions pop back up. But I do wonder, okay, at what point do we need to then have some hard conversations? Does this change your season?
No,
I don't think so.
No, we haven't even gotten to there yet.
I still very much think that this has the capability of being a good team. I think the defense has shown the capability to be a carrying type force. But again, when they talk about where you're supposed to be along in the process, that's one of the things I was hoping to kind of get from Caley. How do you find yourself in the process?
Right.
Where do you see yourself in the process? That I don't know that I got a great idea of. That's the thing that I think I'm ultimately trying to grapple with right now.
Let's be very clear to wrap this up on a different note, because I feel bad even going there. What the texter was talking about, and hey, the groceries this, the groceries that. Let's be very clear. They have the weapons. We are impressed with the weapons, whether it's Nico and Christian Kirk. He had a good day in the one-on-one drills, against Jalen Petrie, and obviously C.J. Stroud. And if Nick Chubb, can be the running back. The weapons, to me, is not the problem. The problem has been up front and the defense wrecking this offense. So maybe, we'll come back on Monday after the Minnesota preseason game and say, all right, this offense has something. But right now, it's just frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really what it is. It's the frustration, because I feel like I'm being too negative on this, and I probably am. But it's the frustration of seeing after a year of seeing the offensive line get whooped coming out, and the answer supposedly kind of feeling like it's not on par with where we would hope it to be at this point. Is our defense this good? The defense is really good.
Really good.
I don't want to ignore
really
that portion of it by any means. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's have a little fun. Let's do some Lunchtime confession. We will do that next.
Where did the Texans stand on their offensive line? Nick Caserio gave his thoughts exclusively on Payne and Pendergast.
We feel like we have a lot of depth and a lot of competition at multiple spots. So I think these next 2 to 3 weeks we'll have a better idea and better understanding. Eventually you want to get to the point where whoever the 5 are from a communication
Houston's 2610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Remember last week we were talking Ozzy Osbourne passed, and
don't sound so excited about that.
No, I'm not. And you were talking about was it Malcolm
Jamal Warner? Yes, sir.
And you said, is he in the same class? Because they says they come in threes. And I said, he is for some people, but he's not the megastar that the others were. And I thought about that this morning because this guy is not the mega global star of some, of most of that ilk. But he's a huge loss. And probably a lot of people know about Tejano music.
Yeah.
But they don't know who defined it and who brought it to mainstream audiences. And in some circles, this guy is a huge loss. Figgy, give me a little taste of R.I.P. Flaco Jimenez.
Hey, baby, ¿qué pasó?
Of course. Flaco Jimenez. I mean, this guy, he performed with Bob Dylan, Willie Nelson, the Rolling Stones, Linda Ronstadt. I'm trying to think of some others that I know he did, but absolute monster. And as much as Selena, thinks Tejano music, and she came away around a little. Flaco Jimenez and the Texas Tornadoes, they brought it to mainstream and won multiple Grammys. This guy was a legend and passed away at age 86.
I'm going to be honest. I didn't realize Flaco Jimenez had passed. I saw some people yesterday posting some Flaco Jimenez, and I was like, oh, man, yeah, this is dope. But I didn't realize that this was the impetus. So, yeah, no,
86.
Absolutely. Good run.
Absolute legend. Really good run.
Good run.
Yeah.
I think that's how that counts.
Mm-hmm. These are my confessions.
All right, so you know me. I'm young and soaring with youthful ignorance at times. And coming into training camp, I was very excited. I think we all were.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I came into it with was a staunch belief that heat ain't nothing. And I still maintain that heat ain't nothing. However, I will acquiesce in one way. The ways in which, doing all this practice and eventually guys kind of get run down or whatever, I was like, all right, that's fine. Mm-hmm. I did not realize that happened to us. What am I all doing? Standing around, watching football, sitting around, watching football, running my mouth. What am I actually doing?
Yeah.
When I tell you today, I am feeling it. Today, and it's not like feeling it in my body. I feel the fatigue.
You get drained, yeah.
I did not anticipate the level of drain that I have had today. That I didn't think that would come, and it really is just like training camp takes it out of you, man.
Look, man, nobody's going to feel sorry for us because we get to do this thing.
You shouldn't.
And sit, field side and all that. But it's a real thing. You sit out in the sun for 8-9 days, hours on. I don't care who you are, man. It's going to drain you a little bit. No, I feel you. I feel you on that 100%.
Yeah. Does it change over 30 years of doing it?
No, it gets worse.
Oh.
It gets worse.
I was like, maybe you're like, I figured out the way to do it.
That's why when we were talking about this, Figgy, we talk about it every year, like what we're going to end up doing at training camp and being out there. And then, of course, how long we're going to be out there. I'm like, I'm coming back. I'm coming back
to the studio.
Don't worry about me. I'll be back at the studio. I'll be back there.
Yeah, I was just like,
it drains you.
I am starting to feel the effects. Did not realize that would happen, but here we are.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, man. I think I'm at a point, I guess, in our age and I guess the times where you start getting people looking at shows and movies back in our time and start complaining about it and start picking it apart.
Yeah.
So it's an R&B artist by the name of Ari Lennox. And she has something to say about the show Martin. Now, if you're not familiar with the show Martin, it's pretty much a lot of people compare it to Seinfeld a little bit. It's a show about nothing. They just doing random stuff.
Yeah.
And one of the things they used to do in this show is Martin used to always go back and forth with his girlfriend's best friend. And her name was Pam, who was a beautiful dark-skinned woman. And Ari said that, I think she tweeted something like, she always felt the type of way because the jokes were disrespectful. So it's hard for her to kind of watch Martin now.
Oh, God.
And I'm just like, man, are we at that point where now some of our legendary shows are about to get picked apart?
Yes.
I'm just so irritated with that, man. I hate it here so much. The thing is, to me, I felt like she didn't really watch the show because not only Martin was picking on the character Pam in the show, Pam was also picking on Martin in the show.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right, are we going to talk about all the short jokes that Pam was saying to Martin?
Right. Right.
Like, is it this? Should I feel a little disrespected? Yeah. So I just hate it here, man. I feel like we're gonna get to a point where all of my favorite TV shows and movies eventually gonna get banned, or it's gonna be very insensitive to play.
You know what's funny about that? I was thinking about, well, as you were talking, because like Seinfeld, very, very, disrespectful and insulting at times, and maybe things that you couldn't get away with today. Same thing with Martin. Hey, go back to the 70s and some of those shows, like the Jeffersons.
That's when I'm worried. That's
All in the Family.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, man. I feel like they're going to start digging in the crate a little further back.
Yeah. Oh, they'll dig them up. I mean,
I'm sure somebody going to go to Andy Griffin or Leave the Beaver like, wait a minute, why wasn't even, there was no black people in this show?
Yeah.
I just feel so disrespected over this.
Yeah.
Just don't.
It's comedy.
Yeah, just focus on now, man. Don't go back in the day and then come up with a think piece. I'm kind of tired of it, man.
A think piece.
These are my confessions.
All right, I kind of hate myself for this, but I got to be honest. I'm starting to really like Cam Ward, and I'm pulling for him. This guy, I know, Titans. I hate the Titans. I hate, what's her name? And then Amy Adams Strunk.
That's her.
I hate the Titans. This kid is impressive, man. I mean, listen to this right here.
I'd say, yes, sir. I've grown up, watched my dad wake up at 4:30 doing a job he didn't like. So, if I can't wake up early and do what I need to do for a job I do like, I shouldn't be playing football. And that goes for everybody in the locker room. If you can't have the expectation for yourself that you want to be, whether a good or a great player, and want to put the work in, I just think that's how it should go. I just think good things only come to those who work.
I mean, this kid he's mature. He's got it all. He's been through the ringer. He's climbed the ranks. He's taking control of that locker room. I'm not saying he worries me as like on the football field, but he's an impressive cat that just in a weird way, even though I hate that team, I'm kind of pulling for.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, look, ain't he a product from around here anyways?
Well, I know he went to Incarnate Word for a while. I don't know if he was from Texas.
West Columbia, Texas, baby.
West Columbia, that's right.
Yeah, man, he's from around here. Of course he's good people.
Yeah.
Like, of course you knew that. But, I mean, no, that's always been the thing about Cam Ward. You mentioned he went to Incarnate Word.
Yeah.
Then he transferred to Oregon State. Then he went to Miami. Like, this is a dude that's winning. And got it. Particular trajectory. Incarnate Word to Oregon State to Miami. That's not a guy who I went to a big place and then I went to go find a place where I could actually get some playing time.
Yeah.
That is some I got it out the mud stuff, and you can see it in his demeanor. The thing that I have against Cam Ward is nothing to do with his personality nor his demeanor. It's just I don't know that he is that level of player that fits with being a number one overall pick, with all due respect to him, because I do think he has the capability of being a solid quarterback.
Yeah. So does that make me a bad person that I'm pulling for?
I will leave that to the text line, 713-572-4610.
I would say yes.
Yeah,
okay,
I'm a bad person.
Yes.
You said you're a bad person.
You can't root for the ops, man.
What about that? The proverbial I'm going to root for him all but 2 weeks. That kind of thing.
Nah, you can't root for the ops.
Yeah, because those wins over there still count.
They still count in your division.
It's very unfortunate, but you can't.
But how do you not like this kid?
I mean, some people don't like people that know that that know how they feel, right?
Yeah.
Like that are like pretty strong in their demeanor. But I like him.
Yeah.
I like him as a dude. Shout out again to West Columbia.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Washington State. I kept saying Oregon State. Apologies. Appreciation to Clint Stoerner. That you know what I'm going to blame that on? Been out here.
The heat.
It's starting to wear on me. That's what. Nah, I should have known better. I appreciate Clint.
Delirious.
Get me wrong. And you know what? I'm also concerned about this. Like, my confession is, I don't know that I've read a story that has scared me more than this story that I read yesterday. And this is from the Associated Press, mind you. Like, this ain't from This we get. You want me to give you the headline?
Yeah, man.
Radioactive wasp nest uncovered at South Carolina nuclear facility.
Oh, my God. There are so many words in that one headline.
You want me to read it one more time?
That are terrifying.
Radioactive, 1. Wasp nest,
2.
uncovered at South Carolina nuclear facility.
There's 3.
Yeah. The nest had a radiation level 10 times what is allowed by federal regulation, but no wasps were found.
Because they fly. That's why. There are radioactive wasps flying around in South Carolina.
How far do you think a Hulk wasp would go to sting somebody? That's the only thing, because I'm already not very fond of wasps. I am your friend that sees something flying and is like not running and yelling, but I'm repositioning myself to get myself a little bit further away from it.
Yeah.
And now you're talking about radioactive versions? Like, I don't know what that does. Look, I've watched too many comic movies and read too many comic books. Like, that's gamma radiation in my mind.
I'm kind of laughing because it is like, what? Radioactive wasp. That's where we are right now? But it is like, yeah, they're out there. They're out there somewhere. I'm 100% with you on that.
Yeah, that scared the ever-living mess out of me, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
Figure you got one more?
Oh, no, I ain't know. I thought we was going to break.
Oh, okay. Well, then let's do that. If you got, I was like, hey, also, you just over there quiet on the radioactive wasps. You just good? You ain't got no concerns? Yeah. You all right with that?
Oh, yeah. I'm always concerned over the stuff like that, wherever it is.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I'm going to be completely honest. I have set up a Google alert. I would like to know the next time that the radioactive wasps show up.
It's actually a pretty good call.
Yeah, I'm going to be tracking that story because I feel like I'm going to need to keep an eye on them.
Sighted in Texas. Oh, my God.
Yeah, see, now, that'd be the one thing that finally gets me to think about possibly moving out of Texas is, oh, no, here come the radioactive wasps. Yeah. Here they come. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you for rocking with our lunchtime confessions here. Coming up next, we sat down with Cal and Hannah McNair, I thought, to talk a little bit. And we had a lot of fun doing it. So coming up next, you'll get to hear that conversation.
All right, let's go fishing, man. It's the weekend next.
Training Camp, live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Another day wrapped up here at Training Camp 2025, and it's been a good one. Happy Friday. Hope that you're enjoying yourself, because we absolutely did, having an opportunity to sit down with the owners of the Houston Texans, Cal and Hannah McNair. Or did we? That you'll hear, all that and all the fun that we had, you'll hear right now. All right, it looks like we are being joined now right here on Sports Radio 610 in the loop with myself, Reginald Atatula, and John Lopez, by the owners of this Houston Texans team in a lovely H-Town blue. Love the shirts. It is Cal and Hannah McNair. How y'all doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm not sure what you're talking about, though. What's going on over here?
What do you mean? What do you mean, Cal?
Who?
Okay. All right.
How you doing?
All right. I see what's happening now. All right. So for you listeners.
Reggie, is that Hannah?
So for you listeners, especially if you've been listening to us all week long, all the way through camp, there was a day where Cal was walking by the tent, and as he's stopping by, Joanna, his assistant, points to one of the headsets, and I mistakenly assumed that was Hannah McNair.
Hey, Hannah, how are you?
And now I am being punked, because sitting in that chair previously was Joanna McNair. Now we are joined.
Joanna McNair, Joanna Hartland.
Oh, Joanna Hart. Sorry, apologies.
Joanna Hartland, please.
See, I have been thrown off. I've been tilted. I've been thrown off my game, and you know what? That's on me.
All right.
Now we are joined by Cal and Hannah McNair.
Right. So let's reset this, and let me fall on the sword for just a second. So
whose idea was that?
Mine. It was my idea.
It's because
your
I'm not
own teammate. Your own teammate.
You know
why?
why?
He's your friend.
It's my first time out camp. He said that I need to carry his bag, and I've refused. And this is my comeuppance, I think.
I've been to 30-something.
You didn't carry his bag.
I didn't.
That's
Thank
just a
you.
rookie's rite of passage.
Thank you.
I've been told by a number of players and coaches that I don't need to do that. It's
okay,
fine.
players have also said he needs to. I've been to 30-something NFL camps, back to the Oilers days. And I said, just carry my bag one day. Just one day.
Yep.
So he refused to do it, so I went up to Cal and Hannah 2 days ago, and I said, I got an idea.
He goes, would you do it? Would you do it? Of course. Joanna and I haven't played that trick in.
Ask you about that, but first and foremost, I have been, since that happened, the first time it happened, I have been taking note of the fact that you guys have been wearing different skirts, and I have been using that to be able to tell the difference. Today, you guys are wearing the same skirt. Was that intentional?
Yes, it was. I actually FaceTimed her, and I said, show me your outfit.
Damn. Well,
and that's why they call me the OG.
I see it.
OG strikes again.
And
Yes,
shout
he
out
does.
to Joanna for playing the part.
I was carrying her markers and stuff just to trick you.
Y'all have done a great job. Clearly, y'all have done this before.
It's been a while. We kind of worked. I thought we'd be off our game, but we were on it.
Very much on it. Is there a fun story that you guys have about a time in which you were able to trick someone, or maybe that you guys would switch places?
So there was a guy that asked me out. I wasn't very interested in him, but she was. And so she went on a date with him. He never knew. And she came back. She goes, I see why.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So you made the right call there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, some people just takes a minute.
It takes a minute. So, Cal, you were in on this too, and I'm impressed how excited you all were when I brought up the idea about doing this. Have you ever tried to maybe body switch, like Hannah had to go do something, and you're like, maybe Joanna will go do that?
No.
I
don't think
was
so.
her passport photo one time.
Oh, really?
That
That's
passport
great.
has since expired.
Good thing.
She couldn't go, get her passport done, and so.
And they asked, "Is this a likeness of you?" And she said, "Yes."
It is a likeness of me. You're not lying.
She goes, "Hannah, I
Identical.
can't lie if they ask me."
Yeah.
And so the question was, "Is this a likeness of you?" And she said,
Well,
"Yes."
Thank you guys for doing that.
That was
Reggie
funny.
and I are now even. You don't have to carry my bag anymore.
Okay, I'll take it.
Really, it only took that.
Well, it was worth it. Trust me, because
Well-
it's on. We will replay this at some point. Trust me on that.
Yeah, this one's going to sit with me. But obviously, it's always fun to get a chance to talk with you guys. And just like we had fun there, you guys are so concerned with the experience of your fans when it comes to this team. I did want to start with just talking about, like, the brand identity for the Texans. There's, like, a level of, like, brand that you're building, but there's also, like, an identity that I think fans have with it. How intentional are you guys on making sure that, like, it's not just a Texans brand, but it's an identity that sits with your fandom?
Fan experience is very important. If they don't have a good time, they're not going to come. And you need your fans. And, we all thrive off fans, and the players do, the coaches do, the atmosphere in that stadium. I mean, it matters sometimes between a win or a loss. So,
Yeah, we study everything related to the fans and get fan feedback in a number of different ways. But it starts in the parking lot and seeing if we can be more efficient getting people in there. And we now know which lot they're going to, and we'll send them directions to their phone to give them the best way in and the best way out to try to get folks.
Because that's something that people, I'm sure some of the feedback you've gotten has been, hey, I need a little help.
Do that.
You also
and we don't control the construction that goes on, so we really try to help our fans with that as well.
Yeah,
Noted.
right, there's a lot of it.
You also mentioned earlier, or maybe it was last week, they're all running together, when you had availability with the media at large, some of the things that are happening in there, from the roof being redone to the new scoreboard to the Italian job speakers, to
Movie reference, love it.
Yeah, the movie reference. What did he say? I want speakers
I
loud
want
enough
speakers so loud and we won't repeat the rest
to
of
rip
it.
the clothes off of her or something like that. Anyway, but some of the other things that are going on, the updates that fans can expect.
Yeah, the new roof, the last one was damaged in the hurricane. And then the scoreboards were just kind of, they stopped making parts for them. So it was something we had to do. They were piecing them together last year. We kind of had our fingers crossed.
There was a game that was broken.
It was close. It was close, but we managed our way through it. And then, of course, the sound system is going to be big. People will really notice a difference on those.
You've gotten a chance to test them out. What do we flip on there in order to give them a
there
test?
There we go.
They did cut on a song. I forget the name of it, but it was loud.
Yeah.
It was loud. It was
Okay.
good.
All
it's
that
a top 40. It's a top 40.
Okay.
Excellent. I'm excited to hear that. But, I mean, obviously, stadium, getting this thing renovated, getting this thing to where it's maximum enjoyable for the fans is a big deal. But I think you also care about this football team, I imagine. And it seems like there's reports about it. You guys have talked about the opportunity to have a headquarters built. Can you run us through what are some of the pros and cons headquarters that's opposite, rather outside the stadium that we've all come to know and love?
Yeah, great question. So we're one of the few that are inside the stadium. And, of course, as we've talked a lot, it's not our stadium, it's a county stadium. So they run a lot of events through there. They run graduations, which we're glad to see, but they're in the corridor with the players.
Concerts.
They're running concerts,
circus.
and they're doing sound checks during our draft.
Yeah.
It's
Oh my
the
God.
Rolling Stones are tuning
Yes.
up while we're trying to figure out who we're getting in the second round. So it's those type of things. It's the rodeo who's a great partner, but they really take it over for a month and a half.
Sure.
And they do a great job. Maybe it's a little bit longer, but it's all those things that makes it hard for us to maybe bring in free agents when the clowns are kind of stretching and warming up right in front of them. And so
you want to be able to respect each other's space and share the space, but it gets hard for all parties involved to really run efficiently when you're trying to trip and over each other. So to have everyone together to be working efficiently and to not have to worry about some of those things, I think is a real benefit.
I got a couple more for you. Y'all have been officially controlling interest for how long? A little over 2 years, a year and a half, something like that? Well, however long, like it's officially been
principal owner.
2024.
2024. So we always ask players, what was your welcome to the NFL moment? What was y'all's welcome to the NFL moment when you're like, oh, wow, We've got to make.
Gosh, I know.
Yeah.
Was there one?
Was there?
Because I've been there, for 20 years. Or
Yeah,
whatever,
I know. You've
so,
always been involved.
Yeah.
Yeah. So not really one where you're like, oh, okay.
I don't think so. Maybe when they call roll at the beginning of every meeting, and maybe the big March meeting where I was a principal owner, and I got the vote.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that was a moment.
That was a moment.
That was it?
Got the vote, yeah.
Seeing who supports you and who doesn't. Was
They
that
all
a moment?
did. It was awesome. It was awesome.
Unanimous.
I was looking around the room.
Yeah,
Who's going to vote no?
Whose hand is going up here?
Yeah.
No, they were awesome. Ownership, we fight on the field, right?
Yeah.
And maybe about some other stuff, but
Yeah.
when the business comes together, we really try to work collaboratively.
And this one is just something that I noticed out here. And this may have been a part of the stadium and what you guys do for decades, and I just never noticed it. I just never noticed this in the past, but I was walking around out here and I noticed, I think it said something to the effect of, it was like a video release. Like you're going to be here, you might be on video, we might show you on the screen or whatever. And I'm just like, maybe it's been there for 20 years and I never noticed it.
Are you just noticing it because of Coldplay?
That's what I was asking. Was that a Coldplay effect?
If you read the fine print in your tickets as well, like
Right. Well, we've
you
always
sign
said
for
that.
a game,
Yeah,
it's in everything. Yeah, you have to.
And I'm like, I wonder if that's a Coldplay effect.
No, people are just noticing it now.
Yeah, okay.
All right, well, real
Cal's
quick.
not allowed to go to any Coldplay concert.
Real quick before we go, I did want to give you an opportunity here because I know Miss Janice going into the Ring of Honor. I just wanted to give you an opportunity. How cool is that for you to be able to facilitate? She matters a great deal in the history of this franchise.
Yeah, she deserves it. We're so excited to put her up there with the other, be the fourth member. And she's excited to join Dad up there as being honored. And she was with him by his side, and she's been our role model for so many years. And
Definitely mine.
Yeah, and exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah. But the way they work together in partnership, has really been inspirational, and hopefully for a lot of people. So.
Yeah. And people forget, for a long time, one of very few women who was the principal owner.
Yeah.
That's right. She was principal owner for a number of years.
I think that's also representative of how we are as an organization. Nothing is one person. It's a team, and that started with Bob and Janice doing this together. So having them both up there together just kind of solidifies the teamwork that they both did to build this here in this community.
Well, you guys are the best.
Absolutely love that. Everything is indeed a team effort. And by the way, not for any particular reason. Love the colors on the shirts, on the quarterback jerseys.
Do you like the tile? These shirts
they
are
got the
so
tiles.
cool.
You got the
I love
tiles.
It's beautiful. It's one of the
This
things
may
that
be my favorite one so far.
Yeah, it's the tiles.
Say thank you to Joanna for joining us.
Thank you, Joanna.
Thank you, Joanna.
Joanna
for
Marks,
joining us.
Hannah McNair.
She's not she's talking to Sarah.
Lopez, I will get back at you.
No, we're even. We're even, right?
That's what you think.
Right?
Reggie.
Hannah, we'll
Reggie,
talk.
do you have a feisty side, or are you just all business all the time?
I like to think that I'm a lover, not a fighter. However, if I need to, we can go to those places.
People don't expect it. They never say. All right.
Although I have just stated my intentions, I might have undercut myself. But
you stay in the stat sheet real hard, I see.
Yes,
I try.
Yes,
two laptops and everything. But you guys, obviously, it's a great pleasure to be able to sit down with you and to be able to chat with you out here. And I imagine that we're all on the same page on wanting to see a really, really good football team this year.
Agreed.
We're looking forward to it. We can't wait. We're really excited.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Cal and Hannah McNair.
Thank you all for having us.
Not Joanna Marks, but Cal and Hannah McNair sitting down here.
Are you
right
sure?
Here. I'm not, actually not. Not at all. Everything has been shaking my worldview. All right, there you go. That was our sit down with Cal and Hannah McNair and Joanna Marks. A lot of fun getting the chance to talk with them ahead of the 2025 season, all the things that they've got in mind when it comes to increasing the entertainment value for the fan and so on and so forth. All right, coming up next here in the Loop, let's with another week down of broadcasting live from training camp. What now more do we know this week than we did last week? Let's get into those things next.
The captain is coming home right before the trade deadline. Houston, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's Texans training camp, live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig. And you. Trying to ride out a Friday here in the greatest city in the world, Houston, Texas. Don't mind that. That was my phone. That apparently is not on silent. Appreciation to Cal and Hannah sitting down with us. Good idea. Drink shelves in the restrooms. Although here's the thing. If there is a drink shelf mounted in the restroom, like, at the right height for you to be able to set your drink down and do your business, how quickly before that drink shelf is somewhere that you don't want to put down your drink?
Oh, yeah, because
you know what I mean?
Constant use makes it a little bit unsavory.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You see that in a couple of little janky bars, though.
Yeah.
And, like, very quickly, I'm
It's
like,
never
actually,
stopped me, to be honest.
Actually, I don't want to put anything down on that shelf anymore.
Nah, I done been in some bars where people come in with their drink and just had it right there. I'd rather that than leaving it at the bar and going to the bathroom.
Yeah,
So,
I don't think it would stop me.
Yeah.
From setting it right there on that.
And they, they'll clean it up. It'll be taken care of.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
No, maybe that's just my mindset. I would personally, but my brain very much goes to moments like that where I'm like,
oh yeah,
that's not actually sanitary, right?
No, it's not. But what is on these restrooms? To be honest,
and that's less about the people who clean the restrooms and more about us as human beings. We probably should be better, but we know each other.
Yeah,
we're not.
We're pigs.
Appreciate you, Curtis, on the YouTube. Thank you for saying that you're enjoying the camp content. Really and truly, it's easy to do that when, one, you guys get involved, but two, the opportunities, thankfully, to the Texans for the opportunities to be out there and actively see and react to the things that are happening live. It makes it very easy. And with those reactions, we are able to kind of formulate some ideas of what this Texans team might be this year. So last week we did this after the first three practices, because we didn't get the fourth one until Saturday. Of course, they are practicing again Saturday. I'll make sure to be out there as well because, of course, it's necessary and I want to get as many looks as I possibly can at this team. But with the four practices we got this week, what more do we now know, plus Saturday, I guess, what more do we now know about this team compared to where we were last week? And I'm going to be honest, I was initially thinking about this, and I was like, I feel like not as much as I wanted to in this week, especially, pads are going on, we're going to know more. And I feel like not as much as I was hoping to know by this time.
You're probably right, but I feel like there are some things where it might not necessarily be, a great thing, but you know more. And I'm going to start. I'm going to start with the biggest story of training camp coming in, the biggest story of training camp today, and the biggest story of training camp probably throughout camp and the preseason. I know offensive line is going to be the story. I know more now. It's a big-time project. It's not an easy. It's not going to be easy. I'll put it that way. It's not going to be easy making this offensive line
a project or a problem.
It's a project. We'll let you know when it becomes.
It remains a project.
Yeah, I don't know if you're trying to keep it safe.
I'd like to leave that door open. In case
you're gonna say it's interesting.
Yeah, I'd like to leave that door open that it could be.
Offensive line is interesting.
It's interesting.
It is of interest. But I will say that.
That's what I know more now than at the start of the week. I thought we'd start to see a little bit more progress. It's going to be a big time. It's a project. It's a big project.
According to Nick Caley, there is progress, but I think the question is at what rate is also the question. And this is where, hey, everybody's been pushing off to once we get pads on. We have pads on, and this is supposed to get better by the nature of competition. There's a lot of competition out there. At what point does that kick in to really show us, the show us the baby, right, of sorts? And I think that's what remains to be seen. I will say it doesn't feel like there is a particular hinge point of weakness, which I don't know how much value that carries, but it does feel like there's something within that that there's not like, there's this place that is an issue. Right?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel, but maybe it's worse that it's, the entirety of the offensive line probably needs to raise its game to be able to compete in some level against the defense that, to be fair, has played together and is really good, but also you will face off against really good defenses, and you need to be able to give some level of as well.
And I'll just do one more here. I've got others, but I'm curious on what you think. Kind of a subset of that is still don't know anything about the running game. I have liked Nick Chubb, the way he looks, the way, he's come into camp and all that. But they're getting blown up, and so you don't really know, if this running back room going to be explosive.
I feel like you won't know about the running game until preseason, probably.
Or even the regular season.
It's hard to tell in practice with the running back situation because hell, a couple years ago, remember, Sean Pendergast said David Johnson looked sharp out there.
Yeah.
And it's hard, and I think you really got to get in the game.
Yeah.
And
maybe the preseason, but. Do you? Do you have any idea on this running game?
I think preseason you could probably tell because we seen a little spark from Cam Akers, and we was like, man, I think he should make this team. So I think you could tell a little something from preseason, but it's hard to tell now.
No, and the thing that you would be able to tell, especially for the thing that would kind of be a predictor of consistent success, would be, wow, the offensive line is moving guys into the places that you want.
Yeah.
And then, again, that feeds back into the first question. Again, there's been some moments, but I don't know that they've been consistent enough for us to depend on them and say that we know something about what this O-line and the running game will be.
Yeah.
So we'll continue to see what that speaks to. I did want to give a salute to a player because I feel like we did learn something between Friday last week and this Friday, which is Caleb Bullock is just it's a different level.
You. Yeah.
He's all day today. I've been thinking about the one-on-one drill with him and Cade Stover. Cade Stover, who's been praised by a number of people, including his head coach D'Amico Ryans, including Nick Caserio, the general manager of this team. And he's up there in one-on-one drills that is inherently a offensive leaning situation. And Kalen Bullock is on him like wine on rice in a way that, I mean, he's not even that type of cover guy, Kalen.
Yeah.
Right? Like the idea is that, hey, if you're a cornerback, maybe you cover more like that. He's a free safety. He is a ball hawk, and he has all of that. Plus, he's demonstrating a capability of sticking with folks like that. I am so excited for what that young man's going to be able to do with the additional mentorship of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, in addition to all of the other mentors that he has. And plus, just like the added growth, the development that he has, he has more skins on the wall. And I am super excited. I'm buying into the idea. Who was it that was saying that he could lead the league in interceptions? Yeah, man, I'm buying into them fellas. I think he absolutely could the way that he's playing right now.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, and I'm glad you brought him up. I didn't even blink when Show said that because we've seen it out there. Just the ability to go get it and to close, and we saw it again day before yesterday. Just consistently doing. One other thing that I think I know more now than I did last week at this point. We knew C.J. Gardner-Johnson was going to bring something to this defense. I think it's going to be so important, and we've seen it, so important that it just makes an already very, very good defense. And it maybe even plays more on the line of scrimmage, which is what he wants to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One more thing I wanted to add in here. I think that was this week. We actually got a little bit more of a look at our guy Kaimi Fairbairn in instances. I don't think I've seen him miss a field goal to this point.
I don't think I have either.
And so that was one of my kind of secondary questions about camp is Kaimi going to be returned to his dominance? I don't know that I could fully answer that, but if I had to give a yes or no on whether he was closer or further away from that, it's clearly closer. Like he has lined it up, and I don't think I've seen one honestly that's been close to the
to missing.
Close to missing. I think he's been splitting the uprights in a way that we had gotten very familiar with and comfortable with from Kaimi. So I think that's inherently a good one. From the 832, they're saying they really miss Mixon. It's not even talent, it's attitude. Here's the thing. If running the football, I don't know that you should miss your starting running back in the same way. Of course, you're going to miss him when it comes to just the talent of toting the rock. It should look somewhat similar in the ways that you're able to block it up.
And Nick Chubb has attitude. Nick Chubb can bring it. Figure you're quite familiar with his
did
work.
Kaimi miss today? I must have missed that.
He did.
So apologies for that. Thank you, 832. Must have missed that in all the hubbub that we had going. But it feels like for the most part he's been good. But I guess that's the issue is, hey, here and there, he misses in the wrong time especially are the issues that you're working with.
Another couple things real quick that I know now that I didn't necessarily at the beginning of the week. There is a legit, almost, in my view, 50-50 competition at the center position. That is the most important offensive lineman before the ball is snapped. is the center, and it's Jarrett Patterson and Jake Andrews, and it looks like they are just rotating days, even running with the ones. Jake Andrews was doing it today.
Okay, so we add Sean Pendergast, who, by the way, himself and Seth Payne will be in West Virginia next week. So don't worry about on the ground coverage. It remains right here on Sports Radio 610, and we'll talk to them all week long so we continue to get these types of things, because Sean is able to clean me up even better. Not only did Kaimi miss one, it was from 51 yards. And kind of bad.
Oh, God.
So, okay. Thanks for revising what we know.
You should have seen that thing.
The questions remain then on if that dominance is going to return for Kaimi Fairbairn. Anything else that comes to mind?
Yeah, the center position I mentioned, yeah. and then, I mean, that's a legit competition.
Real quick, what's up with Juice Scruggs? I feel like I haven't heard his name all camp at all. Is he good?
Juice Scruggs is
he on the bubble?
I don't know. Ooh, that is a good question, because he feels like, I think they feel comfortable with him playing guard, but in a depth role. It doesn't feel like he's definitely not in the competition for center.
Yeah.
Seems like they've slotted him as a guard. And when he goes into guard, he's behind Laken Tomlinson, who it doesn't feel like they're moving.
No, Laken is entrenched. It seems like Cam Robinson is entrenched. Ursery is resting control of the position. Obviously, Titus Howard. The only real competition is at center, and Juice is not in the mix right there.
No. So, I mean, he's a depth guy. I think that they have a level of confidence in him, especially if you start looking at what's the line interior-wise. Let's go confidence rankings, if you don't mind.
So on the offensive line?
Offensive line, I think you go Titus, Laken, if we're going confidence rankings.
1 and 1A, really.
I think inherently because of the competition, then you'll throw in Jarrett and Jake Andrews, Jarrett Patterson, Jake Andrews, however you want to split that. And then interior beyond that, I think Juice is the next guy. He's the 5th interior offensive lineman.
Yep.
I don't know that there's another guy that they view higher than him. Is there?
I don't think so.
Because what we're talking about, Ed Ingram there.
Yeah.
Who else?
I think it would be Juice at this point on the inside.
So I think
Zach Thomas has gotten some reps.
He's gotten some reps, but he's a tackle though. Ain't he?
He's played inside and outside. They've been moving him around, but yeah, some tackle. One other thing that I think we know a lot more about now than because we were speculating on this for weeks coming into camp and the first week of camp. Get used to some tight ends, baby. They are going to use tight ends. I like it. I think it's sort of a reflection of what this offense is going to be. When we spoke with Nick Caley, I was kind of dancing around the point of, it doesn't have to be as flashy, but it can still be more effective. That's what I was talking about. Being able to run the ball and use tight ends, don't take big losses. 2nd and 3 is a good situation to be in. I think they're going to use tight ends a lot, and he said it a couple of times today. They're all different. So I think you're going to use maybe 3, maybe 4 different tight ends with this offense, depending on the down and distance.
Yeah, and one of those people that might work like a tight end, Jakob Johnson, I feel even more confident that he's going to be not just useful, but he's going to be. That's going to be a big thing for me because I very much value what Caley was talking about. We heard it from the podium. That Jakob Johnson gives you an opportunity to dictate to the defense personnel because he's going to read like a running back, and so or like a fullback, obviously. And defenses, I imagine, might put in an extra linebacker or whatever to account for that, and they are going to utilize him all over the place, including like an out and out tight end, and maybe even like a tight end that you can split wide.
Yeah.
And so I think that if there is anything at the disposal of a coordinator to help dictate to a defense what they do. I think that you're going to utilize that. So not that anybody was questioning if Jakob Johnson would make the 53, but now I'm even more confident that he'll make the 53 and that he'll be utilized.
Let me ask you this. More of a question than something we know now that we didn't at the beginning of the week. Arthur Millette was back full go today. Full go.
Looks good, too.
Second team reps, but of course Jimmy Ward is not on the field. Millette has played a lot of slot. Where's Jimmy Ward fit? Presuming everything gets, ironed out otherwise.
Not even sure you need to presume that. Yeah. However, they're going to let the legal system play out. I think Jimmy Ward, obviously, again, with that caveat, he still operates as a dude that you can fit in a lot of places in a depth role. But I think he becomes, and we talked about this when this thing happened, is because you have C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he becomes less necessary. I think he becomes even more so less necessary. That sounds stupid.
I get it.
With Arthur Millette seemingly stepping
expendable.
That is the word.
That's the word.
That is definitely the word. Especially as you've seen not just Arthur Millette finally get the non-contact jersey off and look like, he covers pretty well. I still want to see what some of that thudding up looks like if he has the opportunity, and I didn't get a good opportunity to look at some of the run plays for him. But then the young cats, Reed and Smith, the Jalen's, I think those guys adding more depth, again, also helps push him to more expendable, because if you
keep an eye on that,
the more you can depend on Jalen Reed to maybe slide in the spaces where C.J. Gardner-Johnson needs rest or Kalen Bullock, that helps. The more you can depend on obviously I think Smith on the outside is not necessarily in the same bucket, but you get what I'm saying. Like the more that you feel confident that you have some depth pieces that you can use, the less beholden you are to a Jimmy Ward that I don't know if you have a moral standpoint that you're coming to it from where you might want to part ways with him, or just like a necessity standpoint, especially also as
just a football term.
He's getting older.
Yeah.
He's coming towards the end of his contract, and he's going to be more expensive than some of the young guys.
I got one more for you, and I'm very confident in saying this. Christian Kirk is your number 2. Christian Kirk is your number 2 wide receiver.
Number 2 target?
Target. Yeah,
okay.
Number 2 target. Because it's Nico, obviously. Christian Kirk, we can talk about, Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins and obviously just go down the list, Barrios, et cetera. They're all looking, pretty decent. Jalen Noel, obviously, Jaden Higgins, obviously. But Christian Kirk is clearly going to be the secondary target and be used a lot in this offense. I think it's safe to say that now.
I think that's fair. I think we were coming in with some of that, but that makes sense. Haven't gotten enough of a beat on what Jaden Higgins is within all of this, so I especially Saturday will give me an opportunity tomorrow to have a better eye. I'll try and keep a little bit better eye on Jaden Higgins himself. But I think again, we're learning a little bit more and more about this team. Still more to be seen, but that's the beauty of training camp rolling on tomorrow. Still out there at the Houston Methodist Training Center, and then next week with Sean and Seth out in West Virginia. I say that like they're going with Sean and Seth. Like, hey, Sean and Seth are going out there, so we might as well tag along.
Yeah.
But they will be out there on the ground for Sports Radio 610, continuing to keep you covered and give you more insight as to what the Texans are looking like and what more we know about them as we continue to go. See you, Gilbert, on the text line. Who's the left tackle? I feel pretty confident it's Cam Robinson because it feels like Ariante Ursary, the only other guy that I feel like they would be considering to be a starter, who has played in that first rep, is now kind of holding down the number 1 spot on the right side.
Yeah, I think everything's set except for center, and I know you can argue right tackle, as we just talked about. I think Ursary it's his job to lose. I think he's looked pretty good, better than Fisher, and I think they're showing a lot of confidence in him. So it's really just the center position at this point.
All right, a couple of things to make mention of real quick. Before I do that, Cam on the YouTube page said, Lopez, I swear to goodness, if you make me draft Christian Kirk in fantasy and he doesn't show up, yeah, do that. Go ahead and what's the other side of that? I want to know because I find that to be intriguing. All right, a couple of football notes. We were talking earlier, I think this was last week, about ESPN possibly purchasing the rights to some NFL properties, including Red Zone. That has been agreed to.
Look at the numbers.
So we're at big money, big money. So we'll see what that ultimately means. We'll see especially as more and more attached become the partners between broadcast and the league. I don't know how you feel about that. Actually, I do know exactly how you feel about that from a journalistic standpoint. I do wonder, though, if that makes the actual technology of some of the stuff that the NFL puts out a little bit better. That'll be fun. And maybe more interestingly enough, and if you want to laugh at them up 45, Micah Parsons has now requested a trade as he has been really fighting with the Jones family and the Cowboys organization on trying to get an extension. Oh, my God.
He and CJ are tight. You know that.
Oh, my God. How was the first question, but then before I can even get out how, I was like, do I care?
I know, who cares?
You don't need it because, Daniil and Will are heinous.
Yeah.
Putting putting Micah Parsons in that as well.
Let's go. The more the merrier.
That is sick. It's not even that's good. Like, that is sick.
It's sick.
It's
unfair.
That is like the 10-year-old boy that gets outside and collects insects in order to torture them. That's what that is. You are torturing quarterbacks at that point.
You are.
That is sick. But Cowboys.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so Gilbert Arenas we talked about Gilbert Arenas yesterday, and he jumped on his stream yesterday and had some things to say about And I'll let you know what he had to say about that. Plus, it's a new viral dating trend that Gen Z is, or not, Gen Z. They are really into this, and I want to see what you guys think about this.
Goodness gracious. All right, let's hear about it next.
Contest for more information. Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
That's it. I'm switching to music.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Radio 610.
Yep, it's Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Salute to Parker Hillis. He just looked in here, just gave me the thumbs up.
How about that?
That means you're doing a great job
Yeah,
there.
so I ain't getting fired. It ain't that little scary look in the window that sometimes he give. So I think my job is safe right now.
One more day.
Or at least for the time being.
Can I ask something to the text line real quick?
Yeah.
713-572-4610. How many times do you interact with your boss? Like, just see your boss and think, am I getting fired? Because that is
many
funny.
times.
Because for you,
Times.
like literally every time.
I got PTSD.
Right?
Stuff be going down around here, man. You don't know, man.
I do wonder how many people have that where it's like, oh, here they come. All right.
Yeah, like, it's been real.
Okay.
Yeah, every time I get an email.
Finally got caught.
Yeah, like, oh, man, it's over with. It's over with.
Yeah.
But salute to everybody around here that's still kicking. But Gilbert Arenas, we talked about him yesterday and his situation with the feds. And he decided, and we was kind of critical. Me personally, I can't speak for y'all, but me personally, I was a little critical of him for speaking a little too much.
Yeah.
As soon as he got out, I think somebody said his lady was recording him, and he was going down the stairs, just got bailed out. And he was pretty much said, that ain't my house.
Yeah.
I'm like, brother, where's your lawyer at, man? You talking too much, man. Well, he continued to talk a little more. He decided to do what all the kids do and jump on live. He jumped on his live stream. He addressed some things. He talked about Kwame Brown. He talked about him, and he talked about, I guess, what happened when the feds pulled up to that big old mansion in Cali.
Man, you see, I gotta surround myself. I'm out on the block. I'm out. They can't hold me down. Huh? Hey, Kwame, what did you say? Roxanne, turn on the red light. Roxanne. Boy, I see. Hey, boy, you on fire, boy. That boy get all his views off another person. You can't entertain, huh? Hey, man, I'm happy to get your page back popping because I just heard you just lost another one. What's up, chat? I'm not gonna lie. They had the house around it. They had the house around it. I was like, damn! 40 people? But it's a big crib, so, I mean... I know they needed a lot of people because it was a lot. You know what I mean? It's a big house, so they had to surround the building. You feel me?
Man, he really is no chill Gil. Like, why are you talking like that?
Man, the first thing I thought about, like, man, his PR people got to be cringing so bad.
Does he even have
I thought about, I'm like, man, maybe he don't have one.
Yeah.
Because he sound like he just got popped for a speeding ticket.
He sounds unhinged.
Yeah, this might not end well. Just he talking way too much. He sounded a little too excited, by the way.
Yes.
I will be scared out of my you-know-what.
You would think he should be, but here's the other thing. You know how you know he's kind of deranged right now or not himself? Trying to pick a fight with Kwame Brown on Twitter? I mean, on Instagram?
That's not.
You don't want to. Kwame's going to come back 10 times.
No, my thing is, you got more stuff to worry about than Kwame Brown. I wouldn't even be thinking about him.
That too.
Well, I feel like what's happening here is he's doing that thing where you try and, tweet through it of sorts, right? Like
deflect a little bit.
Yeah. You've got the big thing, so let me get over here and look over here. Let's have this conversation. Or I'm going to laugh this off like it's not a big deal so that it is. We know.
Yeah, even the laugh sound a little nervous.
Yes.
Like, man, brother, you got a lot going on. But here's more from No Chill Gil. Just talking and playing. I think he's playing that NCAA game. And for those who don't know, somebody on, I think a lot of people mentioned this about ESPN and how they pretty much had a wild lineup.
They had a panel, man.
Yeah, they had a crazy panel when it comes to Stephen A. Smith cosigns for First Take. So for those who don't know, we talked about Shannon Sharp yesterday in his situation where he had to pay that young lady $20 million? Yeah, over $20 million for her to retire from OnlyFans. We talked about Gilbert Arenas, his situation, and Marcus Morris. A permanent seat on First Take at some point.
Yeah.
But he was also accused of stealing $265K from Las Vegas casino.
Yeah.
So you got a wild lineup right there.
Writing hot checks, everything.
Yeah. So here is Gilbert Arenas with a little message for Stephen A. Smith.
Hey, man. Hey, Stephen A., man, we got to talk, brother. Cause it ain't a damn coincidence that everybody you know going to church. Hey, Stephen, huh? Everybody, man, everybody, like, damn. Y'all see that? Everybody. What? No, I ain't saying, no, I ain't saying he. I ain't saying, nobody snitch. I'm just saying, you know how to pick them. Hey, Stephen, you know how to pick them, man. I'ma just be honest. It's like the Madden curse, just the other way around.
What is going on?
He sound scared,
and he's talking about
himself.
The
laugh sound like he's laughing from crying.
Yeah, he's talking about himself as like you know how to pick.
I don't understand Gilbert Arenas, and I think that's for good reason because he's not to be understood. Again, I also would not be a person who would get into an argument that would require me to bring that Roscoe into the club, into the locker room. I think that this is the no chill about Gilbert. This is why he is the way that he is. And also how you end up in a circumstance where you need 40 people surrounding your house. It's just be serious.
Yeah. I wonder. I'm sure he probably not going to shut the hell up anytime soon.
No.
But he probably need to do that and get the situation together because otherwise he might be doing 5+ years or maybe 15 years depending on what all the charges is. So keep an eye out on that.
Yeah.
All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So it's a new dating trend out here for the Gen Z folks. And I want to see how y'all feel about this. And I think Reggie, you're a millennial, right?
I am.
Okay, so you won't be in this type of situation.
That's right.
So it's a new dating trend called flocking. Do you know what flocking is?
No idea.
Like seagulls?
I guess
A flock of seagulls. Love that band.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know. You mentioned it. What was that, 3 weeks ago?
Yeah. You talk about how the guy looked so bad you couldn't even be around him or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's a new trend called flocking. And instead of using dating apps, get this, people are traveling to meet potential partners in life.
Like in real life.
In real life. Can you believe that?
Like actually going up to them.
Yes. So what they're doing, they're booking trips to fun places like beaches, cities with a lot of bars to increase their chances of finding romance the old-fashioned way. Get this, by actually talking to people face to face.
This is so dumb. You know what? It's not flocking. You know what?
Oh my God, face to face?
You know what it's called? It's not flocking. It's called dating.
Oh, I am.
What? It's called dating.
What?
It's called dating.
I am shaking right now.
Is this how out of touch they are?
Wow.
Is this how out of touch the Gen Zs are?
I feel like this is just somewhat a human nature situation where people reinvent the wheel all the damn time. You remember the last 5 years when all these dudes from Silicon Valley were reinventing things that we knew? Like, hey, what if we take ride sharing, but then we have a bigger vehicle that has a consistent route so that people know where it's going to be at any given time. It's like you realize you made a bus. And I feel like that's what's happening here is that people, and maybe this is just kind of a level of, I don't know, hubris with certain folks who are like, I'm so smart, I will fix the problem. And they end up creating something that's already.
So you know what we used to do in my era and the era after me and maybe even the one after that? We have a weekend off. We're in college. Hey, let's go to South Padre. That's called flocking now? Hey,
you was flocking back in the day, man.
Let's go to a couple of dance clubs in Houston. That's called flocking now?
You was flocking,
dog.
Hey,
you was flocking.
No, I was not.
Now
Big Flocko.
Now, it's some travel sites that's pretty much taking this aboard. So,
this is dumb.
Priceline are even offering special deals to support this trend. They're trying to get people off the maps and get people to flock a little more, I guess.
You could have called me Flaco Jimenez.
Rest in peace.
All I'm got is this is how out of touch Gen Z is.
Whoever came up with this is brilliant.
Well, they are making money.
I'm just like, dang, that's it. Because sometimes when you hear trends like this, it's like, ooh, I want to do this.
What if I walked up to her and started talking? What if I did that?
Nobody would do that.
I'm sure some Gen Z folks are probably like, ugh, that's weird. That's kind of weird, bro. I'll just slide in her DM and call it a day.
Yeah.
See, but here's the thing. It don't matter what they call it as long as they do it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like ultimately we could laugh at the new generation. I feel like that's what generations do time and time again. As long as they're good, like if they have found their way to the right answer, whatever they call it, I'm proud of y'all. Good job, young fellas.
Man, that girl was nice. What if I asked for her phone
Hell
number?
yeah, brother.
What
Go
if
ahead
I
and get
asked
your
for
flock
her
on.
phone number?
Get your flock on, young fella.
Let's go to a beach town and actually talk to some women face to face.
That sounds like a good time, actually.
All right, it's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. I don't know if y'all seen him lately, but Luka Doncic,
man.
He lost a little weight. He looking like a little Slim Jim out here, man. So here's Luka Doncic on the Today Show, and let me know. I think we at a point now where people always question your weight loss a little bit.
Yeah.
And just listen to the very end of this clip.
You said this offseason was different from you. Why?
I would say me and my team just try some new things. Different. I actually ever playing basketball for 1 month, which I never done in my life. So it was kind of challenging, but it was all really good.
You felt like you needed to step away from the game in order to focus on the fitness aspect of it.
Yeah, exactly.
So it was just diet and exercise. That's it.
Yeah.
No Ozempic, none of those shots.
No Ozempic. Yo, damn. So now every time somebody lose some weight,
yes.
So was this all natural? No Ozempic, right?
Hold on. What was that voice? Was that Big Al Roker?
I don't think it was.
Okay,
Al
I was gonna
Roker.
say.
Nah. Yeah.
Hey, we got to be honest. Every time you see someone lose weight, don't you think about that? Don't you? Come on, be honest.
I think about it whenever I don't really see people that active like that.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you see people in the gym all the time, or they post gym stuff, and then you can kind of tell people who got the gym body.
Mm-hmm.
But somebody that was kind of big at one point, and then all of a sudden they're just bone skinny.
Mm-hmm.
I do kind of think that a little bit.
You know what's funny thing though about the Luka Doncic thing? It falls right in line with, in some ways, the James Harden thing, where half the time the fluctuation, he looks fat or he looks skinny, is just optical illusions.
Yes.
Like Luka Doncic, and I imagine people that have been in Dallas over the last 5 years will know that this isn't every offseason thing. The problem is that now it's just happening with the Lakers. And then he did a Men's Health magazine article.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like that's, now to be fair, I do think that he has lost a little weight. But that's because for the first time in the off season, because he's been playing for Slovenia, his country, all these summers. And so I don't know actually how big of a deal this thing actually is. However, he did get traded, and his last coach, his last general manager, was basically like, without actually saying it, kind of said, we got rid of him because we don't think that he's serious about his weight.
Yes. And now he's on the cover of Men's Health, as you talked about, looking damn good.
Is this the smallest he been
Wait, you're telling
since
me
he been in?
Someone on the front of a magazine look good, huh?
Yeah, well, there is that.
So is this the smallest he ever been since being in the NBA?
It's got to be, right?
I mean, when he first came in, he was pretty svelte as the kid coming
Maybe the
out of
best
Spain.
he's looked because he's
okay.
He's cut.
Well, you know what? Actually, my bad. He's in the best shape of his life.
There we go. Yeah, that's what he's in.
I wanted to ask y'all, do y'all think this could be a good thing or a bad thing for him? Because we seen a lot of people that was kind of a little on the heavier side, but still balling out.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever they get a little skinny, it seemed like the game kind of diminished a little bit. I'm thinking about Kevin Love.
Speaking of Stephen A., he weighed in on this this week. He said, in Stephen A. terms, said, losing weight in the offseason, a whole different world than keeping it off during the regular season.
That was going to be my thing. Is like, is he going to maintain this weight? Because he's added weight during seasons before, or at least not necessarily like added a ton of weight, but kind of been in a space where he's not in his best version of himself. And also, like, is he going to play defense? Like, is he going to have? Is it going to change to exert even more effort, especially if he continues to be a dude for whom it's a heliocentric type of game where everything revolves around him in the way that it has previously.
I think if he can keep it off, I think he's in MVP mode because the way he's not a big guy that needs the bulk.
Like a big man.
Yeah, he's a guy that can create, contort himself, get under the basket, drive, step back. We all know what he can do, and in better shape and less to pull, I think he's going to be able to be real good if he can keep it off.
I think he uses that weight well when he goes though, like he good bumps and those types of things. Honestly, I'll be more interested. Does this keep him healthy? He's had like knee and leg things that he constantly deals with. He's a little bit of a warrior fighting through those. If whatever actual weight loss is happening here, if it's maintained, does that take off stress on his joints or whatever and help him remain healthier? And that he's not having to, fight through nagging injuries in that same way. Yeah. That'll be the big thing for me when it comes to Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be checking him out just to see how he played this season. So, yeah.
You gonna be weighing him in? Hey, Luka, how much you weigh right now?
No, I ain't gonna weigh him in. I just want
5 more pounds on there, Luka.
I just want to see how he played, man,
for sure,
because that skinny curse is a real thing, man. People that was balling out as a kind of heavier person when they lose weight. It's like it's not the same person. So I'm curious to see if that make him better.
I think it'll help him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And coming up next, we'll talk a little more about the Astros, especially ahead of their matchup in Boston tonight. I know that Carlos Correa has made it to Fenway. But I was reading through this Micah Parsons statement that he put out in addition to requesting a trade.
Let's do it.
And it's kind of wild. Let's talk about that as well next.
Coach D'Amico Live.
cents per gallon bonus. That's code season25.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Oh, man, somebody on the YouTube page said that flocking is going to turn into Freaknik. So shout out to Figgy's mixtape. Shout out to, there's a lot of thanks that need to be given on a Friday show. A lot of different people. And we didn't even have B. Scott on it. Can you imagine?
That's right.
Can you imagine if
Wow.
today's show also had B. Scott?
Yeah.
A lot of things happen. Again, appreciation to Nick Caley for sitting down with us. Thanks to Cal, Hannah, and Joanna for jumping on with us. Figgy, always appreciate you holding it down, keeping us weirdos in check. And thanks to you for listening all day long on your Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610. I see you, 346. Micah Parsons just asked to be traded. Let the McNairs know. I feel like they probably will know if they need to know. And I'm going to be completely honest. Don't think they need to know.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons, it is setting the world of Twitter on fire, especially in the NFL space. And Micah Parsons says that he's asked to be traded. He's actually put out a whole notes app statement about what's been happening and why he no longer wants to play for the Cowboys. It feels like there's been a level of like malfeasance when it comes to the negotiation of the contract. How there's been a lot of silence when he has talked with ownership. I think Jerry Jones and talked to him about like leadership, I think was what he was saying, and ultimately veered into contract conversations. He tried to kind of juice those along by talking a little bit and then saying that his agent called silence. And so he felt like, at least from Micah's perspective, they were not being serious to really try and shorten this thing up. And ultimately, after a while, he's said that he's handed in his desire to be traded to Stephen Jones personally, who is, I think, the executive vice president of player personnel, whatever. And so with all that being the case, I know that people are going, Texans? There's no way in hell, right?
Yeah, no, well, never say never, but I would be really close to saying never. As much as he and C.J. Stroud are pretty dang tight and all that, I think they're pretty set on that front. But it does lead to the question. First of all, give me the rundown. I didn't have a chance to read it yet of what Micah said because it.
That was basically what I was trying to give you.
He did paragraphs. He wrote a lot.
Yes, like I said, he has 3 screenshots of it, and he said that he purposely stayed quiet as narratives continued to sprawl off. As I mentioned, team didn't start doing negotiations for a while. He's talking about like the 2024 season. Obviously, he's wanted to secure himself as a Cowboy long term. He says, and obviously the kind of ways in which he felt like the Joneses didn't give him a good conversation or did not, kind of play ball in the way that he was hoping. And so ultimately he has requested a trade. One thing I do know about the Cowboys, they believe that deadlines make deals. Yeah. Now, of course, it has made deals for the guys that they are trying to sign as opposed to for them, but, that's neither here nor there. I think the interesting thing is thinking of who could end up
That's what I was going to ask.
with a Micah Parsons, hypothetically, because if I'm going to be completely honest, I don't want to bury the lead. There's no way in hell he gets traded.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
The Dallas, not even the Dallas
Cowboys. I would lean toward that, but I wouldn't say no way in hell.
The NFL is not in the business of trading dudes, even if they want to be traded, unless it benefits the team.
You think Mo Legetta might be the the outlier in this, where he might really force their hand?
Not only that,
and
but
had them kind of put his stake in the dirt.
Not only that, but and we all know this, but just to reiterate, once a player publicly requests a trade, more times than not, he's gone.
Not in the NFL.
Not in the NFL as much.
Are we talking NBA?
As much.
NBA, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
No, it happens in the NFL.
You can look at Myles Garrett. Yeah. That's probably a perfect example.
Yeah, but it does happen in the NFL. That's why I'm saying I would lean toward what you're saying. They're not going to do it, but it's gotten pretty dang ugly. But let's assume that maybe it's out there, and it is definitely out there in terms of a request.
Well, here's the thing that we should remember: Micah Parsons coming off of the end of that he's coming up on.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to play? That one rolls over.
Yeah.
You do play and you think you're going to get out. Here comes the franchise tag. And he is the kind of player that you absolutely franchise tag.
Yeah.
You think you're going to get it? You don't want to play? All right. We're going to roll this thing over.
Yeah.
You do play. Here's another he's not getting free even if he wants to for 3 years. They have a level of control over him, and the NFL has built this. That man not getting traded. Not until the Cowboys want him to.
And see, I kind of wish, and I'm kind of going back to the whole Deshaun Watson thing. I wish that whole allegation thing never happened, because I would have loved to see how that played out, because he did the same thing. Remember, he requested the trade before all the stuff happened. And unfortunately, the allegation stuff happened where the Texans were done with him. But I wonder if he would have stuck to his guns, or would the Texans say, nope, we not trade? I wonder how that would have ended.
And what you're saying, again, is not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
They can do that. But we also know David Mulugeta is a very, 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 very powerful agent.
He's good at what he does, for certain.
He's a very powerful agent. This could get even beyond ugly for the Cowboys if they don't want to play ball with him.
I hear what you're saying in theory. I do not believe that it happens nearly in the way that you're saying in practice, but that's neither here nor there. Let's have fun, because I think my perspective is the less fun one.
Yeah.
I do believe strongly in it, that the NFL is a circumstance where the hierarchy is set to where ownership can very much make what happens or what they want to happen in this space. But the more fun thought is, if the Cowboys would actually try and get him to trade, first and foremost, that's 3 first-round picks, right?
Yes, we were talking about that just yesterday. It'll be
it's at least 2.
It'll be at least
I was going to say, I thought it was like at least 2, starting off at 2.
Two
for the
two
edge rushers.
2 first-round picks and some change, or straight up 3 first-round picks.
Yeah,
that's a lot, considering you're also still going to have to pay him. But if there is somebody somewhere that goes, hey, we are willing to pay that, what are the most interesting destinations for a Micah Parsons, incredibly
interesting or scary?
Incredibly fast. I mean, interesting can encompass all those things. That's why interesting is a very good word.
Interesting ones to me that popped into mind. Tell me, because you probably know this off the top of your head better than I do. In fact, I know you do. Cap ramifications. Interesting ones that popped into my head are the Chargers.
Right now, his cap hit is $24 million.
No, team. Team. Yeah.
You believe in me and way more than I do myself. Lopez, I appreciate that. I need more people in my life that believe in me in the way that you do right now.
Interesting ones to me are Chargers.
Okay.
Harbaugh, all that.
And also another AFC team that would be somewhat problematic if you're adding their ability to rush the passer.
Falcons. Being able to get to Atlanta, very makeable. He knows the coaching staff there.
That would be very funny. Does he know the coach? Who's the coach? Who's the head coach there? Raheem Morris?
Yeah. I thought he had a relationship with Raheem. Maybe I'm
having a hard time making that connection right in this moment.
Lions.
Do the Lions need more? Well, I mean, and that would be interesting. You haven't come up with the name that I thought.
Scary one is the other one.
Okay, because I was also, and I've seen this on the YouTube. I agree with that somewhat. The Commanders is one, especially.
Commanders?
I was going to say the Eagles, because remember, they were kind of talking about Myles Garrett when that news came out. And if they were willing to get Myles Garrett, then possibly, I don't know if they was going to pay him a little more, but that would have been scary. I don't know if Dallas would trade them to the Eagles, though.
Yeah. Titans, to me, is the scary one.
Even the Titans make that play in where they are. I guess you have a young quarterback, so you can afford to kind of put more money in other places.
Yep.
Create
a good
better
defensive
pass
interior.
Rush. Yeah.
But not that edge. That's the scariest one to me.
That's a good point. Like they are the scariest of the ones in the AFC South. Yeah. One of the ones that I thought of, because I historically have thought this about that team, but I don't know if they've actually done some things about it. I need to look at their depth chart once more. The Ravens, if they actually get a high-level pass rusher like that, they've generated pass rush, but they haven't had the high-level pass rush in a little while. The obvious problem for the Texans is that's another team that's high up in the AFC, and if they push themselves even further, that's even further for the Texans to have to try and go to reach those spaces. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for bringing us an opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. I'm interested, Ron and Clint, what for you is the most interesting or scary possible destination for a Micah Parsons trade, as he has requested a trade from the Dallas Cowboys?
Ooh, wow. What is the scariest? Obviously in the division.
Yeah, Titans is.
I mean, John, I didn't know what the hell y'all were talking about. Yeah, you pair him with that interior defensive line in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Boy, you got some with a young Cam Ward that I may be wrong, but I sure enough believe in him, man. He has made me a believer just in the way he kind of presents himself, and owns things, and everywhere he's been, he's left it a better place. that Tennessee's a good one, man. That would be a problem. That would be a slight problem. And to John's point, it's not. I mean, it's not crazy to think it because they're not paying $60 million a year to a quarterback.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's. We've talked about Micah, Clint. I don't know if that's the right spot building a program with a second-year coach and a brand-new quarterback and somebody who absolutely is answering to nobody in Micah Parsons, who's going to have the free reign to do whatever the hell he wants to do. So I don't know for the Titans if that's the best thing for him. But, yeah, I think that's the thought. Who are teams that have young quarterbacks that aren't getting paid a lot? The Bears come to mind.
Yeah.
Potentially as a team that would make
Who
make some
stocked
sense.
up on draft picks this past year to draft? Who moved?
I mean,
down
Cleveland did.
Although,
I mean, that'd be about the only thing that would fall flat. I mean, you pair him with Myles Garrett, and it's like, oh my God, everybody talks about it for a week, and then we never hear from him again.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the draft capital. That's going to be a big part of it because it will cost you 2 or 3 first-round picks. But I just keep thinking about the Commanders where you talk about not paying a lot to the quarterback, all right, although they're already using some of that money.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, Ron, I get what you're starting to harp at, which is, that is a dude that is not conventional in that you got to figure out a way to earn his respect and his trust in order to kind of really be able to deploy him. Dan Quinn was his defensive coordinator recently. And so I think that he has a lot of love for Dan Quinn, and Dan Quinn has love for him where that might be able to make it useful there.
I don't know. I don't know about Micah Parsons on a startup program.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's you're getting. That's a good combination of him just, hey man, we're starting.
What, the Commanders?
We're just starting up. No, I mean, it's just like a team like the Titans or a young team.
Well,
the Commanders,
the experienced 12-win-a-year team didn't work.
Yeah.
Well, I certainly don't know if the number 1 overall pick 3 to 4 team would work, but with no other veterans there to kind of rein him in, no, I don't know. So probably a contender, most definitely. Somebody who's close. I don't know what Buffalo has.
Detroit.
But Buffalo, Detroit, those are teams that seem like they're a couple of players away, maybe.
Yeah, okay, I could see that.
But he ain't going nowhere.
Exactly. Yeah. That was exactly where I was going to go. All of this is very fun to think about. I see you, Cam. If the Cowboys really want to be a-holes, they could tag him. That's exactly what will happen. What you mean? Like, that is, hey, you get out here and play. If we don't get a contract, don't worry. You'll be on a tug. Don't worry about that.
They did it with their quarterback. They're damn sure not afraid to do it with an edge rusher or a hybrid, I guess.
Mm-hmm. He's an edge rusher. I don't actually think he can play off-ball linebacker anymore. He hasn't.
Well, I don't think he plays off-ball linebacker, but I also think he brings pressure from the interior just as much as he does from the outside.
Now that is true.
So it's kind of I don't think he's an off-ball guy. I think he can line up off-ball, but just to create chaos.
That's 100% true. Which I should have known. Who am I trying to come back at my guy with some football knowledge? What am I doing? I should have known better.
I was doing that more clarity for myself to make sure everybody out there knows I'm not trying to say this sucker's Ray Lewis. No, that's not the point. The point is his ass will line up anywhere and wreak havoc, no question.
Nah, I'm just messing with you.
By the way, did we figure out Joanna's last name?
Marks.
Heartland.
Oh,
yeah, Heartland.
Yeah, I think you dropped that Marks big dog.
Hey, he tried to save you twice, Reg, and you hit Marks again. The second time you played the interview, you came back. He tried to correct you in the interview, and you came back and that was blah blah blah. And Joanna Marks. I said, what is she rolling with right now?
I'm all messed up,
big dog.
Hey, that was great. That was great. No, that was good. And tip the cap to Cal and Hannah because I mean most owners aren't even going to play into that. And I mean they just.
A lot of planning went into it.
By the way, I mean, I hope statute of limitations? Yeah. I hope that's up because I'm pretty sure taking a passport picture for somebody that ain't you, I'm pretty sure that's a federal offense.
Oh, yeah.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure you can get charged for that.
I almost took that out the interview.
But they said it's a likeness. It is a likeness.
Yeah. I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. I don't know. I don't know if I'd have fessed up to that one. I hope the evidence has been burnt.
Shout out to them. I mean, I was talking to them 2 days before, and they were like all in. They coordinated their outfits and everything.
That's great. That's great.
I will respond.
great.
I will respond.
No, we're even.
Oh, they don't think he's going to die anytime soon either.
No, it shouldn't.
No, we're even.
It shouldn't.
I simply, Joanna bumped into me one time at the cook-off, the VIP area. Yeah. She bumped into me one time with a cowboy hat on, and I was just like, I said, "Oh, excuse me." This is before I really had known her. I said, "Excuse me, that big hat." Oh, I got a big head? No. It's a cowboy hat. It's a big. I mean. It was 2 months later. Hannah and her were giving it to me. We got big heads. Huh? If she got a big head, I got it. No, hell no. That wasn't what I said. But okay.
No. You're right. Hannah got a big head.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Is that how you differentiate between Hannah and Joanna?
I was referring to the hat.
That's how I know.
Oh, my
Yeah,
goodness.
Hannah got a big head.
I like that you did that to try and save me because I got 2 offenses on Joanna and Hannah right now. If I work a third,
I can handle it with Hannah. Hannah got that big head, and Cal got them big ass fingers. I told Cal that he got them big ass fingers.
He does got some digits.
Got them Johnsonvilles coming out his palms.
I didn't think that this was going to turn into a roast, so you know what? I'm going to go ahead slowly back my way.
Him. Big head Hannah.
You'll get blamed for it.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. So I'm going to go
I got it.
Finish out the week. It's been a good one, and it only gets better as right now you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. You ain't going to give me like that.
I'm going to lock you up.
The drive.
Wait, on the street, Clint, that Nico Harrison is going to take over the negotiations for Micah Parsons.
Is he?
He's going to slide over.
I'll be damned.
He's going to slide over from the Mavericks and take over for the Cowboys, and he's going to hold that thing. And by the way, by the time that thing's over, they will have traded CeeDee Lamb. They will have traded Micah Parsons. And hell, maybe their first round guard they drafted from Alabama. They'll get rid of all 3 of them. Nico Harrison gets his hands on it. You got to be kidding me! In the same year, potentially, Luka Doncic and Micah Parsons out of Dallas in their primes. That is fantastic. That is just crazy. 4 years, baby. 4 years. 3-time all first team, all NFL defense, first team, all pro, 4 Pro Bowls, defensive rookie of the year. We can't figure this out. You got to be kidding me.
Leave it up to Jerry, baby. Whatever it costs me extra in this contract, I'll double it in TV coverage.
Yeah, Jerry and Steve, boy, they over here having a ball, boy. Yeah, boy, that's
every TV station led with it this morning.
Oh man,
every single
one of them.
You know what that kind of coverage would have cost Jerry if he wanted to pay for it?
Where?
Anywhere. The Star, the topic, the number one ace sports story in the country right now is that.
Yeah.
You know right there? Hey, man, that's it, baby. Now, is it more than what it's going to cost him in extra monies for Micah? We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Now, Mike is trying to push this thing. Yeah, this is going well past the CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott situation, but it's crazy. We'll give you the latest on that a little bit later on as the drive is live, and we're going to have a good time today, as always, on a beautiful Friday, hanging out here on the drive. And Clint, today's going to be the big day. I saw Brian McTaggart tweet out, Clint, that your boy has arrived in Boston. Carlos Correa, he's there.
Is Pena there yet?
We got Los. I ain't heard nothing about nothing about JP.
Where was Los coming from? Is he coming from Minnesota or were they out of town? Surely he went through and scooped up Daniela, didn't he?
yeah, he got Daniela. Shoot, she's down there with his parents. His parents still living here.
I bet she's on cloud 9. I didn't think about that. I bet Daniela's like, get me the hell out of Minnesota, back to the H. Hell yeah. I bet you. Oh man,
she may be a little pissed. This is the best time to be in Minnesota. They could have done this in the winter.
No, there ain't no part of Daniela that wants to be in Minnesota right now. Even if hubby was hitting 300 like he was last year. Back to H-Town. Come on, man. Yeah, we didn't even talk about that yesterday, Tyler. We were so geeked about Los coming back. We didn't even think about his bride. Hell.
Baseball boner was just
usually that's followed up with something. Yeah. You dirtbag. Yeah,
not like that.
This is great. This is great.
Not
Good
like
for
that.
her, man.
Not like that. Good for her. Yeah, she's back, baby. She may have been down at the Galleria before that thing became final.
If you don't know the facts, then you gotta shut.
She might have been down there about at that Galleria, going in there and knocking things out before he got there. By the way, I do want to shout out, and I know we'll get to training camp today as they got back on the field. I do want to shout out to Carlos Correa. We did talk about this a little bit yesterday, fellas, of just the intangibles he brings. Like, I don't think it is a small thing, Clint, that, and you brought it up yesterday, like that the Astros are not dealing at all with an Alex Bregman, Rafael Devers situation. I don't think it's a small thing that Carlos Correa, I mean, he ain't 37. No. He just turned 30. Like, that he's not walking in, Clint, and saying, and making a bigger thing about the position he plays. No. Like, he's coming in, Clint, and he made it easy for everybody. Hey, I'll play third, big dog. I got it. Time in my career, I'm doing it. Because, Clint, I think it's probably a fair assessment in his mind. He probably believes he's the best shortstop on this team. And I think there's really good reason for him to believe that. And he also is, he is right? Like, he has enough cachet or pelts on the wall, as you would say, Clint, to walk in and say, hey, y'all, no, I'm a shortstop. Like, I think he has all of the cachet to do that, but he is making life easier, and I think that's a part of the intangibles that a lot of people are talking about that he's going to bring that's really not shown in his numbers.
Well, look, I agree with you. I mean, it's a big boy move by him because I agree with you. I would say he's probably the better shortstop right now. I mean, I love Jeremy Pena. I'm talking about defensively.
Yep.
And I hadn't watched a ton of Minnesota this year, but unless he is just falling off of a cliff,
he has not.
I feel like Carlos Correa did things defensively that not many guys are doing. Now, Pena's great, but I think if we're splitting hairs here and if we're having to decide, I think Carlos is the better second baseman. I mean, better shortstop. Now, it's a big boy move by him to go to third. Is it a here's the deal. I don't think he's an Astro unless he says I'll play third base. I don't believe that Dana Brown. I don't believe that Jim Crane. I don't believe that Joe Espada. I don't believe any of those guys are bringing Carlos Correa in here without the confirmation from Carlos himself that this isn't going to be a problem because Pena is our shortstop. He is our leadoff hitter. He is not going anywhere. He's our future.
It would have been a non-starter.
Right. Oh, yeah. It would have it'd have killed the deal. It would have killed the deal, I think. And so
he could have killed it then.
Yeah, I think. Well, he could have. Yeah, but I mean, I think here's the deal. Or do you stay in Minnesota and let them find your replacement here over the next couple of years? And I think that he had a decision to make. And look, they're cutting money in Minnesota. They wanted to move him because of the money. And who wants to stick around and play knowing that that's the case year in, year out, that you're potentially the one that they're going to move when they decide to cut money. So, I think it was a big boy move by Los. I'm glad he made the decision because I don't believe he's here if he didn't make the decision. And as an Astros fan, I couldn't be. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'll be dead ass honest with you. Maybe we can have this conversation later on or whenever. I'd rather have Carlos Correa at third base and in that lineup than Bregman at third base and in the lineup.
Oh, my. Well, hold on now. That's one to sit down and
let it marinate for a minute and tell me how you feel about it. It's huge. It is now unless he just goes in there and can't play third, which I think it's going to be. I think he's going to be a natural fit there, and it's going to be sexy as hell.
It's not the defensive thing. Yeah, it's not the defensive part of it. Did Bregman win a Gold Glove last year? I'm certain he did at third base.
Uh-huh.
But
in the year before that, Urias won one.
Yeah, but I believe Los is going to be a great defender. It's just from an offensive standpoint, Bregman has been really, really good, especially this year. And even if his slow starts at the end of it's still really good numbers from a hitting perspective. I don't know about that, but I mean it's a conversation. It's training. Real quick, where do you think Los is tonight? It looks like, I'm guessing he's arrived in Fenway, and he is going to be in the lineup. I feel like he's going to be third.
I'm with you 100%.
Yeah, behind Pena, if he plays, Altuve, and then Correa seems like right now, I think normally I would put Jordan there, but right now I'd put Correa with the current guys they have healthy.
I agree, and I think you put. I mean, we're going to go Walker in the 4-hole.
Yeah,
we're back.
Yeah.
We're back to leaning into Walker a little bit. I'm telling you, man, Diaz started to come around as well. So
and then Cam in the 5 spot behind him.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you got to find somewhere to put your new lefty in the outfield to get that bat in the lineup. Is he in Boston? I'm going to assume all these guys are, right? I mean,
his ass better be in Boston. Shoot, if Carlos has made it, your ass better be in there too.
Hey, none of these guys should be taking their time, huh?
Yeah. Jesus, you don't get another day in Miami. Hell no.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I like Walker in that 4-hole, Diaz in that 5-hole, and then throw a dart at the rest of them, man. I like where it's at though. Coming around, baby.
Yeah, we'll get you any of that information once it comes. But it is training camp resumed. They were off yesterday. They're back at it today. And what seems like has been the way things have gone all week is the defense. Again, the defense seemed to be dominant again today, and the secondary in particular, along with the pass rush. And I think I want to start here, Clint, because I know you've watched damn near every one of their practices, from training camp to OTAs to mandatory minicamp. And I'm looking at this, and it's bordering to domination almost on a daily basis by this defense, who we really had high hopes for. And I'm just, from your perspective of what you've watched, is it to you, and 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch can jump in on this, is it that this defense is just this good, or that they're taking advantage of a developing offense? Which one do you feel like this is more of? Do you think this defense would be doing this to most teams in training camp?
Yes. Yeah, I think it's the defense. I think the defense is that good, Ron. I mean, because usually, you know, what you hope for when you're building a defense is you hope to put a pass rush up there that your secondary benefits from, or you hope to roll out a secondary that your pass rush can benefit from. One or the other, right? One or the other is the strong point that everybody else kind of feeds off of. And I look at the Texans, and I think they can pick their poison. You know, you've got a pass rush that can exist on its own, and you've got a secondary that can play any coverage under the sun and be elite in that coverage. When you've got the 2 corners they've got, the 2 safeties they got, a nickel defender that they've got, the speed they have at the linebacker position. And I know heavy rotation.
Wasn't he?
He was rotating with the 3s at once a few days ago. So, and I'm not saying he's a third string back. I'm just saying that's kind of the numbers that they have there. And so, look, I think this is a rare occasion where you've got Danielle Hunter, one of the highest paid veteran edge rushers in the game. And you've got Derek Stingley Jr., the highest paid. Is he still the highest paid? One of the highest paid corners.
No, Sauce passed him up, but
That's right. One of the highest paid corners in the game, right? And then you also got their sidekick, if you will, and I'm only saying that because they're not making the money yet, in Will Anderson and Kamari Lassiter, that aren't on the big contracts yet, that are still young players in this league, that are absolutely problems on both levels. Right, and so I think that combination of 2 great edge rushers, two good to great corner combo type players, that's a problem, man. That's a problem for anybody.
You're gonna get hard.
Yes, if you're not, something's wrong. This is one of those things where, with this defense, like, and I'm not joking. I know people get mad when I say this. Like, D'Amico is going to have to manage these guys to allow that developing offense to develop and to install and to do those things. That is the biggest problem in training camp. How do you manage your offense getting that work they need, and also don't take that fire and that bite out of this nasty ass defense? I mean, the obvious answer is to play your 2s and let those guys get run, a win for everybody involved. Problem is, you got to get them starters the reps they need.
Yeah. Yeah, it's becoming a thing here as you're looking at this, and we can continue this on the other side, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this, and we'll give you a little bit more of what happened, if you missed it, what happened defensively, because there were plays made all over the place, which has been kind of a calling card of camp on the defense. What do you think it is? Do you think that this defense is just this damn good, or they are more taking advantage of a developing offense? We understand, as we've talked about, they are installing things. There are a lot of new pieces, new parts, and so that can be understood. Do you think they'd be doing this to the Rams if they were in camp? If they'd be doing this to the Ravens, they'd be doing this to the Bills, to the Chiefs? You think they'd be doing it to those teams? We'll discuss that, and Clint brought up something with that secondary and pass rush that we got to look at as well. We'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, if you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, man, it's in your best interest to listen up right now, okay? Lewis Flory over at Ability Tree Experts. They are the leader. There's not even a close second in the tree care world here in Houston and on the Gulf Coast, right? Lewis, he's not one of them one-and-done tree services either. We're talking about the real deal, high level stuff here, right? He has been in the area for 40 plus years, 48 years at this point in time, and he knows, all the tree species that are out there. He knows, and more importantly, knows all the threats that those tree species can face. And the reality of it is, whether it's a drought or it's a freeze or it's high winds from a hurricane, which, by the way, we're in the middle of hurricane season, so now would be a really good time to call Lewis Flory of Ability Tree Experts and get those big, beautiful, valuable trees, the second most valuable asset on your property, second only to your home. Get those things looked at, man. And look, if you've got major problems, hell, you can call me and thank me later. But at the very least, if you want to give those trees the best chance to survive, there's probably some trimming and pruning that needs to be done. So if we do get hit with a hurricane, it's not if, it's when, that wind blows right through those trees instead up against those trees. It's that simple. This ain't rocket science. My man Lewis Flory is just simply the best in the business, and you need to give him a call. Nobody in Houston comes close to the experience or the knowledge. 281-441-4179. 281-441-4179, or you can always check them out online at abilitytrees.com.
The Astros needed bats, and they got him at the deadline. Dana Brown was busy adding Ramon Urias, Jesus Sanchez, and Carlos Correa to bolster the lineup. Will those
You can't, but Old Spice can, and they did. Smell like Suntal and Speed, Driftwood and Drive, Sea Ties and Toughness with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
Houston Sports Leader is your one-stop shop for all things Texans training camp. Don't miss live reaction to practice and exclusive conversations with players and coaches. Only on Texans Training Camp Live. Then even more inside information every weakness. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered all the way through the preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
Boy, this is getting weird quick.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Cornbread said, I love a dominating defense. Cam said, I think it's 50-50. 50% the offense is still implementing a new game plan, and on the other 50%, our defense is just too good. And that's why I said, what we're watching and what we've watched, Clinton, you can attest, right? Like the vast majority of the time, the defense has been, I don't think dominant is too strong of a phrase to use with what we've seen from them in camp.
No, I think they've been suffocating. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah. Anytime they've backed off just a little bit and they've given some underneath quick stuff, I think the offense has had a decent day. I think C.J. Stroud has had a get the ball out kind of day. And then there's those days where you go out there and the offense is trying to push the ball down the field a little bit. And sure, you have a couple of catches. I think Nico Collins caught a back shoulder on Kamari Lassiter a couple of days ago, and you get a couple of great catches along the way. You even get a couple that'll pop. You ever pop a little crossing route where they got kind of a little bit confused maybe in coverage, but otherwise, you're looking at, again, there were 6 pass plays called. The last time I charted, which was 2 practices ago, 6 pass plays called and 3, if not 4, pressures. We'll give you a 130-yard completion when the other four snaps are -7, -8, hits on the quarterback, pressure on the quarterback, chaos in the backfield. Yeah, look, I think this defense, Ron, is as I said before, like if it were just like if we just had a really good pass rush here and they were taking advantage of a overhauled offensive line, then I'd say, it probably has just as much to do with the offense as it does. But the reality of it is this secondary can squeeze down and give this pass rush an extra beat to get there. That's the scary part.
Well, yeah, and to your point today, 2 interceptions. Kamari Lassiter got a pick off C.J. Stroud during 7-on-7s. Jalen Smith, who actually walked off injured. I know you love Jarrett Smith. He walked off injured today, but he intercepted Davis Mills after fighting for a ball against Brevin Jordan out there. So they had 2 picks today. And they have, as you said, they have been suffocating. And that right there to the NFL, that is the scary thing about this defense. Usually, all right, hey, man, we got a pass rush that really helps, a secondary. Maybe you have a weaker nickel, but you got a pass rush where they don't have to cover as long. That is not the case here, man. They got a chance to, as you just kind of said, to help each other. There are moments where maybe Will and Daniil don't have to. Maybe they can wait a beat on a move or try a longer move, a spin move or something that isn't as quick, and still get there because the secondary has them on locks. It just, whatever it is, when you have a secondary and a pass rush like that, that has a real good chance to develop into turnovers. Well, and that is a game changer right there.
D'Amico just has the arsenal, right? The toolbox, if you will, is wide ass open. It is right now. It is wide ass open, and assuming they can stay healthy, the ability to not ask Azeez Al-Shaair to ever have to cover Travis Kelce, or Toa to ever have to cover these guys in critical situations. Never is a hard thing to accomplish, but in critical situations like playoff games in the third quarter, right? Like the ability to not just have one counter punch, but to have 2, 3, or 4 different counter punches with different nickel defenders, different coverages, different safeties that are hybrids that can roll down and play man. Like, you've just got so much. You can throw a million different looks at these guys, and you got a much better chance. So not only are they really good, that is a nasty combo for DeMeco Ryans. So but you mentioned, because you mentioned Davis Mills there. 2 practices ago, Davis Mills threw 2 picks. Yeah. So again, I mean, it's not just a CJ not seeing things, or a Davis not seeing things, or this is when this defense wants to, they can make it really, really difficult on the quarterback. And I think we're going to see that more times than not. I'd be shocked if we saw a game this year, 17 games. I'd be shocked if we see a team that is out there and they protect their quarterback well, and the quarterback has easy, quick throws all day long.
Yeah, that's just the thing is, will this translate against the teams they need this to translate against?
I think the only question, though,
that's
right?
The
only question, right, Ron, is if somebody, like if let's call it a Detroit. The Detroit game got out of whack last year with all the interceptions, so I don't think that's necessarily a good.
No, the Ravens game is the one that comes to me.
There's one. Yeah. There's one. You got the Ravens. Yeah, I'm just thinking about teams, right? You got the Ravens. I think you got the Lions. There's a handful of teams out there that are downhill, run first types of teams, and if they can run the ball, now the Texans are going to have a little bit of a problem there. They're going to have something that we hadn't really seen. But to me, that's the only way you're going to get these guys.
Is running the football.
You got to run it.
And then forcing them at least those guys off the edge to slow up a little bit. I think we saw that, like you said. I mean, Baltimore just had them in. I mean, that was probably the season, and they fought through. But to be honest, last year, I mean, they gave Josh Allen and Buffalo hell.
Yep.
And I believe they led the league in scoring. I know that's one of those teams we're talking about. They gave Miami hell, and that's at least from an offensive perspective a really good team. Now, I think the Chiefs in 2 meetings, especially the first meeting, they took advantage of the Texans. The Ravens obviously did. Like you said, the Lions threw 5 interceptions and still was able to match or to march the ball up and down the field. That's to me the only thing that is holding, or the step that we don't clearly see, is this defense, when they have to play against the really great offenses, are they able to hold them down like they're going to be able to do to, I think, Tennessee, or they're going to be able to do to probably Indy, or they're going to be able to do to the lower offenses around the league who they will just smother.
Yeah, look, I mean that's the thing, Ron, is we won't know that, right, until rubber meets the road. But then even with that scenario, the ability again at that point for DeMeco Ryans to say, you know what, we're gonna man up outside, we're gonna get our safeties down about 10 yards off the ball, playing some kind of quarters look pre-snap with that kind of shell, and we're coming downhill hard, right? Now if you pull off play action and you throw it, you beat Derek Stingley over the top, or you somehow get at somebody behind Kalen Bullock or something in a single high safety. Hey, if you hold the ball that long to get the good, that's good for you. We'll line up and do it again. See how many times you can do it. Yeah. There's just so many different ways that they can stop the run if they need to. So adding that extra hat to the box is. Here's the other part of it is you have the ability to add the hat to the box, and you got guys that have no problem adding the hat to the box. At least they don't mind it. Now I don't know if they can hold up, but they damn sure don't mind the physicality that goes on in the box.
Yeah, I think that's the point you're making. Is they have. We talk about this on offense a lot, but they have a lot of answers to
absolutely.
different. They seem to have personnel that should allow them to have a lot of answers to do things. The only place where you wonder about their answers is running the ball right down your throat. That's the only place. But even there, they've got a lot of different guys that can rotate. They can bring in Fatukasi, who's a really good run stopper. So that is maybe the only spot, but they seem to have a lot of answers. All right. The big news right now in the sports world here in Houston is still Carlos Correa. He is back. He will be an Astro. We should see him tonight in his first game back with Houston. What to you, what will make this Carlos Correa trade a success? What will make it a success? We'll discuss that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You're not giving me.
Get a bottle of Seafoam motor treatment for just $8.99 and receive 5 times O Rewards points with the purchase at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, what is the breaking news you have, Tyler Milners?
Just a little bit more good news regarding the Houston Astros, the baseball team in town. It keeps coming. Los Correa rejoins the squad yesterday, and people, we have shortstop Jeremy Pena. That panty dropper is reinstated from the injured list for Joe Espada and company right now today. Welcome back, Pena. Saw him hit that bomb in Sugarland. You got your shortstop, Houston. Let's ride.
Yep, he is reinstated. Jeremy Pena activated all of the guys they traded for, Correa, Sanchez, and Ramon Urias. Bryce Matthews and Jacob Melton are optioned back to Sugarland in AAA. Zach Short is just DFA. Damn, Zach. Houston has also...
a bit short.
Yeah, he did. So. Anyway,
I'm the worst.
Houston recalled.
You believe I'm kicking them when they're down, that's for sure.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, leg drop right there.
I meant more so that was just corny as hell by me, but I feel you. I feel
Hogan. Houston recalled Nick Hernandez to fill the spot on its pitching staff, left by trading Ryan Gusto. So Nick Hernandez is called back up. Bryce Matthews, Jacob Melton are back to riding buses. Zach Short, we'll see where he ends up. I think he'll end up somewhere. I think he played well enough to obviously be picked up by somebody else. But the big news is Jeremy Pena is back, and we'll await to look at the lineup, and we assume he'll be leading things off. And that whole side of the infield looks completely different than it has the last several weeks. Jeremy Pena at short, Carlos Correa at third. By the way, Carlos Correa gets number 4. Jesus Sanchez gets Carlos Correa gets number 1.
I was about to say, whoa.
Sorry, number 4 was in Minnesota. Carlos gets number 1. Brandon Rogers had no choice, and then Jesus Sanchez gets number 4, number 29. So that is that's the numbers if you're looking for that, but. They are all back. And finally, as he said, some good news. This is going to look, Clinton Tyler, the closest to a real major league lineup that we have seen in a long time. In a long time today.
Where are all them Space Cowboys?
I'm telling you, they just sent a few of them down. Yeah, well, Hunter Brown's on the mound, too.
Yes. I mean, there's still going to be a few of them in there, some that they're scattered throughout. But, yeah, this is as a fan, it feels really good, man. It's almost having dealt with the injuries and having although it's been fascinating, I've enjoyed watching all these youngsters come up and make, like literally life-changing type plays. Maybe not with the Astros, but just in a standpoint of getting in the big leagues and getting a hit that won a game or making a big impact. I mean, that's what memories are made out of, man. That's big time right there. We've watched them, do that over and over again to the tune of having a nice little lead in the division, and now all of a sudden you start to get healthy, you make some moves, and it's good to finally be here, man.
Yep. Jeremy Pena back with the big club, and we should look to see him and Correa in the lineup for the first time together, but in the lineup today as he has been reinstated. Bryce Matthews, Jacob Melton back to Sugarland, also with these moves. All right, let's continue to look at through this out there on the other side. Listen, with the Correa thing, we all agree this is a deal that they needed to make, maybe if it's not specifically Correa, but they needed to add somebody to this offense, and in particular at that position with Isaac Paredes going down, and it appears he's going to miss the rest of the way. They needed to add some offense there, and they do it with Carlos Correa. Now, they are going to have to pay some money. The Twins are picking up some, but they are still going to have to pay a good amount of this, and they have him for 3 years, and next year will be interesting to see what they do with all of these guys they have that can play similar positions. But I would ask, what would be a success in this trade with Correa? What would be a success for you all in this trade with Correa? 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch jump in this as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, it's the Correa that we've always known. I mean, a solid – if he comes in and plays a solid third base, good deal. The 270 to 300 hitter that he's been in his career, and he has been the 270 guy this year, the 300 guy, slightly over 300 last year, and he's clutch in the process. Boom, good. I mean, hell of a deal. There's no, when you're an alpha like he is, there's no holding that guy back. I mean, he's going to come in there and when nip and say needs to be said, and I think there's some youngsters that'll benefit from that, on this roster. So I just don't see how it doesn't, end up a success, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah. There are some people who have some concerns. Somebody texted in here, Clint, and said, Ron, now that Tyler and the masses have had a chance to calm down from the Correa nostalgia, can you
still got a half? You still got a hat.
Can we objectively talk about the Astros and their pitching concerns?
Screw you, buddy.
We'll get to. Good God, it's a fair thing to talk about.
I was joking, clearly.
We'll get to their pitching concerns, but I do want to get more to Correa. The reaction has been huge, right? This has been huge, and I think both of you said it yesterday. There's a personal thing. I would dare to say that I think it's fair to say that the reaction is actually bigger than what he has shown to be this year, numbers-wise. Again, if you missed it, thus far he's hitting 267, 319 on base, 386 slug, 7 homers, 19 doubles, and 31 RBIs. Do you think the reaction is a little too big from the player and what he provides on the field perspective? You think it's a little too big?
No, I don't. No, I don't. Yeah. I mean, I don't. I think the context matters. I think they're just going to look at the box scores, and obviously there's, just the stat line, if you will. Then and just this year's in a vacuum. For half the season, then maybe I guess I don't know how you look at Carlos Correa as a Houston fan or a baseball fan that just understands what all Correa brings to the table, and feel the response is above. Like I think the only knock or the only hesitation or the only concern that I think is even like accurate or fair is the injury issues. Which, I don't have any. I think that's part of pro sports, and it happens. It's clearly it's happened. We all know that in Houston this year. So I don't. I'm not. He's been up and down.
You have been consistent with, like, his numbers this year. What I just read off. You've been consistent since the trade has happened. You're not really placing a lot on that. You've been consistent with, I see the numbers, but you think it's not as important. It's not as big of a deal of what he's doing.
What is the conversation around the numbers? Is the thought that concern? Does somebody think that he is Father Time's jumped on his back and he's not the player he used to be? Because I look at it and you do a little digging on Carlos Correa, extremely slow start. All right. And then all of a sudden blows up in May. Monster May.
Yeah.
Slow down in June, July. It's like, is the point, hey, do you like the trade or not like the trade? And Correa in totality? Or is the point, hey, man, has Father Time caught up with Carlos Correa? Is he no longer the same shortstop defensively, so he's going to move to third? Is he no longer the same caliber hitter? Is he not in clutch? Has he shrunk in big moments? Like I just don't see that being the conversation around Carlos Correa yet.
Yeah, and listen, I can see where some people, because there's a little bit of Nick Caley going on here, Clint. When you start to look at what people are saying about Correa, what I'm seeing a ton of the leadership and the intangibles. the leadership and the intangibles. That Sally just said it will definitely give us guidance in the clubhouse.
Hey, there's
or
Sal.
what a shot in the arm he will be. But also with that, is he what they need on the field? Right? Like all the intangible things are important. They do need an offensive player on the field. And I think I am with you. I need to see it before I believe that he is not going to be an impactful offensive player. I understand those numbers are not, because I heard Tom Verducci say Carlos Correa was the best player traded at the trade deadline. He said that yesterday when everything ended on MLB Network, he said Carlos Correa was the best player traded at the deadline. How much I agree with that one completely, but it shows the praise and where many people in baseball think Carlos Correa is and where he will be. I know he's got 7 home runs. I know he's got 31 RBIs this year. But I just believe in that cat so much at 30 years old that when it counts and when it matters, he's going to put together good at-bats, and he's going to do what Carlos Correa does, and we may see him pull out the fake watch, and we may see him point to the wrist and all that. I will be more surprised if he ain't the guy that we remember him to be when it comes to it.
I am right there with you. Yeah. I'm right there with you. I mean, it's like I don't think Carlos Correa has Carlos Correa ever been a guy. And I'm not a stat watcher. I'm not a box score guy. Sure, I like to mull over them every now and then if I have a reason, but I'm not one that goes directly there to call a guy's worth or not. I mean, has Carlos Correa ever been a guy that, from a numbers perspective, was just, oh my God. I mean, this guy's just, I mean, he is absolute nails. The OPS, the number of home runs, the average, right? I mean, he's been a steady, really good offensive player that is nails on defense and clutch as anybody at the plate. With an organization that's lived in the playoffs, he's been clutch at the plate. That's who Carlos Correa is.
Yeah. Your conversation of he doesn't have a ton of years where he's put together seasons in the way that I think he's viewed.
Ron, he's had, you know what I mean? He's had 1 year. His home run total high on a season is 26. Yeah, and it was his contract year when he left Houston, right?
And that's his highest MVP finish ever, which is 5th.
But that's it. That's the only time he had more than 25 home runs.
Yeah, he's been an all-star only twice.
Yeah, I mean, he's
3 times in his career.
He's typically a high teens, he's a high teens, like right here, season average for Carlos Correa, 18 home runs on his career in a season.
Yeah,
it's a little down this year. Okay, what is it down? 2 or 3 home runs off of his typical trajectory. So I don't think Carlos has ever been that guy that at the plate for a season is going to be the guy that carries you. I think he's just been a solid bat that, hey man, when it matters most, he makes noise.
That's a great defender. Yeah, that's kind of what he's been. All right, coming up as we look at the Texans, Nick Caley talked about what he is seeing from C.J. Stroud. We'll let you hear what he had to say, and it really adds to a confession I wanted to talk about yesterday, but Carlos Correa rightfully ended that. But it adds to a confession that I want to make and discuss coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Yes! Where do the Texans stand on their offensive line? Nick Caserio gave his thoughts. Payne and Pendergast.
We feel like we have a lot of depth and a lot of competition at multiple.
time, it can only be the DQ Chicken Stir Basket. Just $7.49 for a limited time. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good at participating locations.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
There it was. Glory hole.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Big news of the day, Jeremy Pena is back. He is back.
Dropper.
That's right. Jeremy Pena, and he was an MVP candidate. He was second to only Aaron Judge when it came to WAR in the big leagues when he got injured. He has been out, I would say, Clint, a lot longer than maybe I thought he initially was going to be out. But he is back in the lineup from that broken rib, and he is good to go. And he, I would presume, will be in the leadoff spot. And that lineup will be interesting to see what that looks like with now some of the added guys in from the Correas. And the lineup is out.
Question is, you ready? I'm going to guess not.
Jeremy Pena.
Oh, wow, Tyler. Tyler, you hear this?
Altuve.
Yeah, screw you, man.
He's just casually going through
That's
this
cool,
lineup.
Ron. Screw you, bro.
Altuve is the DH.
Nah, you know what you're doing right now. This is whack, bro.
Missed opportunity. Huge missed opportunity.
Who do you think's in the 3 spot?
This ain't cool, man.
Mr. She Knows.
No.
Oh, ouch.
Jesus Sanchez is batting third. Really wanted that left-handed bat there.
Get that lefty in there now.
They had to get that lefty in there to break it up a little bit.
I should have known it was going to be made way too difficult.
Yep. And then Correa is batting fourth, so he's in the cleanup spot with Diaz catching tonight behind him. Walker behind Diaz. Diaz has been getting hot, so they've dropped Christian Walker in the lineup. And Taylor Trammell, he's still in that sucker. And, wow, this is interesting. Cam Smith is batting 8th in the lineup tonight with Dubon batting 9th. So that is the lineup tonight. Dubon is playing second base tonight, batting 9th. So it is, again, Pena leading off back in it. Altuve is the DH. Sanchez, the newly acquired outfielder from the Miami Marlins, and Correa, Diaz, Walker, Trammell, Cam Smith, and Mauricio Dubon. That is the lineup Brown night as they are in Fenway to face the Red Sox. Interesting group.
Yeah, get that lefty in there, man. Get that lefty in there. I'm anxious, not as anxious, obviously, to see him as I am Carlos Correa, but another left-handed bat that brings some pop to the lineup, brings a little power to the lineup. So we'll see how he swings it sitting right there between Altuve and Correa. We'll see.
Yeah. By the way, I see some people wondering, and I'll clear that up. Trammell is playing in center field, and Jesus Sanchez is playing in left field tonight. So yeah, the outfield is Sanchez in left, Trammell in center, Cam Smith is in right field. So that is the outfield and the spots they're playing in. Someone wondered if Sanchez was playing in center. No, he is not. So that is the lineup tonight as we see Correa in the cleanup spot and Pena back in the leadoff spot right there for the Astros tonight. So it'll be fun watching the fellas come back. Too bad it's going to be a bit of a long road trip before Carlos Correa gets to come back and play at the Daikin for the first time.
I'll be there.
I know you will. I know you're going to get your ass on up out there.
I'm considering it, Tyler.
That's good.
I'm considering it.
I'll take that.
Go ahead. Get out there. Get you some pennants.
What is that, a Tuesday night? Monday, Tuesday?
Believe it. I know it's in the middle of the week. I believe it's a Tuesday. But I'll take that.
Those are doable.
Shoot 2 goes out of the house. I'll take it.
Hey man, you're competing with 3 ladies. That's tough to do.
Hey, now
it
that
was tough
in
when
all
it was
seriousness,
one.
that's fair right there.
It was
that's
tough
fair.
when it was 1. You had a chance then. 3?
Yeah, that's very fair.
I feel better. You left early the last time we went. All right.
That's one way to phrase it.
It is.
Go ahead into your tease here, buddy.
It was. It was early. It was early.
Not really early because it went longer than games do.
Yeah,
hey, tease, bud. Here we go.
You left before it ended, and we're all disappointed. All right. Nick Caley spoke. He spoke about
freaking lame ass.
He spoke. Not to mention you wasted those brisket nachos, but Nick Caley he spoke about C.J. Stroud and what it looked like today, and it feels like it's looked like this a lot today. A lot of bodies around him. What he kind of had to go through with the parts around him. Here's Nick Caley talking about his quarterback.
I mean, I think it's everything. I think it's timing. I think it's, being a little, anchoring a little bit more at times in the protection piece of it, being able to play more on time, got to do a better job myself, maybe getting some more quick options there early on too. I think it's collectively, it's everything. It's not just one person. It's never just one person or one facet. I just think we got to continue to all evolve and get better, collectively.
All right, so that is Nick Caley talking about what he's seen from CJ, and I think a lot of that has happened since training camp started. And listen, Clint, we're not on In the Loop, which you should listen to every day, 10 to 2, with Reggie, OG, and Figgy. But and I have been hiding this, and I've been trying to keep this down. But I have a confession. I'm extremely concerned about the offensive line. Like there you go. I'm in about a panic mode for the offensive line.
Really?
And yeah, I am. Listen, and I can understand how you may feel, or you may text in and say it is too early. I'm not going to say that you're wrong for that. Okay, I can understand how you get there. All right, I hope they honestly get it turned around, because as I've said before, I want to see the full greatness of what C.J. Stroud can bring, because there is nothing more in sports that I love than seeing greatness. But I am absolutely concerned, Clint, because I thought there's going to be some growing pains. It might start slow. And now I've actually gotten to see it, Clinton. It has not made me feel any better about it. It's, in fact, made me feel worse about it. And when I just say it out loud, to me, they just went, I think, a very hopeful direction from the jump in how they approached fixing their biggest problem on the team last year. And the way it's showing up right now, to me, is not giving me any confidence that this thing is going to be fixed, or fixed the way they want it to be. There's a potential that they have wasted the cheap years of C.J. Stroud by not going and getting him the protection that he potentially will need, so we can see everything this offense can be. Because I'll be honest with you, Clinton, maybe I'm higher on these guys. I really like the skill group. I like Nico. I like Christian Kirk. Obviously, if those guys stay healthy. I like Higgins. I like Noel. I think there's a lot of things they bring to the table. We've talked about Brevin Jordan and his speed and what he looks. I like what they bring, but I think this offense is going to be beholden to what the hell the offensive line can do. And I am just not confident right now at all. And it is not just it's early for me personally. It may be just early for you, and that is a opinion that I will respect. But it is. I am a full level 10 concerned about what this offensive line, because I watched it last year and I don't see a lot of improvements to it.
Boy, that's a quick trigger you got there.
Well,
didn't take much, huh?
Well, I mean, but they didn't give me much to work with, in my opinion. Like from the jump, they said what we're going to do is we're going to take our right tackle and slip him inside to right guard, a position he's never played, and we're going to take Cam Robinson, who has been a guy that Jacksonville traded, and then Minnesota only got when their left tackle got hurt. He had some protecting the passer last year. We're going to bring him in at left tackle, and he hasn't even, as you said, completely – it took him a while to completely secure his spot. We're going to bring in a guy in Laken Tomlinson. It's $4 million, not a year, but for the contract. And we're going to bring in David Andrews, a guy that New England didn't want, or a 6th-round pick in Jarrett Patterson to fill the center role. I didn't feel great about how they addressed it. And now what we've seen, that they're leaking water every single day when it comes to protecting the passer, which was the problem. And I think they're going to, Clint, have to adjust to have everything quick, and we're not going to be able to see, I think, exactly what this skill group can bring. I am very concerned.
Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm not there. I'm not there. Now, I still think the jury is still out on the biggest part of all of this, which is Nick Caley. For me, what I've seen at practice, and I know if you just look at big picture and say the defense dominated once again, right? There's some fatigue there, and I understand the concern. But when I'm watching practice and I'm watching the pocket collapse, it has not been. Now, I may be wrong because I'm not being able to watch the film, but just from where I'm standing, and I'm not I'm just going to tell you that I'm not much of a talker when I'm out there or a thumber when I'm out there. I'm watching the action. So
remind me to come back to that at some point because I had a story. Go ahead, bro.
Well, I see guys getting beat, right? I see tackles that are struggling with 2 of the top 6 to 8 edge rushers in the game. I don't see total chaos like what we watched, what we got used to last year. Now, we're also not seeing a bunch of pressure looks, Ron, so it may be there. Yep. But I can just tell you that what I'm seeing is I'm seeing a second-round draft pick getting a lot of run at right tackle that from time to time is getting his ass whooped. That in a regular game, if the OC doesn't help him with some chips and some alignment stuff, that's on the OC.
And he's the one I really like.
Yeah. Well, Blake Fisher he's getting whooped too. I mean, but it's not like we're watching guards just constantly get ate up with the tackle in twist game and just look like they have no idea what they're doing. You know what I mean? Like it's the typical football stuff. Like your pockets collapsing because your tackles are getting ran. You got to figure out a way to help those guys. You got to figure out a way to get those guys to anchor down a little bit more. And I think they'll do that. Will it be great? Probably not. But will it be significantly better than last year? Yes.
Yeah, but will it be good enough for what they need? And I hope it's not an S show like it was last year, but as someone texted in, you wouldn't do. That's just dumb. Yeah.
I'd show up to try to watch you, though. I'd show up to practice and watch you try.
I'm a radio host.
Give all the effort.
I'm glad. I hope you felt great after you hit the enter button on that one.
It probably went
solid move.
Yeah, but no, I listen, again, if you and I see some people saying, Ron, I completely agree with you, Caserio didn't do much of anything to help this O-line. They have said, Clint, and we knew it when we watched what they did, we're going to focus on, all right, man, we believe the coaching and we believe the scheme is going to be better. And that's what's going to fix it. And I understand, Clint, listen, I promise you, I don't know if you've heard the type of questions I have tried to pose to you over the last week and a half. And I've listened to you, and I've taken in like, all right, yep, they're not game planning for anything. Gotcha. All right, that makes a difference. All right, I'm also thinking to myself, yeah, but they ain't seeing no blitz looks either. They're not seeing any exotic blitzes either. They're just getting their asses kicked up front. And damn it, yes, they are facing Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter. You know who else got good players on the defensive line? All of these other teams that they got to deal with. And I am sorry I said this the other day, Clint. There is nothing about what I watched them that makes me think they're going to then be a dominant run team, which would also offset and help. That makes me think these dudes are about to run folks over in the run game. Maybe Ursery. I am intrigued by his potential physicality in the run game. But this thing they have waltzed out here in Clint, I understand their install and everything. They have practiced, 8 days? They've gotten their asses kicked 7 of the 8 days. Like completely kicked. And the one day that they didn't, you still said I wouldn't say a whole lot to that. Guys, let's pump the brakes a little bit on there. And listen, I'm not trying to change you. I'm just confessing to you how I feel.
Yeah, no,
I'm in a panic about this.
I'm not mad at you for it. I'm not. Look, to me, it's never as bad as it seems, and it's never as good as it seems. It's always somewhere right in the middle.
Except for last year.
In hindsight, it's always what it seems. It's always what it is. You know what I mean? But like, I don't know. I look at this, and again, I'm leaning into. There were so many layers that failed. Let's say D'Amico Ryans. Like, there's so many layers on the offensive side of the football last year that failed D'Amico Ryans that contributed to poor football, inconsistent, poor, ultimately overall package. Subpar and awful at times. So much went into that, right? Is you don't even have to fix them all with great play and great play calling and great scheme. It just needs to be better at a handful of those, and you're going to be significantly better. A road grading physical run team either, but I do think that they can run the football effectively with Nick Chubb and hopefully Joe Mixon and a Cade Stover that can get in there and put his put his hand in the dirt and do some things. An offensive line that's a little bit more cohesive and at least understands. A quarterback that is getting you out of the bad run and into a better run kind of deal. Give you leverage. Like those things happen, and you're complimentary at the very least. And so that is why I am a little bit more.
I'm going to try to run with you. I've been trying, man.
Hey.
They look like they are going to handcuff what Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud can do. That looks like that's written all over it. Because even if, I'm with you, Clint. I get the feel that it won't be as bad as last year because I do think that they are going to be quicker to moving off of what would hurt them. They'll be quicker to move. Hell, they may not even start with down the field stuff. But they're going to be handcuffed with what they can do. There's going to be a lot of, 3-step drops where you invite really good defenses, like we're seeing happen to them every day in camp, smother the hell out of them, and they're not able to make, they're very predictable like we complained about last year, and they're not able to make plays down the field because they just can't. They have to help their offensive line in a major way, and I level 10 of concern. Where are you?
I'm at about a 6.
So you're above a 5.
I'm slightly above 50%, and more of that is geared towards Nick Caley and his inexperience than it is what I'm watching or the guy's inability to do one or the other, run game or pass protect. I hope like hell. I'm glad that aspect that you said of like, hey man, like we're going to be forced to get the ball out quick, and I'm okay with that. I embrace that. That's exactly what this team needs to do. I mean, I'm okay. Like Nick Caley said it today in his presser. Like, today was rough, but maybe I didn't do a very good job of getting him some quick opportunities with the football. I love hearing that from the damn offensive coordinator. Love it.
I don't know, man. I've been sitting with this for a few days now, man, and I don't see it. Again, I hope I am dead wrong because I honest to God, I want to see C.J. Stroud have the ability to show the greatness that he has shown us before. I just think he's going to have handcuffs on him. I think he is going to have handcuffs on what he can do comparative to others. All right. Looking at, as someone asked about this earlier, looking at what the Astros weren't able to accomplish at the deadline, but the cavalry may be coming. What's your feelings about the Astros next right live on the drive?
Don't mess with the Houston Astros.
What excites Coach D'Amico the most about Nick Caley's new look offense?
Ready? It's being tailored toward the Houston Texans and the guys that we have on our roster. It's not just a copy and paste from other places that he's been, and he's been very successful at other places. It's just him being able to be adaptable and put our guys where they need to be.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
news and insider updates all throughout the day. Sean's your eyes and ears on everything at the Greenbrier, right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's going to be cool, man. Sean's going to be in West Virginia. He'll stop by the Drive coming up next week. We'll hear from Sean. Shout out to the great people at Yuengling. We'll hear from Sean. Go ahead and play it.
Thank you so much for stopping by and giving us that great info, Sean.
I just hate how much I've given you over the years.
Well, that one I really wanted because it's been like months upon months upon months since I've had the opportunity to do that beauty.
But that'll be fun. He'll be our eyes and ears as the team heads to West Virginia for training camp. It'll be fun all next week. We'll hear from Sean. He'll have those up close shots, unlike anybody else will, covering this thing. All right, Clint and Tyler, I believe clearly the Astros became a better team. With all the additions they made, they became a better team. Even the guys they lost, even Ryan Gusto, who's the most prominent one, they lost out of that rotation. We'll see what that means moving forward here, especially for the near future. But I would throw out right now the rotation is Framber, Hunter Brown, who gets the ball tonight, Vixie, Old Gordo, Colton Gordon, and then I guess Jason Alexander right now. That would be the four. Now that Gusto's out, we'll see what the next move is. But obviously, fellas, they do have Christian Javier, who is pitching in Sugar Land. His last outing was a couple days ago where he went 3 2/3 innings with 3 strikeouts. He threw 64 pitches and gave up 3 runs, but he was over 95 miles an hour on the fastball. And then also Spencer Arrighetti, who went a little longer, and Clint, maybe he is closer. As we know, his was just that weird broken finger. He goes 4 2/3, 6 hits, 6 runs, 4 walks, 5 Ks. He gave up 2 home runs on 79 pitches. So he's up to the 80 pitch mark. So maybe he's getting closer to at least get into the rotation. And then obviously the J.P. Francis, the Lance McCullers, who has that devastating blister, and then Brandon Walter, he's on the IL as well.
You ain't right for that.
He does, man. So they do have some guys potentially that can come out, but Clint, they clearly were working up to the last second to try to get Dylan Cease. And by the way, they were asking for Spencer Arrighetti, and amongst other things.
Yeah,
and so,
piss off.
So Dana told him to go to hell.
Get the hell out of here.
He said, I keeps it real. He said, Minnesota wouldn't pay $50 million. And you think I'm going to give up Spencer? But Dana moved off of that. So clearly Dana felt like they wanted another pitcher and wanted Dylan Cease, but they didn't go ahead and pull the trigger because it was too rich. How are you feeling about this rotation right now?
Well, I mean, I think that's the risk here moving forward with the Astros, right? I think if everybody comes back healthy, and if everybody at this point, I mean, look, I'd like to say nails when you talk about Lance McCullers, when you talk about Spencer Arrighetti and Christian Javier. Really, those are the big 3 right there. You know, I'd like to say, hey, hell yeah, all 3 of those guys come back and be nails. But the reality of it is, we need one of those guys to be who we have seen them be before and who we hope they would be this year. Like, just one of those guys come back and fill that third starter role, and then the other guys fill in throughout the next 50 games, and let's see what kind of complete rotation, what the bullpen looks like at that point in time. Yeah. But that's the risk right now is that. And they feel that way as well because, Dana Brown was vocal about, hey, man, we'd like to go get a third starter in a rotation.
And they were at it all the way up until the 5 o'clock deadline.
Yeah, so, look, right now is you've got I'm not worried about or I don't dislike the position they're in. I mean, if you told me, all right, look here, we're not going to get a third starter, at the deadline, and here's our scenario, is we're going to get a guy in Lance McCullers that we've seen do absolute work, and, we hope that he can get back to close to or to the point that when he was pitching his best baseball. The other option is Christian Javier, who we thought highly enough to give a contract, pay him well, keep him around, and we've seen him be absolute nasty. And then Spencer Arrighetti, a young pitcher that we've yet to see the best of, and we don't know when we're going to see the best of him, but he's coming back, and he's coming back strong. Those are your three options. You've got three options. It's not like you're sitting here with zero options at that third starter. You still have guys that could very easily be not a good, but a great third starter in a rotation. Now, do any of them accomplish it? We'll see. I would have liked to have something a little bit more for sure, but we sit in a spot where you got three guys, I think, that are competing their ass off for that third spot.
Yeah, I am – I'm not greatly concerned, right? Because I do think, Clint, if they've really felt like they didn't have somebody in-house that can fill the void that they need to fill, because you said they're throwing numbers, right, Clint? If they can just get like two of them, Javier, Arrighetti, McCullers, Luis Garcia, Walter, France, if they could just get two of them to kind of be in this and be able to give them quality innings down the stretch, that's something. And to your point of the third starter, I think they have enough time with these guys to get or at least to get themselves into a space where they're ready to maybe take on a start in the postseason. It's just the risk of, all right, these guys are coming back from injuries that you may not know. I mean, Lance with the blisters and Arrighetti are probably the ones you feel the most confident about. I mean, even though I love Javier and I think he can be a one or a two starter, we've seen that in the postseason from him. He's coming off Tommy John, man. We don't know, you don't know how much he's going to be able to give. He's still he still haven't gotten to 4 innings yet. Like, he still hadn't gotten over 65 pitches yet. So that's just the only thing. But I trust Dana that he feels really confident that one or two of these guys with a 5-game cushion over Seattle and Texas, that yesterday, but that at least two of these guys will be able to give them what they need. At least two of them. Like you said, it's not like he's sitting there like crossing his fingers with Brandon Walter, and that's it. No, he's got guys that have pitched and that have really, really good stuff when they're right.
Well, if you get one of them, and we're obviously talking about down the stretch here, and how they chew innings is I think going to be a big hurdle here. I mean, you got to get guys healthy and ready to pitch. And
they got 4 starters right now.
Yeah, I mean, that chewing innings right now through the rest of the season is I think probably more of a concern than whether they find a third starter or not, or they're confident in a third starter or not. But, I mean, look, if you get one of these guys to step up, I don't care who it is, you get one of these guys to step up, and then the other two can, in a playoff series, can be a piggyback approach, you're in a really, really good spot. Now, we'll see if they can all three stay healthy. We'll see if they can all three come back and still have tread on the tire or take the next step or develop to the next step. We'll see if that's the case. But, they're not in a terrible situation. I'll put it to you that way. They're not in a terrible situation. Now, a bigger part of that, which now is maybe not the time, but that damn Hunter Brown got to come on now.
Yeah, tonight's a big one for him. He hasn't gotten through 5 innings or past 5 innings in at least his last 3 or 4 starts. So this is a big one. Someone on the text line real quick said, Clint, why are you counting on Lance McCullers? He's washed.
Look, I'm not. It's not about. I'm just giving you the options, man. I mean, I think Lance McCullers is washed. Hey, you might be right. I mean, hell, he's just been on the IL with a damn blister, and he was awful before that. So I mean,
devastating blister.
You may be right. I mean, look, Spencer Arrighetti may never be a quality starter in Major League Baseball. Christian Javier he may never come back the same. There's a lot of left to be story left to be told here. I'm not sitting here saying that one guy isn't washed or one guy isn't not a third starter in a rotation caliber, or I don't know. Those are the three guys that we as Astro fans right now, whether you like Lance McCullers or not, your ass is banking on him.
Yeah, he's and be honest with you, from a health concern, him and Spencer Aggetti are the ones that, probably you feel like there's not as much of a concern when you got the other guys all coming off Tommy John or shoulder issues.
Well, look, I'm fully aware. Lance is one injury away from retiring. I mean, I'm aware of that.
That ain't the damn truth right there.
I'm aware of that. He's also one start away from striking out 12.
Yeah. And throwing 90 in 3.5 innings.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, yeah. I mean, again, if we were left here holding the bag and it's like, well, it's Lance or bust, then I'd be a little more concerned.
Yeah, there's five guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Guys. All right, we got to talk about this situation that keeps getting here from your old boss, Clint. Jerry Jones has let this Micah Parsons situation get to a whole nother level, to where one of the best young defensive players in football has now made the decision to go to social media and request a trade.
What's your point?
Stupidity. We'll look at the dumb Cowboys as we continue coming up next.
Well, I don't know if Jerry's getting good advice on Micah Parsons, but let me give you a little bit of advice if you are interested, even flirting with, if you're ready to pull the trigger or flirting with building that dream home that you want, right? Our Vision Homes is where
doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Can't get my goodies.
Yeah, Russ is getting them.
I didn't feel right.
Yeah.
Rewind.
Russ is getting them goodies now. Go ahead, Russ, man. Ain't take that away. That nice guy thing has really worked for you.
Go Big Blue.
There it is, baby. All right, welcome back into The Drive. If you missed it, the news out of Boston. Jeremy Pena, he is back with the big league club. He will be leading off and playing shortstop tonight, Boston. As well as Correa. He will be playing third base and batting fourth. As well, new in the lineup will be Jesus Sanchez, wearing number 4. He is batting third and playing in left field tonight. So this will be a first chance to get a chance to look at a lot of these guys. Coming up in a bit, fellas, I do want to share with you. I had one of those moments with my rental car situation that I don't think the guy was going to fight me, but there was a bit of a stare. So I'll let you know about that. It almost got real in the Target parking lot. Let me tell you that. But the news rolling around the NFL, Clint, and I for the life of me, there generally isn't anything that the Dallas Cowboys can do to surprise me, Clint, with Jerry and Steven and all of them. But they got me on this one.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
No, you ain't got. This thing has gotten so bad, Clint, that it was first reports saying that this thing has gotten so bad between the two sides that they're not even having conversations, and that Micah Parsons may start to go to crazy measures to prove his point. And the measure he has done, Clint, he is going to social media and he's expressed that he wants to be traded. He wants to be traded from the Dallas Cowboys. The two sides remain far apart heading into the second week of training camp, and they just are not even negotiating currently. Clint, how in the hell have the Dallas Cowboys allowed it to get to this point?
Well, it seems to be an ongoing theme here in Dallas. At some point, everybody's going to figure this thing out. That Jerry clearly, I mean, you call Jerry a lot of things. Jerry's not a fool.
Weak-ass Cowboys.
I mean, there is a method to the madness, and I know it's extreme, and I've said it a million times since I've been on these airwaves. He is an absolute master at creating value and stealing advertising opportunities. And I know this is extreme, but I don't doubt 1 minute that he doesn't sit around that table with his crew, his family ultimately, and say, here we go again. We have been blessed with an opportunity to be the lead story for a month straight on every sports talk show on TV and radio, and there's some value in that. Now,
you think it's still that?
That ticker. I don't think that's all that's driving it. No. I don't think that's what was driving it with Dak. I don't think that was all that was driving it with CeeDee Lamb. I don't think that's all that drives it. I think he looks at at certain positions that garner certain attention, and there is a piece of every decision Jerry makes that is, how can I increase the value of this organization? And I think that is how he justifies a lot of what he does. Absolutely. Do I think that's all it has to do? No.
Don't tell me what I'm saying.
Do I think it's smart? No, I don't think it's smart. But I think Jerry sits around and I think he justifies all this crap every year by the business side of it that is padding in pockets.
Yeah, and I've been with you on that because like it was Dak a couple of years ago. It was CeeDee Lamb, and I'm with you. This one has just this one's gotten so far to a deal where, as you said, it's not all of it. This one feels like it's a lot more personal. Like he's not even going. I know Micah Parsons wants to be a Cowboy. Like for everything that comes with being a Cowboy, I know he wants to be a Cowboy. But like to go to this step and to have allowed it to gotten here, because Clint, even if they get something together, like I still think there are some feelings and some things here that aren't just going to die when the contract is done or if a new deal is done. Feels much more personal than I've ever seen with Jerry, as you've said, trying to keep that Dallas brand out there in front of everyone.
Look, I just think that's a byproduct that he uses to justify a lot of these actions. I agree with you that this seems personal. I think this is different than Dak. I think Dak handled it like a pro, and I think it ultimately ended up helping. I say a pro. Dak handled it, behind closed doors, very. He wasn't coming out and saying, well, yeah, depending on what the organization does and how they bring in other talent depends on whether I take a team-friendly deal. And, yeah, Jerry and I did have a conversation, but I didn't view it as negotiations. Jerry did, and he's spilling all the beans about what's going on. I'm going to tell you, there's no way Jerry's not taking all this personal. There's no way he's not. I think there is. I think with Jerry, it would not surprise me if Jerry traded him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You think there's a legit chance that could happen?
Yes.
Like this is really.
Yes.
There it was. Glory hole.
Wow. See, and when we talked about the crosstalk, I thought this was just even more talk that this thing is eventually going to get done, because you just don't trade guys generally like this when you've been open to say you wanted to keep him.
Yeah, I don't think you typically trade guys like this either, but I just don't. Yeah. I think there's just a level of crazy there, and I think you can. Do I set market with another guy and or do I trade him? When he's the hottest, and I can go get multiple first round picks and we can not rebuild, but we can supplement the guys that we've already paid. And I don't think it would be. It wouldn't shock me to see Jerry do it. I'll tell you that.
We'll see. Text line coming in. I don't think Micah goes anywhere. Jerry won't trade him, and they can tag him.
To be clear, I don't think he does either.
Yeah.
To be clear, I don't think he does either. But
you wouldn't be surprised. Like you wouldn't be off your ass if it happened.
It wouldn't shock me one bit. If somebody offers him something he can't pass up, it wouldn't shock me one bit. I agree with you. I think it seems a lot more personal, and not just on Micah's side. I think that's Jerry too.
Jerry too, both sides.
Jerry ain't above being petty now.
No, he's not. Fellas, I slid in there and went to a Target to go get some snacks, get some things here while I'm working, keep them in the fridge. Came on out, man. Just, I don't know if I thought I was in Missouri City or where I was. But I walked out, just walking, saw a black Camry, looked just like the one I drive every day. Walked up to that bad boy, went in there and just started trying to open it. Just trying to open that bad boy. Couldn't,
That's thievery, brother.
I'm three attempts at trying to open this thing. I said, "What the hell?"
Ron out here trying to boost some rides.
And then I went to go unlock it, put my keys in the pocket, and then I pulled the keys out, and I said, "Oh, damn!" Up, my man, right there with his cart, right there at the back of the trunk. I said, "I'm sorry about that. I'm in a rental. This is the exact car I drive. I completely forgot." And like, it really wasn't a smile. He was like, "Oh, okay."
He thought you were playing real life Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, okay. I just caught your ass, son.
Like he didn't believe me. But I was like, "What the hell is going on here?" Trying to open it, and then I said, "Shoot, boy, I wasn't even close." Wasn't even close to the car. It was
So you weren't even able to walk. You weren't able to turn around and like get in the car next to you. You were. On the wrong side. Yeah.
I had to pull myself together and like, whoa, hold on, this ain't even. But this ain't even close. I said, hold on, let me find this Mitsubishi.
Lucky, dude. We're laughing, and rightfully so. Those situations, if you run into the wrong psychopath, that could have gone very differently.
No, you said off the air the other day.
Seriously, man, there's crazy.
You're lucky you weren't in Texas.
Yeah, man. Everybody got guns down here.
Everybody is carrying. It would have just had me at gunpoint.
That's right.
I'm like, whoa. Yeah. Text line coming in show they thought your black ass was trying to steal that car.
I like the black ass part. Was unnecessary.
Maybe. Well, I mean, they really had to express it, I guess. Maybe they did.
It doesn't change colors.
Yeah, no, that was the thing that really jumped off. We weren't on the both. We both weren't on the same space. Oh, shoot, my bad. This is a car I drive at home.
He had a very serious, stern look on that guy.
Yeah, he said, okay. I said, damn, my fault, man. I had to go. I went the opposite way. I said, let me not walk past him. Let me not disrespect my man. But yeah, it was about to go down in that Target parking lot. About to really roll down. What you got coming up, Clint?
Well, the coordinators, the offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator for the Houston Texans spoke, and I think they answered a couple of questions about what we're seeing at practice. That pressure that's been on C.J. Stroud, that defense dominating that offense. How about that depth in the secondary? There's a couple of things I think that were at least addressed today by Matt Burke and Nick Caley, the coordinators for your Houston Texans. We'll have that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Now, I'm not talking to these yahoos on the end of this phone.
Nick Casario gave Payne and Pendergast some exclusive insight into the Christian Harris situation.
The way the rules work with NFI, PUP, if they're on one of those lists, there's certain parameters and limitations in terms of what they can participate in. So really, I would say that was more of a mechanical thing. There wasn't any funny business or anything like that. It's just sometimes can keep a player a little bit more engaged when he's not on one of those lists.
Sure. The Texans play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by West Point Lincoln. I-45 the Gulf Freeway, southbound at FM 1959. It's an accident that has two right lanes located. The Katy Freeway wants to remind you that Ford Motor Company assembles more U.S.
of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. Download that Odyssey app, y'all. AUDACY. You can follow us on YouTube and Twitch, obviously, if you're into that visual thing, which we greatly appreciate it. Please subscribe, follow, hang in there, comment. Also, the AM FM dial, we greatly appreciate you listening there as well. The Odyssey app, though, is got a ton of features, and right now it's big time. It's always big time, but right now it's big time because there's a lot of action. Payne and Pendergast has had Nick Casario on today in the loop. They're both doing their shows from training camp with these morning practices. This morning, the owners, Caley and Hannah McNair, you can use the rewind feature. Go back and hear that. Any and everything is podcasted individually on the segment. Tyler does a great job on that in terms of titling it, getting it uploaded, and there for your listening pleasure, as well as all the podcast, the true podcast, not radio segments, but true podcast. One of which is the Big Orange Wagon, Tyler Milner, Patrick Creighton, all things Astros. And boy, is that going to be a hot listen this week. Is that going to be a hot listen this week or what? Because guess what? The Astros, they coming, y'all. They got a little bit of a lead. They got a little bit of a lead in the division, no doubt about it. But Carlos Correa is in the lineup today. Not only is he in Boston, but he's got a bat in his hand. Jeremy Pena, yeah, he hit a bomb yesterday, I believe it was. Well, guess what? He is in Boston today, and he is in the lineup as well. Lineup starting to shape up. At least it's starting to look a little bit better. I don't know if it's going to shape up until Jordan gets his big ass in the middle of it. But we're going to be able to see a couple of Astros, one in which we've seen previously in Carlos Correa, and then a couple of new Astros. I know one is in the lineup tonight. No Urias, right? I didn't see Urias was not in the lineup, no, correct, not. Boys?
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah, but Jesus Sanchez is, right? He's in left field?
Batting third
in left field. Correa's batting at 4-hole, by the way. We'll keep you updated on all the details on that Astros lineup in that game tonight. The Texans, they did practice. They resumed action on the practice field. Not that a training camp day off is working on a day off, but today they got back on the practice field again. It was open to the public today, and from what I'm hearing, it was pretty much status quo. Defense showing up and showing out. Offense struggling with whether it's the install part of the camp right now or it's the pressure and the aggressiveness and the physicality of the defense. Defense, once again, won the day, created a couple of turnovers. I know Davis Mills threw another one. C.J. Stroud threw another one. And so it was a little bit more of what we've seen through, what is that, boys? 8 practices now? 8 total practices that we've seen.
The Ocho.
And the defense is getting the best of them more times than not. To be expected, you got an offense that's installing, and you got a defense that's championship caliber in year 3, and they're just adding pieces. They're just adding pieces. But both coordinators today, one beautiful thing about training camp is every day after practice, somebody, whether it's player, coordinator, head coach, they go to the podium and speak directly to the local media every single day. And today was the coordinators. Nick Caley on the offensive side of the football, Matt Burke on the defensive side of the football. Pressure, I would say, on both of these guys this year. Nick Caley, for all the obvious reasons that we've talked about 6 ways to Sunday. Matt Burke, because it's clear that DeMeco Ryans is spending a lot more of his time watching the offense. He spent figuring out how to delegate responsibilities. We've heard about that. Matt Burke, I would say, is on the top of the list of guys that are probably going to be expected to do a little bit more and are clearly going to be a little bit more responsible for what's going on the defensive side of the football. So both of those guys have a little bit of pressure on them. And I think both of them today spoke on a couple of topics that I think are very, very real with this team. And it's good to hear the decision makers talking about it. Here is Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, talking about, and today it was the pressure, the chaos around C.J. Stroud's feet. Lot of chaos around the quarterback. I think that's probably putting it nicely. A lot of chaos around the quarterback at training camp today and really overall. Nick Caley Why is that, sir?
I mean, I think it's everything. I think it's timing. I think it's, being a little, anchoring a little bit more at times in the protection piece of it, being able to play more on time, got to do a better job myself, maybe getting some more quick options there early on too. I think it's collectively, it's everything. It's not just one person. It's never just one person or one facet. Just think we got to continue to all evolve and get better, collectively.
What I like there, Ron, is the response. I don't like the problem, right? I'm with you. I'm concerned. I think everybody's concerned. I think if there is a downfall this year for the Texans, I believe it's on the offensive side of the football. It probably has to do with the inability to protect the quarterback. And there's been a lot of this issue that we've seen over 8 practices, no doubt about it. What I like about the situation here is Nick Caley didn't shy away from it, and his response to me was spot down. Remember, you asked me a couple of days ago, maybe it was a week ago, how much of what we saw C.J. Stroud go through last year is going to be present this year? In other words, how did that pressure affect him? Is he going to be bailing the pocket early? Is he going to move? Yeah. Is he going to be comfortable in the pocket, right? When I hear the coach say, hey, here's a list of things that we got to do better. We got to anchor down. He's talking about C.J. Stroud. He's talking about the quarterback. He's talking about, hey, man, you got to get to your depth, anchor down in that pocket. When you do move, stay anchored, and you're going to have to deal with a little bit of chaos, number one, right? Number two, the emphasis of the ball being out on time and playing on schedule. I can't emphasize that enough. I mean, that to me, this is all music to my ears. I hate the problem. I love the explanation of what we're hearing. And then last but not least, Ron, I love Nick Caley saying, you know what? I probably didn't give him enough quick options. That is from a play caller's perspective, if you can't give my quarterback quick options. I'm talking about, hey, it's in the second quarter. We've had 3 drives in the first quarter. We're getting our ass kicked up front. What are we going to do? Are we just going to go into a shell and run the ball? Are we just going to throw screens? And are we going to go to max protection and try to run 2-man routes? No. You got to get creative. It's on you. You got to find ways to get the guy some quick options right now. And I love hearing that from Nick Caley.
Yeah, he's got, and that's going to be, to me, potentially the way that things look up front. That's going to be, he is going to have to do throughout the season. He is going to have to find, as you said, creative ways to help his offensive line and help his offense overall. Because I do think he's just not going to be able, Clint, to me, to run his entire offense, the way he wants to run.
Yeah.
He's not going to have the advantage that other coordinators may have, being able to kind of go to wherever they want to in the playbook. He's going to have to set stuff up. He's going to have to do things that allow other things to be open for him and really have to work around some deficiencies on this offense. And it's good, one, as you said, Clint, that he is recognizing it, and two, that it's happening right now, and he's learning and maybe getting an understanding as a play caller of how to be able to move through those things, because that's going to be something that I think he's going to have to deal with a lot this year.
Well, look, this is just lip service. We don't know if he's going to be worth a damn at it. But here's the deal. Is every good offensive coordinator, I don't care who you are, every good offensive coordinator, I don't care what your terminology is, I don't care what tree you came up in, I don't care, right? Every great screen game, multiple screens, right? Great screen game that you don't wait until your quarterback's getting his head knocked off to use them. No, you use them throughout the season. You use them throughout a game to keep teams off balance, to maybe force defenses in the future to work on certain things. You got a great screen game, and you have got quick answers. You've got creative, quick. Got Steve Stroud, so you've got that lick. If you've got those two things, then you can. You can win some ball games. You can play high-level offensive football. Now, your quarterback may throw the ball short of the stick sometimes. We may be talking about, why the hell you do that? What the hell's going on? Well, I mean, that's just part of the things you got to live with. Sometimes you got to get the ball in Brevin Jordan's hands and let him go run after catch for 3 or 4 yards to get the first down. I'm okay with that. I can live with that, right? But that quick game and that screen game, there is just, if Nick Caley's going to be worth a damn calling plays in the league, it should be blatantly obvious early on that we've got a a great screen game that has the ability to get the screen to anybody, not just Nico. Hell, I can go out there and design screens for Nico, right? I mean, how are we gonna get Brevin Jordan, Dalton Schultz type guys touches in the screen game? Is it out wide and running some kind of tunnel screen? Is it them coming from inside out? Is it a delayed screen? Like if Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid can find a way in critical moments of the game to get Travis Kelce's ass uncovered on some kind of delayed screen where he folds inside and goes for 20 yards. Yeah, that guy right there. Then we damn sure can get it done here with the Brevin Jordans and Dalton Schultz of the world. So I just that is and here's the thing is when you're talking about, like, we talk a lot about, and I do, I'll put it on me. I talk a lot about, oh boy, this install is going to be an absolute bitch versus this defense. How are they going to install this, right? Well, it may be a blessing. Nick Caley is forced to, and C.J. Stroud is forced to work in a way for a huge chunk of camp of like, hey, man, we can't afford to sit back here and pat the football. We can't try to throw the football down the field every single play action, right? If those guys are forced to do it and they realize they're really good at it, and then all of a sudden it becomes a big part of this offense in the regular season, I think it could be a blessing in disguise.
But how do you, because this is the part two with Nick too, Clint, and everything you're talking about. How do you avoid being suffocated with doing that same thing? Because that's the other part, and we're seeing it kind of in practice. There is some success when they are getting the ball out quick. As you're talking about the quick game, now there hasn't been screens very much and things like that, so there could be more to it. But that's my understanding and fear is, all right, yeah, that could work for a period, but do you also put yourself in a situation where you may be looking at, as we've talked about, and you brought that since we've been here, and we saw it with Bill O'Brien a lot, that teams would just suffocate them. I mean, just get in there and would play 10 yards off the ball, and you couldn't get any of that stuff after a while, dare you to beat them down the field.
Yeah, look, I think the times that we've seen that happen to Houston, which it was Baltimore once. Hell, it's been Baltimore a couple times, actually. I think Kansas City, I think the more of the story there was the pressure late, but there's still a level of being suffocated. I can really lean into and chalk up the two critical moments, 2 or 3 critical times when you were suffocated offensively to, hey, man, you didn't have your guys. Nico Collins alone ain't enough.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
The Packers game last year, that was where CJ threw for 86 yards or something like that. Yeah.
I mean, look, it's happened. I just, when you look up, when has it ever happened when you got a good version of Dalton Schultz, you got Nico healthy, you got Tank healthy, you got Diggs healthy, you got Joe Mixon healthy. Like, when has it ever happened? And maybe it has. I don't know. I don't recall the injury report on all those games, but. There's a side to that, and I'm not saying that's the only reason. I'm not letting anybody's ass off the hook, but a big part of just being suffocated, I think, at times has been Nico can't do it himself. And so, again, but you go back to the quick game, you go back to the screen game. If you've got an effective quick and screen game and you got your players healthy, you can create seams, man. You can stay ahead of the chains. You can eliminate the sack. You can eliminate the negative play. And I think that could end up being a blessing for this offense in terms of what they're going through right now, because they have no choice but to do that when they're playing the Texans defense. All right, speaking of the Texans defense, on the defensive side of the football, Matt Burke, defensive coordinator, spoke today, Ron, and I think there's not many, but I think there's some question marks at the linebacker level around Christian Harris and kind of what does that end up looking like. But the other question, and the one that I think is on my radar more often, is the secondary. The secondary depth. They are great at 1 and 2 corner. They are great at both safety spots in that first level, with that first team. The depth guys, I think you could run into a problem.
Oh, really?
You need guys to develop. You lost Darby to retirement because Father Time jumped on him. Now you've brought in a couple of guys that might help you. You drafted Jalen Smith out of USC that might help you. But that's the part where I'm going, hey, this training camp is big for those guys. Matt Burke spoke on the secondary today, and before I'll preface it with this. When you listen to Matt Burke answering a question about depth in the secondary, tell me if this moved the needle for you or not.
Yeah, excited, man. We're trying to give all those guys opportunities to do that, to make plays. And, that's part of what this is, just moving groups around and putting guys in different spots and trying to sort of put a target on them and see if they make those plays. I mean, that's what it's for. So all those guys, everybody that's been working on the defense, just done a really good job of just being around the ball, again, being in the right spot for their technique. So, again, we preached out, we don't want to chase plays. You know what I mean? If you start trying to go make plays, then you don't. You put yourself in a bad spot. So those guys that are running the techniques the way they're finds that way. So really appreciative of all the guys working and how we're developing that depth.
Kind of vague for me, boys. Kind of vague for me. I wanted to hear some names. A
lot of fillers in there.
A lot of fillers. Lot of boy. I lost my voice. Let me clear this thing.
He's saying it, none of your damn business.
I love this game so much. I raised my voice with these guys. I got to yell at them. You hear this?
No, look. There's been Reed, by the way, was the one that got injured today. That carted off the field today. The safety, the rookie safety out of Penn State.
That sucks.
It wasn't. I've been told it was not Jalen Smith, the corner out of USC.
Oh, it was Reed.
I believe it was Reed. Yeah, but either way, Reed is the one of them that picked Davis Mills the other day. He's having a good camp. I think he's more of a linebacker than a safety. That's a big dude. But then Jalen Smith, the corner out of USC, apparently is having a really good camp as well. But that depth in the secondary, my point with the Burke audio was I didn't pull much from it. Burke didn't give us much of didn't mention anybody, didn't give us much of a peek behind the curtain, so to speak. I view it as really that's undecided. They don't really know what the hell they're going to the second group in the secondary is going to look like right now. And so no major ordeal here, but that is something that I think as fans, you got it. The defense, there's not a lot of concerns, but the secondary depth, we've seen a lot of injuries the last 2 years in D'Amico Ryan's defense. And now there's no Jimmy Ward, obviously, so you got one of the players that's injury prone out of the mix. Obviously, Derek Stingley Jr. had some injury issues early on. He stayed healthy last year, so that's not as much of a concern. So I think you've strengthened the squad, injuries and health, but the depth is always going to be relied upon in a 17-game season, and I do think that's one part of this defense. Boy, if you have one or two injuries, all of a sudden you go from being super versatile, super flexible, one of the best defenses across the board in the league to, hey, you may be a little bit vulnerable. So I think that's one thing to keep an eye on.
No, and as you said, one, it's a 17-game season, so the injury risk is higher. And we've watched these two guys, right? And you especially at the cornerback position. Safety, you feel like you can withstand maybe one or two. But the cornerback situation, you're right. I mean, Kamari Lassiter missed 2 games last year. That second game, I don't know if we've seen Ross since. And that Packer game, it was very clear who they were picking on. And as you said, Derek Stingley, knock on wood, hopefully, he's past all of those injuries. But there have been multiple situations where he's missed time, and you've had to have guys at the ready. And right now you're dealing with, Arnett. You're dealing with, Ross. You're dealing with some guys that, Clint, you could wonder how good you feel about them potentially having to step on and kind of take a bigger role. Let's be honest. I mean, that was something that hurt them at times when they didn't have their top guys in there last year.
Sure, absolutely. And look, here's the thing is, to me, I've been anybody the Smith kid out of USC, and to me, it's, and maybe I'm just a little excited here. I mean, if that kid steps up and play and is promising as a corner, and you end up looking around with Kamari Lassiter, Derek Stingley Jr., and a third-round draft pick that you have for the next 4 years that can play high-level corner, boy, look out, man. Good gosh. That's the one to keep an eye on of best-case scenario. If he steps up and takes that reserve corner role, boy, this defense is even deeper and better than you thought.
All right, coming up as we continue, the lineup is out. If you have not heard that, we'll tell you exactly where the new guys are at, including Carlos Correa. And Carlos Correa, folks, he spoke. He has spoken for the first time in Boston. We'll let you hear what he had to say. It was so good it made Tyler almost have to cuss. Hell, not almost. He did cuss. Made him have to cuss, so you might want to stay tuned as we'll continue right here live on The Drive.
Hey, there's nothing more frightening, man, than when you're out on the road, maybe you're at work, you have an accident, and it's a serious accident, and you're left not knowing what to do next, right? Who's going to help you? Is there any way you're going to be able to get the compensation that you deserve so you can take care of your family? I'm telling you, it's a scary situation, right? Plan for this now. So if it ever happens to you or it happens to one of your loved ones, you know exactly who to call. That who? It's easy, y'all. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. They're available 24/7 nights and weekends. And you get a real person, not some automated answering service when you call Mokaram Injury Lawyers. 281-2222. One thing I love, there's several things to love about Mokaram Injury Lawyers, but one thing I love is look, they're one of us. They live here in Houston. They shop at the same grocery stores. They root for the same sports teams. I mean, I go to Texans games with these guys all the time. And they're just the kind of people that you want in your corner when you're in a rough spot. They're here to help you navigate the legal process, make sure you understand legal options, make sure that you understand what's going on so that you can seek and ultimately, get the compensation that you deserve. Bottom line is, if the need arises, man, they're ready to partner with you. Don't fight the insurance companies alone. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers. 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222.
We keep it 100.
Coach D'Amico likes the back and forth he's seen in the trenches through the first week of training camp.
It's going to be really great competition. Right? Our O-line gets to go against one of the top D-lines in the league every single day. You get to go against the top guys, so everybody's going to get better from that.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. That's what does it.
The summer Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Lowe's knows hot deals help you get the most out of summer. Get up to 30% off select major appliances and get it delivered as soon as next day. Plus, get up to 30% off select patio furniture, grills, outdoor power equipment, and more. These end-of-season savings won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Valid on eligible in-stock orders in select locations. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for the Men's T Clinic. You guys know that I go to the Men's T Clinic for my testosterone replacement therapy, but they are about so much more than that there with their long menu of male wellness treatments, including if you're suffering from joint pain. If you're suffering from joint pain that's holding you back in the gym or even just day to day, all natural regenerative therapies are available for joint health and a whole lot more. No meds, no surgery. It's long lasting. Find the location nearest you. There's 5 around town here in Houston. It's mensteclinic.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebook. All the kids getting ready to get book smart. It's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Your forecast calls for lows in the 70s tonight.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/joy.
Want to fish with the OG? You can. In partnership with our friends at the Pasadena Livestock Show and Rodeo. Just head to sportsradio610.com/contest to sign up for your chance to have John Lopez on your boat with free entry into the 2025 Real Fishing Tournament. That's sportsradio610.com/contest for more information.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Carlos Correa spoke to the media in Boston. He's wearing Astros hats, Astros warm up, and
just
getting out.
Looks natural, man.
It does, man. It don't, like it feels.
Slid right back in that relationship, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, man. He put it right back home, man. I mean, the Minnesota stuff looks weird now. Just almost like it didn't even happen. But he's back. We'll let you hear what he had to say coming up here in just a bit. But the lineup is out, and I am curious how people feel about this lineup. And we wondered what it would be like. We talked about it in the first segment. What did you think? Where did you think he would be in the lineup, Los, Clint?
I thought third. I thought third. I thought third was going to be the perfect spot for him to settle in there behind him. But I guess the spot he wanted to get a little.
No, yeah, Dusty came on in with that lefty. Here is the lineup. Also, the other news: Jeremy Pena, he is back, and so he will be in the lineup today. He's in Boston playing shortstop, but Pena. There at short. Altuve's the DH tonight, and he is batting second. And then Jesus Sanchez is in left field, and he is the third hitter in the lineup in front of Correa. Correa is at third base, batting cleanup tonight. Diaz, who has been swinging a hot bat here lately, he's got multiple home runs over the last two games. Against the Nationals, he is batting fifth behind Correa. Christian Walker is at first base batting sixth. Trammell, is in center field tonight, and he is batting seventh. With Cam Smith dropping in the order, batting eighth, and he is in right field. And then Carlos, and then Mauricio Dubon is at second base tonight to round out the order for Hunter Brown. A little bit surprised where Cam Smith is in the lineup, back to the 8 spot, but I guess he has kind of gotten a little cool here a little bit. He's hitting in the 250s now. Before it was he was up in the 280s there for a while, so he's cooled off a bit.
Had to get them two lefties in that lineup ahead of him, man.
You had to.
Them lefties in there.
And lefties. Yeah, Sanchez comes right in the 3-0. I don't even think he was hitting third and
Trammell got a little lefty in him too now. He could jump up there before that righty.
You got to. So that is the lineup today as the two new guys, Sanchez, Correa, they're back-to-back 3 and 4 in the lineup behind Altuve. Here is Carlos Correa for the first time since he has been traded to the Astros. We get to hear from him. Here is Carlos.
What's been the reception in there amongst the guys? Has this been a lot of fun just seeing being amongst some of your former teammates again?
Yeah, it's been great. They treated me like I never left. It feels good to be in this clubhouse again, and great guys and great players. I think front office and the coaching staff, they do a really good job at developing players and getting the right people here, and they just know how to win. It's only one mentality in this clubhouse, and that's win all the way, and I think the way they do it is the right way.
There it is. There's
you hear that?
The interesting thing there, boys, is to hear him say that as an Astro, it's like, bro, you don't know. You ain't never been anywhere else. But now that he's been somewhere else and he comes back, it's like it's hard to hear that and not think, boy, it clearly, and not that Minnesota, I'm not saying he's throwing Minnesota under the bus, but just
who cares?
Well, I mean, but this, to me, it's more of like, I'm not saying this to knock Minnesota. I'm saying it to stroke the Astros, right? I mean, it's just an organization that all they care about is winning, and they got that part of it. They got that part of it figured out. So as an Astros fan, it's good to kind of hear that in hindsight from a guy that left and came back and is like, nah, this is pretty solid place to be.
Taking out grounders at third base. And he is ready to turn that double play from third right now. So he looks good. He looks good there. Larry and Stafford just tweeted sex to the video. That's it. Simply sex.
That's a barrel fire hot take right there, Larry Bear.
An exclamation point. I don't know. Could have gone either way. Could have gone Hennessy. Could have gone a lot of different ways. But he just went sex. All right. Speaking of Carlos, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I wonder how many people are in a space similar to me, because, like, I'm in a place where I could get disappointed by Carlos, because when you look at his numbers coming into this season with Minnesota, and I think you spoke about it earlier, he got off to a really cold start. He's been much better here of late, but his slash lines, 267, 319, 386 slugs, 7 home runs, 19 doubles, 31 RBIs. And the reason why I say I think I could be in a space of being disappointed, because I look at that and I have Clinton Tyler much higher expectations than what those numbers say. Like, I have much more. Like, I look at that and I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool what he did in Minnesota. But for me, I have much bats in the lineup expectations for Carlos Correa, and there is a chance, Clint, that he is just, who his numbers say he is. But I just don't believe it. I believe he is going to get here, get comfortable, get in the lineup, and especially when Jordan hopefully comes back, that he is going to show himself to be a major player and one of the big bats in this lineup. But he could be this guy that his numbers are saying, but I have much higher expectations.
Well, I think when you look at the numbers, he's been inconsistent this year. He started out really slow. He had an unbelievable May. And you're like, all right, we're rolling. June, cooled off again. July, he's got hot again. So it's definitely been an up and down year, but he's not that far off of numbers that I think would be more than acceptable for him and his career. I mean, he's not far off from his career average. The homers are down. The slugging's down, obviously, a bit. The OPS is down a little bit, but he's in a hitter-friendly park now here in Houston that he's familiar with, and maybe that picks up a bit. I mean, I think a guy should be allowed to have an up-and-down season every now and then, and hopefully that's all it is. I know this much. Carlos Correa would have to be really bad in the next 50 games for me to not feel like we got a damn good shot if he's at the plate with the game on the line.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been uninspired with Minnesota. Carlos needs.
No, that I don't believe. But
I mean, it's probably easy to get uninspired up in Minnesota, dude.
It's really a good time. I'm gonna be honest with you. Carlos from the text line needs to be better than Zach Short, Shea Whitcomb If he's not, then I'll be disappointed. To hell he does. It's got to be better. It ain't just – that's not the barometer. Zach Short and Shea. I'm going to tell you that right now. I disagree with that one. Ocho, Ron.
Third continues for Shea.
I'm tempering – damn it, Shea. I'm tempering my enthusiasm for Correa, but at the very least, he's an upgrade over the minor leaguers. Yes, that's true. Old scary-ass show. Carlos will be electric. I'm saying I think he will. I'm just saying I am somebody.
Take that from them, Ron.
I'm just saying I'm in a space where I am vulnerable of being disappointed because those numbers they mean nothing to me.
Oh, you're feeling vulnerable.
And they probably should. It's almost 100 games. They probably should mean something, but they don't. They don't. And Derwin says, "Show it's more about his spark and his swag than his performance. The youngins need him, Derwin." I disagree. I think it is
be about that swing too.
I'm not saying his spark and swag ain't nothing, but he also has to perform. We look at it like. How many bats in this lineup do you fully just trust that you feel, right? Like there's Altuve. I think Jeremy Pena has reached that spot this year. Little help? Is there anybody else that like if Yordan comes back, I trust Yordan. Like, I know Jake Myers has had a hell of a year. I don't know that I put him in that category.
No.
You know what I mean?
We can't go there yet. Sorry.
Yeah, I can't go there yet. No, I mean, if everyone's healthy, Yordan, Altuve, and right now with what Pena has done this year and his history of being the ALCS MVP and World Series MVP, they got three guys that you feel like you really trust. Man, during these World Series runs, they've had Springer, they've had Altuve, they've had Bregman, they've had Yordan, they've had Hughley, they've had a bunch of guys. Right now, I don't think it's just, hey man, give us a spark. No, he has to be good for this lineup.
Yeah, I think that's a good point because you left Brantley out of there too. As you're thinking, I'm thinking, damn, Brantley was in there too.
Brantley. There's different variations from that, long stretch.
Well, just the overall, that lineup, you were 6 or 7 deep of guys that you felt pretty good about at the plate if the game was on the line, and I don't disagree with that. I think there's fewer guys that you just feel like, hey man, I feel really good about the Stros' chances. Now you hope that's where we now we come into the conversation of. I hope that Diaz continues doing what he's doing, and we feel better about him in 50 balls. Christian Walker gets a little bit louder because it's just too quiet around Christian Walker. It's not that he's been terrible. It's just too quiet. I hope that Christian Walker becomes that guy that we feel that way about sooner, rather than later. So, I don't think they're going to get there, but there's a couple of possibilities of getting deeper from that perspective of what you're talking about, Ron.
Yeah. It ain't just about vibes. This ain't a vibes trade. No, they're going to need him to produce. He's hitting fourth.
They'd go get Maldonado if it was vibes.
Yeah. Justin Verlander's vibes. Like this ain't
Miles Straw. That guy's vibes.
Okay, all right. Now you're going to have it on serious. All right, coming up. Training camp today went the way that it has mostly gone, and I do think we need to praise this defense because they have been dominant, and it is probably what is going to be what we're watching all throughout the season. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. We got 2 things going on. End of summer savings right now. We got big-time discounts on swimwear, sandals, flip-flops,
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I'm gonna need Clint Stoerner here in a major way. He has no idea what's happening here. It's one of my favorite portions of the show.
We're always here for you, bro.
When this happens, I'd like to play a little game called "Is this Two Americas or is it just show?" I'd like to, and I I need Clint.
Y'all know what Two Americas means.
I need Clint. Well, if you don't, look it up. And I need Clint because I've already tried it out with Tyler, and Tyler, bam, he knew it easly.
It was like a reflex.
And there were about three on this side of the America, and then the rest of the folks in there were on you all side of the America.
Okay.
And
that's what the whites used to do.
We didn't have it. We did not have this, but everybody else did and knew it quickly.
Wait, I did have it.
No, I'm talking about in the bar last night. By the way, not going to lie to you, got a little drunk last night. This was we were pushing.
What you should do, man. You go back to KC and you see folks for the first time in a while. You get a little carried away. You get a little inebriated.
We pushed the Tyler Milner.
That's a bold claim right there, sucker.
This is not quite T-Mill. Didn't eat late though, but this was 207.
I like to party.
We pulled up to the driveway at 207. So it was a late evening. But this young lady here, and she said to me, there was these four. They look like nurses and dental hygienists.
You got to give me the setup here. Are you out with your fellas?
This is escalating quickly.
I'm out with radio guys. I'm out with media guys.
Okay.
So we're about 4 or 5 deep.
Okay.
I wonder what that feels like to go out with you these days. That's cool.
And they're like just like when we go out. And there were
never.
and there were four, like I said, a couple of nurses, dental hygienists. I'm just guessing. Maybe a physical therapist. One of them was in full nurse's gear. And
they were all in scrubs.
I just got rid of my baseball boner, dude.
One was in scrubs.
And it was here for over 4 hours.
But this lady, she's going and she's like, "Hey, I got on my Canadian tuxedo. I got on my Canadian tuxedo." I said, "What the hell is that?"
Do it, lady.
And she explained to me what it is, and
Do it, lady.
and the other two gentlemen of color didn't have it. Everybody else, knew exactly what it was. Tyler immediately had it.
That's what the whites used to do.
Clint, do you have this Two Americas or is it just
no
me?
Way he doesn't.
713-572-4610. When someone says, "Hey, I'm wearing a Canadian tuxedo," do you know what it is?
Yeah, it's all denim.
Really? I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
Well done, bro.
Is that?
I mean, it's typically when a cowboy or somebody that wears Western wear, it wears jeans, a denim shirt. Everything's denim. I believe that's where it actually came from. I think
the couple we just discussed. We had to talk about some stuff with Justin Timberlake and Britney Spears yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
They rocked that thing together, man.
Did they?
Yes.
Obviously not cowboy. Not Western wear.
Now listen, I
was Western wear.
All denim. He had a little cowboy hat.
Okay.
I have rocked all denim a lot. Didn't know I was doing a Canadian tuxedo.
Yeah,
I have done that.
I would say that was two America things. I would say that'd be the two America deal.
713-572-4610.
Let me explain it to the other America. It is what Beyonce had on in this feud that's going on right now with these women wearing whatever the hell's going on with Levi's right now. Right?
Yeah.
It's what Beyonce had on.
People are big mad at Sydney Sweeney.
She's head to toe in that thing.
Yes, people of color. Text line 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch. Again, is it? Now, there have been moments, Clint, where I thought it was two Americas, but no, it was just my weird ass that didn't know stuff. Is this what two Americas? Americas. All of them.
Automatic.
I said, really? Never heard of it. Never in my life heard of it.
See them mostly at barn parties.
Someone just texted in, Kendrick Lamar wore a Canadian tuxedo at the Super Bowl to take a shot at Drake. Again,
that's just
I'm
mainly
sure,
denim.
but I didn't know that was easily called. Lloyd, no clue. You're right, man. This Perry, shout out to Perry. She said I'd never heard of that either.
Yeah.
I'm white and I had no idea what that was.
Come on, the Canadian tuxedo. Now I will give you this as we're discussing it. I'm doing a little digging here. I did. I mean, it's the most commonly recognized is the actual denim jacket and denim pants. There's not the Western wear side of it. I've always heard it. Me personally, the times that I've heard it, it was more Western wear. Denim jacket, denim shirt, denim pants, all denim head to toe. Now I did not know it was just simply, denim jacket, denim pants. You can wear whatever else, but I like it. I'm in.
This is all right. But by the text line, Clint, this is clearly to America.
No question. There's no doubt about that. I mean, here's the deal. Yeah, I mean.
Now I will say this: I just walked in the hall and asked Carrington Harrison. A black gentleman does afternoons at Kansas City, and he came right out. Oh yeah, Canadian tuxedo. He said Kendrick Lamar. I said, oh, okay. I said I didn't have it, dog.
For shizzle.
I didn't have it.
Yeah, it's I did that. Does that? It doesn't surprise.
Because you knew it immediately, right?
I knew it immediately. It's hard for me to think that guys that have been in radio in Kansas City don't know it. Like I would think, especially you've been in radio. I mean, I look at your friend groups. It's very, very diverse, and there's several, the other side of America in there, and so I'm shocked that you don't know.
I never ever heard of it. I'm texting Courtney right now. Does she have it? I mean, it is hilarious on the text line to watch some of the guesses. I thought you were talking about a black and white tuxedo. Somebody thought it was the shirt. The tuxedo shirt is what someone thought.
Black and white. People.
Denim on denim, baby. Denim on denim.
Yeah. Hey, as we get off the Canadian tuxedo, Clint,
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it though, Ron. I mean, I got a couple denim jackets at the crib now. I may start. I try, but I'm sorry. I have an additional
I have a
question.
denim winter jacket.
Sorry, Parker. Listen. So can it be just denim top and bottom, or is it saying it has to be?
It's got to show Western.
Jacket?
It's got to show like a Western heritage to it.
I don't think it does.
Because Rod last night, she had a blue bandana around her neck for some reason.
Oh, she went. No, Ron. It to me when you say Canadian tuxedo, all I think is you got denim on denim on denim. Like it's just everything's denim. Now, if you want to get real critical about it, apparently it's a denim jacket, but the denim button-up shirt with denim pants, I believe, could still be referred to as a Canadian tuxedo.
At T-Mill Real Deal, I just tweeted the photo out of the great Justin Timberlake with that Psycho Spears.
Now now he did it, son.
That is a Canadian tux, boy.
I mean that is literally
I have
a
never
denim
in life
sport
heard of
coat.
this. I'm telling you, let me tell you something. In the in them early 2000s, I don't know if you had some fellas that is on that other side of America, Clinton Tyler, that would wear the full straight up denim pants that had a little shine to them. I had a little shine to mine, and the jacket to match. I didn't know I was rocking a Canadian tuxedo.
You damn sure were. You damn sure were. You damn sure were. Look, hey, Kanye West wasn't afraid to rock that thing either. Now
I'm telling you, I thought I was just banging that denim. I didn't know. I never knew. I mean, I felt dumb as hell the way that everybody just knew what that was. Thank God those two other brothers was in there and said, I ain't got it.
You got that one either, huh?
I got that one either. Yeah, you learned something. There you go. Learned something new every every day.
Apparently, it's taught several listeners too.
Yes. And to be honest with you, seeing a lot of white folks. I'm from the north side of Houston, white guy. Never heard of that.
Boy, you better not. I mean, don't.
I was rocking Jenko jeans, so
don't go around telling too many people that.
Why?
No, not you. I was talking about the guy that just
person
talked
there.
about. You're from the north side of Houston, white guy.
On my Jenko.
Huh?
Oh, no.
Yeah. Ron talking about them Diddy and Mace shiny suits. Now, I don't want to be associated with that first gentleman, but yes, you're on the money. Had several of those. Oversized as hell. Had several of those.
I don't want anything to do with the guys you're talking about, but the attire
I did. All right, coming up, we'll get you caught up from training camp today because that certainly was blown through on that last segment, and get you ready for the Astros. Carlos Correa, Sanchez, they make their debuts for the Astros tonight. We'll catch you up with all of that coming up next. A little 5 o'clock fire right here live on The Drive.
Ron didn't know about them Canadian tuxedos, but I got to tell you what, he damn sure knows about them cold Coors Light. You know, what do they have? What does a Canadian tuxedo and Coors Light have in common? Well, the color blue, right? When you look at the cold Coors Light, whether it's a can, bottle, or aluminum pint,
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Just the greatest producer in the world, Tyler T. Mill.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T. Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. Moneybags. And I need to check. Did we get... Damn it!
Not a successful night, but we're okay and still looking at a very real possibility to finish the entire week in the green. We're good. We're good. Don't panic.
Yep.
Wasn't an over, but it wasn't a successful night.
Just in the red. In the red today. Yesterday, but it wasn't an over, as you said. 2 out of 5, so that's all right. But we'll see if he can get back on track to end the week and stay in the green for the week. But be ready for that. T. Mill's best bets coming up in the last segment of the show.
You going
later
Correa
on in this
over
hour.
bases?
Ooh.
I haven't put it together yet. Well, I also don't know if they'll list it. A lot of times right after a trade, player props kind of go away for a bit.
Oh, okay.
I'd go Sanchez.
You're scared, Clint. Shut up.
But we'll get to that a little bit later on. But training camp, it was the 8th practice. They were off yesterday, and they came back today. And Clint, as we talked about it, the defense kind of carried the way and won again, as they have done throughout camp. And I guess my thought is, this defense, we believe, is going to be really, really good. And they have looked dominant. I mean, dominant. And, baby, you know I love it. They dominant with a swagger, right? We got C.J. Gardner-Johnson up there talking about belts to asses and continuing to do that dance. And nobody is stopping them. So they keep doing that dance. You hear it and see it. See the talk. And I heard today it was reported that he walked past the media after they had whooped the offense's ass again and said to everybody, I'm going to have 20 TFLs this year the way we are crashing gaps. So they are very, very confident. The secondary is very, very good. Another 2 interceptions today, Kamari Lassiter and Jalen Smith. Kamari Lassiter got C.J. Stroud in 7-on-7. But my thought to you, Clint, do you believe that this defense is really this dominant and they would be doing this to most teams if they were in camp with their offense? Or do you get a sense really good defense that's in year 3 of its system taking advantage of a team offensively that is just getting started?
Yeah, look, I think that this defense is just that damn good. I think it's an extremely talented defense, number one. Number two, it's a, typically you have a really good defense. It's either driven by the secondary or driven by the rush, and the other part benefits from the dominant one. With this defense, not only are they talented across the board, great roster, great defensive roster, but you've got a great pass rush, and you've got the ability to be a great man-to-man cover team in the secondary. You've got the ability in the secondary to suffocate offenses and force the quarterback to hold the ball so the pass rush can get there. The pass rush has the ability to be so good the ball has to come out quick so the secondary can sit on routes and get turnovers that way. So it's not just talented, and it's not just one unit that's driving the other. It can be driven. They can stop mid-game at halftime and decide they want to let their secondary drive the pressure or drive the tempo of the game. So this is a rare, to me, it's a rare combination on this defense of secondary and pass rush, and that is going to be hard to deal with for anybody and everybody that they bump up against. And so I would say, now look, there's some issues because this is a young developing offense, but I can't minimize what this defense is doing simply because we've got a new offensive coordinator in Houston. This defense is that damn good.
Yeah, I think the thing that you can really look at the way they've built this, and I think you were kind of getting to this point, they've got a lot of different ways to control things and to beat you. Right? They've got, as you said, they can do a lot of different things in coverage with the versatility they have with certain guys that can be safeties, that can be nickels, that can be corners, and they've got a lot of different pass rushers. They have several guys that you feel comfortable, Clint, to come off the edge that you can then push Will and Daniil inside for matchups, because they've got guys like Danico Autry and Barnett that can rush the passer from the outside, and that guy you're starting to really like, 52, Daryl Taylor, that can come off the outside edge as well. I know Kick Rocks was on him early. Shout out to him. But they just got a lot of different things. To me, really the only thing in which you see, and we saw it last year with Baltimore, really comes to mind is if they just start running it down the Texans' throat, up the gut. And I still think they even have some answers there where it shouldn't get out of control. So I know this offense is struggling, but they have a lot of difference to what can be thrown at them.
Yeah, I mean, D'Amico Ryan's playbook is wide open.
Yep.
You want to play coverage this game? Cool, we can do any of it. You want to play man and do some things creatively with the box players so that you can get an extra hat in the box to stop the run? Cool, we can do that too. You want to bring the two safeties down and really take some risk and still have some zone concepts, but let our safeties kind of be involved in the run because you're playing Derrick Henry or you end up playing Saquon Barkley, fingers crossed, at some point in time. It's just a run. Teams getting busy in a run game. D'Amico's got, literally, he's got as many weapons. If the Texans are healthy,
yeah,
D'Amico Ryans has as many weapons to deploy as any defense in football.
Yep, absolutely. So they will practice this weekend, and they will head to West Virginia. By the way, Sean Pendergast will be there live. And you will hear from him not only on his show, but he will take stops on In the Loop. He'll take stops with us on The Drive as well to give us updates on what he is seeing live right there at camp. So they're going to do a little change-up coming from Houston going up to West Virginia. So it should be a fun thing for the Texans coming up.
Pendergast and Payne.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, tonight is a big night. Roster moves were made to start things, and the big things that you need to know and want to know is Jeremy Pena has been reinstated, is back in the lineup. We will give you that lineup here momentarily. But Pena is back after being off with that rib injury. He hit that home run in Sugar Land, and we talked about it yesterday, saying that's enough. He's had 2 games. 2 rehab games, and he has done what he needed to do, and they bring him up. Correa and Sanchez and Ramon Urias, they are all 3 on the big league club, obviously, as they made those trades yesterday, which means their top prospect, Bryce Matthews, and outfielder Jacob Melton, not Taylor Trammell. Jacob Melton and Bryce Matthews have been optioned to AAA Sugar Land. Nick Hernandez has been recalled to AAA with the absence of Ryan Gusto. Zach Short has also been DFA'd, so good luck to him wherever he is rolling. But those are the roster moves, the big ones. Those 3 they made trades for are all active and ready to go, and Jeremy Pena is back, Clint. And this is a big game, right? They're trying to increase their lead or hold their 5-game lead on 2 teams that made a lot of deals at the deadline with Seattle and Texas, and they're on the road against another team that's trying to get into the playoffs, the Boston Red Sox, and Hunter Brown gets the ball today, Clint. Here is the lineup. Jeremy Pena will lead off for the first time since his injury. Altuve's behind him as the DH. Jesus Sanchez, he is the new left-handed bat they wanted in the lineup. He made his return in the cleanup spot at third base. Right behind him, the hot-hitting Yainer Diaz. He's catching tonight. That 5th, Christian Walker, is at first base. Taylor Trammell stays on the roster. He's in center field right now as Jake Myers is still healing up. By the way, does anybody know, when was the last time we got an update on Jake and Jordan? Anybody know where the hell they are?
Ain't heard nothing.
Nothing. And then kind of a surprise here, but Cam Smith, he drops to the 8 hole in right field. And then Mauricio Dubon's at second base tonight. That is the lineup with Hunter Brown on the mound. Your thoughts, Clint, about everything that's happening in the lineup they put forth?
Excited, man. Excited to see, the Astros lineup with Pena back at the top. I mean, I think that spark right there is an absolute game changer. When you've got to see him 4 or 5 times a game and he doesn't need to, hit a ball in the gap to end up at second base. He can dribble 1 to third and get there and steal second and be in scoring position within 2 pitches. That is a game changer at the top of the lineup. And then obviously Correa, man. I don't know that I've looked forward to seeing a regular season game and regular season at bats and a guy switch from short to third and kind of just see what it looks like again in an Astros uniform. I guess this situation hadn't come about much, if ever, with the Astros. But super excited about Correa, obviously being an Astro and seeing him. And then look, if this Sanchez kid is a guy that you bad play, that we kid about that, but if he's a guy that you feel strongly enough about plugging his ass in a 3-hole, like you said, above Correa, above Diaz, who's been hot. I mean, if that's where where you're at with him, then hell, I'm amped to see him as well. And then look, you mentioned Hunter Brown's on the bump. I mean, one thing down the stretch, we've talked about a lot of these. Boy, we didn't get a pitcher who's injured, who's coming back. What about these bats? This, that. I mean, Astros are going to be in a rough spot if Hunter Brown doesn't right this ship, man. His last few outings since, what was it, the one was it 1 or 2 before the All-Star break? I think it was 2 before the All-Star break, and then the one on the immediately coming out of the All-Star break. They were rough. I say rough because he was literally pitching at a Cy Young level. So I mean, it's all relative here, but he's got to get back.
His last one wasn't bad numbers wise, 5 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned, but he's got 98 pitches in 5 innings, and he couldn't go any further, end up losing the game.
Yeah, but Ron, that's one
a part
of those,
of it.
That's one of those things, though. Like, and look, I'm not poo-pooing the outing. I'm just simply saying, like, for Hunter Brown, like, if he goes out there and keeps the earned runs down and pitches quote unquote a good game, I mean there should be a consideration of it. He's going 6 and he might get into 7.
Yeah,
right. I mean that's just like his stuff and the way he typically pitches, the command that he has. 5 in deal. I mean he's flirting with 7 potentially. So hopefully he can get back to that.
Yeah, like you're saying, it was a Cy Young conversation, and I'm glad you brought that up because that's where I was going to go, Clint. Is yes, there is excitement, and I think the number one thing people are waiting to see is Carlos Correa get back in the box, and really to see Sanchez, to see what the new guys do. But obviously Correa takes center stage with him returning. But the most important thing is Hunter Brown getting back on track. That's the most important thing. Even with Pena returning, even with Correa coming back, the most important thing is Hunter Brown. What does he get back to Cy Young? Not good, because he wasn't pitching at he's a good starter. He wasn't pitching at that. He was pitching at a Cy Young pace, and that's what both of your starters, Framber and him, are pitching like. And this team needs him to get back to that level.
No question about it. Agreed.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. That is the latest there as they get going in Boston here coming up in less than an hour. And it'll be good to see. Weird to see Carlos at third base, but it'll be refreshing to see the new blood there.
Boston. 5 o'clock fire.
All right, fellas, the big story coming out of the NFL is, well, the situation in Dallas. And it has gotten going from bad to absolute. The worst, potentially the worst, could happen. They've been engaged in negotiations for a while, and he wants a new contract, and it's the time, and we're starting to see all of the other edge rushers get deals, most recently T.J. Watt, who reset the market over others before, and it seems like the numbers are there, but they can't seem to come to a deal, and now we've reached a point where Micah Parsons has gone to social media and expressed wanting to be traded. And now this is going to a whole nother level. This is different than Dak or CeeDee Lamb or any of some of the other guys that Jerry and Stephen Jones have had some contract disputes with, or at least taken a longer time with. This is to the next level. He is now expressing that he wants to be traded, and now it'll be a wonder how this thing actually ends up.
I think it is going to be a wonder how it ends up. I think Micah Parsons is just crazy enough to force the issue. I think Jerry is definitely. I think both of them have taken it personal, and I think Jerry's just crazy enough to keep this thing alive. I do. It wouldn't surprise me at all if this weren't just a media ploy, and Jerry is going to steal as much free advertising as he possibly can here over the next couple of weeks until it's go time. But once again, it shouldn't surprise anybody. I know this is you can argue Micah Parsons is better than any of the other players that he's pulled it with, but this is just same song and dance, different day for Jerry. I mean, it's just I do think that you made a point earlier about this being personal. I think this appears to be a little bit more personal on both ends than the Dak Prescott or even the CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah. Are you surprised? Now, obviously, that Parsons is taking this stance. Are you surprised that he has just decided to go to camp and that he has been there every day? No,
because I think deep down, I think he's a kid that wants to play ball. I think he wants to do right. I don't think he has anything better to do than to be around his teammates, kind of deal. I think he eats up working out and playing the game, and so I think he literally wants to be out there, and he's afraid he's going to miss something. So no, that part doesn't. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it didn't get bad enough to where he bounced and said, "I'm going to Cabo for a few days." That wouldn't surprise me one bit. But the whole thing, though, Ron, is just, it's why Dallas. You know, at the end of the day, it's been 35 years since anybody's considered him a serious contender for a Super Bowl. I mean, because the most recent thing is CeeDee Lamb. I don't know if you've seen CeeDee Lamb's comments on social media about it, but I mean, it's you have got your star defensive player requesting a trade. Yep. You've got your star wide receiver that you just paid a boatload of money with, that likes to shoot music videos after losing on Monday night. You've got him commenting on social media now about, come on, man, pay the guy the money that you owe him. Like, the whole thing is just, you're fighting in training camp so much that literally the coach stops practice and has you running gassers. Right? Team multiple times in training camp because they're fighting. I mean, it's just, it's typical.
Yeah. No, it's a crazy situation. I don't think Parsons is going anywhere. I think they get this done, but I do think it's not going to be just hugs and, all right, man, hey, man, that was business. I think there will be some things that are remembered in it, and that relationship may in some way not be the same that it was prior to these negotiations. All right, coming up as we continue here on a Friday, there's something we've been watching with the Texans, and I would say the word I would use in which I am in is panicked. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hughley has came in the game. Where do the Texans stand on their offensive line? Nick Caserio gave his thoughts exclusively on Payne and Pendergast.
We feel like we have a lot of depth and a lot of competition at multiple spots. So I think these next 2 to 3 weeks we'll have a better idea and better understanding. Eventually you want to get to the point where whoever the 5 are, from a communication standpoint, you want to be able to go out there and practice as much as possible in anticipation of being ready to go for the Rams.
Insider access. Exclusive.
Texans. Sports Radio 610. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Little update there, fellas. Text Courtney, text the wife. No clue.
This is so good.
She had no clue. Never heard of that in life, was her response. Canadian tuxedo. She's shopping it to her friends.
The way you told me she said it was freaking hilarious.
No. Nope. Never heard of it.
I've only met your wife once, but I can just, for some reason, imagine her oh.
Never in life heard of that. And then it followed up when I explained to her exactly what in life heard that. It's a new one. That damn denim on denim ain't just denim on denim, baby. There's a name for it. Name for the damn thing. Shout out to that. All right, coming up here in a little bit, you'll get T-Mill's Best Bets next segment, and you'll get to hear from Carlos Correa as he speaks to the media for the first time as newly this go around as a Houston Astro. But Nick Caley spoke today a little bit, and he spoke about a few things about his offense, but in specific, he spoke about just kind of the bodies and all the things around C.J. Stroud that he's kind of dealt with today and throughout training camp. As they've tried to do things within the passing game. Here's Nick Caley talking about some of the obstacles for C.J. Stroud today.
I think it's everything. I think it's timing. I think it's being a little anchoring a little bit more at times in the protection piece of it. Being able to play more on time. Got to do a better job myself. Maybe getting some more quick options there early on too. I think it's collectively. It's everything. It's not just one person. It's never just one person or one facet. Just think we got to continue to all evolve and get better. Collectively.
Real quick, Clint, I know there was a piece in there that you loved that maybe bordered upon football horny. What's your thoughts right now in terms of Nick's ability to get you there? Now he could.
Bobby could do it now.
Oh, he would football horny you every week.
You see Tyreek Hill crediting him with learning this Miami offense that he's been in 3 years?
He said he didn't get it for 3 years.
Didn't get it for 3 years. Bobby Slowick saved the day.
Dang it, Bobby! That's exactly what we don't want.
Yeah, look, I love all of this stuff starts. All of this stuff starts with the ability, I think, to communicate. What they're doing on the field or what their expectations are, and I think Nick Caley is a very good communicator. And now, again, whether he's a good play caller or not, we'll see. I mean, we're going to see any of this until rubber meets the road on a Sunday afternoon when it matters. But, yeah, I love the way that he appears to be transparent and talk the game. And the audio you just played in particular, I've said it a million times. I think it's winning offensive football. I think it's the best version of C.J. Stroud that we've seen and that we will see. And I think it's the way you win on the offensive side. And you gotta play on time. You got to get the football out of your hands and protect the offensive line. The more the quarterback goes out there, and even if the coverage dictates that you hold the football and throw it down the field, the more you do that, the more difficult it's going to be on the offensive line, and the more errors they're going to make, and the more hits the quarterback's going to take. They got to play on time, right? I think what that piece of audio right there, Ryan, in just a short amount of time, Nick Caley talked about anchoring down, right? In other words, is C.J. Stroud getting to his drop point? Is he moving in the pocket, staying anchored, keeping his cleats in the turf, keeping his eyes down the field, and being able to navigate the chaos and deliver the football down the field? He's got to be able to do that. You asked the question last week of how much did the previous year, how much of a toll did it take on C.J. Stroud, and is he, quote-unquote, seeing ghosts? You didn't say I'm just using that. Is he seeing things? Is he struggling handling the pressure? Is he bailing the pocket too early? That's a very real question, right? So when I hear the offense coordinator talking about anchoring down, you got to anchor down. I mean, that's if that's being communicated to C.J. Stroud, it's absolutely beautiful. Play the game on time, right? If that's what the offensive coordinator is telling C.J. Stroud, it's absolutely beautiful, right? If it's not there, don't wait on it, get the ball out. It helps everybody. And then the offensive coordinator's talking about, you know what? Maybe I didn't give him enough quick opportunities today. Again, exactly what I want my offensive coordinator saying at this point in camp. Now, I don't like the reason he's saying it. I don't like the question that he's answering, right? Too much chaos around the quarterback's feet, too much pressure on the quarterback, offensive line's not holding up. Like, I don't like the reason why he's saying what he's saying, but I do love the messaging that's coming out of the offensive coordinator's mouth.
Clint, like I said to you, man, I've been holding this a little bit. I'm panicked. And I know it's early. It's early. If you want to express that or you completely disagree with what I'm saying, I think it's fair. But I can't help it. I can't help when we're reading, watching, seeing what we're seeing every day. I am greatly concerned about the offensive line and how much they are going to potentially handcuff Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud and this offense. Like I said, man, Nico Collins is the truth. He's a top 10 receiver in this league. It's legit. I think Christian Kirk is one of the best slots in the league, and we're already seeing it. By the way, hell of a battle between him and Jalen Petrie today. Higgins, we talked about it earlier this week. There seems to be a potential role for him to make some plays. Noel, there seems to be a role for him to make some plays. Brevin Jordan, if he can stay healthy, there looks to be a role. Dalton Schultz. I like the potential. Joe Mixon healthy and Nick Chubb. I like the potential of the skills and what they could bring to the table. But I am very, very concerned about that offensive line. I just
You went very, very, huh?
I'm panicked. Let take it to the step forward. Multiple varies and panicked. And
remember Show Mama, don't you?
I'm not gonna lie to you. It's.
Y'all remember her?
It was
worrying ass.
Yeah, if you're not, that's fine.
I am.
Like I'm not just talking to you, of anybody, because I'm certain there are people who are driving around saying, God, whatever you're saying. But from the jump, I was skeptical of what they decided to go and how they decided to attack this big issue. And yeah, Clint, I knew it might be a slow start, but damn, they've practiced 8 days. It's not that they have just struggled.
Oh, no.
It's not that they have, gotten the best of them. They've got their ass kicked 7 of the 8 days. Ooh. Right? There ain't blitzing. There ain't no stunts. They ain't doing any of that.
Yeah.
They're just whooping their ass straight up. And so, Clint, I just, like, when you think about it, it's the biggest person of upside that I like is the rookie, Ursery. But I Titus may be playing out of position. You got a 6th-round center. Could he be Jason Kelsey, who was also drafted in the 6th round? I guess. Probably not. And then you got, Andrews, who New England was good on, right? And Laken Tomlinson, who was a cheap addition that didn't grade high. And Cam Robinson, who didn't grade high, especially in pass protection. And now we've walked out here and watched him. And you have come in here multiple times. It was an ass kicking. It wasn't good. It was bad. Worse than that. I know it's early, and they should have time to grow and get better. This is. They've given me no reason to believe that this thing is going to get fixed and allow C.J. Stroud to be what I believe the great player he can be.
Well, I'll give you 2 things. I think for me. Because you're not wrong. I mean, you're not wrong, and I'm just not on that level yet. No. There's 2 things. 2 things for me. Number 1, what I've watched in training camp. Yes, there's been a lot of pressure, but I see a pocket that's collapsing from the edges. That's what I see consistently. Right? That is different than what we saw last year. Last year, it was the inside guard, center guard pressure that concerned me the most. If you listen to this show, you know that. That's the inability to handle a TN stunt was wild by the guards in the center, right? And so that's not what we're seeing right now. We are seeing some tackles that are struggling, put on islands versus 2 of the top 10, top 8, top 6 maybe edge rushers in the game, and they're struggling, no doubt about it. Got to get fixed. I'm not minimizing it, but it just clarifying that. That doesn't concern me as much as just the chaos that was, right? Yeah. So that number one. Number two, I am leaning heavily into, Ron, if Nick Caley can't fix, let's say, and I say fix is a strong word. If he can't improve the quarterback's communication, the quarterback playing on schedule, the handling little stunts and their ability to communicate where the hell they need to go. If he can't improve the run game, if he can't improve the tight end play and how they're used in this offense, and if he can't move Nico Collins around for telling us to exhaustion about how get my best players to play to their strengths, right? If he can't get Nico Collins moved around, if he has to, get Nico Collins moved around and get him the ball in creative ways. Like if he just does 3 of those things at an average level, the protection's going to be significantly better. So I'm leaning more into
the stuff outside of the 5 up front.
Not just that, because I think it starts with what you're talking about, and yes, but I mean, if he can't just getting this protection to an acceptable level should not be difficult. And if Nick Caley can't do that, then boy, D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, they struck again. They struck out again. I mean, it is. There's so many angles to approach and so many places to where you can get just a tad bit better. That this. So I say all that to say that's why I'm not concerned about what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah. I think I don't think that they will. I think they potentially will make better adjustments and quicker adjustments that were made from last year. I agree with that. If it comes down to, I also think those adjustments will then be, all right, we just have to work around that deficiency. And to me, working around that deficiency limits things. Limits you to do all the things that you want to do, and limits what C.J. Stroud and the weapons are capable of doing, because you have to work around your potential deficiency with the offensive line. And I know you've said there's quick game and there's ways you can do it that are really, really effective. But in my mind, I think at some point, it's about to be, all right, we know what they're going to do. They can't hold up in our pass rush for long, so we're going to choke down on these guys, and we're going to play everything within 10, 15 yards of the line of scrimmage. And we are, as a word you would use, suffocate this offense and just force them to get out of throwing it quick. And that to me, I think, then eats into the hands if this O-line continues to play the way they have looked, because in practice, Clint, that's what's happened. The Texans, who have a great defense, they are jumping these routes. They are playing tighter, and it is becoming an issue. So that even when they make adjustments, I just think they're throwing handcuffs on these guys, and I hate to see it, because I really do think there's great potential with their outside guys and to be able to be really effective. It's got me, man. Got me a little panic, Clint. Sorry, man.
Stick with me, Bob.
I'm trying to stay with you. I try to hold this in. I did. I really did. I try to hold it in. I'm listening to you. I really am. All right, coming up, we'll let you hear from Los Correa. He spoke to the Houston media. We'll let you hear what he had to say, his first words as a Houston Astro again, and we'll look at the rotation and T. Mill's best bets coming up next.
What excites Coach D'Amico the most about Nick Caley's new look offense?
It's being tailored toward the Houston Texans and the guys that we have on our roster. It's not just a copy and paste from other places that he's been, and he's been very successful at other places. It's just him being able to be adaptable and put our guys where they need to be.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by West Point Lincoln. I-45 the Gulf Freeway, southbound at FM 1959. It's an accident that has 2 right lanes blocked. West Point Lincoln, located off the Katy Freeway, wants to remind you that Ford Motor Company assembles more U.S. vehicles and employs more U.S. hourly auto workers than any other automaker. They've been doing the right thing for over 120 years. It's the Ford way. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Help you get the most out of summer. Get up to 30% off select major appliances and get it delivered as soon as next day. Plus, get up to 30% off select patio furniture, grills, outdoor power equipment, and more. These end-of-season savings won't last long. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Valid on eligible in-stock orders in select locations.
Training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, text line, good conversation coming through. I also think that several offensive lines throughout the league would struggle on the outside with this defense. If our defense was weak, I'd be a lot more concerned. That's fair. Fair for you. I do take that into account that they are going up against a really, really good defense. Tell you something, boss. There's a lot of good defensive lines and a lot of good coordinators that can get pressure, including week 1 against the Rams.
Can only be one number 1 defense, though.
You're right. Sure.
Why are you being sarcastic?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, man.
I wasn't trying to be rude to you, buddy.
I'm just saying, you're right.
Okay.
The number 3 might be able to get him. I'm telling you, Tyler, I swear to God, I am petrified for C.J. Stroud and this offense for 3rd and 8. 3rd and 8. Everybody in the building knows you got to throw it. I am right now today. I am. What did I give you? 2 varies. I am very, very concerned.
Yeah, we got to stay out in 3rd and 8s.
I'm not saying it's great for anybody.
We got to do better on 1st and 2nd down, Chief.
Yeah, I'm just saying 3rd, 7, 3rd and 8. Like, there's some teams. Clint 3rd gets shot, pick it up. They can go and pick it up. Can a guy get open? 3rd and 8. I'm thinking, boy, can he not get hit? Is what I'm thinking. So, we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully I can come back here, and Lord knows I am a man that is not afraid to admit when he is wrong. Clearly does not happen often, but not afraid to admit when he is wrong. And I will gladly come up here and say, guys, yep, you're right. I panicked. It was way too early. Didn't let them get their feet wet. Didn't let them get the system known and everything. Didn't let them do that. I will gladly come up through here.
Is that my boy Ron?
If this O-line isn't a problem. All right, one thing that is not a problem is what you got coming up behind us today, and that is Texans All Access, baby. And John Harris and Mark Vandermeer will have things rolling for you, so stay tuned for them as they come up right as we get finished here on a Friday. And Area 45 back in action. They will have post-game. They will have conversations, I'm sure, as they did last night, about Correa and where he has fallen in the lineup, and about the Texans getting back
and weaves getting snatched off people's heads.
Well, let's stay away from that.
That was electric.
It was. That was. You know when you start hitting the lines. Hey man, you ain't got to yell at me. At that point, you know what? That's a really different conversation here.
Santiago was a bit pissed.
He came out of his take. Said, "You ain't got to."
I need Creighton Santiago round 3, man.
No, you do not. No, I do not have to sit here. Anyhow, but Area 45, Bijani, Creighton, and Santiago, man, it's an entertaining show. I promise you that. 7 to 11, as I said, they will have the post game, hopefully, with Correa, Hunter Brown, and crew getting the dub against the Red Sox. That's coming up behind the guys in Texans All Access. And T. Mill's trying to end on a good note, baby. Trying to end on a good note as he will get you with T. Mill's best bets. And if the Astros are a part of this, you better get in soon, folks. And we'll get that in for you. You better get in soon because they start at 6:10. So make sure you're listening for that. But Los Correa, the man of the hour, spoke to the media for the first time as he rejoins the Astros. This was Los talking about his experience getting back here with Houston.
What's been the reception in there amongst the guys? Has this been a lot of fun just seeing being amongst some of your former teammates again?
Yeah, it's been great. They treated me like I never left. So, it feels good to be in this clubhouse again, and great guys and great players. I think front office and the coaching staff, they do a really good job at developing players and getting the right people here. And there's no talent in this clubhouse, and that's to win all the way. And I think the way they do it is the right way.
All right, there's Los. As Tyler said earlier, sounds like he never left. Sounds like he never left, man. Hopefully he does something big tonight. I bet it will be just like him, fellas, to come up and have a big game, knowing everybody's eyes are on him. This is kind of one of them moments. I mean, it's not the postseason like we've seen him many times. Big swings, big home runs. God, boy, I hope he brings the time thing back. That done it for me.
That do it for you. You'd forget about them. You'd forget about them numbers so far this season real quick, wouldn't you?
I've already forgot about them. I told you those numbers mean nothing to me. Hopefully, he has a big night. But fellas, I do want to get your thoughts. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Before we get to T Mill's best bets, they're a better baseball team. Sanchez, Correa, and everybody they were able to get in. They're a better baseball team today. They're a better baseball team after they made the trades yesterday. But they tried to work hard, in particular, to get Dylan Cease from the Padres, who wanted Spencer Arrighetti, and Dana was like, nah. Hey, man, take this Jason Alexander cat is probably what he was thinking. But they weren't able to get him. And so right now, they've got 4 healthy starters, it looks, from Sugarland. But they've got Framber, Hunter Brown, who goes tonight, Colton Gordon, and Jason Alexander. Those are the 4, with them having to trade Gusto away to bring in Jesus Sanchez. But we do know they have some guys waiting in the wings in Sugarland that are trying to get healthy, to get up there. Christian Javier, Spencer Arrighetti. Both of them have pitched recently. Arrighetti threw 79 pitches. Christian Javier threw 64 pitches. So that has been in the last couple of days. Lance McCullers is still on the IL. Hopefully that blister is healing up for him. Luis Garcia is in Sugar Land.
Prayers up.
We're praying on it. Brandon Walter had the left elbow inflammation. Hopefully that's not serious. JP France, all of those guys have the potential to come back here and help this team. But, Clint, it's clear they felt like they really wanted to get Dylan Cease. They just reached a point where they couldn't go any further, but they were trying to get him. What's your thoughts about now what the rotation will look like the rest of the way, and more importantly, what it will look like when they get in the postseason?
Well, I mean, I have no idea, but you're betting on a handful of guys, and you're betting on one of those guys coming back and being absolute nails. I mean, whether that's Lance McCullers from his little blister, it's Christian Javier, or it's Spencer Arrighetti from playing long toss in left field when the opposing team is taking BP. Like one of those guys, does Spencer Arrighetti come back? Does he have time to do it in 50 games? Can he take that next step and show that he's the guy that you can trust, or the best option in that third spot in the rotation? Can Lance McCullers come back and be more of the good that we've seen from Lance and less of the bad that we've seen from Lance? Can Christian Javier come in here and show that he's as good as he was before the injury when they gave him the extension? Which one of those guys, and you only need one of them to step up sooner rather than later and take a stronghold on that third starter in the rotation. I would rather have them gone out and got for sure, but right now this is what you're left with, and it's a handful of guys. It's not a bad situation. It's not as good as for sure, but it's not a bad situation to be in. You've got plenty of arms coming up that are more than capable to fill that third starter in the rotation role, and the fourth and the fifth, and you got plenty of arms that are more than capable. The question is can they stay healthy, and can they return to form? We'll see.
Yeah, I do trust that at least two of these guys are going to come through and give you solid performances, at the very least, right? And to be honest, when you have Hunter and Framber at the top, I mean, you don't need vintage Christian Javier. You take it, you'd love it. You don't need it. You don't need the best of Lance McCullers when he in the World Series run where they lost to the Braves was your ace and one of the best pitchers in the American. You need guys that just ain't going to get blown up, guys that give you a chance. And as you said, with a guy like Lance, he'll might have a special night. We've seen him strike out 12 before this year. We've seen him have big swing and miss games.
Barely in the H.
There you go. And I do trust that a couple of these guys, I mean, like you said, it's not a terrible position. You got, Javier, Arrighetti, McCullers, Garcia, Walter, JP France. I mean, that's 6 guys. I believe 2 of those guys will come and help you. At least 2 of them. So that is the pitching rotation. That's the part they will have to look at. We'll see who's going to be the 5th starter before one of these guys that we just named comes back into the rotation, because right now they're just sitting there with 4. All right, Tyler.
Boys, am I missing something that the Texans signed Marlon Davidson? Did I just see that?
Who?
Marlon Davidson. I mean, it's not going to be a stop traffic type deal, but I remember him when he was at Auburn. He's been in the league for a couple of years, but when he was at Auburn, he absolutely wrecked shop.
Yeah, they made that official about 30 minutes ago.
Okay, got you. Okay, just bringing in another defensive tackle.
Defensive tackle. Okay.
He looks like he most recently played for the Titans, maybe. But he was a bad dude in college, man.
In college,
Ooh-wee. Yeah, it looks like he's been out. I guess he was out of the league last year. Not a stop traffic move. Just saw it. Remember the name, boy. I mean, he was. I enjoyed. Well, sorry about that. Don't want to stop the best bets. My bad, T.
Yeah, what will be stop traffic is when Tyler lets you all win a little money. Give us your best bets here, baby. In the week. Come on now. You need to be in the green to end this thing. To end this week right. Come on now.
I know it, man. It has been a while. It's been what's that?
So much pressure.
Yeah, ton for sure. Been at least 2 weeks. I want to say probably 3 since we've had a green week. For the week, we were in that profit that profit region we want to be in each and every week. So got to hit at least 4. I got 5 best bets for you. If we hit at least 4 or we go a perfect 5 for 5, we will have a green week. So here they are. Brewers. First off, the Brewers money line in Washington, D.C. taking on the Nationals. I got it at minus 145. Next bet is a money line that is also set at minus 145 tonight. That is for the Phillies taking on the Tigers in Philadelphia. And these last 3, well, just because I'm in such a damn good mood and I love you, Houston, and Carlos Correa is back and I'm feeling kind of horny, 3 Astros bets to round this off for you. Let's go, baby. Oh, my God, I'm feeling it coming back. Stros money line, lock it in, minus 120 up against the Boston Red Sox tonight. Hunter Brown's on the mound. I have him over 6.5 strikeouts versus those Red Sox. And then lastly, a player prop for you for the opposition. He's a Red Sox. He plays for Boston. Pretty good with the bat at times. Alex Bregman. Under 1.5 total bases for that guy up in Beantown. Is under 1.5 for him. Those are your 5 best bets.
Mean salsa. Makes a mean salsa. All right. I like the money line bet. And I like the money line bet with the Phillies and the Tigers. As Clint will let you know, I'd say the Tigers have been leaking oil here in the second half, big time. So I like that bet as well.
I didn't know Bengals had oil in them.
Yeah, they're leaking it. They're leaking oil. They're leaking oil.
I think I like it Hunter Brown over 6.5.
Would you like the Benjamin that I owe you placed on that?
Sure, that sounds good, man. Let's do that.
I got you, bro.
That's a good way of doing it.
I do owe you 100, right?
Well, you owed me 200. Depends on whether you put that last one
I
in
did.
or not.
Yeah, that was the only one that didn't hit that day. My bad, bro.
And by the way, Tyler, me and you are all squared up.
As we are every day, because you are a bit cheap.
Great job today, Clint. Great job today, Tyler. Let's see if Los has a big weekend, baby. Make us.
You said that funny.
Make us have a good Monday with Los going off and getting the crowd real excited here in Houston. I am Ron, the show as always, Houston. We love you, baby. I feel better. You left early the last time we went. All right.
That's one way to phrase it.
It is.
Go into your tease here, buddy. Not really early. Because tease, bud. Here we go.
You left before it ended, and we're all disappointed.
Ron,
he spoke about
freaking lame ass.
He spoke. Nick Caley. He spoke about.
Hold on, Ronnie.
First off, you limey bastard.
Then I look at you, and the world.
Have a good weekend, good golf, good tennis, or whatever makes you happy.
The captain is coming home. Right before the trade deadline, Dana Brown struck a deal with the Twins to bring Carlos Correa back to Houston to play third base. What better way to get ready for another postseason run?
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by John Moore Services. I-10 the Baytown East Freeway, eastbound at Cedar Lane. It's an accident that has a left lane blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Call John Moore. Our technicians give you a full, honest explanation of the problem and an estimate for the work. Free.
Call John. Get more. 730-2525.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit,
at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At Target, back-to-school-a-days are here. What is back-to-school-a-days, you ask? We're talking 7 days of deals on looks and styles the kids will love, at prices you'll love even more. Because back-to-school at Target means getting all of the above. Through August 2nd, save 25% on select kids' clothes, with additional savings to round out their looks, including uniforms, leggings, polos, and activewear. Plus, their new favorite backpacks are 30% off. Happy back-to-school-a-days now through August 2nd, only at Target. Terms and conditions apply.
West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land is the place to go to get your next luxury vehicle. Hey, it's Sean Pendergast, and Ruben Mendoza, the general manager at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, and his staff are ready for you. They've got over 1,000 new and certified pre-owned Lincolns on the lot, and they want you to drive off in one of those. They make it effortless. WestPointSales.com is the website. Of course, Lincoln is part of Ford Motor Company. They assemble more U.S. vehicles and employ more U.S. hourly auto workers than any other automaker. Get on out to West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, Southwest Freeway, Kirkwood Intersection.
Ugh, kitchen ants, runaway roaches, a spider. A spider! Relax, just use Zevo. Zevo insect killer sprays use a powerful blend of mint and rosemary to eliminate those pests and up to 20 other bug types. Plus, Zevo is safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Just spray the bugs and wipe them away. Zevo, people friendly, bug deadly.
Greatness is here. All 830 of our famous footwear stores now carry Jordan brand. So it's easy to score Jordan brand footwear and accessories, from hats to backpacks to socks, for the full family at a store near you. Famous Footwear's in-store fit experts will help you find the perfect style and the perfect fit. Because every day is a chance to make it famous. Come in and shop Jordan brand footwear and accessories at your local Famous Footwear store today.
Welcome to Orange Theory Fitness, the science-backed workout that delivers real results. Try your first class free at any of our 29 Houston area studios. Plus, with a Premier membership, your first month is risk-free with our money-back guarantee. Terms and conditions apply. OrangeTheory.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
5 nights a week. We talk Texans.
Go, 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 go! Intercepted! Here we go! Touchdown, Houston! Unreal! Let's go, baby! Attack the ball! Sacked! 3 and out! Texans!
This is Texans All Access.
Hello, Texans. Welcome to the weekend. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you as training camp continues. We had day 8 of practice today. Day 9 is tomorrow. Team at the Greenbrier next week. And we'll be live Monday morning at 8 a.m. to take you to the fields in West Virginia, where the team will continue camp and get you ready for the first preseason game a week from tomorrow at Minnesota, 3 o'clock start time. Looking forward to that. And a lot of things happening. That we got to go over the day 8 John Harris highlights, Harris hits of practice. We'll do that. And we won't talk about Carlos Correa, but good for the Astros. That's nice. But I wanted to just mention at the very least that ESPN has, this is a report that broke earlier today, agreed to purchase NFL Network, Red Zone, various NFL media properties. This is a huge billion-dollar type deal, and ESPN had to do it. They had to do this because Red Zone is that valuable in itself, and the NFL Network does get some subscriber fees. I have no idea how they're going to handle that. They'll announce more formal plans perhaps next week, but I think Red Zone alone will be huge for ESPN. However, the fear is, John, among the fans that they're going to ruin Red Zone, that they're going to sully it up with commercials or whatever else. Yeah, I know we've had more advertising on Red Zone recently, but it's done in a way that doesn't really interfere with things. I can't have commercial breaks in Red Zone. I can't have it. Can't do it.
No.
Cannot do it. Nope. Got to have action constantly. Now, look, can you go box and do a 30-second box here, box there, and help pay the freight for this because you're doing it because you want that audience? I don't know how they're going to work it out. It's not going to be the same, though.
I would imagine it's not. That fear is always there when something is purchased. We saw this week when I think there's a private equity group that is purchasing a share or purchasing out Shipley Donuts. And it's like Panic and Whataburger was purchased by some group in Chicago. So there's always the fear of how are they going to change the things that I like. So one thing I read that I thought was interesting was this is going to be – there's going to have to be regulatory review of this that could take from 9 to 12 months. Wow. If it goes into effect next season, it would be part of a big year for ESPN as the 2026 year ends with ESPN's first Super Bowl. That game will also be on ABC. So, that's a nice little boost. But we'll see. But this has been rumored for years.
Yep.
This whole ESPN NFL media merger thing, trade, whatever, it has been rumored for years. So now there, it seems, is an outline to what it is that ESPN is getting, what NFL is getting. It's been interesting to watch. We know people with the network that have been with the network are still with the network, and when you ask them, they're like, I have no idea. I don't know what this all means.
No.
So we're hoping for them that there will be other programming, and there will be more programming, and they can keep jobs and keep us entertained with the NFL Network. But I'm with you. There are some things Red Zone and Scott Hansen are good as they are and will continue to get better. Leave them alone. Leave Brittany alone.
You went leave Brittany alone on the Red Zone channel. I love it. I love it. Okay, let's get to this. Texans training camp. We just 4 consecutive days in pads with a day off yesterday, but they were out there in pads. I don't know if they're going to be in pads tomorrow. They're going to travel tomorrow afternoon late to get to the Greenbrier. But what did you see? I'm going to give you a little lead in here.
Okay.
Defense making some plays here, Johnny. And
defense making plays.
I've got this Matt Burke take. Everyone's talking about Matt Burke. He's got the walkie-talkie calling defensive plays. Listen, here's what I would do if I were Matt Burke. Okay, I got the walkie-talkie. Okay, Will, go in and wreck shop. Go in and mess this play up, Will. Do your thing. With Daniil, you do your thing. Will, you do yours. Everybody else just kind of cover somebody, okay? Okay, out. And that's very effective out there.
They're making that part of it look really easy. The coverage has been just phenomenal. And there's been, obviously, there was a lot of talk before the year about this being the best secondary in the league. And they're playing up to it. They're really challenging the offense. They're playing up to that level. They can cover all over the field. And again, we've talked about what the offense is dealing with every single day, but the defense it's at a different level. And when you get a chance to see Will Anderson Jr. work up close, and we have that fortunate opportunity to watch every single practice and watch him up close 24/7 right now, he's just. Everything he's doing is working.
Yep.
I mean, it's like Steph Curry. It's like everything he throws at the basket's going in. He has different ways to win now, which is scary. Because when he first got in the league, it was about it, very open about it. It's been more chronicled about, I got to finish the quarterback better. And, he would have one move. his power was impressive, or maybe he'd do a long arm. Now he's doing swipes and all kinds of stuff, getting to the quarterback. And then on the other side, you've got 55, who's got such a litany of pass rush moves. And they work together, too. You don't see the two of them when they rush. You don't see them end up at the same spot. They don't both end up running past the quarterback high.
Right.
They might have one underneath and one over the top, so they're kind of clamping the quarterback. Like, they're in sync with one another with how they rush, and that's been really, really good. And the thing is I wouldn't sit here and tell you the offensive line has been completely dreadful. I wouldn't tell you that. I think the offensive line has had good moments. They've had much better protection, I would say, than they had at this time last year. I'll tell you that.
Right.
But you still want to see more from the offense. But to me, the secondary has gotten – the secondary is so in tune to what's going on, and they're so good. Such good cover guys. You throw C.J. Gardner-Johnson in there with Kalen Bullock. It's like, come on.
Jeez.
Like, this isn't even fair.
So my take on the Will Anderson Jr. against any right tackle situation is this. There's not a right tackle in this camp that can block Will Anderson. The good thing is there might not be too many in the league who can block Will Anderson Jr. So that's really good information right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Daniil takes the side over the left tackle. Will takes the right tackle. I know they have actually switched it. I've seen it here. But right tackle, and poor Ursary as a rookie has to deal with this guy in his third year, ready to eat.
And that's what Cole Popovich and Nick Caley have to remind Ariante. Like, look, you're facing the best there is. So hold up against him. Use these techniques. Let's work on these techniques. Once you get to the games, it's going to feel easier because you're facing guys that aren't those two. Yeah. And that's going to make things a lot easier. Now, there's some really good pass rushers that Texans are going to face. He's going to face Jared Verse week 1. You're going to face Leatu Latu with the Colts. Trayvon Walker could be a handful, and Josh Hines-Allen, they're both handfuls. Will Anderson's going to be the toughest that he's probably going to face, so at some point you get comfortable where you can hang on for dear life if you want to go that direction. You'll get better. You'll get better by facing Will Anderson Jr. So I'm not dismayed, really, with the offensive line's performance. I'm really not. The receivers are just getting clamped down because the secondary is so good. And I think there's more to this offense that we just haven't seen yet. I think there are going to be a few more opportunities.
Well, you know that, as a matter of fact.
There's going to be a few more opportunities for the offense to do some different things, present some different looks for this defense. I think there have been times where the offensive line has opened some good holes in the run game. They've done a nice job running some duo and some interior stuff that looks good. Like Nick, I thought, had a couple as I threw. I always kind of asterisk a nice play that I want to make sure I mention. I had an asterisk play on a Nick Chubb inside run today. I thought was pretty good. I thought it was blocked really well. So I think this team is going to be what D'Amico wanted it to be originally, and that is, he said at the press conference, he's like, the Texans are going to be a physical football team.
Yeah,
and I think the offensive line is finding that out. Like I said at the end of the Texas training camp live today, when I watch one-on-ones, I've seen that period the first time at least 12 times, but even before that, I've seen the offense get absolutely just murdered in those situations, just destroyed. That really wasn't the case. They held up really well, I thought, in the one-on-one. So it shows you, A, there's some talent there. There's some grit. There's some toughness there. It just needs a little bit more time to be seasoned. And I won't go back to my chicken analogy. It just needs a little bit more time to be seasoned.
Okay, no more chicken.
No more chicken.
What was interesting to me was standing with Andy Kalu and his son, Jonah.
Yeah.
Who's a senior in high school. And he was doing basic play-by-play on everything Will Anderson Jr. was doing.
Yeah.
He's like, look at him do this. Look at him move that way. Look at him come to the sideline. Look at the body language. Look at the leadership. Look at the energy. Just really going over everything Will's doing and more intense and detailed stuff as well. And I thought, this is pretty interesting because Andy spent 12 years in the NFL. He's been around a lot of good players. He was a good player. So that was not eye-opening so much, but really interesting stuff as we get ready for the 2025 campaign.
Another guy I thought had a really good day, and I think he's had a number of good days. I think Aziz has been really, really good. when they went to, there was one team drill they went to, and I just remember Aziz, before the snap, just took both hands and was like, pow, pow. He's like popping his helmet. And they ran an inside play, and he read it from jump and got a jump on it and just pow, like right at the line of scrimmage. Just
beautiful.
Popped. I think it was Nick. And I'm like, dang. It was really impressive. He's been really impressive in coverage. I think he has played about like you would want him to.
Well, can't wait to see more. We'll see it at the Greenbrier. We'll see it tomorrow morning, and you'll continue to describe it on Harris Hits on HoustonTexans.com. So later on in the show, Graham Mertz, quarterback, Andy Kalu. We'll hear from him. We visited with him. But first, Nick Caley was a guest on In the Loop. The offensive coordinator sat down with Reggie and John.
Nick, how's it going, man?
It's going good, man. How about you guys?
Terrific. Absolutely terrific. Go ahead. I mean, we've heard a ton about the energy and excitement that you bring out here, man. Like, how have you enjoyed the ways that at least your team has responded to the camp and been able to, kind of get work done thus far?
Yeah, I mean, it's like camp like anything else, but we have great energy. The guys are coming to work every day. That's all you can ask for. Try to have fun. Try to keep pushing each other. The guys, got a great group of people. And it's the people that makes the play. So players, coaches, long way to go, but making progress.
And obviously, offensive coordinator. We've all talked about your experience and where you've been. My question was this: like, anytime you get to that seat, you're not, you're the guy making the calls. As much as you're in, put your own stamp on things too. How has that been going for you in terms of, I mean, again, you don't have to necessarily, we're going to do this, but in terms of putting your own stamp and some of the things you like to do on this offense?
Yeah, I think, first and foremost, I think it's a philosophy. I think everything that we try to do, we want to do to put our players in the best position possible. Not every one player is the same, but I would say the overriding philosophy, starting with, is being, a fundamentally sound physical outfit that'll play, good situational football and be mentally tough. I mean, so everything we're doing, really starts with that.
All right, so I want to talk a little bit about myself, which I might do too much, but this is my first time being able to cover camp, and one of the things I've been asking a lot of the players is, like, what's kind of the advice, what's some of the things that they've had early on in in camp that they've appreciated for camp? Like, is there a piece of advice that you've given, or a piece of advice that you've gotten about operating in training camp, and especially maybe even for you as a first-time play caller out here?
Yeah, I think just being totally present day by day, not looking beyond the day that you're at, trying to improve your fundamentals and just stack positive days, refine fundamentals, whether that's releases, whether that's hand placement in the run game, doing things like that, and then building off of what we're doing schematically, like trying to obviously have compliments to the things that we're doing, and that starts with just establishing a foundation, which we did in spring. Yeah. We reestablished that here at the start of training camp, and now we're trying to improve the things that might show up and refine some of the details here to carry us forward.
How do you keep yourself from getting sped up? Obviously, you are a guy who cares a lot about fundamentals. I've heard you mention that a lot of times, but also it can be very easy to get to a space where I want to get to the place where we're doing the things that we
just remind ourselves that, look, every good play begins and ends with good fundamentals. So if you're going to put in 1,000 things, but you can't get past, the 100 level of, hitting blocks the proper way, identifying the mic point, aligning properly when you break the huddle, then you're just there's going to be a bucket that just continues to overflow. So there's a progression to it all, like anything else. And, I believe that starts, the early part of training camp, the early part of an off-season program, and then you stack it from there. And you assess it every day. Like, you can hit pause. You don't have to just continue to plow through an installation. If you feel like you need to take a break, then you have a review day, and you stack days and you tweak things as you go.
Have you had to do those?
Well, no. We manage. We after about 3 or 4 days, you're always juggling things around, moving things up, maybe pushing things back a little bit. So that's normal.
One of the things that I always find interesting by a leader, and obviously you're leading the offense, is I don't have all the answers. I'm collaborating.
Sure.
So I wanted to kind of get your thoughts on because we all know your background. Tight ends, offensive line, passing coordinator, etc.
Yep.
But Cole Popovich, Gerard Johnson bring different backgrounds.
Sure.
What has that collaboration been like?
It's been great. I mean, I don't have all the answers. You rely on, it's about people, and we have a great staff of guys, and I truly believe that we're trying to collectively do this, with every one of our guys at the forefront of every single decision we make. So we talk through things, we poke holes in things. Obviously, we have a philosophy that we established when I came here, things that I want to do. But there's also things that these guys have done really well, too, that you don't just throw them away. They're good at certain things, and they've had success at certain things. And there's also guys that have experiences to the table. And I think that's the beauty of a staff. It's not about me. It's not about any one person. It's about, honestly, collectively doing what's right for the team and trying to get better every day.
Now, we talked about relationships as we're sitting here talking to Nick Caley, offense coordinator of your Texans. And, I mean, the man who previously held your position was one of D'Amico's friends. And now, I don't know how much of a relationship you've had prior, but how has that working relationship started to kind of coalesce with D'Amico?
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, he's consistent and fair every single day. He's a great person, a great leader. He's been in the same position that I've been in, at one point as a first-time coordinator. So it's been good getting to discuss certain things, certain situations as we go. Growing every day, he pours into everybody. It's been an awesome experience getting to work with him.
One thing D'Amico has said is, everybody's talking about the offensive line for obvious reasons. It's, some new faces and such. And he said there's going to come a point, I'm paraphrasing, but he said there's going to come a point where we're going to have our group and we're going to want them to get reps together. I'm sure you're in that same boat, but where does that light bulb happen, and how do you judge, like, okay, I think this is the group?
I think it naturally progresses everywhere I've been. I mean, I feel like, at some point in the first couple weeks, things start to sort themselves out. There's a level of consistency. Some guys will be a little bit more consistent, in their their role, their respective role. So you assess that, you look at it, and you find the most consistent players that, you know what you're getting out of every single day. And, that starts to, manifest itself right around the second week sometimes. And sometimes it's later. There's position battles that always happen, but it's
going to happen. You're feeling 100%. Good about it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Nick, do you ever go over to Matt and give him a little, elbow and like, hey, 51 and 55? Can you ask me a little bit?
No. He turns it loose every single day. He's a great coordinator. We got a great defense. It makes us better. They give us great challenging looks from day to day, but it's great. It's going to make us better.
Now, this is, we haven't talked about C.J. Stroud at all, and it's new. Yep. He wanted control, more control, I should say. He's getting more control. He's making calls. What has that progression been like? Because it seems like even from where sitting, we're starting to see some things.
Yeah, no, he's been great. He's attacked it. He's had a great attitude. He loves football, and he comes to work every day. He asks great questions. He has a great mind for the game. So he's been all in, and I've been very pleased with everything that he's brought to the table. I really have. I enjoy working with him.
Something I know that you probably think a lot, especially when we ask you questions, is how much less we know about football than you guys. And so if you could help me out, like, we've all been very interested in getting in the mind of CJ, especially as he's getting ready to have these plays out here, and it's obviously there's more of it.
Sure.
Can you take us inside, can you give us some insight into what's the workload with CJ in the huddle, pre-snap, and maybe even when that play gets going?
Oh, I mean, I think there's a lot to it. I think it starts obviously in the classroom. I mean, you start learning the plays, you learn the intent of the plays, but there's a lot of mechanics. I mean, you're sitting there, you're getting the grouping in, he's receiving the play. He's calling the play. We're obviously setting the table, whether it's adjusting anything based on the mic points, coordination with the line, motions, movements, anything like that. He's obviously, it starts with him, and then getting to go when the ball's snapped. I mean, he's a great processor, and we're trying to, again, that goes down to putting our guys in position to make plays. And
the thing with this, again, from the 8 days that we've been out here, I'm really fascinated with the tight ends. I think there's a lot of options there. I think and this is me talking, so I think this is something that traditionally, a Patriot-style offense, for lack of a better way, has used a lot of tight ends. Do you, in your mind's eye, how do you visualize the tight end position working out?
Yeah, I mean, I've been very pleased with him. I think Jake Moreland's done an exceptional job. I think he's an outstanding tight end coach and a coach just a coach in general. But he's done a great job with that group. They've all improved. I think we have a very good room, a deep room, all a little different, which is good. And I think you can utilize different strengths, accordingly. And I'm excited. I think, no question. I feel like, again, I've said this before, maybe a little biased, but, when you have tough tight ends, when you have versatile tight ends, that's the straw that stirs the drink. That's a position group that can truly enhance toughness. It can, add, different elements in the C and D gap area, run pass conflict, etc. And I think, we have a good room of really good players that are really good team guys, and I've been very pleased with them.
As we're working on, having this offensive line get themselves to a place where they can execute the things. I know you like running the football. I know you like 12 personnel sets. I know that there's going to be, big strength on that offensive line. What are the improvement points that we're looking at right now for this line?
I mean, everything just starts fundamentally, and this isn't cliche. I mean, it does. Like, every day we sit there and look at it, it's like, okay, are we hitting double teams the right way? Are we getting split on them? Well, there's less of that. We're staying connected on double teams. We're fitting combination blocks better. We're coordinating and communicating cleaner more front to set the table for certain things, whether that's protection, whether that's run game, targeting, and all those things. So it's a work in progress. We're making progress. They're working their tails off, and I've been pleased with the growth. Got a ways to go, but we're working hard every day to get there.
I'm sensing that you're very comfortable in this job, and I'm curious. What I wanted to ask you about is the actual play calling. You've called plays in the NFL before. I'm guessing they've never handed you like a preseason game or something.
No,
because a lot of coaches do that.
Some do. No, it has not happened. I've in practice opportunities and stuff like that. We've obviously had opportunities to call it.
So that's what you're excited about.
Yeah, I am. But it starts with having good people too. I'm going to learn some things on the way. There's going to be some bad calls along the way too, and I'm going to learn from them and grow from them. And that's the whole idea, is just to continue to get better myself. Same thing we ask the players, I got to ask them myself.
Yeah. So you're looking forward to Minnesota?
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. I'm looking forward to just tomorrow starting there, and then before we move on from there. But yeah,
it's been a pretty good split all the way across your quarterback room. And I know for us, we were looking at it, and I mean, from our uninformed information, we're like, hey man, I would love to see CJ get a lot of reps to get a feel for this. Is there a reason why you kind of really have a really strong balance? Is there maybe like some mental reps things happening where he's sitting off, or?
No, I think it's a progression that is a part of the rep distribution that we have to the start of the camp, and that's just the sequencing of that. The start of camp, building the reps, and then I think you'll start to see an influx of that. Those guys getting reps as camp progresses.
I got one more for you, and that is just in general the offense. I said this to a buddy of mine. I said, because everybody's asking about the Texans in this city. I said I could see where there isn't as spectacular but more efficient than I've seen lately. Is efficiency kind of a catchword for you in terms of just getting it done?
Yeah, I mean, I think you want to go forward. You want to get, you want to stay out of second and long situations, third and long situations, and that starts on first and second down. So, completion, completing balls, catch and run opportunities, whatever that might be, just positive plays, efficient runs in the run game. Just staying on task and staying on track is the biggest thing.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of work stuff that we've talked about, a lot of football stuff. Have you given yourself any time to explore the city, play some golf, things like that, or is it just like it's such an intense?
We got done with OTAs. My wife and kids moved out here, from LA out here middle of June, and I got 4 little girls under the age of 8. They keep me on my toes every single day. So 4. I got 4. Yeah, I'm going to be 4 girls. Yeah. So it's a lot sometimes, but my wife's she's a warrior, and she holds it down.
That's 4 dance lessons. That's 4 whatever projects.
Yeah, exactly right. But no, they're sweet. So we spend time when I get an opportunity to catch our breath, and I'm a dad.
Very good. And then one more thing, because I know for me, for a football player, I've realized that there's certain things, like certain characteristics that I gravitate towards. Like, you give me a fast guy, and I'm in love, right? What is the characteristics that endear a player to Nick Caley?
Yeah, dependable, consistent, tough. You know what you're getting out of them every day. The moment's not too big, and they're unselfish.
Yeah.
Very much. I get it, and I love it. Nick, it's been a great pleasure to get to meet you. Hopefully
Likewise.
we get to talk again.
Likewise.
And best of luck with those 4 girls. That's right. I'm like, how many hands do you have that they can paint? I feel like you only got
not enough.
Fun visit there with Nick Caley, offensive coordinator, and the guys from In the Loop. Andy Kalu on the way next year on Texans Radio.
More Texans All Access coming up in a moment.
Hey, Texans fans, you're invited to Louisiana's largest casino resort, Coshada. Coshada Casino Resort has the largest and most spacious gaming floor in the Lake Charles area, with thousands of the newest slots, over 55 table games, live bingo, and off-track betting, plus 3 beautiful hotels, delicious Cajun cuisine, and the #1 rated golf course in Louisiana at Coshada Casino Resort, Louisiana's best bet.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
H is up, H-Town. Get ready to bring the heat as the Houston Texans return to NRG Stadium this fall. Be part of the action for huge home games, like our regular season home opener against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for some Monday Night Football, our Thursday night game against the Buffalo Bills on November 20th, or our holiday game against
But first, don't just watch these games from your home. Experience them live. Tickets are going fast. Secure them now at HoustonTexans.com.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Houston, we have a great problem. Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa Champagne are the official sponsors of the Houston Texans. Now, as we get ready for game day, you've been hearing the hype, you've been hearing the real. Now you're going to experience the great taste of Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa, because it's available starting August 1st at all sideline bars of the club level of NRG Stadium. That's right, Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa will be available at all suites in season. So bring your friends, bring your family, and taste the great taste of Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa.
How close can you get with Verizon Access? Front row close. Red carpet close.
Oh my God!
Backstage passes close. Playing quarterback for your favorite NFL team close. Okay, not that close. But watching from the sidelines close? You bet. Get into the experiences you love, like concerts, games, and exclusive pre-sales just for being a Verizon customer. Verizon Access. You're in. Woo! Learn more at Verizon.com/access.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems, like snoring, aches and pains, hot sleep, or even an old saggy mattress that can keep you up at night. And our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now get a king bed for a queen price, plus a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
It's Texans All Access. Now, back to the show.
Resuming Texans Radio, as we were fieldside this morning, and Indy Kalu, who is doing booth work for us on Texans preseason TV broadcasts with John Harris. Starting next week, a week from tomorrow, 3 o'clock Saturday, August 9th. Be there and be here as we hear from ND. Your third year in the booth. How does that feel?
You know, it makes me feel old because I've been retired for a while and retired from radio, and then you got me back into, calling the games during the preseason, which I appreciate. And, it's been 3 years. This is number 3. But it's fun. This is the most fun I've had since I retired.
Oh, really?
Oh, when we're in the booth and with John in the booth now. And Kevin and everybody's great, but to have somebody that I can nerd out with and get, become a geek when it comes to technique and talking football, it's been a joy.
So let me give you a peek behind the scenes, if you will. So we're playing New York last year, playing the Giants.
Yeah, I know where you're
and we got a drive going, and we're going into the south end, and all of a sudden we watched the play. I can't remember what it was. And now ND could still go play a series for sure. Yeah. And all of a sudden I just feel this on my arm. I'm like, damn, ow.
Yeah, he just slapped you.
We go to it. He's like, did you see Burns? And Brian Burns do this spin move on Blake Fisher. And it was I was watching this side, and but ND saw it. He's like, man, we got to see that. Can we get a replay? We're just both, once we saw it, we were both like, oh my God, that was incredible. We were completely nerding out because of a spin move by Brian Burns for the Giants. And I mean, that was the fun part of it. But doing the games last year with ND was so much fun because we kind of got our little system down. What we were going to talk, who's going to talk, how we did it, and it was such a fun time. And obviously Kevin Kugler does a great job. But it was great. It was like, man, we're talking about, guys that can make the roster. Remember we were talking about British Brooks.
Yes.
We talked about British Brooks last year, and we're like, maybe they're going to find a spot for him, at fullback.
He's put on weight, ND, good weight.
I saw, Derrick Henry Jr. over there. He is rocked up.
We've seen guys like this in the locker room, the guy that's got the V in the back. It's like they've got a 26-inch waist and their shoulders are out to here. You've seen plenty of those guys. Andy, what are you most excited to see during training camp today, but also once we get to the preseason games?
I'm all about the competitions and the D-line competition after the first four. After the starting four, I think it's going to be tough to make the team. So I love to see how those guys are going to compete. And the tight ends. When you look at the tight ends, when you look at Dalton Schultz, when you look at Stoerner, when you look at the guys that are coming back, I just really want to see who's going to emerge, who's going to, like coaches always tell us, separate yourself during training camp. But those are the two position groups that I'm really excited to see which guy's going to separate himself.
And from a macro level, here we are. It's day 8 of camp. They started a week ago Wednesday. So how are the vets feeling right now? The vets, I'm going to be on this team, barring a disaster. How is that into the second week of camp before the first preseason game? How's your body feeling? What are you thinking?
Numb. You're just numb. The first couple of days, there's that anxiety. You're like, oh, man, no matter how hard you worked out during the off season, it's still going to be hard, but your body's going to be prepared for the toughness of 2-a-days in training camp. And you're sore. After the second day, you're just really sore. You wake up in the morning, and I remember this, even going into my 12th year, after like the second, third day of training camp, waking up in the morning saying, I can barely get out of bed. How am I going to make it through a 2-hour practice out there on the field? But your body just does it. When you get to like day 8, 9, 10, it's the Groundhog Day. You're just numb, and you just kind of not go through the motions, but you know what to expect. You suck it up. And the veterans, those are the guys who aren't trying to make the team. They're the ones who come out here like a Danielle Hunter and say, you know what? I want to work my inside step. And that's all they're working on. It could be to the detriment of a play, but he wants to work on that specific movement for him. But then you have a guy like his backup or even third string where he's like, man, I just have to show out. So I have to do everything right. So there's a different mentality with the younger guys and the established veterans.
Indeed. Did any of your teams ever go away for training camp? And what was that experience like, and what is accomplished when the team gets away from its normal setting, whether it's for a week, 2 weeks, whatever it might be? What do you kind of gain from getting away, if you will?
When I was in Philly, we went to Lehigh University for 6 weeks. And what it does, it eliminates. You don't like it. You come from this nice house or apartment, and you go live in a dorm room in Lehigh freaking University, as the team would say, and they didn't say freaking university when we would go there. You're sleeping in a cot, in a dorm, and for whatever reason, that campus is so hilly. You're always walking up. It's like, hold on, I walked up to get here, and I feel like I'm walking up to get back to my destination. But it brings the team together, and it really makes you appreciate your facilities, because the regular season, it makes you appreciate the regular season schedule. Now, I don't want to be back in my day when practices were really hard, but back in my day when 2-a-days were really hard, you would be miserable. Then you're going through that, what do they say, misery loves company, so you're going through with it with a bunch of guys. By the time those 6 weeks were over, you loved that dude next to you. The guys that finally made the 53-man roster, and then some guys you get so close with, you dang near shed a tear for them when they're on their way out when they get cut. But to answer your question, I'm sorry it's very long-winded. I'm excited being out here. I really believe it eliminates the distractions, and it brings you together, and it makes you appreciate where you're gonna be, your digs during the regular season.
Yeah, you know this radio thing, man. You know this radio thing. We got a lot of innings to eat up, Indy. No, that was the perfect answer, because I think it's not 6 weeks, but for a week you're going up to the Greenbrier. Now, it's a little different than the dorms at Lehigh, especially down at the casino, but we don't talk about that. But there is that camaraderie feeling. Yes. There is that feeling of, hey, we're in this together, Wives and kids are, I don't want to say they're an afterthought, but for that particular period, they're an afterthought. Yep. It is all ball. And, we kind of noticed that last year when we went to Ohio. And, we met the team in Pittsburgh when they got there, and it was like they had been together for 8-9 days and had a really good period of 8-9 days. And you could tell that camaraderie kind of carried over into the season. 6 weeks in a dorm, though?
I was going to say, so imagine
you can miss
6
me
weeks.
with that.
Imagine 6 weeks.
And true 2-a-days, too.
Yeah, true 2-a-days. And for those listening, when we say true 2-a-days, in the morning around this time, you have what we call live practice. And when you say live, that means everyone is eligible to be tackled, to be hit, except for the quarterback. And then after practice, you get like an hour nap, go through meetings, get another 30 minutes or so. Then you're back on the field for the exact same type of practice. So you do that for 6 weeks. I'll never forget. And in Philly with Coach Andy Reid, he was known for having very tough training camps. The first 10 practices were padded. They were padded, so the first 5 days straight pads, and then we would take the pads off. But every blue moon, it's almost like he could feel it. And Coach Kubiak was the same way. When he knew that our bodies were like, man, we'll try, but we might not make it, he'll gather us all up like we're about to practice, and he'll say, all right, y'all go to the movies. And when you just imagine about 80 grown-ass men about to cry because some other man said you could go to the movies instead of practice. And that's part of what brought us together. I mean, then you see about, 60 guys in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania in the movies, and the but local. Those are some of my fondest memories.
How many guys passed out in the theater?
God, everybody.
Cool theater. A lot of guys were just knocked out, but and a lot of guys, you're so excited, your adrenaline's going like, you don't have to practice, and we get to sit in here and watch a movie. Those were good times. It just makes you appreciate things more.
Lehigh University. So they changed their name from the Engineers to the Mountain Hawks. I guess because engineers were offended or something by the nickname. I don't know.
I wasn't offended. I'm an engineer, but I wasn't offended.
I don't know. The engineers didn't like it.
It's a weird world we live in.
Now Mountain Hawks are offended, so I'm not sure.
Maybe they offer more majors now. Maybe back then they were just an engineering school.
But it's tradition, like the Penn Quakers. How many Quakers go to Penn, right?
I don't think many.
No, probably not. Actual Quakers? Are you kidding?
Good point.
No way. Andy Kalu joining us. So here's C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr. going into year 3. You tell me, as far as growing as a leader, because you come in here as a rookie, those are highly touted individuals. We could throw Stingley in there as well. He's from the year before, obviously. He's going into year 4. But as far as Will and CJ go, they were drafted back-to-back. They're rookies of the year. Last year they do what they do, win another playoff game. How does that evolve? What's that process like as they become the guys who really kind of take over the team gradually, but it's got to happen?
I couldn't speak on it because both of those guys you mentioned are such outliers. Year 3 for me is when I felt like the game slowed down. It was like, you know what? Oh, I can do this. Like, I'm comfortable. Okay. Will Anderson, from day one when I saw him just during warm-up, he has one speed, one motor, and he never relents. And I talked about sometimes during training camp where as much as you love football, you just kind of want to get through that practice. Every time I watch him at training camp, it looks like he has a smile on his face, and he's going, 100 miles an hour and appreciating it. So I would like to say that the game's going to slow down for him in year 3. If it does, I mean, we're talking about some monster numbers, and I don't ever want to predict that, but those two guys mentally, when it comes to their leadership, we've all talked to C.J. Stroud. I remember the first time I interviewed him during a production meeting, his rookie year. I was like, this isn't a rookie. Like, this guy, he must have hung around a bunch of uncles and older men because he was so wise beyond his years. So you just have two true veterans and guys who are only going into their 3rd year. That's only going to help the whole organization.
I know 2 former NFL defensive linemen really, really well, and I got a feeling that when I bring this up, there's going to be this kind of bad look I'm going to get, but I got to ask it because it's a big story out here.
What's that?
Your thoughts about resetting the offensive line. You have to talk about the Texans' offensive line and use good terms. You can't just, their offensive linemen, I hate everybody, kind of like I feel about kickers and punters. What about this offensive line, Andy? Seriously, what are your thoughts about resetting it all, trading away Laramie, waiving or releasing Shaq, trading Kenyon Green, kind of resetting it all in year 3 of the D'Amico Ryans era? What are your thoughts about what you want that'll make you feel better about what this offense can do this year?
I want to see guys that will grind, blue collar, maybe not the most talented, where you had one guy in Laramie Tunsil that you could argue he's a top 10 tackle in the entire NFL. You might not have that at any one position with this offensive line. But what I'm hoping for, and from what I'm hearing, is that they really just take pride in grinding together. And they're going to be that tough, gritty group like the Denver Broncos of the late 90s, early 2000s, where you're not going to have any one of those guys be multiple-year All-Pro, but together as a unit, they were tough. And that's what I feel like. It's not like Nick Cassero talks to me about his decision-making. I feel like that was the thought process when they were releasing some guys and bringing in others, that it's like, you know what? None of these guys are going to the Pro Bowl, are going to the Hall of Fame. I hope somebody goes to the Pro Bowl or is going to the Hall of Fame. But together, they're going to be a unit that takes pride in protecting C.J. Stroud.
Yeah. Andy Kalu joining us. D'Amico Ryans, here he is year 3 as a head coach, ND. And look, you were around Andy Reid for a long time. You were around Kubiak. What about the evolution as a head coach and growth as he's delegating more out here? It'll be interesting to see how he really evolves year after year. The first 2 years went really well for him, and we wanted even better. So what are you thinking about D'Amico?
Similar to what we said or what I said about C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, just a guy that's ahead of his years, his actual years. And he's been like that from his rookie year. I've told the story multiple times, just what type of leader he was as a player, even as a rookie. And I'm not surprised. I'm I'm seeing it really like and appreciate and respect about D'Amico from his playing days to coaching days. He never gets too high, he never gets too low. And he doesn't overstress himself because he knows if there's a mistake, if something goes wrong, he's going to fix it. Even now, when I was walking over here to talk to y'all, I really, when I played, you go through a certain mentality when you get ready for practice. So he saw me, we showed each other love, and I kept like, all right, I'm going to let you go. I know you want to get in your mind. And he's like, no, like, how's the kids doing? Like, how? And he's just real calm, cool, collective. He doesn't overthink things, and he doesn't get too high, too low. I mean, this is a guy that he's going to be coaching. He's going to be a successful coach for years to come, and I just hope that he's one of the few that has his best years, multiple years with one organization being the Houston Texans.
Amen.
You mentioned your kids. How are they doing? Fall season's coming up.
Yeah, Jonah's right here.
How excited is the Kalu family for what the Kalu family can do this year?
We're excited for football. So got one over at Baylor, made it through his spring and competing for a lot of playing time. So nice. God willing, just stay healthy and keep grinding. And the one behind me just turned 17 today. So
ooh, happy birthday.
So happy birthday to Jonah Kalu. He's going into Fort Bend Christian his senior year. Nice. And he was just named to the preseason all private school team. So, instead of calming down, our workouts are getting a little more intense.
There you go.
And I can see him cursing me out when I work him out, but I just let him know we have to live up to the so-called
little trainer.
Oh yeah, I was all years before I was paying somebody to do it. I'm like, why the hell am I paying somebody to teach you?
To
what
tell
the
them to do push-ups and sit-ups.
Yeah.
Pops is going to make sure that youngins don't believe the hype.
Exactly. Oh yeah.
Pops has been there. He's been around. It's we see Derek Stingley, Jr.'s father. That man's around for everything. He and his wife, Derek's parents, they're around for everything, and he teaches Derek. And you're right, it's better than go through a trainer, especially if you've been through the wars that you've been through on a football field for sure.
And it's a little selfish on my part. It's my last year. He's my last son, so it's probably more for me than it is for him.
All right, a couple of other things as the team makes its way out of the practice bubble here and onto the field in full pads for day 8 of Texans training camp. They'll do some warm-up. Ball warm-up. It's a different kind of warm-up. It's a lot of warm-up here. They got to warm up.
Yeah, they do a little agility drills, and they have the ball incorporated, which I actually learned in ND's hometown. I was in San Antonio. I was there calling a playoff game between Caley and Cibolo Steel. And the Cibolo Steel team came on the field, every single kid. At that point, it was like 140 of them. And they just threw the ball around the field to each other for like 15 minutes. So everybody got a chance to touch the ball. And I was like, that's pretty interesting. I would do that. And then I saw us doing this the last couple of years where everybody touches the ball no matter what. Because at some point, somebody might have to recover a fumble or catch a ball out of the air to keep it from the other side, or the defense making a play going the other way. So, get used to catching the football.
Okay, Andy, question for you. You used to take a couple hours. How much do you miss doing that? Tell me. I'm just curious because that's a way of life. And even though it was 2 hours, which is, it's not the 4-hour shift, but you have to prepare the same way for 2 hours as you were preparing for 4 hours. I'm sorry. It's the same kind of prep. You're on the air for even an hour. You got to prepare the same way. And it's getting there, it's preparing, it's doing the show, it's leaving and running a business at the same time. But how much do you miss that? What is your life like since then?
That's the part I don't miss, juggling that and running the mortgage fund that we created. But I miss the interaction with the other football fans that call into the show. I miss being able to step away from reality, not talking about politics, not talking about high crime, just talking about football. Having disagreements about things that are so trivial, but at the same time fun. So I miss the interaction, but I don't miss watching a game and having to study every game. The Texans, I don't mind. I enjoy it.
Right.
But, watching like the Hall of Fame game yesterday.
Yeah.
I actually forgot about it, but if I was still on air, I would have watched it. I would have talked about the top rookies that played in that game. It would have felt more like a job. I don't miss that, but I do miss the interaction with the Houston fans.
How's business?
It's good. It's good. I don't want to sit here and boast, but look, you'll know business is bad when you hear me back on radio every day.
Every day. You know what? That radio thing wasn't so bad. All right, but give me this, non-sports. Houston economy, how are we doing overall? Houston economy. general?
On the economy overall, but as far as the housing market, I'm not seeing the dip we were afraid of with the tariffs and the cost of material with buildings. We really thought it was going to affect the investor side on the real estate side, and the numbers have stayed pretty, they stay the same.
That is
which
good to know.
Which is a great thing.
Welcome to Squawk Box 610. All right.
Where's Nick Casario?
When we first heard about the tariffs, I was like, hey, this radio thing is I might have to get back in it just to carry myself through the next few years.
That's funny. Okay. Great visit with our buddy N.D. Kalu, fieldside during Texans Training Camp Live, which will be live from the Greenbrier Monday morning at 8. Don't miss that. And don't miss Graham Mertz, new quarterback. Is he fourth string? Is he third string? What string? Doesn't matter. He's trying to make his way through camp. Interesting perspective on the offense coming up next with John Harris and Graham Mertz on Texans All Access.
This is Texans All Access.
In football and in life, having the right team makes all the difference. That's why the Sheriff Injury Lawyers are proud to be the first ever official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. If you've been injured in a car accident or on the job, don't let insurance companies call the plays. Let the Sheriff Injury Lawyers fight for you. Call the Sheriff Injury Lawyers today at 832-600-0000 or visit myinjury.pro.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through Sky Vodka, a smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. In other words, it's the best thing to happen to vodka since vodka happened. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume, 2021 Campari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
We believe in champions at Texas Children's Orthopedics. The runners, the receivers, the strikers, the dreamers. As the only children's hospital partnered with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Medical Network, our nationally ranked team brings a caliber of care normally reserved for professional athletes to every patient. Because we champion one thing above all. You. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
NFL fans, when it's time to get Texans tickets, you could tackle game day with total certainty with Ticketmaster. With 100% verified tickets available all season long, you can count on getting in with ease and spend time focusing on the good stuff. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, you can still score seats. Want to meet up inside the stadium with your crew? Transferring your tickets is an easy handoff. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Texans.
Wildcat Golf Club is Houston's premier 36-hole golf facility, featuring the Lakes Course and the Highlands Course, located just 10 minutes south of NRG Stadium off Airport Boulevard. Courses are open 7 days a week, dining at Vista Grill, serving both breakfast and lunch. Come enjoy elevation changes and scenic views like no other course in Houston. For tee times and more information, visit us at wildcatgolfclub.com or call the Pro Shop at 713-413-3400.
At Kroger, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix, guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with lower prices on over 1,000 items. And you never compromise your appetite with our golden brown bread that's baked fresh in store. And you never compromise your wallet with our lower prices. Hand it to Kroger shoppers. You never compromise. Kroger. Fresh for everyone.
It's been said that your network is your net worth. What better way to grow both than through Houston's most exclusive business network? 50% of Fortune 500 companies in Houston are part of the Texans Lux family, where you can tap into our network from day one. Lux is an asset that goes beyond game day, and our team is here to help you make business connections and gain visibility to meet your needs. Find out how you can make lasting, intentional connections by visiting HoustonTexansLux.com.
It's Texans All Access. Now, back to the show.
Final reps here of the evening on Texans Radio. John Harris with a field-side visit with Graham Mertz, new quarterback from Florida. How's he doing so far in his rookie campaign?
Graham, welcome to Houston, man. How you doing? Thank you. I'm doing great, man. This weather is it's beautiful. Great
people down here.
Kansas City. Overland Park, to be exact, is that right?
Oh, yeah.
My best friend is from Overland Park, went to Bishop Miege.
That was where I started. I went there my freshman year, and then I transferred to Blue Valley North.
Okay, all right.
I know all about Miege.
Okay, so Kansas City gets a little bit hotter in the summer than people want to admit, so this is still a different level, but how you handle the heat thus far?
Oh, it's great. I mean, for me, just being able to stay here over the summer and finish my my rehab up down here, get cleared. I kind of got a preview for it in our workouts every day, so we're prepared for it. It feels good. Feels good to be back in the heat, man. I started at Wisconsin, then went to Florida. I like the heat a little bit more than the cold.
Well, we'll get to a little bit of that, but I want to go back to draft night. Actually, day 3 of draft.
Oh, yeah.
I think everybody's a little bit surprised in Houston that they selected a quarterback. When they selected you, I was like, wait a second, he hasn't played in a while. Were you a little bit surprised that the Texans drafted you, or was that a team you kind of honed in on that they could be interested in you on draft night?
That was the team I was hoping.
Yeah, good.
I mean, I took some visits, some 30 visits during the pre-draft period, and I came down here and just hearing the way that everybody talked in this facility, I mean, it was something that I wanted to be a part of. And just the way everybody thinks from the top down, it's truly a unique culture. And something that as a player you want that, and so I was hoping it was Houston.
Yeah. Putting the pads back on. I know you got hurt, about October last year, and you're out the rest of this season. Don't get a chance to do the All-Star games. You go through the draft prep. You really can't work out for anybody. What was it like putting the pads back on? Was there any kind of trepidation? Was it
funny, the night before the first day of camp, I mean, you get cleared and it's like, all right, you're rolling into team now.
Yeah.
So for me, the night before I was kind of sitting there thinking, like talking to my dad a little bit, and like, I wonder how I'm going to feel when I wake up in the morning. Like, is it going to be an anxious or a nervous? And the morning I woke up of day 1 of camp, it was just so much gratitude for being able to get to where I'm at, be cleared, and go play the game I love. So not really like any anxious nerves or anything. It was just more excitement just to get out here. And it's been a long time since I've played, so it's been a blessing to put the pads, the helmet back on, and just go play. I mean, it's a game, so having fun with it now.
When we watch rookies, and we've seen every rookie that's come through here, Mark and I, we've talked about this all the time. We just want to see them get better from day to day.
Oh, yeah.
Because some step in and they're starters right away, some have to work their way up. But every single day it feels like, A, you sling it, B, it feels like you're getting more comfortable every day. How are you seeing the first start of training camp here?
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. Like every day, our job, especially during training camp, and every day of your life, regardless of what you do. You wake up every day to get a little bit better every single day. So for me, I mean, I'm trying to really focus in on just the details. I mean, that's the thing that wins games in this league. I mean, shoot, I'm playing a game, and I'm playing a game in 9 days, 8 days.
Yeah.
So I'm mentally and physically need to get ready to go play a game and compete. So for me, it's just trying to focus on the details, get a little bit better every day, whether that's my reads, my footwork, ball location, accuracy, all that stuff. So you're exactly right. I mean, that's the chase of why you play this sport.
For a little bit, but you break in there as a rookie. What's that quarterback room like?
Oh my gosh,
hazing.
man.
I shouldn't use the word hazing, but have you had to come up with the snacks for the room? What do you have to do as a rookie? What's that quarterback room like?
No, I've definitely loaded up on the snacks. I kind of did the initial, like, all right, guys, what do we want?
Yeah.
And then Davis was a Mike Knight guy. CJ liked seeds, garlic Parmesan seeds. That's his thing. So I got those, and then I was like, you know what? If I were hungry, like, what would I want to get? Yeah. So I was just rolling through Target, loading that thing up. But no, we got a nice little snack corner.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're awesome, man. I mean, I think just obviously I'm new to the room, but they all had been there. Keaton had been there for a year or two last year, so I think for me, just getting in there, learning kind of how they process, and really, like, we're all in there to kind of support each other and tell each other what we see on certain routes. We're all learning a new offense.
Yep.
Obviously, there's some carryover stuff from last year, but I mean, we're all in that learning period and kind of bouncing ideas off what you see here. So I love the room, man. I mean, I think our coaches are elite. The way that they explain everything, show us the clips, talk through all the little minute details, like that's what helps our room a ton. So it's been a blessing.
It's been a blessing to watch. 18, write it down, people. 18, rookie quarterback Graham Mertz. You're going to see him against Minnesota if you haven't been out of practice. It's been fun to watch you. It's been fun to watch you grow, my man. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
There's Johnny and Graham Mertz, and we will be back on Monday with more from Texans training camp. 8 a.m. live from the field at the Greenbrier, and, of course, every night at 6. You know it. Have a great weekend. Area 45 coming up. Go Texans.
Texan Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems, like snoring, aches and pains, hot sleep, or even an old saggy mattress that can keep you up at night. And our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now get a king bed for a queen price, plus a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Here's another Whataburger DM. Miranda says, it's 2023 and still no Pico Burger. How do we get y'all to pick it back up? Miranda, we totally thought we responded to this. We know it's been a minute or two, but good news, the Pico de Gallo burger is back up. Yep, the 2 fresh beef patties covered with crisp Pico de Gallo, 2 slices of pepper jack, and creamy cilantro lime sauce you love is back. And it's all thanks to you. The Pico de Gallo burger is back for a limited time. What a burger!
The Houston Texans and Chevron have teamed up with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Houston and the Houston Food Bank to create the Chevron Market Pantry at the Houston Texans Team Club. The partnership provides food to the local community and is run by Team Club members and Chevron volunteers. Together, we're helping make Houston a better place to call home.
H-Town. You feel that? That's the sound of over 75,000 stampeding fans. 25 Houston Texans season. These last few months have been grueling without football, and we can't wait to welcome you back. On Monday, September 15th, your Texans will be taking on the Buccaneers in a Monday night football showdown for our home opener. Get tickets before they're gone. And don't forget to wear white to the game to match C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, and the rest of your team. Visit HoustonTexans.com now.
Houston, we have a great problem. Branson Cognac and Le Chimdewa Champagne are the official sponsors of the Houston Texans. Now, as we get ready for game day, you've been hearing the hype, you've been hearing the real. Now you're going to experience the great taste of Branson Cognac and Le Chimdewa, because it's available starting August 1st at all sideline bars of the club level of NRG Stadium. That's right, Branson Cognac and Le Chimdewa will be available at all suites in season. So bring your friends, bring your family, and taste the great taste of Branson Cognac and Le Chimdewa.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Groom.
Sam, 30 seconds on the clock. The Ford Summer Sales Event.
Great time to buy.
Correct. What do we have amazing deals on this summer?
Ford trucks and SUVs.
Is Ford America's all-time best-selling auto brand?
Let me think. Yeah, it is.
3 for 3.
What do I win?
You get to work at the Ford Summer Sales Event.
Amazing. I think I was going to do that anyway.
You betcha.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
The Houston Texans Campeón de la Comunidad Award, presented by Modelo, honors an outstanding leader in the Hispanic community who is making a positive impact in the city of Houston through service and dedication to a local nonprofit. The winner will receive a $25,000 grant, benefiting, also invited to attend a VIP reception in their honor. Nominate a deserving leader in the Hispanic community who's making a positive impact in Houston today, and visit HoustonTexans.com/campeón. Nominations close Monday, August 1st.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
This is a journey into sound.
Much as you try to bury it, the truth is out there.
The truth lives right here, Houston.
On this day, I see clearly.
Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
This is the only live and local evening sports radio show in the city of Houston. Area 45, Sports Radio 610. I am Patrick Creighton. No Sean Bijani tonight. He is lazy and decided he wasn't going to work today because he decided it was more important to go to his brother's wedding. Believe that nonsense? Chose to go to his brother's wedding instead of come to work.
I mean, Area 45, everything else is like 10 feet below.
Straight lazy. Straight lazy. Oh, and found out about an hour ago, Chris Santiago banged to work. So as far as the actual regular show participants are concerned, I am the only one not lazy today. Thankfully, other people in this company are also not lazy. One, Colin Neal, or Will Neal. Colin, Will, which is his real name, the world may never know.
And they won't.
But Colin and or Will is here and on the other side of the glass at the Master Controls. It is the first game after the trade deadline. It is the first game. Carlos Correa.
Who?
Captain Crush.
Oh.
Is back.
He's back.
And the Astros at Fenway tonight, taking on the Boston Blow Sox. With a 1-0 lead going to the bottom of the fourth, Christian Walker, ba-bomb, for the sole run of the game.
Would you like to hear it, Mr. PC?
In fact, you know what? I would.
There's a fly ball to left center field, hit well by Walker. Out toward the monster, it is gone. Christian Walker punches one out, and the Astros are out to the early lead. It's 1-0.
Apple TV broadcasters have the excitement of a dead snail, but that was the call. As the Astros lead it 1-0. Carlos Correa, 0 for 2. Third base tonight for the Houston Astros, opposed by Alex Bregman, former teammate. Breggy 2 for 2 with a pair of singles. However, they have gone for naught. Hunter Brown on the bump for the Houston Astros. He has allowed 3 hits in 3 scoreless innings. No walks and 1, 2, 3 punch-outs through 3 innings. Bottom 4, Astros up 1-0. Now, if you haven't gotten to see the Astros lineup today, it might be a little bit different than what you may have thought. It's a little different than what I had thought. Last night on Area 45, I had said to you I thought the lineup would look like Pena, Altuve, Correa, Diaz, Walker, Sanchez, and then basically whoever's playing center field, whoever's playing right field, Doobie at second. Well, Astros throwing us the old knuckle curve. Pena, Altuve, Sanchez batting in the 3 spot. Jesus Sanchez batting third. Then Correa, Diaz, Walker, Trammell in center, Cam in right, Doobie at second. Altuve is the DH tonight. So behind Hunter Brown, infield defense, Walker, Doobie. Damn, that might be the best infield defense in baseball.
Hey, you may not be wrong, though.
Outfield, Jesus Sanchez, Taylor Trammell, Cam Smith. Those 3 guys can go fetch. Oh, and every one of them can throw. I mean, talk about an incredibly strong defensive lineup tonight behind Hunter Brown. I tell you, the lineup looks just a little bit longer and a little bit deeper with the additions of Jeremy Pena, Jesus Sanchez, and Carlos Correa. This team that struggled to score runs playing 3 to 4 minor leaguers a game. Tonight, look at the lineup. No minor leaguers. What? Let me say that again. No minor leaguers. In fact, the only backups really playing tonight, Taylor Trammell may not necessarily be a backup. He might be in a timeshare. Mauricio Dubon may no longer be a backup. He may be in a timeshare. And boy, imagine what could possibly be. Just allow yourself breathe in the deep wafts of happiness and imagine a healthy, productive Yordan Alvarez getting into this lineup, that's baseball horny. I believe that while Yordan is out of the lineup, and our current timeline on him, right? Our current timeline is mid-August. So 2.5 weeks. Yordan Alvarez in this lineup. Without Yordan, I think we're going to see Altuve at the DH spot a lot. In fact, if I were Joe Espada, until Yordan comes back, Jose Altuve would DH exclusively. When Yordan comes back, hold on, knock on wood. When Yordan comes back, Altuve will go to second base. And as we heard today from Dana Brown, when he talked about where Ramon Urias, where Jesus Sanchez would fit in, Dana Brown said Sanchez is going to play a lot in left field. He'll give Cam a break because they are concerned about Cam's workload. He said Altuve will go back to playing more second base, although I believe that will probably happen once Yordan Alvarez returns. And he said Urias will be a fill-in guy, and mentioned how it was important to add to their depth. And it was, because think about how much they've used their depth for, I don't know, the last 3 months. So being able to have depth instead of use it, it doesn't suck. I think Urias will get, at least while Yordan is out, he'll get probably get to share some time with Mauricio Dubon. But this is a much different Astros team. They bring in 3 offensive players, 2 of whom will play every day. Now, Jesus Sanchez is that left-handed bat that they really wanted. He absolutely mashes righties, can't hit lefties to save his life. That could be a platoon situation with Chas McCormick, who hits lefties very well, and then against righties, let's not go there. So Sanchez will get, look, when you're the lefty side of the platoon, you're the heavy side, because the majority of starting pitchers in baseball are right-handed. So he's playing time, and I would also think that, on days where Chas starts against the lefty, once the lefty's out of the game, we might see Sanchez come in the game. We may not see Chas get a whole lot of at-bats against right-handed pitching the rest of the way. And Taylor Trammell going to get a lot of run in center field with Jacob Melton being optioned so that he can play every day until Jake Myers gets back. And Jake Myers might be a solid month from coming back. That's a pretty significant calf strain. He might be 6 weeks. Hopefully it won't be that long, but I would not expect to see Jake probably until we get to September. And they should, if the team is playing well, there's no reason to try to rush him. But so I do think that they will be cautious as far as how well they handle this calf injury with Jake Myers. Now, Colin, just give me a thumbs up or thumbs down here. Earlier today on MLB Network, former GM Steve Phillips, former Mets general manager, had this to say regarding the Astros and Carlos Correa and the impact that he believes Correa will have immediately
Carlos Correa went to Houston, Steve, we had a discussion on the show, and we couldn't contain what it would mean. Dero said this from an entertainment standpoint. You like it?
Yeah, I like it. I think it's a little risky. I mean, he's not the same player this year, and he is getting older, and you know, we know he's got the foot issue or the ankle issue that is there. But I think there's going to be an automatic spark when he goes back in there. You know, a couple spring trainings ago on the tour, he pulled me aside and he said, "What do you think about my value as a third baseman?" I think he saw this coming at some point. Remember, he did agree with the Mets. He was going to play third base next to Francisco Lindor until he didn't pass the physical. But I think this is something that he thought would come, and his belief is his offense will be better. In the World Baseball Classic, he played third base next to Lindor, and he tore it up swinging the bat then. He thinks his offense is going to be better, and I think this was a salary dump by the Twins and an opportunity to send him to the one place he was willing to go, back to Houston. I think Altuve's excited about it. I think that Jeremy Pena at shortstop coming back today off the injured list, if they get Yordan Alvarez back, and I think Dana Brown looked at it and said, we've got starting pitchers starting to come back off the injured list. They decided to not go after pitching and just focus on the offense.
Now, I'm with him. Look, I think the second Correa walked into the clubhouse, there was a lot of energy in there. You know, Altuve was happy to see him.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Fromber was happy to see him.
Well, yeah.
This was, if you were not just looking for production, but looking for that just emotional spark, they got it. The former team captain coming back to be the new team captain. You know, Jeremy Pena, who looks up to Correa, happy to see him now playing to his right. So a lot of positive reasons to be happy to see Carlos Correa back in Houston. And I'll tell you what, knowing that this is a big game, you know, on Apple TV, it's a showcase game for MLB. You're playing in Boston against another really good team. Alex Bregman's on the other side. It's your homecoming game. Well, your first game back with the Astros. I feel like there's going to be a moment for Correa in this game. He's going to have a moment. Christian Walker, of course, had a moment in the first inning. Christian Walker in July hit .318 with 3 homers and 18 ribs. Starts off August with a solo bomb. Can we say Christian Walker back? Are you ready? Are you comfortable? Do you feel it in your bones? Do you feel it in your heart, all the way to the bottom of your heart, to the very cockles of your heart? Do you feel it? Christian Walker is back. Because if the numbers he put up in July are anything like the numbers he puts up in September, at the end of the year, you're going to look at Christian Walker's number and be like, man, pretty good year. Right? Pretty good year. You look at those numbers.
I mean, 133 WRC plus in July, which is, you know,
not ass.
It's not. It's 33% better than the average player. The thing is, though, PC, it's like with everybody. Let's see if he keeps it up. I mean, 1 month is 1 month, but the next month you could be absolute ass. So
it's true, but if he continues to play like he has, he could wind up finishing this year with about 22 homers and 95 RBI and let's say a batting average around 250 and an OPS in the mid 700s, and you'd say, oh wow, look, his numbers were pretty decent.
Just remember how he started the season with that oblique tightness,
and that's it. You know, I am and I've said this before, I'm a firm believer he came back and he wasn't healthy. Because last year he missed 2 months with that oblique. And this year he missed a couple of weeks of spring training. And then they pushed him back out onto the field, having 2 days of, you know, basically hitting off a tee.
Yeah, and he was hitting the ball hard too in that Mets series. Like, he was in the ball hard too, but you just knew something wasn't quite
no,
right.
and even for a couple of weeks before he started to hit, his exit velos were up. And that, if he doesn't hit, a guy throwing 99 miles an hour, if he doesn't hit 99 mile an hour fastball, oh, he's washed. This guy winds up with 90 RBIs. You're not going to say he's washed. The defense has been better.
Check.
The body language has been better. And now that they are not so beat up as a team in the lineup, now that they've got more major league quality players in the lineup, I'm ready for this team to kind of get on another run here. For those of you who didn't see Spencer Arrighetti, who 74 pitches last night, his next start will be with the Astros. Louis Garcia pitching for the Space Cowboys tonight. J.P. France pitching for the Space Cowboys tomorrow night. Maybe Christian Javier has one more rehab start before he's ready to come up. So by the time we get through the rotation again, we should be looking at Fromber and Hunter and Spencer Arrighetti with Colton Gordon and of course, George Costanza from Seinfeld. And then the following time through, we should be able to add one Christian Javier, a Jason Alexander to the bullpen. And the following turn through, we should be ready to add one Luis Garcia, which would then send a Colton Gordon to the bullpen. And that'll strengthen the underbelly of that bullpen. So the Astros getting right, getting healthy here as we get into the month of August after having added 2 everyday bats and a depth bat to this active roster as they get down the home stretch through the end of the dog days of summer. And they do so sitting atop the AL West. Sitting atop the AL West by 4.5 games over the Seattle Coffee Sippers. We'll keep an eye on the Astros. We will get to the Houston Texans when we talk with Chancellor Johnson next.
Nick Casario gave Payne and Pendergast some exclusive insight.
SportsRadio610.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
All right, joining us right now on the guest line, former Houston TV sports anchor, now telling the story of Houston sports on his own without any annoying people from corporate to tell him what he can and can't do, and allowed to do it in more than 30 seconds. He does a great job telling the story of Houston sports. He is Chancellor Johnson.
Man, what an introduction, but you are not lying. It is it's a lot different from my days when I was on TV, but certainly fun doing it in the city that, I was born and raised in my own hometown, so it's pretty cool. But it's time to talk about the Texans, my man.
Man, you get the chance to tell the story without, all right, Chancellor, you've got 45 seconds. It's always good to be able to kind of long-form things, be able to ask the questions that you want to ask, not the ones that your boss tells you have to ask, which is kind of cool. And I've really enjoyed the work that you've done. And we certainly had some fun with the audio you had with Hannah McNair the other day.
Yeah, no, that was cool. I was wrapping up a new segment that will be online and on digital spaces called Scenarios, where we go through the best case, worst case, most realistic things that could happen among different position groups and certain players. And sure enough, I brought my chairs out there, and here comes Hannah McNair. And when I saw her, I was like, all right, cool. We have an opportunity to chop it up, and she was a good sport. And I'm sure Hannah and Cal, unlike some other owners, they actually do show their faces a lot more, are in the mix. And so that was my opportunity to kind of chop it up with her, and we had some fun. She complimented me, and she told me that I had great skin. So that's a win, hearing that from a billionaire.
Hey, that's pretty good considering she is Her Royal Highness, the Queen of Houston, Hannah McNair.
Absolutely.
So yes, when she's paying you compliments, those are definitely moments that you want to keep. You've been out at Texas training camp pretty much every day, getting to see everything going on. Observations on the offensive line, because dang it, if everybody in Houston isn't trying to find out what's going on with Texans on the offensive line after last season, what has been the good, what has been the bad, what has been the interesting for you on the Texans offensive line so far through 8 days of camp?
Yeah, I would say, the good thing that I've noticed about the Texas O-line, it seems like every day they are getting better, right? And so, obviously it's a new group with a lot of changes. You have Ariante Ursary, who seems like he's going to be the guy at right tackle. He's been taking primarily most of the snaps with the ones. And so I would say the thing that we've really been able to see develop is, one, the chemistry is getting better, and two, we're kind of getting a better idea of who might be the starters up front come week one, whether it's Cam Robinson, Lincoln Tomlinson, Jake Andrews, and Jared Patterson. They're kind of the one position that they've been rotating off and on as far as with the ones at center. But then right guard has been Titus Howard the whole way through. And then, as I mentioned, Ariante Ursary, who, he's taking some steps in the right direction. Now, the tough part is listen, we've talked about this Texans defense. We know that they're going to be really good. And so it's not a surprise that Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter are whipping the guys up front for most of kind of the periods that we've been able to see. But as I mentioned, they've gotten better. Ursary, even the rookie, he's been holding his own. We've seen Will Anderson pull up to the side after practice and go over some tips and techniques, and that's what you really want to see. So listen, we'll see when it all comes together, when they actually have to line up against somebody other than themselves. But at this point in camp, that's all you can really ask for.
How much have you noticed that the Texans are just coming a regular four-man front, and how much are they stunting, blitzing, etc.? Because, we saw D'Amico Ryans say the other day that the only way you get better is with reps. So he wasn't going to take it easy on the offense. He wants them to see, well, at least he was saying he wanted them to see all the different fronts, all the different experiences, so they learn from them now, so they're ready for them later. Are you seeing them get a lot of different looks in camp?
Yeah, D'Amico Ryans is certainly challenging his offensive line, especially after what we saw last year. As you mentioned, right, they had so many problems with a lot of stunts and different formations. So D'Amico Ryans has certainly been mixing it up. And Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, he's talked about how, he has to grow. And every rep, a lot of times I think we think about the players and like the players need reps. But so does a guy who's calling plays for the first time in his career, and Nick Caley. And we know about his background that he had under Sean McVay and even dating back to his days in New England with some, different OCs there as well. But, it is his first time, so he has to make some adjustments himself. And who better to really challenge him on the other side of the ball than a guy like DeMeco Ryans, who is well regarded and who's proven to be one of the better defensive masterminds in the league. And, he has the talent to match. And so, with the offense like that, and the defense they're going against every single day in practice, they are going to get better. That starts from the players all the way down to the coaches, as you mentioned.
Let's talk about the quarterback, C.J. Stroud, the guy who got the snot kicked out of him last year behind the league's worst offensive line. I've seen a lot of reports that he's running a lot more this year. It seems like every time we see a set and CJ's in, there's at least one scramble for 6-7 yards every time. Is that something that you're seeing is kind of something that they're focusing on? They want him to run a little more. How has he looked so far in camp?
I wouldn't say it's a focus for him to run more, but it seems like even going back to last year that he kind of picked up on, hey, I am a little bit more mobile than I may have been showing. And even if it gives just the defense is something to think about, right? That C.J. Stroud has the ability to pick up 40 to 50 yards on the ground. Like, that's a plus, especially when you consider that he is primarily a pocket passer who can stay in the pocket and deliver accurate throws. And so we have seen him get outside the pocket, be a little bit mobile, but I don't know if it's necessarily always by design, right? Sometimes it can be a bad thing, which, with the defense, collapsing and the pocket collapsing and him having to step up and he's getting those reps of being able to be, even more mobile and find guys down the field, extend plays. But, the defense is certainly, especially up front, they've been challenging him. And a lot of times, man, the clock is ticking with the offensive line and the defense getting after him as, he has to get the ball out pretty quickly. And going back to CJ and to stay on that note is he has been turning the ball over a little bit. It seems like every practice he has had a interception or two, which is not always a bad thing because C.J. Stroud has proven to be an accurate QB and a guy who for the most part takes care of the ball. Sometimes in practice, guys are just trying things and trying new looks and system to me to make a big deal about so far, but he had if anything, it's more credit to the defense as well with the ball hawks they had back there, right? Have so many playmakers on the back end, and you're going to be bound to make a mistake. Ask Justin Herbert, who we saw that at the highest level, in a playoff game with more interceptions than I could count. But C.J. Stroud, going into year number 3 for him, a big year. We're starting to definitely see progress throughout training camp.
The secondary, have they been kind of the stars of camp?
Yeah, absolutely. Caleb Bullock really, to me, has been the main guy, offense or defense, throughout training camp for me. I mean, he just has a nose for the ball. And, you also have Derek Stingley Jr., who is one of the best ball-hawking cornerbacks in the league as well. Then C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who you add through free agency. Jalen Petrie, he's back healthy back there as well. And so the secondary, they talked about wanting to be the best defense and best secondary in the league, and they certainly have the playmakers to do it. And we've been seeing that throughout training camp. I would say defense has been winning most of these practices, but that's not necessarily a bad thing because, once again, defense is going to be really, really good. They expect to be one of the best defenses in the league, and offense has been fighting back, but a lot of credit to the development of the secondary, courtesy of DeMeco Ryans.
2 years ago, Dalton Schultz had a big impact on this team. Had a catch that may have saved their season when he ripped the ball out of a safety's hands against the fake Oilers. Last year for Dalton Schultz, I think we could all agree that maybe a little disappointing in the expectations versus performance. What have you seen from Dalton so far in camp?
Yeah, Dalton, he certainly made some plays throughout camp and seems to be a little bit more engaged and active. And I don't know if it's due to, the new OC there, if he likes the scheme better or what. But I will say Caley has done a good job, not just Dalton, but Brevin Jordan as well, who's worked his way back from a torn ACL. He looks like an improved player since the last time we saw him, and he was healthy on the field. Case Stover has made some plays, so I think at tight end they're going to put use to all three of those guys, right? They're going to use them in some different spots, And so all three tight ends have made plays throughout camp, and that's something that, as you mentioned, last year kind of went away with Dalton Schultz not having the best year. But if they can get all three of those guys being productive, obviously it only just enhances the potential ceiling for this Texans offense.
Chancellor, last one here for you. Look, Joe Mixon injured, not participating in camp right now. Nick Chubb running with the ones, now a full year removed from the big injury. What have you seen from Chubb and from the other running backs? Who's been the biggest standout for you so far?
Yeah. To start with Chubb's, he hasn't looked as explosive as the guy we saw, obviously, in the prime of his career in Cleveland, but he's made some plays here or there. But I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and tell you the guy's just, busting out of, causing havoc and running downfield a bunch. He's made some plays, but nothing to really ride home about. The guy who I think has made some plays is really Jawar Jordan, the running back from Louisville last year, who was a rookie last season. And he's taken advantage of the opportunities that's been given to him. When you have no Joe Mixon, you have no Dameon Pierce. As you mentioned, Nick Chubb is kind of leading the way for them with the ones. But Jordan has made plays, and so has the current rookie in Woody Marks from USC. And so obviously you want a healthy Joe Mixon after the year that he had last year, over 1,100 yards, double-digit touchdowns as well. He was, to me, really the driver of this offense last year when they could just hand the ball off to number 28 and let him get going. And we saw that last year against the Cowboys, right? The type of performances that he had really throughout the season. I think there's still going to be a run-first offense. And so whether it's, Joe Mixon or Nick Chubb, obviously we're going to have to get that run game going. But Nick Chubb, we'll see actually how he looks come next week when they go and start their first preseason game.
Chancellor, where can people find your work now?
You can find me online at X, formerly known as Twitter, at Chancellor TV. Or I'm actually making a big push on TikTok as well. I have some exclusive content on there at Chancellor TV on all platforms. But I always appreciate talking with you guys, man. Thanks for having me on.
And make sure you're following Chancellor. He does a great job breaking down stories and telling some of the deeper stories that you don't find in all the regular stuff. You get some great content from Chancellor Johnson. Chance, appreciate you taking some time.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
All right, Chancellor Johnson with us on the guest line, breaking down some Texans training camp, day 8. And we'll have plenty to talk about with the Texans tonight. We'll have plenty to talk about with the Houston Astros tonight. Astros right now still with a 1-0 lead going to the top of the 7th. Solo homer by Christian Walker is the only run of the game. Hunter Brown, 6 scoreless innings, 4 hits, no walks, 6 strikeouts. He's only thrown 77 pitches, so expecting him to come back out for the 7th inning. He has been brilliant this evening. The game is flying by. They're already in the top of the 7th. Coming up next, we'll get to the hot leads. It's next.
Coach D'Amico likes the back and forth he's Wi-Fi with Bijani and Creighton is proudly presented by Viking Carpet One Floor and Home Outlet. Call or text 281-907-6444 for all of your flooring needs.
These are the new leads.
Now look, I need the lead.
These are the Glengarry leads.
2 lead cards for tonight, 2 lead cards for tomorrow.
Why give him the good leads? He's got the leads. He's got the leads. He's got the good leads. The whole thing is the leads.
They stole the Glengarry leads. Let's talk about something important. Put that coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
There's a fly ball to left center field, hit well by Walker. Out toward the monster, it is gone. Christian Walker punches one out, and the Astros are out to the early lead. It's 1-0.
Christian Walker, 14th bomb of the year, gave the Astros a 1-0 lead in the second inning. Now in the top of the seventh, it is still 1-0. Hunter Brown has been dealing 6 shutout innings. He's allowed 4 hits and no walks and punched out 6. He's only thrown 77 pitches, so a game that Hunter Brown continues to deal in. He could go very deep into this game. He has only faced the 4 over the minimum. And despite Laz Diaz being behind the plate with some interesting calls.
Yeah, I'm watching on the Baseball Savant StatCast, and there's been some interesting ball calls on his part.
Some interesting strike calls on his part as well. Carlos Correa may have gotten a bum strike call. Taylor Trammell may have gotten a bum strike call, but it's Laz Diaz, and you know he's going to blow 15 calls a game.
I'm sorry, you said Hunter Brown has no walks.
No walks.
That's a very good sign for Hunter because he's been struggling with command over these last few starts, and that will bode well for the rest of the season if he continues on that trend of not giving away free passes.
No. So Hunter Brown really been on it tonight. Astros with a 1-0 lead in the top of the second. 2 runners on, 2 outs. And Mauricio Dubon at the plate.
Dibby.
Micah Parsons has had enough. Micah Parsons has demanded a trade from the Dallas Cowboys, absolutely fed up with the way his contract negotiations have gone on, or how they haven't gone on with Jerry Jones. Parsons went on the social and the media today and made his announcement, talked about how much he loved playing in Dallas, loves the fans, loves the team, is fed up with the way the team has handled his contract negotiations, how they have absolutely refused to speak with his agent, how the team has not made him an offer to his agent, has not made a phone call to his agent. Parsons wrote in a letter he posted online, "Yes, I wanted to be here. I did everything to show I wanted to be a Cowboy and wear the star on my helmet." He said, "Unfortunately, I no longer want to be here. I no longer want to be held to closed-door negotiations without my agent present. I no longer want shots taken at me. On the line for the organization, our fans, and my teammates. I no longer want narratives created and spread to the media about me. I had purposely stayed quiet in hopes of getting something done." Now, the Cowboys have stated they have no intentions of trading Micah Parsons, which means at some point they are going to have to do what they did with CeeDee Lamb, what they did with Dak Prescott, and that is put the absolute richest contract in NFL history on the table for Micah Parsons.
So, by all means, cave in, basically.
They will have to cave in. And when they make Micah Parsons an offer to be the richest non-quarterback in the league, only a fool would turn that down.
even if he's unhappy with the way it has gone. At the end of the day, you will have gotten all the bags. And you do not look all the bags in the eye and say no. You take the bags.
And no team isn't really going to match, or not match, I should say, not really going to give you the value package equal to Parsons because he's that damn good. So
yeah, no, you can't trade him and get anything close to equal value.
No, absolutely not.
What was a trade package for Khalil Mack? Because that was probably the closest comp. I think they got 2 firsts, a third, and a fifth. You get 2 firsts, a third, and a fifth. That's not. I mean, Micah Parsons is the second player in history with double-digit sacks each of his first 4 years. The idea that there is an equitable draft trade for him. I mean, unless you're getting the Herschel Walker deal, this probably doesn't exist.
The Bears gave up 2 first-round picks, a third-round pick, and a 6th-round pick.
And a 6. Okay, so not a 5, a 6. But 2 1s, a 3, and a 6 for Khalil Mack. And you could argue Micah Parsons at 26 better than Khalil Mack at 26. Is it going to be 2 1s, a 2, and a 4? I don't know that you find another Micah Parsons. Although I would say that if that were the case, if I were another team, I don't think I'd want to make that trade unless the Cowboys weren't going to sell him cheap. But I'd rather he just play your season with the Cowboys and then force them to either franchise tag you or let you go to free agents.
Parsons is one of only 2 players in NFL history to register a dozen-plus sacks in each of his first 4 NFL seasons.
Reggie White?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, he's been phenomenal. The New York Yankees, they have dumped a starter on the market. Marcus Stroman, see ya, wouldn't want to be ya. They will pay the remainder of his $18 million salary. Woof. They dump him because he had a vesting option for 2026 for another $18 million. That he had to throw 140 innings this year to hit. He only has 39 innings, but the Yankees obviously had grown tired of Marcus Stroman, who is A, no longer the pitcher he once was, but B, still the loudmouth pain in the ass he's always been. Stroman 3-2 with a 6.23 ERA this year in 9 starts.
Woof.
Was scheduled to be on the outside looking in with the return of Louis Heel coming off the IL, who will make his season debut Sunday. So he was going to be out of the rotation with Max Fried, Carlos Rodon, Will Warren, and Cam Schlitter. So the Yankees, sayonara. And once he clears waivers, and he will clear waivers, any team is free to sign him. And for anyone wondering if the Astros should take a flyer on Marcus Stroman, how about no? If I couldn't be any more clear.
I think you need to be more clear because, I keep seeing that talk on X.
How about no?
Why? Because he is
ass. And he's also a jackass. Yeah, you want no part of that dude.
Nope.
No freaking part. That dude burns bridges everywhere he goes. He was a jerk in Toronto. He was a jerk with the Mets. He's a jerk with the Yankees. He's a jerk with the Cubs. There's a reason why he moves around so much. He's a jerk.
What happened with the Mets? I think there was a certain situation that happened, or was it just a series of him being a jackass?
Oh, no, he was a jackass.
Yeah, I know that, but I feel like there was one specific incident I'm trying to think of, but yeah.
He's got a habit of running his mouth about management for things that are perfectly normal.
Mm-hmm.
But, he's always slighted. He's always the victim. It's always everybody against him.
Yeah.
There's always some sort of miscarriage of justice. it just should have been a miscarriage.
He and the Mets were just not were a match made in heaven.
Yeah, well, I mean, you want to talk about a dysfunctional franchise. Woof.
There's a couple of them out there.
All right, those are the leads. Coming up next, you know, we're going to have a phone call, going to have a conversation with an old friend of mine, Mark Ryan, now with our sister station in Detroit, 97.1 The Fan. Going to talk a little bit about how the Detroit Tigers fared at the deadline, seeing as the Tigers, one of the teams that the Astros likely to have to go through in the postseason this year. The Tigers had been the best team in the American League for the majority of the season. And right now, if you look at the standings in the American League, the Tigers atop the American League at 64-46, tied with the Toronto Blue Jays, also known as the North of the Wall White Walkers, for the best record in the American League. They are a game and a half ahead of the Houston Astros, and of course, managed by our old friend A.J. Hinch. How did the Tigers make out at the deadline? What is their outlook as the rest of the season goes on, as they will be a very prominent team as the Astros try to run them down for the best record in the American League? We'll talk to Mark next.
The Astros needed bats, and they got him at the deadline. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
All right, joining us on the S line right now from our sister station, 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit. Fellow sports radio host, longtime personal friend of mine, guy I used to do a show with in Atlanta way, way back in the day. He's Mark Ryan. What's going on, Mark? How are you?
PC, what is good, my man? Do I got Bijani here too?
No, Bijani was a lazy ass tonight. He didn't come to work.
Good to connect with you, brother.
Yeah, why would Bijani work on a Friday? Come on, you know he's... Actually, Bijani's getting married.
Oh, listen, man. On the list of excuses, that's a pretty good one, don't you think?
And depends. He's kind of young to be getting married, to be honest with you.
What's good, man? How you doing?
You know what? Astros are certainly keeping us entertained because they scored all of one run tonight. But they've only allowed one run tonight in a game that's moving pretty quick. But certainly can't be upset with what the Astros did at the deadline. Wanted to get your thoughts. Look, the Astros game and a half behind the Tigers, who have been the surprise of baseball, maybe to a lot of people, but maybe not to you guys up in Detroit after the way they finished last season. What's the sentiment up in Detroit regarding what the Tigers did at the deadline? What do you think of their deadline, and where do you think they stand right now?
Deadline was a C-, PC. Not good enough. The GM has done a lot of good things. They have the best record at all levels of baseball. You know, if you include every single team they have, single A, double A, triple A, high A, major leagues, they've got the best record as an organization in all of baseball. Player development is top notch. The guys at the big league level are being developed well. The minor league is absolutely stacked, but he showed the biggest hole in his swing as a general manager, and that is that he has an inability to look at the micro. He looks at the big picture, which you and I are big picture guys, PC, but you have to have an ability to look at the here and now. Here's somebody who's fallen in love with his prospects, and when you consider that the Mariners were able to get Eugenio Suarez, after Suarez said, I'd love to come back to Detroit, and the Mariners didn't have to give up one of their top 10 prospects to do it, you kind of left feeling like this is a guy married to his prospects. You know, 62% of top 100 prospects never hit. So, you know, by hanging on to prospects, you're hanging on to a tomorrow that may never come. And I think most Detroit Tigers fans, while appreciative that something was done, that is throwing a bunch of new arms in the bullpen, there is definitely the sense that this team did not optimize its shot to win a World Series.
No, I was kind of surprised that Eugenio Suarez went as cheaply as he did. I know that in Arizona they were kind of disappointed that the Yankees bowed out as fast as they did. I thought that created an opportunity for anybody else who wanted to get in. And, you know, let me ask you, because I would tell you that I thought that the Tigers not being real aggressive with Alex Bregman in the offseason might have been a miss. And then they had a chance to make up for that by going and getting Eugenio Suarez, and then they missed again. Is that a fair statement?
I would say, PC, that the known offer on the table to Alex Bregman was 6 years, 171.5 from the Tigers to Bregman. That, to me, was giving Alex everything he wanted. You know, people laughed at him for turning down the 6 and 156 from Houston. And then Detroit had that offer out there. Now we know the entirety of the offseason, to which either Alex Bregman or his wife decided, we don't want to be in Detroit. Well, what you don't know is that sentiment, you don't want to come to Detroit, is the thing that offends Detroiters the most. Because I'll tell you, man, I've been to just about every city that's within a 6-hour drive of Detroit. And there's quite a few cities that look like they have the reputation that Detroit does. Detroit's a better place than many of them. I mean, think about the cities within a 6-hour drive of Detroit. You go to those places, it's like, man, this place is the vibe that Detroit has. Detroit's actually been a delightful place, a very safe place. And so for whatever reason, Alex or his wife didn't want to come to Detroit. They essentially held the Tigers hostage the entirety of the offseason. They finally got an offer that they wanted from a team that they wanted, and they kept Detroit at bay. So it hurts that you had multiple chances and were incredibly close to find that all-star third baseman that has eluded the Tigers. But he was a very young president of baseball ops, is a lot like, Moneyball. He has his own permutations and calculations, and he makes moves that don't make a lot of sense to those who, follow this team and kind of have a sense for what this team needs. PC, how about what the Astros have done, though? I mean, look, Carlos Correa, is he still a superstar? No. But you tell me, man, that doesn't provide a big emotional lift, kind of presenting the feeling of getting the band back together again, right?
I'm not entirely sure I'd say Correa is not a star player anymore. I'd say he's not playing like one this year. He certainly played like one last year. And with everything, the way things have gone on in Minnesota the last 2 years, the team being up for sale, they're not putting any money into the team at all, morale being very low because of the fact they know that the team was going nowhere and they weren't going to do anything to try to improve the team. I think that weighed on pretty much everybody and is a big part of the reason why Correa hasn't had as good a season, although since May 1st, been hitting .291. So he got off to a horrendous start, but has certainly been better since May 1st. I think that being back in Houston, family still lives in Houston, his parents still live in Houston. I think that rejuvenates him. I think we see a better version of Carlos Correa, who's, was talking about how he's been ready to move to third base for a while. Have anyone come up through the organization at shortstop for him to be able to move to third? So there were a lot of things going on, and I think that there is still some really good baseball left in Carlos Correa, who's, only 30 years old. I mean, Carlos Correa is not old. He's 30. And I think that there's still plenty of good baseball left in him. But the leadership, the energy, the high baseball IQ, there's so many intangibles that Carlos Correa brings. The moment he walked in the locker room, Altuve was excited, Frommer was excited, Jeremy Pena was excited. They love Carlos Correa in that locker room. He's beloved by ownership. Jim Crane loves Carlos Correa as well, and he was always a fan favorite. So I think that getting Correa and the fact they got Correa for nothing, right? They gave up a 26-year-old kid from high A who had an ERA like he was pitching slow pitch softball. And they got the Twins to pay a third of his contract for the guaranteed years. So when they once upon a time offered Correa 5 years and $32 million a year, they wound up getting him 3 years at about $21 million a year. So, a little 5D chess there with Jim Crane and Dana Brown working out a terrific job. And the Twins are such a disaster. I mean, they had a Florida Marlins type fire sale, and now maybe they'll get to sell the team because a lot has been made about the fact they have like a $440 million debts have owned that team forever. So how the hell are they carrying so much debt?
Hey, I'm with you, man, and it creates an incredible debate about who is the favorite in the American League right now. I can look up who the betting favorite in the American League is. It's the Detroit Tigers. But, you've got this overarching sentiment that the NL might have the 5 best teams in the game. And then is it the Blue Jays, the Tigers, the Astros, the Yankees? Is it the M's? I mean, the M's have the modern version of the Bash Brothers right now, man, with what they did with Naylor and Eugenio Suarez. All I can tell you is the American League just got interesting. And the team that I grew up as a kid supporting, the Houston Astros, certainly have done their A-level best, man, to be right there, last man standing in the end.
No, and I'll tell you, I really liked Jesus Sanchez as a pickup. That's a left-handed bat who absolutely rakes against right-handed pitching. Can't hit a lefty worth a darn, but, man, he kills right-handed pitching, and that is exactly what this lineup is desperately needed. And I think we'll see a lot of him in left field. Oh, he'll occasionally play right and spell Cam Smith because the team is worried about his workload. I mean, last year he was playing college baseball, so he's never played anything close to this long a season. But Sanchez as a left-handed bat who smashes righties, I think that is exactly what they've needed, especially with Yordan Alvarez out of the lineup for over 3 months now. And allegedly, I say allegedly because, it's the Astros and about as common as, somebody going to Starbucks.